Glug, early in the morning, Lu Qing woke up to the growling of his stomach. Feeling the hunger in his belly, he sighed and rubbed his stomach. All your noise is in vain. Where am I supposed to find food now? He looked around at his surroundings, a shabby house that could barely be called a home, and gave a bitter smile. Others might have transmigrated smoothly, yet here he was, unable to even fill his stomach. What kind of situation was this? He had been lying in bed for 2 days now. 2 days ago, when Lu Qing opened his eyes, he found himself in this unknown world. Dressed in rags, skin, and bones, he had even become a teenage boy. Later, after some time, Lu Qing figured out his predicament. He had transmigrated, reborn into a young man who had just lost both parents, and after selling his family possessions for their burial, he was unable to make it through a cold night due to a weak body and excessive grief. Perhaps for the original host, this was somewhat of a relief. This was Lu Qing's first thought after accessing the memories in his mind. Surviving in this world as a teenager was too difficult. Death might not necessarily be a bad thing. However, brother, you're awake. Suddenly, Lu Qing's thoughts were interrupted by an excited shout. He turned his head and saw a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, holding a gray object in her hands and standing at the door, looking at him with joy on her face. The little girl ran up to Lu Qing. Brother, are you feeling better? Yes, I'm better now, little Yan. You don't need to worry anymore, Lu Qing replied with a smile. That's great, brother, you're finally better. Hearing Lu Qing say he was all right, the little girl's eyes turned red, tears rolling down her cheeks. These past 2 days your face has been really red and hot, and you kept saying you were cold. I didn't know what to do. You wouldn't respond however loudly I called you. I thought you were going to leave me behind just like Dad and Mom. Watching the little girl cry made Lu Qing feel a surge of heartache. He had been merging with the memories in his mind for the past 2 days and appeared to be in a coma. Although he could barely sense the outside noise, his consciousness couldn't stay clear. Except for briefly waking up a few times, he quickly fell back into unconsciousness again. He vaguely heard the little girls crying and yelling, but couldn't respond. Lu Qing reached out and ruffled the little girl's dry yellow hair. It's my fault, little Yan. I promise you I won't get sick anymore. Will that stop you from worrying? Yes, little Yan broke into a smile and extended her little hand. Then let's make a pinky promise. Lu Qing extended his pinky and they hooked their fingers together. Hooked fingers, 100 years no change. Whoever changes is a puppy. After making the promise, little Yan instantly felt happier. In her little mind, since they had made a pinky promise, nothing would change anymore, and her brother would never get sick again. Little Yan, what are you holding in your hand? That's when Lu Qing noticed the object in the little girl's hand. It's a steamed bun, brother, don't you recognize it? Little Yan held up the gray object in both hands and handed it to Lu Qing, excitedly saying, it's from Grandpa Zhang next door. Little Yan didn't want to eat it alone, so I thought I'd bring it back to share with you. I just got back and saw that you were better. A steamed bun. Lu Qing looked at the drab object, which differed significantly from the buns he remembered. However, knowing he was now in another world, he felt at ease again. If even the world had changed, it was no surprise the buns looked different. As he pondered this, his gaze lingered on the gray bun for a few seconds, when suddenly, a line of text appeared. Coarse grain bun made of rice bran, wheat flour, and wild vegetables with limited nutrition. At the same time, the bun emanated a gray light. What was this? Lu Qing blinked, realizing the text still floated above the gray bun and hadn't disappeared. It seemed it wasn't an illusion. Before Lu Qing could delve deeper, little Yan held the gray bun and offered it to his lips. Brother, eat this. You've just recovered, and Grandpa Chen said people need to eat something nourishing after being sick. Feeling the starving hunger sweeping his body as he smelled the grainy scent of the bun, Lu Qing, who was ravenous, didn't make a fuss. He took the bun, tore off half, and handed it back to little Yan. Let's eat together. He hadn't forgotten that the little one had mentioned earlier that the bun was given to her and she wanted to share it with him. Unexpectedly, little Yan shook her head and pushed the half back into Lu Qing's hand. Brother, eat. Little Yan is not hungry. You need to eat more so your body can recover faster. Though she said this, Lu Qing distinctly saw her involuntary swallowing when she handed the bun back. Looking at her pale yellow hair, he felt a wave of pity and once again placed the half back in her hand. Brother just recovered and shouldn't eat too much at once, it will upset the stomach. So you eat this half. Is that so? Little Yan, holding the half bun, tilted her head and asked, but it seems different from what Grandpa Chen said. People recovering from serious illness should avoid overeating. If you don't believe, you can ask Grandpa Chen next time if it's true, Lu Qing said. Okay. Little Yan nodded, not fully understanding. Yet she didn't realize that a coarse grain bun was far from excessive eating. Lu Qing took the opportunity to coax, since I can't finish it, let's eat together, little Yan. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. Okay. Little Yan nodded firmly. Since brother can't finish, little Yan will help. The siblings thus joyfully nibbled at their halves of the bun. Soon, Lu Qing finished his half. The empty feeling in his stomach finally alleviated with a bit of sustenance, and a warmth spread from his belly, rejuvenating him. To be fair, the bun didn't taste that great, but it was substantial and not small in size. Even with just half, it slightly eased Lu Qing's hunger, not leaving him dizzy and weak as before. Seeing little Yan still nibbling diligently, Lu Qing didn't disturb her and turned his attention to another matter. He remembered the line of text that had appeared on the bun. Thinking it over, Lu Qing stood up, walked to the table, and picked up a chipped bowl. He placed it before his eyes and watched quietly. Then, after a few seconds, he saw a layer of gray light emerge on the bowl with a line of text. Broken pottery bowl. A chipped pottery bowl that seems a bit unclean. It was just as he suspected, and a smile crossed Lu Qing's face. Oh no, don't run. Inside the small courtyard enclosed by a simple wooden fence, little Yan was chasing a butterfly with her short little legs. Lu Qing sat on a stone stump, looking at a plant with small red flowers in his hand. At this moment in his field of vision, the plant with the small red flowers was emitting a faint white glow, with 2 lines of text floating above it. Cowbone grass, average quality, can be used medicinally, seems to be quite effective for bone injuries, might be useful when injured. It had taken some time, but Lu Qing had more or less figured out what the text before his eyes was all about. In simple terms, perhaps due to transmigration, he had acquired a superpower. The main manifestation of this superpower for now was that whenever he concentrated his gaze on a certain item, after a while, the item would glow and a simple text description would appear. Moreover, the longer the gaze stayed, the more information he would get, but this information wasn't unlimited. There seemed to be some standard to it. This standard, Lu Qing guessed for the time being, probably had something to do with the glow that emerged from the items. Items with a gray glow, no matter how long he looked, only had 1 strip of description. Items with a white glow had more than 2 strips of description, and the cowbone grass in Lu Qing's hands was the only plant he had found around the small courtyard that emitted a white light. What is this, a game interface? Lu Qing thought of some of the map-running games he had played occasionally in his previous life. He thought about it and beckoned with his hand, "Little Yan, come here a moment." "Brother, what is it?" The little one ran over cheerfully. "Brother wants to take a look at you." Lu Qing helped the little one remove the withered grass sticking to her head and focused his gaze on her face. After a while, a faint white glow appeared on little Yan and a line of text emerged above her. Lu Zioyan, a human cub female. What a poor description. Lu Qing's head throbbed with several black lines. However, he continued to look on. After a while, another line of text appeared. A pitiful human cub, she seems to be a bit malnourished. Lu Qing paused, looking at the little one's yellowish hair on her head, feeling somewhat silent. "Brother, have you finished looking?" Little Yan looked up innocently and asked. "Yes, I have. Little Yan will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up." Lu Qing rubbed the little one's hair tenderly. Little Yan tilted her head. "What's a great beauty? Ha ha, you'll know when you grow up." Hearing the little one's innocently spoken words, Lu Qing's mood also brightened a lot. No matter what the future holds, the most important thing for now is to take good care of this little one who depends on him for life. This was also the biggest lingering wish left by the original owner before his death, and to live well in this strange world, he would have to rely on this inexplicably acquired superpower. With this thought, Lu Qing picked up the cowbone grass and placed it in front of little Yan. "Little Yan, do you know what this plant is and what it's used for?" Little Yan looked at the plant with the blue flowers, furrowed her brows in concentration for a moment, and then shook her head. "I don't know, but Grandpa Zhang's big ox seems to really like eating this kind of grass." Seeing little Yan didn't know, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was being foolish. Even the original owner's memories didn't contain any information about cowbone grass, and yet he had expected a child of only a few years to know. However, little Yan's next statement made him pause. "Brother, if you want to know what this grass is, you can go ask Grandpa Chen. He loves all these flowers and plants, and he even likes to brew those flowers and plants into a bitter concoction for us to drink." At this point, little Yan seemed to recall something, and her entire little face scrunched up. Grandpa Chen. Lu Qing reminisced within his memories, and soon the image of a kind and lean old man surfaced in his mind. Ah, the elder doctor respected by the villagers. Doctor. A thought flickered through Lu Qing's mind. According to the note, cowbone grass was undoubtedly a medicinal herb, but he wondered whether old Dr. Chen knew how to use it. "Little Yan, when brother was sick, did Grandpa Chen come over?" "He did. Brother, you were always sleeping at that time, and even when little Yan called out to you, you wouldn't wake up. I was scared, so I cried a lot. Then Grandpa Chen came, and after looking at you, he said you were sick, something about a cold wind. He brewed that bitter medicine for you to drink, and after you drank it, a day later, brother, you woke up." As little Yan spoke, she suddenly exclaimed in awe, "Grandpa Chen is so amazing. Brother got better just by drinking a bowl of bitter water." Lu Qing was silent. Only he knew that the medicine old Dr. Chen had prescribed hadn't saved the boy's life. But now he remembered that during the haze of his consciousness, he had indeed felt someone feeding him something that gave his chilling body a sliver of warmth, protecting his heart and allowing him to endure the difficult period of consciousness fusion. Otherwise, with his frail body, it was uncertain whether he would have woken up successfully. In hindsight, it seemed that old Dr. Chen indeed possessed genuine skills and thus had earned his gratitude. Lu Qing was pondering this when he suddenly felt a gaze looking down. He saw little Yan staring at him. "What's wrong, little Yan?" "Brother, little Yan is hungry." Lu Qing felt hungry too. He hadn't eaten much to begin with, and the half of a bun he had eaten earlier was long digested. But he had noticed earlier that there was nothing left to eat at home. The rice jar was so clean that even mice wouldn't come near if it weren't for Grandpa Zhang next door. In the days that he had been unconscious, little Yan might have starved. With this in mind, Lu Qing remembered that he should thank Grandpa Zhang and old Dr. Chen for their care. Without their help, he and his sister might not have survived. But where could he find food? Most of the family's farmland had been sold by the original owner to afford their parents' funerals. The little that remained was neglected and bore almost no harvest, so the prospect of finding sustenance in the fields was hopeless. Distant waters couldn't extinguish a nearby fire. Even if they planted crops now, they wouldn't grow in time, and they could starve before the crops matured. After some thought, Lu Qing went into the room where his parents once lived, searched around, and finally found a metal needle and some hemp thread from a small box. The needle was much thicker than the embroidery needles from his past life, seeming quite sturdy. Lu Qing took out the metal needle, heated it in fire for a bit, and then used a pair of chopsticks to bend it into a hook shape. He then took several strands of the hemp thread, carefully twisted them into a somewhat thicker and more durable thread, and tightly tied the iron hook. Next, he cut a length of resilient bamboo from the clump behind the house and tied the other end of the hemp line to it. Lastly, he tied a segment of dry wood above the hook on the hemp line to serve as a float. A simple fishing rod was thus crafted by Lu Qing. "Brother, what is this?" Little Yan had been quietly watching Lu Qing busily working away, and when he finished making the fishing rod, she couldn't help but ask with curiosity. "This is called a fishing rod. It's used for fishing. Whether we'll have anything to eat today depends entirely on this." Lu Qing waved the bamboo rod, testing its feel in his hand, and he was somewhat satisfied. In his previous life, he was an angling enthusiast and would sometimes enjoy making small rods for fun. He hadn't expected this skill would actually come in handy here. The little one's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Brother, can you catch fish?" "Whether I can catch any is still uncertain. Let's try and see. If we really catch fish, we'll have fish soup to drink." Fish soup. Upon hearing these two words, little Yan had already drifted into a fantasy, her saliva almost spilling from the corner of her mouth. "Brother, let's go fishing quickly." The little one was becoming impatient. The last time she had fish was a long, long time ago, during the new year when their father had bought a big fish from the market. In her memory, fish was incredibly delicious. "Don't be in such a hurry. We still need to prepare some bait." Bait wasn't hard to find. Lu Qing went to a cooler, fertile patch of earth in the corner of the courtyard, and after digging a couple of times, found the bait he needed. Red earthworm, a great helper for loosening soil, seemingly can also be used as medicine. Ignoring the peculiar information that appeared about the earthworm, Lu Qing placed it into a bamboo tube. He was digging up this creature not to use as medicine. He didn't understand medical skills. After sealing the bamboo tube, leaving only a small hole for air, Lu Qing shouldered the fishing rod and carried an old wooden bucket in his hand. The siblings set off, walking proudly to the outside. No sooner had they left the small courtyard and not gone far in the village, they were stopped by a woman. "Lu Qing, you're better able to walk." The woman was cradling a basket of clothes, clearly just back from washing them. Her tone was full of surprise. Wasn't it said that the Lu family boy was seriously ill and barely had any breath left? Even elder Dr. Chen had seen him and said it was up to fate. How come in just one day he was bouncing around, able to go outside? Just last night, the villagers were discussing when to go collect his body. "Yes, Aunt Wang, I don't know how, but after sleeping for 2 days, my illness slowly got better, and this morning I could get out of bed," Lu Qing answered in the previous owner's usual tone of voice. It was fortunate that the former host was somewhat reserved by nature and not difficult to imitate. "Brother got better after drinking Grandpa Chen's medicine," little Yan interjected from the side. Aunt Wang didn't pay attention to any changes in Lu Qing's character. Seeing that Lu Qing seemed truly better, she also smiled. She repeatedly said, "It's good that you're better, really good." At the same time, she let out a sigh of relief. The last 2 days, a few elderly people in the village had visited Lu Qing and afterwards had said that he probably wouldn't make it through the ordeal. Everyone was discussing what would become of Lu Xiaoyan if the Lu family boy really didn't make it. The consensus among the elders was that one of the village families should take in little Yan, with the rest pitching in some money as a nutritional stipend. To her dismay, her own man came back saying he wanted to adopt little Yan, claiming that during a previous famine when everyone fled the village together, the Lu family's patriarch had been kind to him, and he couldn't stand to see his last bloodline go uncared for. Naturally, Aunt Wang was not pleased with the idea of an unexpected burden, but she dared not openly rebuke her man, so all she could do was pray that Lu Qing would pull through. Now seeing that Lu Qing had indeed recovered, she sincerely felt happy. Thinking of this, Aunt Wang said earnestly to Lu Qing, "Ah, Lu Qing, you must take good care of yourself in the future. Little Yan only has you to rely on now. If you were not here either, what would she do all alone? Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. In the original host's memory, this Aunt Wang didn't seem to be such a warm-hearted person. Good, that's a smart boy, Aunt Wang was satisfied. As long as Lu Qing was still around, her man wouldn't get the idea of adopting little Yan, and she wouldn't have to worry anymore. As her spirits lifted, Aunt Wang finally noticed the items the siblings were holding in their hands. You are holding buckets and bamboo poles, what are you going to do with those? Aunt Wang, my brother and I are going to catch fish, little Yan happily exclaimed. Catch fish? Aunt Wang asked, puzzled. With just a bamboo pole and a broken bucket, what kind of fish could they possibly catch? She thought about the current conditions of the Lu family and suddenly realized. Could it be that these two siblings were so hungry that they wanted to go down to the river to catch fish to eat? Aunt Wang quickly said, you must be hungry. Come on, come back to my house with me. I still have some food there. Lu Qing, you've only just begun to feel better. What are you doing going down to the river? Don't catch a cold and get sick again. Don't worry, Aunt Wang, we're not going into the river. We just want to try fishing from the shore, Lu Qing said with a smile, declining the offer. A free meal would naturally be lovely, but he and his sister couldn't keep relying on the villagers forever. Otherwise, even the warmest of relations would one day run dry. Fishing, Lu Qing, do you even know that skill? Aunt Wang was surprised. She of course knew what fishing was, but it seemed that no one in the village was particularly skilled and it did Lu Qing understand. I only know a little, heard about it from my father before and wanted to try, Lu Qing replied. Aunt Wang then remembered that Lu Qing's father could read some and often traveled outside the village. Surely his experiences were much broader than those of the other villagers. Maybe he knew some special method. Still, Aunt Wang was somewhat worried. There's no hurry at the moment. Your health has just started to improve, you need to rest more. Is fishing really that easy? Don't end up catching a cold again because you stood by the river for too long without catching fish. If Lu Qing fell ill again with his frail body, it was uncertain whether he could survive another bout. Lu Qing heard the concern in her voice and felt touched. Don't worry, Aunt Wang, I'll be careful and won't overdo it. Aunt Wang tried persuading him further, but seeing that it was to no avail, she could only say, then you have to promise, Aunt Wang, you absolutely must not go into the river. Okay, we absolutely won't go into the river. Goodbye, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang watched as Lu Qing and his sister walked toward the village outskirts when suddenly she had a realization. Right, I must hurry and tell that stubborn man at home that the Lu boy has recovered, so he can drop the idea of adopting the little girl. Aunt Wang rushed home hastily, while the Lu siblings on their way out also ran into a few more people from the village. Every villager who saw Lu Qing was shocked and asked how he had recovered from his sickness. Each time, little Yan would happily tell them that her brother got better after taking Grandpa Chen's medicine. This made the crowd not only surprised, but also gave them even more respect for old Dr. Chen. The elder doctor's medical skill had truly become exquisite. He could even save someone like Lu Qing, who was at death's door. That was incredible. After expressing their astonishment, everyone was also happy for the Lu family, because with Lu Qing alive, the family's lineage was preserved. When they learned that Lu Qing was going to the riverside to catch fish, they all urged him not to, as it was not suitable to get into cold water just after recovering from a serious illness. Only after Lu Qing promised repeatedly that he wouldn't go into the river did they stop dissuading him. Moreover, when they heard that Lu Qing was going to fish, they lost interest. Who didn't know how to fish? Some of the villagers had even tried to fish themselves. After all, river fish were plump and delicious, free for the taking who wouldn't be tempted. But in the end, all who had tried gave up. They felt fishing was just too difficult. They often waited half a day only to catch one or two small fish. Even if they did catch a bigger fish, it wasn't worth the effort. Didn't everyone have loads of farming work to do? Spending so much time for a fish or two was a waste life had to go on. It was probably because Lu Qing's family fields were fallow, with no farm work to be done and not a grain of surplus food left, that he thought of fishing for something to eat. After understanding Lu Qing's intentions, people stopped trying to stop him, and after a few more reminders, they dispersed. On the other hand, a few older children became very interested upon hearing Lu Qing's words. They followed behind the siblings and headed for the riverside, eager to see how he would fish. Lu Qing, followed by a string of little followers, arrived at the riverside just outside the village. The river wasn't very large at its widest. It was only about 10 meters across. Although the river wasn't wide, it was quite deep. The deepest parts could submerge a person's head, so the adults always forbade the village children from playing in the river. Lu Qing naturally heeded such warnings. So once he reached the riverbank, he immediately said sternly to the few little kids who had followed him, "You guys, don't go near the riverbank and don't play in the water, got it?" Despite his slender build, Lu Qing was already 14 or 15 years old, which made him seem almost like an adult in the eyes of the children. Because of that, the kids dared not disobey him and obediently responded, "Got it, brother Lu Qing." Seeing that the little kids had agreed, Lu Qing then said to little Yan, "And little Yan, you have to be good too, don't go near the riverbank. Just watch the bucket up here and don't let the fish get away, okay?" Okay, Little Yen also obediently responded, and then asked, Brother, when are you going to start fishing? Don't rush me, I need to look a little longer. Fishing isn't about randomly choosing a spot to fish. This was the wisdom Lu Qing had gleaned from experience. In the pursuit of fishing, if you wanted to catch good fish, there were several important steps. For instance, choosing a spot, baiting the water, setting the float, and preparing the bait. Each step could influence the angler's chances of getting a bite. Among these steps, the most crucial was undoubtedly choosing the right fishing spot. A good fishing spot could directly affect the probability of getting a bite. After all, it's tough to cook without rice if a poorly chosen spot had no fish beneath the water. Even if you were a masterful angler with excellent fishing techniques, it would all be to no avail and unlikely yield any results. In his past life, Lu Qing had been an avid fisherman and had gained quite a bit of insight into the art of fishing. Therefore, he was also quite experienced in choosing fishing spots. Although he now found himself in a different world, many of the principles that govern all things remain consistent across the board. The fish of Otherworld, he figured, probably didn't behave too differently, so he thought that maybe he could use his previous life's experience to pick a good spot and make this fishing trip more efficient and rewarding. He didn't even consider baiting the water this time at home. They were short on food for themselves, let alone extra to bait the water with. After instructing the little ticks not to wander off and to stay by a big tree, Lu Qing began to walk up and down the riverbank, surveying the surface of the water. Soon, he spotted a location that seemed promising. He found a stick to press down the weeds at the water's edge and made his way to the spot to have a closer look. This was a bend in the river, where the flow was gentle and the water plants lush, seemingly a decent spot for fishing. After observing for a while, Lu Qing felt somewhat satisfied and was about to turn back to fetch his fishing rod when a flicker of gray light suddenly appeared in his field of vision. To Lu Qing, such a gray glow was all too familiar. He had seen it countless times that day. He froze and quietly watched the water surface. He saw the gray light slowly surface, forming a spiral water pattern about 1 meter in diameter on the water. Subsequently, a line of text appeared, ordinary fishing spots where the small fish gather. It seems to be a good choice for fishing. Its location was precisely the spot that Lu Qing had just chosen. Lu Qing blinked in surprise, followed by a burst of delight in his heart. His superpower actually had such a function, able to detect even something like a fishing spot. At the same time, he felt a hint of pride. Sure enough, his experience in choosing fishing spots was quite reliable, even validated by his superpower. With this unexpected discovery, Lu Qing was no longer in a rush to start fishing. He continued to walk along the riverbank, only this time he deliberately used his superpower to search for more fishing spots over the river. Before long, he discovered 2 new fishing spots along this stretch of the river. What excited him even more was that one of the fishing spots was not giving off a gray light, but a faint white glow. Ordinary fishing spots, essential paths where schools of fish search for food. Fishing here may yield a decent catch. Primary fishing point. Wild fruits often fall here, a favorite food of some large fish. Fishing here might lead to a unique and unexpected catch. 3 word strips. The first was for the gray light fishing spot, and the remaining 2 described the white light fishing point. Indeed, the gray and white lights represent different grades of the same thing, with the gray corresponding to ordinary fishing spots and the white to primary fishing points. Lu Qing muttered to himself. Moreover, from the descriptions on the strips, it was clear that there were even higher levels of fishing spots. It was just unknown whether there were fishing spots of that caliber further along the river outside the village. After discovering these 3 fishing spots, Lu Qing didn't continue his search. These 3 spots already covered the cleaner section of the river outside the village. Walking further would mean increasingly dense vegetation on both sides of the river and more difficult terrain. Unless tools were used to clear the area, it wouldn't be just about fishing. It would be hard to even get close to the riverbank. Right now, he didn't have the energy for such a task. Besides, discovering these 3 fishing spots was already enough for his current needs. What he needed to consider now was where to fish among these spots. After pondering a moment, Lu Qing finally decided to start at the very first fishing spot he had discovered. The reason was simple. According to the description provided by Superpower, that spot was most likely to be populated by smaller fish. The fishing rod Lu Qing had crafted was the simplest kind. He was uncertain about the durability of the hemp line or the amount of force it could withstand. Rushing to fish for big fish, if the line were to break, then he would be the one to cry. After all, there wasn't much hemp left at home to twist into a few proper fishing lines. More critically, he had only 1 set of hooks, and if that were lost, he wouldn't be able to fish at all. So it was safer to start with the smaller fish. Having made up his mind, Lu Qing started to head back, coming to the big tree and finding the little brats all waiting obediently. He nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Lu Qing hadn't gone far. He stayed within sight of the little brats on purpose, fearing they'd run around if they couldn't see him. Big brother, you're back. Seeing Lu Qing return, little Yan was the first to cheerfully greet him. I'm back. Then have you decided where you want to fish? I have, let's go there now. Hearing that Lu Qing had made up his mind where to fish, the little brats perked up as well. The more spirited ones immediately came forward to help carry the bucket. Brother Lu Qing, let me help you with this. Lu Qing didn't refuse. The biggest of these little brats were around 11 or 12, and the youngest were about 8 or 9, all at an age brimming with energy, so it was good for them to burn some off. The group quickly arrived at the fishing spot Lu Qing had chosen. You guys just stay up here and watch me fish. Don't get too close to the riverbank, okay? Ahu, you're the oldest. Help me keep an eye on them. Ahu was the oldest child among these little brats. 12 years old, he was already at an age where he understood responsibility. Got it, brother Lu Qing. Seeing the little brats obediently agreeing, Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction, picked up the fishing rod and the bucket, and headed down the slope to the fishing spot. Lu Qing arrived at the fishing spot and trampled the grass around flat, placing it in a wooden barrel, then took out the bamboo container holding the earthworms. He removed the mud seal from the bamboo container, revealing the red earthworms wriggling inside. The sharp-eyed little rascals, from their higher vantage point, saw the wriggling beings in the bamboo container and immediately cried out in astonishment. They certainly knew what earthworms were. They often caught them for play. Sometimes they dug them up to feed their families chickens and ducks, but they didn't know that they could be used to catch fish. Under the watchful eyes of the little rascals, Lu Qing took out an earthworm and threaded it onto the hook. Then he cast the still twisting earthworm into the water. It landed exactly at the gray, swirling fishing spot marked by his superpower. Once the hook was in the water, Lu Qing began to wait quietly. The little rascals behind him on the slope held their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene. Soon they saw the small stick tied to the fishing line, now floating on the water's surface, begin to gently move. This made the little rascals even more tense. Only Lu Qing remained calm and steady, not moving and letting the stick tremble there. Not until the stick tilted upward sharply and suddenly sank did he quickly jerk the fishing rod upward. A white line flew out of the water. By the time everyone saw clearly, a small white fish as thick as 2 fingers was already hanging on the hook. We actually caught a fish. Seeing the small white fish hanging on the hook, constantly flicking and jumping its tail, the little rascals were stunned. Little Yan even jumped up. Brother caught a fish, it's a big one. Lu Qing also smiled. It was good that his skills hadn't regressed. Catching one on the first try was a relief. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing in front of a bunch of little rascals. He removed the fish, observing it closely. This small white fish resembled the whitefish he had fished in his previous life. Soon, a faint gray light emerged from the body of the fish. Small white fish, edible, perhaps good for nutritional supplement. Seeing the words edible, Lu Qing instantly felt relieved. Being edible was good, at least today's food supply was secured. He poured some water into the barrel and placed the fish inside, hearing the little rascals behind him still shouting excitedly, somewhat helplessly. Quiet down a bit, don't scare all the fish away. Hearing this, the little rascals quickly covered their mouths, not daring to make any more noise, but the excitement in their eyes simply couldn't be hidden. Seeing that Lu Qing had actually caught a fish, they felt as if they had discovered a new world, their hearts incredibly thrilled. However, what happened next made the little rascals realize what truly thrilling excitement was. Lu Qing threaded another earthworm and had barely put the hook back in the water when the float moved again, and he pulled up another small white fish. From then on, Lu Qing entered continuous casting mode. One small fish after another was ceaselessly pulled up by him, the ease of it almost like he was simply lifting fish directly from the water. The fish he caught were not limited to small whitefish. Other types of small fish were also caught in abundance. Various fish like yellow-boned fish and small river shrimp were also plentiful in the catch. This scene made the little rascals behind him truly excited to no end. If it weren't for their fear of scaring the fish away, they would have shouted out loud. Lu Qing reached into the bamboo container once more, but came up empty. Looking inside, he saw that most of the earthworms in the bamboo container had been used up, with only a few remaining at the bottom. Glancing at the wooden barrel next to him, it was brimming full, a bountiful harvest indeed. He couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he'd felt such satisfaction from a fishing rod. No wonder it was otherworld, where the native environment fostered such unique fish. The sensation of their strength was full. Even the smaller fish felt substantial when pulled up. At the same time, he felt somewhat relieved. It was good that he had chosen this fishing spot, where even the small fish tugged powerfully. If he had gone to the other 2 spots, he feared the line would have snapped immediately under the pull of larger fish. Noticing that the earthworms were almost used up, and since the frequency of bites had noticeably decreased, Lu Qing knew it was time to call it quits. If he continued, he'd likely empty out the spot of its small fish. They needed some time to regather. With this thought, Lu Qing began to reel in his fishing rod, dumped the remaining few earthworms into the water, and picked up the bucket to head uphill. The kids on the slope, who had been watching, were already looking at him with great admiration. Seeing Lu Qing approach, they immediately surrounded him. They were in awe at the bucket full of small fish. Lu Qing, you're amazing, you caught so many fish. So many fish, how long will it take to eat them all? So you really can catch fish with a bamboo pole. Brother, look at the fish, so many fish. Little Yan also came up to Lu Qing, jumping around excitedly, her little face flushed. It's all right, just that the fish are a bit small, Lu Qing modestly said. After the kids had nearly exhausted their excitement, Lu Qing added, you guys, help me carry this bucket of fish back home. Then everyone will get a share. Lu Qing estimated that he had caught about 7 or 8 kilograms of fish. Adding the weight of the bucket and water, it was not light. He was still a bit weak, handling it momentarily was fine, but carrying it back to the village seemed a bit daunting. After all, so many fish, he and his siblings couldn't finish them in 1 or 2 meals. Small fish die easily, and there weren't many ways to preserve them at home. It was better to distribute a portion. Okay, Lu Qing, hearing they would get a share of the fish, the kids got excited instantly. One grabbed one side of the bucket, and they easily lifted the whole bucket of fish. Those who couldn't find a spot nearly cried. Because of this, Lu Qing had to step in to mediate, letting them take turns, which finally calmed the quarrel. And so the group, carrying a big bucket of fish, headed towards the village. Arriving in the village, because of the excited chatter of the kids, some villagers came out to see what was going on, and they were immediately surprised. Lu Qing actually caught fish, and so many. During the time Lu Qing went fishing, news of his recovery had also spread throughout the village. Many villagers knew he had gone to the river to fish, but no one expected him to catch so many at once. Looking at the bucket, there had to be at least 10 kilograms of fish. When had Lu Qing learned this trick? Suddenly, many villagers became curious. Especially those who had also tried fishing by the river themselves. They were particularly eager to know what method Lu Qing had used to catch so many fish all at once. Driven by curiosity, some villagers couldn't help but follow him to Lu Qing's house. After Lu Qing got home, faced with the eager eyes of the little rascals, he didn't dawdle and started distributing the fish right away. He picked 2 banana leaves from behind the small courtyard and cut them into pieces. He gave each little rascal a handful of fish, no more than half a pound each, roughly. Although it wasn't much, the kids were thrilled. Having received the fish, each of them ran home gleefully as if they had obtained some treasure. Seeing that Lu Qing had finished distributing the fish, some villagers approached him. Lu Qing, how did you fish for these? How did you catch so many all at once? It was just luck, Lu Qing smiled. Perhaps it's because the bait I used is particularly attractive to the fish. What bait did you use? Just the common earthworm from the fields. Lu Qing didn't keep it a secret and told the truth. After all, even if he didn't say it, it wouldn't take long for people in the village to find out, especially since there were a bunch of little rascals watching him fish. If that was the case, it was better to be upfront about it rather than having others accuse him of being stingy. Earthworms, can you actually use those for fishing? The villagers were amazed. Of course, and the fish really liked them. Lu Qing was not surprised that the villagers didn't know earthworms could be used for fishing. From the original owner's memories, he speculated that he was now in a world similar to ancient China. In such an old and feudal era, transportation was inconvenient and information was scarce. People tended to be cautious and conservative towards new things and were not likely to try them easily. What is common knowledge in one place might become a rarity in another. It was normal that no one in the village excelled at fishing, so they didn't know that fish liked earthworms. I never knew fish liked to eat earthworms. No wonder everyone had little success fishing in the past. It was because we used the wrong bait, a villager exclaimed. Lu Qing, did your dad tell you this method? Lu Qing hesitated for a moment then nodded. My dad mentioned it once, and I just remembered it. Today, little Yan kept saying she was hungry, and we had nothing to eat at home, so I thought of this method and decided to give it a try. I didn't expect to actually catch fish. Hearing this, that villager paused and then looked at little Yan. The little one was squatting by the bucket watching the fish, felt the villager's gaze, raised her head, and immediately flashed him a big smile. The villager's heart softened immediately, and he looked at the frail Lu Qing with pity. So, what will you do next? You can't just eat fish all the time, can you? How could your stomach handle that? I was thinking of discussing this with a few uncles, Lu Qing said earnestly. The uncles know my family's current situation. We literally have no rice at home, so I wanted to borrow some grain and cooking essentials from them. After a few days, when I find some work, I will definitely return it double. Moved, the villager spoke loudly. Having said this, the other villagers naturally felt compelled to offer their help too. Right, it's just a bit of grain. I'll go and get some for you right now. I bought extra salt at the market at the beginning of the month. I can spare some for you. It's just oil. We still have plenty at home. I'll go and get some for you in a bit. The villagers were thumping their chests in a generous manner. Lu Qing, hang on a minute. I'll go home and bring you some grain. Uncle Shan headed out immediately, and several other villagers also made their way home. Before long, they all gathered in Lu Qing's courtyard. Here, take this half bag of rice for you and little Yan to eat first. If you run out, ask Uncle Shan for more. Lu Qing, this half jar of lard should last you a while, right? Here's half a bamboo tube of salt for you to use. I've got a few flatbreads my wife baked this morning. They'll keep for a while. Eating one can stave off hunger for a long time. Will that be enough?" After speaking, he scooped up several handfuls of small fish from the barrel and divided them into portions. With this, most of the fish in the wooden barrel were gone in an instant. "This bit of fish, uncles, take it back and give it a taste." Uncle Shan and the others waved their hands hurriedly. "How can we do that? You just went through the effort to catch them. Keep them for yourself and little Yan. I can't eat all these fish by myself. And now that the weather is hot, the fish won't keep for long. Without chickens or ducks at home, the fish would just go bad. Just consider it helping me out so they don't go to waste." With no further discussion, Lu Qing stuffed the fish wrapped in leaves into the villagers' hands. "Well, okay then, we won't stand on ceremony." The villagers had initially felt a pang of regret for giving away some of their stored grain, but having received the fish, they immediately felt much better. After seeing the uncles off, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He felt somewhat fortunate. Thank goodness the people in the village were simple and honest. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare ask for food so freely. With the food they now had, he and little Yan wouldn't have to worry about what to eat for the next 10 days or so. Having this buffer period, he could also properly explore ways to survive in this world. "Brother, this pancake smells so good." Lu Qing was deep in thought when he suddenly heard little Yan's comment. Looking down, he saw the little one squatting on the ground, drooling over the flatbread one of the villagers had brought. He walked over, tore a small piece of the pancake, and placed it in little Yan's hand. "Be good, little Yan, eat this piece of pancake. Your brother will cook some rice now." "Okay, little Yan understands." Little Yan obediently nodded, took the pancake, and happily started nibbling on it. Having calmed the little one, Lu Qing also started to get busy in the kitchen. He began by rinsing rice to steam it, then caught about half a pound of small fish, gutted and cleaned them. When he was ready to fry the fish, Lu Qing realized a problem. There was no pot in the kitchen to cook with. Recalling for a moment, he remembered. The house did have an iron pot before, but it had been sold by the previous occupant in exchange for food. So now the house only had a clay pot for cooking rice, but no pot for cooking meals. Sighing, Lu Qing had no choice but to find an alternative, fetching a fairly flat, thin slab of stone from outside the yard, cleaning it thoroughly, and then slowly heating it over the fire. Once the stone slab was searing hot, Lu Qing carefully scooped a small spoonful of solidified lard from a clay jar brought by one of the villagers. The lard sizzled upon touching the hot stone slab, quickly melting down, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma of oil. Seeing that the oil was hot, Lu Qing started to carefully clip each small fish onto it and began to fry them slowly. Actually, it would have been better to add a little salt to the oil before frying, as that would prevent the fish from sticking to the bottom. But Lu Qing had noticed that the salt recently brought by that uncle had rather coarse grains and wasn't suitable for frying fish directly. Carefully controlling the heat, Lu Qing slowly fried the fish. The spreading aroma attracted little Yan, who had already finished her pancake, and she came over to sit, staring intently at the fish on the stone slab. Seeing her like this, Lu Qing's heart ached. He ruffled the little guy's hair. "Little Yan, just wait a bit longer, you'll be able to eat soon." "Okay." Little Yan obediently nodded. "Brother, the fishy fish smells so good. If it smells good, then eat a lot later." Brother caught so many fish today, enough for little Yan to have her fill. Once the rice in the clay pot was cooked, Lu Qing had also mostly finished frying the fish. He picked them up and placed them in a bowl. Then he poured some salt water over them. Just like that, a simple salt water fried fish was ready. Lu Qing served 2 bowls of rice and set them on the table. "Little Yan, it's time to eat." "I'm here, brother." The little guy had already been waiting at the dining table. Lu Qing added a small stool to the chair and then lifted little Yan onto it so she could reach her bowl. He then picked out a few small fish with little bones for her bowl. "Go ahead and eat, you little glutton. Remember to spit out the bones, don't get pricked by them." "I know, brother." The little one had been so eager to eat that she immediately picked up a small fried fish and put it in her mouth, chewing quickly like a hamster. Lucky for her, Lu Qing had chosen fish with few bones, or else she would have definitely been pricked. After swallowing a small fish, little Yan's eyes suddenly widened. "Brother, this fish is so delicious, even better than what mother used to make." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing felt not joy but a wave of sadness instead. The fish was cooked with just a little oil and salt water, and even to save, he had dared not add more oil while frying. How delicious could such a fried fish be? In times of hunger, one finds everything tasty. Little Yan must have experienced much hunger during this time to find such a plain dish of saltwater fried fish to be such an exquisite delight. However, Lu Qing didn't show his feelings and just smiled. "Good to hear it's tasty. Eat more, little Yan." The little one shoveled a big mouthful of rice and puffed out her cheeks, unable to speak, just nodding. Lu Qing laughed and also picked up a fish to eat. Having eaten a fish, he raised his eyebrows. The fish wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because the ancient environment was unpolluted that the river fish were especially fine. Therefore, although modestly seasoned, the flesh of the small fried fish was fresh and delicious, with a unique flavor. Both siblings were so hungry that their eating speed couldn't possibly be slow. Soon, the rice in the clay pot and the bowl of small fried fish were all devoured by them. Of course, most of it ended up in Lu Qing's belly. No matter how hungry little Yan was, she was just a 6 or 7-year-old child with a limited appetite. And Lu Qing deliberately controlled it a bit to prevent her from eating too much at once and hurting her stomach. "Brother, little Yan is full." The little one put down her bowl, patted her belly, and wore a face full of satisfaction. Little Yan hadn't felt so full in a long time. "Once you're full, take a rest and don't run around. Elder brother will go wash the dishes first," Lu Qing instructed, then began to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. "Little Yan will help elder brother." Little one jumped off the stool. "No need, just sit here and rest." Lu Qing refused, so little Yan could only obediently sit on the stool and watch as Lu Qing bustled about. Children are prone to sleepiness. By the time Lu Qing had put everything away and came out, the little one's head was already nodding off little by little. Lu Qing smiled, gently picked up the little one, and walked toward the room. "Elder brother, little Yan wants to go fishing with you again next time." The fish was delicious. Just as Lu Qing put little Yan down on the bed, the little one mumbled sleepily, "Okay, next time we fish, elder brother will take you with him." Lu Qing lovingly covered the little one with a patched quilt and said softly. It seemed as if she had heard her elder brother's promise. Little Yan didn't speak again and fell soundly asleep. After making sure the little one was asleep, Lu Qing quietly left the room and sat down on a simple lounge chair in the living room, feeling a wave of comfort. He had been busy today as well, his body just having recovered and still quite weak. Despite the hunger, he had done so much work, both fishing and cooking. To say he wasn't tired would be a lie. Now, lying on the lounge chair, he felt much more comfortable. He even felt a wave of sleepiness coming on. However, he couldn't sleep yet. There was still some thinking he needed to do. After a half-day of activities and interactions with the villagers, as well as the memories in his mind, Lu Qing had basically deduced what kind of environment he was in now. First, without a doubt, he was in a world similar to ancient China. Moreover, it was a time when the productivity levels were rather low. This could be seen from the fact that an iron pot could be considered a rarity. However, his knowledge was limited to this. There was a lot more information that Lu Qing couldn't confirm. For instance, the social structure of this world, the distribution of power, who the rulers were. He was clueless. He only knew that this world seemed to lack government institutions like a court or an official's office. At least in the original host's memory, there was no such concept. Of course, this wasn't absolute. After all, the original host was nothing more than a naive young man who had grown up without ever leaving the village. How big the outside world was, he had never considered, so how could he possess those concepts? Nevertheless, although it was uncertain whether there were courts or official offices, what was certain was that there were towns. The people in the village would go to the market in nearby towns to buy certain living supplies they needed. Items like salt and iron were normally only available in towns, and in these towns, the most powerful seemed to be the city lord. Unfortunately, although the original host was 15 years old, he had never been to the town, which prevented Lu Qing from knowing what the towns were really like. "It seems that if I get the chance, I should make a trip to the town," Lu Qing murmured softly to himself. Only with a sufficient understanding of this world would he be able to decide which path to take in the future. Of course, thinking about this was still a bit far off for now. The most pressing matter was to find a way to provide for himself and little Yan. After all, today he had owed a lot of favors to the villagers, and these needed to be repaid. And currently his greatest reliance was undoubtedly the superpower he possessed. What could his superpower do? Lu Qing pondered quietly. Suddenly, a name floated into his mind. Lu Qing's mind conjured up the image of a kindly and lean elder, old Dr. Chen. This elder doctor was the sole doctor serving several nearby villages. He was highly skilled in medicine. Though not a miracle worker, he could cure common ailments like headaches, fevers, bruises, and colds almost without fail. Therefore, he was deeply respected by the villagers nearby. It was said that even wealthy families in the town often requested his medical services. Such a figure undoubtedly held a special status in the village. Almost no villager dared to disrespect him. Previously, the original Lu Qing, a naive young boy with limited vision, had been indifferent to many things. However, after giving it some thought, Lu Qing discovered some anomalies. For instance, according to his memories, old Dr. Chen should have been quite old, yet he maintained a robust health and often ventured alone into the mountains to gather herbs. These were not the developed tourist spots from his past life, but genuine, rugged mountains and primitive forests. They were filled with venomous insects and snakes, and fierce animals, their numbers unknown, making them extremely dangerous. Even experienced hunters did not dare to venture too deeply into these woods. For an old man like old Dr. Chen to enter and leave these places safely was truly unusual. Lu Qing was very curious about his abilities. It would be wonderful if he could learn even a fraction of old Dr. Chen's medical skills. His superpower allowed him to see the basic information of all things. When it came to identifying herbs, it was foolproof. It perfectly complemented medical skills. If he could learn some of old Dr. Chen's skills, it would provide some security for his and little Yan's future. However, how could he learn from old Dr. Chen? As Lu Qing pondered this, his eyelids began to droop uncontrollably. His body was weak, and he couldn't resist the overwhelming fatigue. Eventually, before falling asleep, Lu Qing couldn't think of any good methods. Unexpectedly, before he could figure out a way to approach old Dr. Chen came to him. Lying on a reclining chair, Lu Qing fell asleep. In his drowsy state, he seemed to hear someone talking, followed by the sensation of someone grabbing his hand. He woke up abruptly. Lu Qing, you're awake. Old Dr. Chen is treating you. A loud voice rang out. Lu Qing recognized the voice. It seemed to be that of old Zhang from next door, which initially relieved him. Then he snapped back to full awareness and opened his eyes. Old Dr. Chen. Turning his head, he saw two elders, one standing and the other sitting. The seated one, lean and kindly-faced, could only be old Dr. Chen. Don't move, let me take your pulse first. Seeing Lu Qing about to get up, old Dr. Chen spoke gently. Lu Qing immediately froze. That's when he realized that old Dr. Chen's hand was on his wrist. No wonder he felt someone grabbing his hand in his daze. It turned out old Dr. Chen was taking his pulse. Seeing old Dr. Chen close his eyes to concentrate on the pulse, Lu Qing didn't dare to move and continued to lie obediently on the reclining chair. Knowing that the pulse-taking wouldn't be over quickly, Lu Qing couldn't help but scrutinize this somewhat mysterious old Dr. Chen. His first impression was that the elder doctor seemed gentler than he remembered, his lean figure exuding an almost celestial composure. It was instantly reassuring to behold, but at this moment his expression was serious, his brows furrowed as if encountering some difficulty. Lu Qing quietly observed old Dr. Chen for a while, and suddenly he saw a faint red light emerge around the elder. Chen Songking, skilled in medicine, kind-hearted, respected, a fine elder physician. Cultivation achieved in Qi cultivation, postnatal internal realm. What is this? Lu Qing's eyes suddenly widened, not only because of the faint red light emanating from the elder doctor's body, but even more so because of the description in the text that followed. Since regaining consciousness, Lu Qing had gradually deciphered some patterns in his superpower. Ordinary objects, when examined with his superpower, typically showed a gray light. More special items like medicinal herbs would display a white light, but humans, without exception, all showed white light at least. That was the case with everyone he met in the village. However, the strength of the white light varied. Adults showed the strongest, followed by adolescents, and the elderly showed the least. Lu Qing speculated that this might be related to a person's vigor or life energy. After all, generally speaking, adults have the most energy, while the elderly have the least. But elder Dr. Chen's presence overturned his understanding. What appeared was a red light, something he had never seen before. More importantly, was the content of the text that popped up afterward. Cultivation, successful Qi cultivation, postnatal internal realm. What did this mean? Could it be that the world he was in was not what he thought, similar to the ancient world of Huazia country, but a more mysterious world where cultivation was possible? Lu Qing's heart was disrupted by this sudden change. Just as he wanted to continue observing and gain more information from the elder Dr. Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing Lu Qing's flustered and shocked expression, elder Dr. Chen frowned for a moment, then his face relaxed. He said gently, "Don't be afraid, I was merely taking your pulse." It was a misunderstanding, he thought. His serious demeanor while taking the pulse had frightened Lu Qing. Seizing the opportunity to compose himself, Lu Qing asked somewhat anxiously, "Grandpa Chen, how is my illness? Is it all better now?" Beside them, old Master Zhang also looked expectantly at elder Dr. Chen. Elder Dr. Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Not bad, your illness has indeed recovered. Although you're still a bit weak, proper recuperation should render you almost completely unhindered." "Really? That's wonderful. Lu Qing, you should thank elder Dr. Chen quickly. If it wasn't for the medicine he prescribed, you might not have woken up at all," exclaimed old Master Zhang joyfully. Lu Qing got up from the recliner and attempted to kneel and kowtow as a sign of gratitude. After all, the elder doctor indeed owed him a life-saving debt. If not for that bowl of medicinal soup, he might not have survived the period of memory integration. This alone was worth his deep respect. However, elder Dr. Chen stopped Lu Qing. "There's no need for such formalities. Your awakening is also due to your own fortune. This old man merely provided a little help." Elder Dr. Chen's words were not out of modesty. In fact, he was still extraordinarily astonished. He had indeed visited when Lu Qing fell ill. At that time, Lu Qing was severely afflicted, his energy as fine as a thread, and his condition was critical, reduced to his last breath. Even if a real master of medicine had come, it would have likely been difficult to save him. Embodying the spirit of medical benevolence, he still prepared a prescription adding many precious ingredients. His aim was merely to fulfill his duty, then leave the rest to fate. Some of the ingredients he added were even reserved by nobles from the city. Because of this, he had to hurry to the mountains the next day to gather herbs to replenish what was used. He had thought that Lu Qing would not make it, but when he returned from gathering herbs, he heard from the villagers that Lu Qing's illness had improved. Not only could he get out of bed and walk, but he could even go to the river to catch fish. Astonished, he immediately wanted to check on him. Arriving outside the courtyard, he encountered old Master Zhang returning from working in the fields, so they entered the house together. Initially, he suspected the villagers had exaggerated. Now, having taken Lu Qing's pulse, he found there was no exaggeration in the villagers' words. Lu Qing's illness had genuinely completely healed. Aside from still being somewhat weak, the previous symptoms had miraculously disappeared. This left Elder Dr. Chen immensely surprised. Could it be that I misjudged yesterday? Looking at the confused face of Lu Qing, old Dr. Chen doubted his medical skills for the first time, but he quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. He still had confidence in his medical skills. Lu Qing was indeed critically ill yesterday. He couldn't have misdiagnosed that. As to why Lu Qing had recovered overnight, it could only be said that there must be another mystery. It was just a mystery he couldn't unravel. Old Dr. Chen pondered, but still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only attribute it to Lu Qing having an auspicious fate, his life not yet meant to end. He also sighed to himself that his medical skill was still not precise enough to unravel the many mysteries of the human body. If he possessed the abilities of an innate grandmaster, who could perceive the most minute details, perhaps he could have understood how Lu Qing recovered. Thinking this, old Dr. Chen looked at Lu Qing and suddenly said, "Lu Qing, although your condition has improved, your body is still somewhat weak. How about this? Starting from tomorrow, come to my place every 3 days. I'll give you a few acupuncture sessions to strengthen your foundation and nurture your vitality." Before Lu Qing could respond, Grandpa Zhang, who was next to him, was already overjoyed. "Lu Qing, aren't you going to thank old Dr. Chen? He rarely offers to give acupuncture to anyone." Lu Qing hesitated a moment. "But I currently have nothing of value at home. I'm afraid I can't afford the medical fee." "You don't need to pay," old Dr. Chen said. "Your recovery this time is somewhat peculiar, and there might still be some hidden dangers that I cannot diagnose. Giving you acupuncture will also help me confirm my medical theories. It's beneficial for me as well." It just so happened that he was also worried about not having the chance to get close to old Dr. Chen. Now, he had a reason. As for how his illness was cured truthfully, even he himself wasn't clear. Perhaps it was due to the integration of memories that incidentally cured his illness, or perhaps it was his superpower that healed him. Anyway, he didn't think old Dr. Chen would be able to diagnose it. Moreover, he didn't feel any malice from the elder doctor towards him, and with the superpower within him, he was quite confident. Given that, why wouldn't he be happy to have a skilled elder doctor help condition his body? Seeing that Lu Qing had agreed, old Dr. Chen also showed a smile. He had immersed himself in medical skill his whole life, and it was rare to encounter a case that he couldn't understand, which made him curious about Lu Qing's body. After all, helping Lu Qing condition his body was just a simple effort for him. If it could lead to some gains in his medical skills, he would be very pleased. "I'm going to head back now. Remember to come over for acupuncture tomorrow morning." After seeing Lu Qing, old Dr. Chen was ready to leave. The herbs he had gathered today still needed to be dried promptly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to prepare them in time for an important person. "Grandpa Chen, Grandpa Zhang, wait a moment." Seeing the two elders about to leave, Lu Qing quickly got up, ran into the kitchen, and brought out 2 bowls of small fish. "Grandpa Chen, Grandpa Zhang, I caught these fish this morning. If you don't mind, please take some home to try." Grandpa Zhang looked at the 2 bowls of small fish. "When I was coming back, I heard people in the village talking about your fishing." "Lu Qing, is this method of fishing with earthworms something your father left behind?" "Yes, it's something my father mentioned to me before." Lu Qing had become quite adept at using this excuse. Are you confused?" Grandpa Zhang was unexpectedly distressed. "Since it was a technique left by your father, you should have kept it a secret. How could you let everyone in the village know? If they all go fishing and empty the river of fish, what will you and little Yan eat?" "It's fine, Grandpa Zhang. With me here, little Yan won't starve," Lu Qing said nonchalantly. Fishing wasn't such a simple matter. If knowing one bait was all it took to catch fish at will, there wouldn't have been so many airheads in his previous life. Moreover, he was well aware of nature's regenerative capabilities. Relying solely on wild fishing, it was impossible to deplete the river of its fish. But how could Grandpa Zhang know these things? Seeing Lu Qing's indifferent demeanor, he became a bit agitated but was helpless. In the end, all he could do was sigh. "You'll understand when you suffer the consequences." Beside them, old Dr. Chen did not express any opinions on the matter. These were trivial matters to him, not worth his concern. On the other hand, he was somewhat pleased with the fish Lu Qing had brought out. He certainly knew the current situation of the Lu family. This small fish was probably the only thing Lu Qing could offer. It might even be his and his sister's food for the next few days. Yet, he willingly offered it. No one dislikes such a youth. Therefore, old Dr. Chen did not refuse Lu Qing's gift. Even Grandpa Zhang, wanting Lu Qing to experience a bit of heartache, deliberately took another bowl of fish. After seeing the two elders out and watching them walk away, Lu Qing returned to his house. Once he was sure there was no one nearby, he let out a deep sigh and his heart started pounding violently. The events in the house seemed mundane, but his heart had been in his throat several times. On one hand, he feared revealing that he was not the original owner of this body. On the other hand, he was shocked by the information revealed by old Dr. Chen. Fortunately, the idea of soul fusion and reincarnation was too mysterious nobody would think in that direction. Plus, having the memories of the original owner, he deliberately disguised himself and managed to stabilize his emotions without raising suspicion. Having passed this ordeal, his identity had become even more secure. He believed that in a few days, even if his personality changed, no one would doubt that he wasn't the original Lu Qing. After all, it's normal for young people's characters to be inconsistent, and he had experienced the huge change of losing his parents and had walked through the gate of hell. A change in character was more than justified. Thus, although the sudden visit by old Dr. Chen and Grandpa Zhang caught Lu Qing off guard, it had also presented him with an opportunity. The information revealed by old Dr. Chen made Lu Qing realize that his previous guesses about this world might have been wrong. He thought he was in a world similar to ancient China. He assumed that everyone in this world was just an ordinary person like him. However, just now, he had seen information beyond common sense on the elder doctor. Cultivation, qi cultivation realm. These were things belonging to a world of martial heroes and mysteries, where beings could move incredibly and have extraordinary powers. Could it be that he had transgressed into such a world? Lu Qing's emotions suddenly became complicated. He felt apprehensive, confused, and also expectant. He suddenly realized that he had been reborn into a world possibly possessing extraordinary powers. Lu Qing's heart was both joyful and shocked. The joy stemmed from, as a Chinese person, an inexplicable longing for a life of chivalry and roaming the world with a sword. The shock was that, in a world where one could amass great power in oneself and give rise to powerful individuals, danger was much more prevalent than in ordinary worlds. So-called heroes often break the law with their martial skills. Once an individual grasped significant power, they could easily become dismissive of various rules. It wasn't uncommon for the strong to anger and the weak to suffer resentment. At present, he was a weakling incapable of trussing a chicken. If one day he carelessly encountered an evil person knowledgeable in cultivation, it's feared he could be easily annihilated. Thinking of this, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of danger. He needed to change some of his original ideas. Lu Qing again fell into deep thought, slowly mulling over his plans in his mind. The next morning, Lu Qing cooked a pot of river shrimp porridge and then woke little Yan, the siblings enjoying the porridge together. "Brother, the shrimp porridge tastes so good." The little one slurped noisily, looked up with her face still dabbed with a grain of porridge, and happily said to Lu Qing, "It's good you like it. Drink slowly and don't choke." Lu Qing reached out to remove the bit of porridge from her mouth. "Brother, are we going fishing today?" little Yan asked. "We're not going fishing today. After we finish eating, we're going to Grandpa Chen's place." Now that their immediate food needs were met, Lu Qing wasn't planning to fish in the next few days. Also, the fish on yesterday's fishing spot had been significantly reduced by his efforts and would probably need some time to recover. As for the remaining 2 fishing spots, the rudimentary fishing rod might be challenging to manage. Before he could make a better fishing rod, Lu Qing didn't intend to fish at those 2 spots. There was no way around it. They were too poor. Every bit of resource was precious and couldn't afford his wastefulness. Going to Grandpa Chen's place, little Yan's eyes lit up. The little one had been asleep all of yesterday and didn't know about the visit from Elder Dr. Chen and Elder Zhang. Do you want to go?" Lu Qing asked. Generally, kids are naturally scared of figures like doctors, and Lu Qing wasn't sure if little Yan felt the same. "I want to," the little one said earnestly. "Grandpa Chen is so nice. He cured brother's illness, and little Yan hasn't thanked him yet." Lu Qing smiled. "Right, let's go thank Grandpa Chen together." After finishing the porridge, Lu Qing locked the door and set out with little Yan. Elder Dr. Chen didn't reside in the village but lived halfway up a small mountain behind the village. Walking on the road with little Yan, he saw from afar a solitary small courtyard faintly visible halfway up the mountain, looking quite picturesque. Upon reaching halfway up the mountain, Lu Qing saw a figure moving in front of the yard. He was about to speak when he suddenly closed his mouth. He also pulled on little Yan, gesturing her to keep silent, because he noticed that Elder Dr. Chen now didn't seem to be in a state to be disturbed. Elder Dr. Chen was practicing his boxing. Lu Qing didn't recognize the type to him. It somewhat resembled the Tai Chi boxing practiced by the elderly in parks in his previous life. The moves were slow and gentle. However, after watching for a while, Lu Qing noted the differences. Though Elder Dr. Chen's moves seemed soft, each move seemed to carry a breeze and flowed naturally, quite a beautiful sight. Just as Lu Qing was getting somewhat captivated, suddenly, a row of text popped up in his field of vision. "Discover cultivation technique. Do you wish to simulate?" Lu Qing's pupils suddenly constricted. His superpower had such a function. He glanced at old Dr. Chen, who was still deeply immersed in his boxing, and Lu Qing forcefully calmed his wildly beating heart as he silently chose yes in his mind. Simulation initiated, current progress 123. Watching the progress bar silently increasing in his field of view, Lu Qing's heartbeat involuntarily quickened again. He hadn't expected that his superpower could simulate other people's cultivation techniques. Just yesterday, he had been frustrated about not being able to access the cultivation methods of this world. This was truly a case of finding a pillow when feeling sleepy. Lu Qing intently watched old Dr. Chen's movements while simultaneously keeping an eye on the simulation progress of the cultivation technique. 48, 49, 50. When the cultivation technique simulation progress reached 50%, Lu Qing found it had stopped and the progress bar disappeared. Looking across, he saw that old Dr. Chen had already finished his boxing. Lu Qing inwardly lamented. If he had come a bit earlier, he might have been able to fully simulate old Dr. Chen's boxing method. Now, being stuck halfway was quite uncomfortable. However, Lu Qing just briefly regretted it before he adjusted his mindset. Being able to discover another function of his superpower during this visit was already a great gain. As for old Dr. Chen's cultivation technique, there would be plenty of time in the future. There was no need to rush. Old Dr. Chen finished his boxing session and had just turned to look at Lu Qing and his sister. In fact, he had known of the siblings' presence from the start. It was just that practicing in the morning was already a habit, so he hadn't stopped. "Have you two eaten breakfast yet?" Old Dr. Chen asked warmly. "We have," Lu Qing respectfully replied. "Hee, little one, the one you should thank is yourself. If you hadn't cried so hard that day, I wouldn't have come inside to see what was going on." Old Dr. Chen stroked little Yan's head, somewhat moved. That day, he was wandering around the village and happened to hear little Yan's cries. Unable to bear it, he went inside to check and discovered how seriously ill Lu Qing was. "Why thank little Yan? It was Grandpa Chen who cured my brother's illness," the little one said, slightly puzzled. Yesterday, after returning home, he had checked the medical books again and still hadn't found any records of Lu Qing's illness. Ultimately, it all came down to Lu Qing's good luck and having a good fate. Little Yan didn't understand old Dr. Chen's words and could only nod her head vaguely. Only then did Lu Qing realize that there was this additional reason for old Dr. Chen treating him. Never mind, never mind. Old Dr. Chen ultimately waved his hand, deciding not to explain further, because he knew that even if he explained further, Lu Qing and his sister would still believe it was he who cured the illness. Since that was so, why bother with more explanations? "Grandpa Chen, what were you doing just now, practicing boxing?" At this moment, little Yan asked innocently. Lu Qing also looked towards old Dr. Chen. "How come, little Yan? Could you tell that Grandpa Chen was doing boxing?" Old Dr. Chen chuckled. "I couldn't tell." Little Yan shook her head. "It was brother who said that Grandpa Chen was practicing boxing, telling me not to talk and disturb you." "I'm sorry, Grandpa Chen, we didn't know you were practicing," Lu Qing said apologetically. "It doesn't matter. What I was practicing can barely be called a boxing technique. It was simply a stretching routine." The elder doctor waved his hand dismissively. "But I think Grandpa Chen looked very graceful." Little Yan said earnestly, "Ha ha ha, old man that I am, having practiced this set of boxing my whole life, now to receive praise from a little fellow like you, it's all been worth it." Hearing little Yan's naive words, old Dr. Chen laughed heartily. Seeing the elder doctor so happy, Lu Qing's heart also relaxed. He had indeed been a bit afraid that the elder doctor had some rule against watching him practice boxing. If that were the case, he and his sister would have broken a taboo. "Come on, let's go inside. I'll give you an acupuncture treatment first." Old Dr. Chen lifted little Yan and said to Lu Qing. Lu Qing respectfully followed the elder doctor towards the yard. Upon entering the yard, he was captivated by all the medicinal herbs drying there. He glanced around and recognized one of them, cowbone grass, which also grew in his own yard. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough time to identify each medicinal herb. "Grandpa Chen, are all these dried items in the yard medicinal herbs?" Lu Qing inquired. "Indeed, why? Can you recognize medicinal herbs?" Old Dr. Chen was a bit surprised. "Not really," Lu Qing replied. "I just noticed that there's a type of herb here which seems to grow near our home as well." "Which one?" "The one drying in that winnowing basket." Lu Qing pointed in a direction. Seeing the blue flowers on the herb, little Yan also nodded repeatedly. Yes, there are a lot of them growing outside our house, and Niu likes to eat them too." The elder doctor glanced at it. "That's right, that's cowbone grass, indeed a very common medicinal herb." "Cowbone grass," Lu Qing repeated the name, then asked, "Grandpa Chen, what is cowbone grass usually used for?" "It's mainly used to treat injuries from falls and blows," old Dr. Chen replied casually, then looked at Lu Qing. "Why are you interested in medicinal herbs?" "Yes," Lu Qing replied honestly. "Little Yan mentioned that her illness was cured by a prescription from you, Grandpa Chen. This makes me think that medicinal herbs are truly miraculous. They are mere flowers and plants, yet they can relieve pain and save lives. If you want to learn about herbs, it's not easy." Studying medicine requires not only boldness and attention to detail, but also a clear mind. Moreover, you need to be literate and understand medical texts. The elder doctor did not mock Lu Qing's aspirations. Instead, he patiently explained. I do know some characters, Lu Qing quickly said. That statement wasn't false. In his memory, the original owner of the body did recognize some characters, and those characters, upon verification, were almost similar to the characters from his past life, only more complicated in their strokes. You know how to read. Old Dr. Chen was surprised again. In this rural area, finding someone who could read was not easy. Lu Qing was just an orphan, yet he knew how to read. When my paternal grandfather was alive, he taught me some characters. Unfortunately, I was slow and forgot some after my grandfather passed away. Moreover, I can only recognize them. I can't write. Old Dr. Chen then realized the situation in Lu Qing's family. There were rumors that Lu Qing's grandfather had been a down-and-out scholar. He had come here with the villagers fleeing a famine. Before he secluded himself here, he had already passed away, denying him the chance to meet. Furthermore, he had heard from the villagers that Lu Qing's father had a restless nature, unsuited for scholarly pursuits, and often infuriated his grandfather as a youth, ultimately failing to continue his studies. Unexpectedly, it was the young Lu Qing who could recognize some characters. Unfortunately, Lu Qing's grandfather passed away early. Otherwise, perhaps the Lu family might have produced another scholar. Old Dr. Chen sighed again silently, looking at Lu Qing with even gentler eyes. No wonder he felt that Lu Qing's speech was unlike that of a typical rural youth, probably influenced by the teachings of his grandfather and father. Since you're interested in medicinal herbs from now on, each time you come for acupuncture, I'll allow you to help me air the herbs for half an hour, and how much you can remember will depend on your own understanding. And you, old Dr. Chen patted little Yan's head, you should come with your brother too. Grandpa Chen will cook some medicinal cuisine for you. With such a frail body, how can it be all right? What's there to thank me for? Seeing such a frail little body, Grandpa Chen feels pity too, the elder doctor said compassionately. Once inside the house, the elder doctor put little Yan down and took out a needle bag. He said to Lu Qing, go to the bed and take off your shirt. Lu Qing did as told, took off his shirt, and then lay down on the wooden bed beside him. Seeing his gaunt chest, old Dr. Chen fell silent for a moment before he drew a silver needle from the needle bag. Little Yan, seeing such a long silver needle, showed a hint of fear on her face. However, she knew Grandpa Chen was treating her brother and though scared, stayed quietly in place without fussing. Don't be afraid and don't move. I'm going to start the acupuncture now, the elder doctor told Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded. He wasn't scared. In his past life on Blue Star, he had also experienced traditional Chinese acupuncture, so he was quite familiar with it. The elder doctor twirled the silver needle, gently aiming for a particular acupoint on Lu Qing, and Lu Qing didn't feel any pain as the needle penetrated 3 points into his flesh. Upon completing the first needle insertion, old Dr. Chen didn't hesitate and immediately took another silver needle from the bag, aiming for another channel point. Before long, 18 silver needles had been inserted into various acupoints on Lu Qing's upper body. As for little Yan, she had already covered her eyes, unable to watch her brother being pricked like a hedgehog. With the 18th silver needle inserted, this time old Dr. Chen didn't immediately let go of the needle. Instead, he held the tail of the needle and gently twirled it. Instantly, something marvelous happened. Lu Qing felt a warm current flowing under the needle. It was tingling and very comfortable. At the same time, a wave of sleepiness overcame him. His eyelids began to feel heavy, and he soon fell asleep. Grandpa Chen, has my brother fallen asleep? Little Yan covered her face, peeking through her fingers. Yes, your brother is very weak. This strengthening needle will let him have a good sleep. Oh, little Yan responded. Grandpa Chen was saying things she didn't understand again. Let's go. Let your brother sleep here for a while, and we'll go outside. The elder doctor stood up. Where are we going? Grandpa Chen will make you something delicious. When Lu Qing awoke from his deep slumber, the first sound he heard was little Yan's joyful laughter. He looked at himself and noticed the silver needles were gone, replaced by a thin blanket covering his body. He had no idea how long he had slept. Lu Qing thought to himself as he threw off the blanket and put on his upper garment, then stepped outside. In the courtyard, he saw old Dr. Chen sitting at a stone table with little Yan. He couldn't tell what they were discussing, but both were laughing heartily, especially little Yan, who, holding a piece of white pastry, looked particularly happy. Brother, you're awake. Little Yan, giggling, was surprised to see Lu Qing emerge from the house. She hopped down from the stone bench with a thud and passed the pastry to Lu Qing. Brother, look, this is a yam cake made by Grandpa Chen. It's really tasty. Do you want a piece? Lu Qing did not take the pastry but turned to old Dr. Chen. Grandpa Chen, I hope little Yan hasn't been causing you any trouble. Old Dr. Chen waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Little Yan's innocence and cheerfulness make me quite happy. How are you feeling after just waking up? I feel very good. Lu Qing moved his body slightly. It feels like I've suddenly gained a lot of strength. Grandpa Chen, am I fully recovered now? Don't be so naive, the elder doctor chuckled. You were quite depleted with a weak foundation. You need to slowly recuperate to fully recover. The strengthening needle I applied only temporarily stimulated your primordial chi, which is why you feel an illusion of increased strength. You'll need to continue with medicinal diet to replenish your body's deficiencies and recover fully. Here, have some of these yam cakes. Not only did I make them for little Yan, but for you as well. Try a few pieces. Yam is good for nourishing the spleen and lungs, as well as fortifying the kidneys and essence, which is exactly what you need. The elder doctor pushed the plate of pristine yam cakes forward on the stone table, gesturing for Lu Qing to take some. Lu Qing gazed at the plate of yam cakes with hesitation. Grandpa Chen, these yam cakes must be quite precious, right? Not particularly precious. They're rare to find outside, but the mountains here have plenty. They're not too difficult to find, and I still have some stored. Please go ahead and eat. Elder Dr. Chen noted Lu Qing's reservations and reassured him with a warm voice. He made it sound easy, but Lu Qing knew better. Everyone was aware of the dangers in the mountain forests. It was the herb gatherer's skill that brought these yams. To regard these yam cakes as trivial would be overly naive. Nonetheless, he realized that if Elder Dr. Chen had come this far in offering, it would be too pedantic for him to refuse. After saying so, he sat down beside the stone table and began to eat a piece of yam cake. The cake was soft and fragrantly sweet, very delicious. Even for someone like Lu Qing, who had tasted various modern pastries in his previous life, he found it exceptionally tasty. He focused on the cake in the plate, and as he did so, a white glow and a string of words appeared. Yam cake, a pastry made primarily with yam. Good for fortifying the spleen and lungs, strengthening the kidneys and vital essence. It seems to have significant restorative effects. Superpower's evaluation echoed exactly the effects old Dr. Chen had mentioned. Brother, isn't it delicious? Asked little Yan with pride. Indeed, it's very tasty, Lu Qing nodded honestly. Master Chen kept an eye on Lu Qing and saw that after he had eaten a few pieces of the yam cake, he stopped, prompting Master Chen to nod to himself internally. Despite being hungry, he maintained his manners in front of the delectable food without giving in to gluttony. Lu Qing's performance had satisfied him quite a bit. In the past, he had not noticed that there was such a special youth in the village. However, it was still a bit too early to draw conclusions. He needed to observe for a while. Thinking of the idea that had come to him during Lu Qing's fainting spell, old Dr. Chen pondered for a moment. Then he said, Lu Qing, you mentioned an interest in medicinal herbs. Do you want to learn medicine? I wouldn't dare to speak blindly of learning medicine. Lu Qing quickly responded. I've merely witnessed the wonder of medicinal herbs and am drawn to it. Grandpa Chen is also aware that my family has suffered misfortune, with both parents passed on, and our household is as poor as can be. Relying solely on those 2 meager acres of land, it's really hard to get by. Gathering herbs is indeed a way out, old Dr. Chen nodded. But this path is not easy either. There are many dangers in the mountains, and becoming a skilled herb gatherer is not so simple. One has to try to know, and besides, what work in this world is easy? True, there is no work in this world that's easy, old Dr. Chen approved. It's rare to see someone with your understanding. If that's the case, then starting from the next time, after you're done with your acupuncture, stay and help me dry the herbs. How much you remember will depend on your perceptiveness. Although he had heard the elder doctor mention this before, hearing it again still filled Lu Qing with joy. Grandpa Chen, why can't you teach my brother today? Little Yan asked. The little one had been listening for a while and seemed to have understood a bit. Today won't do, old Dr. Chen laughed. Today, Grandpa Chen has to make a trip into town and doesn't have that much time. Into town, a thought stirred in Lu Qing's heart, but he held back. His behavior today had already been somewhat out of line. It wouldn't be appropriate to pry further. After all, even if he knew what was happening in the city now, it wouldn't be of much use to him. However, little Yan had no such reservations. Hearing that old Dr. Chen was going into town, she immediately widened her curious eyes. Grandpa Chen, what's it like in the city? The city, well, that's not something one can describe in a moment. When little Yan grows up, you can go see for yourself. The city is much better than the countryside in ways you wouldn't believe. Little Yan's face immediately lit up with longing. Even Lu Qing was surprised. From the elder doctor's words, the city seemed to indeed hold some sort of mystery. The three chatted for a while longer before the elder doctor stood up. All right, you should head back now. I need to prepare myself for the trip into town. Lu Qing, remember to come back for another strengthening needle in 3 days. Seeing the elder doctor getting ready to leave, Lu Qing hesitated for a moment but then said, Grandpa Chen, there's something I wish to ask you about. Oh, what is that? I would like to ask about a type of thread, one that's very strong and not prone to snapping. Thread, what do you need it for? Lu Qing weighed his words carefully before speaking. Yesterday, I went fishing by the river, and I realized that I might have some talent for angling. However, the fishing rods made from hemp thread at home aren't very sturdy. If I apply a bit of force, the line tends to break, preventing me from catching big fish. So I wanted to ask Master Chen if there is any type of thread that's particularly strong and suitable for making a better fishing rod. Strong thread. The elder doctor fell into thought upon hearing Lu Qing's words. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he walked toward the house. Wait here for me. The elder doctor had gone into the house and soon came out again, holding a small box in his hand. Take this with you. The elder doctor handed the box to Lu Qing. What is this? Lu Qing opened the box, only to find inside a small bundle of nearly transparent white thread. This thread, the elder doctor said, was given to me years ago when I was traveling abroad. I saved an injured swordsman, and it's what he gave to me in gratitude. I don't know exactly what it is, only that this thread is exceptionally strong and not easily broken. It should meet your needs for making a fishing line. Grandpa Chen, this is too precious. I can't accept it, Lu Qing said, quickly pushing the object back when he heard this. Gifts given in gratitude for a saved life were bound to be out of the ordinary, and Lu Qing didn't dare take it lightly. However, hearing the word swordsman did stir something in him. This world indeed had such extraordinary figures. Elder Dr. Chen did not take it back. He waved his hand and said, just keep it. It's of no use to me. It has been in my possession for more than 10 years. I've never had a use for it. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have even forgotten I had such a thing. Since you need a strong thread to make a fishing line, you might as well use it. That way, it serves its purpose, instead of gathering dust at my place. If you feel unworthy of it, just bring me some of the good catch you make someday. That little fish yesterday had a fine flavor, suitable to accompany a drink. The elder doctor had treated him and his sister so well, and yet he had been thinking about stealthily learning the physician's cultivation technique, which was truly shameful. Looking at the box in his hands, Lu Qing silently made a decision. In the days to come, unless Elder Dr. Chen took the initiative to teach him, he would absolutely not try to emulate the elder doctor's cultivation technique again. Don't worry, Grandpa Chen. If I catch anything good in the future, I will definitely bring it to you first thing, Lu Qing said earnestly, gripping the small box tightly. The elder doctor broke into a hearty laugh. Haha, then I'll look forward to it. Exiting the elder doctor's home, Lu Qing's heart was racing with excitement. Today's gains had been immense. Not only had he earned the elder doctor's favor and received treatment, but he had also landed an opportunity to be taught how to identify medicinal herbs. And on top of that, he had acquired a box of mysterious thread. Intuition told Lu Qing that the thread Elder Dr. Chen had given him was no ordinary item. However, in front of the elder doctor earlier, it wouldn't have been good to keep staring at the thread, else he would have tried using his superpower to discover its secrets. Descending the mountain with little Yan and returning to the village, Lu Qing saw several villagers carrying bamboo poles and buckets, chatting and laughing as they came back from the village entrance. Upon seeing Lu Qing, they started shouting from afar, Lu Qing, Uncle Shi, have you just come back from fishing? Lu Qing inquired, noticing the poles on the shoulders of the villagers. Yes, said the villager Lu Qing called Uncle Shi, speaking with some excitement. Didn't we listen to your advice yesterday about using earthworms for fishing? Early this morning, Dashin and I dug up some earthworms and tried them out by the river. Your method really works. Just look at our catch for today. With that, he showed Lu Qing the bucket he was carrying. Lu Qing saw that the bucket did contain quite a few fish, around 1 or 2 pounds worth. Some were even bigger than the ones he had caught yesterday. After looking at the buckets of several other villagers, he saw that each of them had a decent catch, the smallest amount being half a pound of fish. One villager was particularly lucky, having caught a fish that weighed over a pound. But the villager was also annoyed. I had hooked an even bigger one before, but the fish was so strong that it snapped my hemp line and I couldn't even find the hook anymore. I told you not to pull so hard, to ease it a bit, but you had to arm wrestle with it. It's no wonder the line broke, another villager criticized. How could I have known that the fish would be so strong? I'm sure it was at least 5 pounds. Come on, at most it was 2 pounds. If it were 5 pounds, you wouldn't have been able to hold onto it from the start. It was definitely 5 pounds. Listening to the villagers argue about the size of the big fish they failed to land, Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. He was all too familiar with this scene. In his previous life when he went fishing with his buddies, it was exactly like this. Whenever someone's line was cut, no matter how it happened, they would definitely exaggerate the size of the fish. Anything less than 10 pounds was an insult to their fishing skills. He hadn't expected that, even after being reborn in the other world, he would still witness this scene. Sure enough, no matter which world, the nature of fishermen is so similar. Lu Qing's laughter made Uncle Shi and the others feel a little embarrassed. Especially with little Yan staring wide-eyed at their argument, it made them feel even more ashamed. For a group of adults to argue like this in front of 2 children was really detrimental to the elders' dignity. Lu Qing, where have you both come back from? In order to relieve the awkwardness, Uncle Shi could only change the subject. We've just come back from Grandpa Chen's place, Lu Qing replied. Uncle Shi nodded. Old Dr. Chen, yes, it makes sense. He cured your illness, it's only right to visit and express your gratitude. He had mistakenly assumed Lu Qing had gone to thank the elder doctor. Yes, without Grandpa Chen, I probably wouldn't be able to stand here right now. Lu Qing didn't deny it. By the way, Lu Qing, the fishing techniques we're using were provided by you. You should pick out a few fish to take home and eat, Uncle, she said. Yeah, if it weren't for your techniques, we wouldn't have known that earthworms could be used for fishing. Pick from mine, my fish are bigger. Bullshit, are your fish as big as mine? The biggest fish were caught by me, choose mine. The other villagers also chimed in one after another. Uncles, there's no need, I still haven't finished eating the fish I caught yesterday, Lu Qing politely declined. If you can't finish them, eat more. You and Little Yan are both so thin, fish is nutritious, you should eat more fish. In the end, Lu Qing couldn't resist the villagers' pressure and symbolically picked a few fish from each villager's bucket, threading a grass stem through them. Like that, he also ended up with a good half a pound of fish. Take some more, Uncle, she kept persuading. I really can't take any more. If I do, I won't have enough oil and salt to cook them at home. This time, Lu Qing resolutely refused to take any more. Hearing this, Uncle Shi and the rest finally stopped urging him. Indeed, if you don't have oil and salt to cook fish, you can't get rid of the fishy smell, and it's really not that tasty. And so, carrying a string of fish and with Little Yan by his side, Lu Qing bid farewell to Uncle Shi and the others before heading back to his own small courtyard. Once home, he first placed the fish in the kitchen. Then he took out the small box that Elder Chen had given him. Opening the box, he quietly looked at the silk thread inside. After examining the thread for a while, a faint red light emanated. Snow silkworm silk, thread spat by the spirit worm snow silkworm, extremely tough. Impervious to water and fire, immune to cuts from swords, it seems to be a fine treasure. Main material for making snow silkworm silk clothing. When Lu Qing used his superpower to investigate the information about the thread old Dr. Chen had given him, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on his face. This mysterious thread was actually a red light level item. Having awakened his superpower some time ago, Lu Qing had come to understand that the glow revealed by items under his power's scrutiny often indicated their preciousness. The glows he had detected on items thus far were three types: gray, white, red. Among them, he had only seen red light on old Dr. Chen before, and the information revealed by the superpower showed that the elder doctor was a deeply hidden cultivation practitioner. Now, he had discovered yet another red light item. And this item was also given by the elder doctor. I didn't expect this to be a red light treasure. Lu Qing had thought that this thread was no ordinary item, but he hadn't realized it would be so valuable. To be judged a treasure by his superpower, it must indeed be extraordinary. Look at how the information bar describes it. Impervious to water and fire, immune to cuts from swords. What kind of thread could have such characteristics if not a treasure? I wonder if old Dr. Chen knows how magical this thread is. Lu Qing felt a complex mix of emotions. In just a few days, he and Little Yan had received many favors from old Dr. Chen, and now he had even given them such precious thread. This made him feel both touched and ashamed. After all, he knew that his reason for getting close to old Dr. Chen was not entirely pure. It seems I can only seriously fish for some good items to give to Grandpa Chen. Lu Qing wanted very much to repay old Dr. Chen's kindness, but nowadays there really was nothing decent to offer at home. Moreover, with the elder doctor's discerning taste, monetary items might not catch his eye, especially since he had even given away a treasure like the snow silkworm silk. The only approach Lu Qing could take was starting from his hobby. Previously, from what the elder doctor had said, he seemed quite fond of fish. Conveniently, fishing was what Lu Qing was most skilled at. It seems you are destined to become my fishing line. Lu Qing picked up the small bundle of snow silkworm silk and immediately felt a soft, cool sensation upon handling it. The thread's thickness was similar to the river fishing lines he had used in his past life, and he wondered what kind of magical creature the snow silkworm really was to be capable of producing such thick silk. This bundle of snow silkworm silk didn't look very large, but upon closer inspection, Lu Qing realized that fully unraveled, it would likely be 100 meters long. Making a fishing line clearly wouldn't require this much silk. Lu Qing fetched a kitchen cleaver from the kitchen and prepared to cut off a segment of the silk to make a fishing line. However, when he placed the silk on a block of wood and chopped down, the silk sank into the wood along with the blade's edge, completely unharmed. It was then that Lu Qing remembered the superpower's description of the silk: impervious to water and fire, immune to cuts from swords. He had originally thought this might just be a rhetorical way to describe the toughness of the silk. Unexpectedly, it was indeed just as it was described literally. At least for now, with the bluntness of the kitchen cleaver, it seemed impossible to cut through the snow silkworm silk. This did not hurry Lu Qing. To verify whether the snow silkworm silk was truly impervious to water and fire, he fetched a fire lighter from the kitchen, lit it up, and then placed a small segment of the silk directly in the flame to heat. As it turned out, the snow silkworm silk did not break immediately, withstanding the flame for a full 5 minutes before burning through. It seems impervious to water and fire is really just impervious, not invulnerable. Lu Qing looked at the small segment of silk that had fallen to the ground, contemplating. Of course, being able to withstand the fire for 5 minutes was already quite impressive. After all, this was silk, not wire. However, the fact that the snow silkworm silk could be burned through was good news for Lu Qing. If even fire couldn't affect it, and with such long silk unable to be cut, he would have had to make it into a throwing rod instead. Making a throwing rod is much more complicated than a hand pole. Moreover, when he used to make throwing rods, many parts were bought directly. He had never tried making everything from scratch. Under current conditions, it was not realistic for him to make a functional throwing rod. Fortunately, now that the snow silkworm silk could be burned through, it spared him a lot of trouble. Next, Lu Qing began to dedicate himself entirely to making a fishing rod. First, he chose the bamboo poles. Equipped with a kitchen cleaver, Lu Qing spent an entire day picking out a few slender old bamboo poles in the bamboo forest behind the village before chopping them down and bringing them home. After selecting the bamboo poles, it was time for trimming and baking the bamboo, and treating it for pest resistance, etc. These tasks also required a significant amount of time. But Lu Qing couldn't wait that long, so he chose one old bamboo pole and after lightly baking it, immediately used it to make a fishing rod. The rest of the bamboo poles were left to be carefully baked later. After the bamboo poles were selected, the rest was easy. It didn't take much effort before Lu Qing had managed to make a new fishing rod. Ta-da! Little Yan, look, how does this new fishing rod look? Pretty, isn't it? The next morning, with the newly made fishing rod on his shoulder, Lu Qing asked Little Yan. Pretty. The clever and cute Little Yan immediately turned into an enthusiastic supporter, nodding vigorously. I think it's pretty too. Lu Qing flicked the fishing rod, his face full of pride. Although it was made in a rush, the quality of this new fishing rod was not bad. At this moment in Lu Qing's eyes, the new fishing rod was emitting a thick white light. Snow silkworm silk fishing rod, a fishing rod made with snow silkworm silk as the fishing line. The line is tough, the rod is stable, and it can withstand 100 caddies of force without breaking. With this rod, you might be able to catch big fish. When Lu Qing first saw these words, he was startled. The new fishing rod he made could actually withstand 100 caddies of force. Snow silkworm silk is a treasure. Being able to withstand 100 caddies of force is impressive, but still acceptable. However, the fact that the old bamboo casually growing on the hill behind the village was also so tough was beyond his expectations. All he could say was, worthy of otherworld. Not only could it give birth to such wonders as snow silkworm silk, even the bamboo that grows here was outstanding. If his old fishing buddies from his previous life knew about this, their eyes would probably glow green with envy. Brother, the fishing rod is ready. Are we going fishing now? Asked Little Yan. Letter 2115 New G, letter 3F2, let's go, of course. With the new fishing rod in hand, Lu Qing was brimming with confidence. Moreover, it had taken him 2 whole days to make this fishing rod. The fish at home had been mostly eaten over these 2 days. More importantly, in another day, it was time for his appointment with Elder Dr. Chen for acupuncture. This time, when going to the Elder Doctor's house, he couldn't go empty-handed. Yay, we can go fishing again. Little Yan immediately became excited upon hearing this. Brother, I'll help you dig for earthworms. Saying this, she ran outside. Lu Qing shook his head. The little one didn't seem to realize. Most kids, especially girls, are somewhat afraid of worms and bugs. Yet she was not scared at all. Instead, she even wanted to help him catch earthworms. Her courage was much greater than that of ordinary little girls. I wonder if Little Yan will become a lady as I wish, or turn into a tomboy. A tinge of worry flashed unexpectedly through Lu Qing's heart. Although there was nothing wrong with being a tomboy, if possible, he still hoped his sister could become a gentle and virtuous girl. Shaking his head, he threw these distant thoughts out of his mind and walked outside with the fishing rod. Once outside the yard, Little Yan was already waiting for him with a bamboo tube filled with earthworms. Brother, hurry up, Little Yan urged. Coming. Lu Qing picked up the shovel from outside the house and walked over. After digging up the earthworms, Lu Qing took out a small cloth bag from the house and put it in his pocket. Brother, what is this? The little one asked curiously. This is our secret weapon. Whether we can catch big fish today depends entirely on it, Lu Qing said mysteriously. Big fish, the little one's eyes immediately lit up. She didn't know how big the fish Lu Qing mentioned would be, but it sounded very impressive. After packing the secret weapon, Lu Qing also fetched the wooden barrel used to store fish a few days ago, picked up the new fishing rod and headed forward. Let's go, set off. Little Yan also shouted in her tender voice. Before long, the siblings had reached the entrance of the village. Little Yan was leading, jumping along with the bamboo tube holding the earthworms. She continuously muttered, big fish, passing villagers who saw her like this couldn't help but laugh. Little Yan, where are you and your brother heading? It's Uncle Zhao. I'm going with my brother to the river to fish to catch big fish, the little one politely replied. Oh, big fish, huh? How do you know you'll catch a big fish? Uncle Zhao teased her. Of course I know because my brother said so, and he's the best at fishing, the little one declared proudly. Ha ha, yes, your brother is the best. Seeing her proud little figure, Uncle Zhao laughed even more and humored her. Children say the darndest things, Uncle Zhao. Please don't mind, Lu Qing said apologetically. No worries, no worries. Little Yan is cute just like that, Uncle Zhao chuckled. When you were sick a few days ago, the way she cried really made one's heart ache. But still, you go fishing, but make sure to keep an eye on little Yan. Don't let her play in the water. I know, Lu Qing answered seriously. Little Yan, did you hear that? Listen to your brother. When we get to the river, don't go playing in the water secretly, okay? Uncle Zhao once again cautioned little Yan. I know, the little one answered obediently. I'm very well behaved. Yes, little Yan is the most well behaved. Uncle Zhao ruffled her hair, his tone somewhat wistful. After saying goodbye to Uncle Zhao, the siblings continued towards the river. However, when they arrived at the river, both were dumbfounded. They found that the spot where Lu Qing had fished last time was already taken. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 people, but 7 or 8 people squeezed into a small space. Moreover, the siblings knew these people. They were all villagers from their village. Lu Qing, you're here to fish as well. Why not come over and squeeze in with us? One villager greeted them. We've run out of fish at home, so I thought I'd come here to catch some, Lu Qing said with a smile. He then curiously asked, why are you all squeezed together fishing? Aren't you afraid of tangling your fishing lines by accident? Tell me about it, we don't want to either, the villager sighed painfully. It's too hard to catch fish anywhere else. You might wait ages just to get one. Only at this spot is it easier to catch fish. By the way, they said you fished here last time, because it's easier to catch fish, so you all squeezed together. Lu Qing was somewhat speechless, but he still nodded. Yes, I fished here last time. Then you are really amazing. The villager gave him a thumbs up. You picked such a good spot. These past few days we caught the most fish here, but today, for some reason, the fish have started biting less. Of course, they're biting less. With so many of you crammed into one spot, even a lot of fish would get fished out. Even if they weren't fished out, the remaining ones must have become skittish. Lu Qing shook his head. This fishing spot was probably going to be ruined. At least for a long time, it would be hard for it to return to its original state. You guys keep fishing, I'll try my luck elsewhere. After expressing his speechlessness, Lu Qing led little Yan in another direction. The villagers didn't try to stop them, rather, they breathed a sigh of relief. It was crowded enough here. If another person joined, there really would be no space left. As for Lu Qing saying he was going to try his luck elsewhere, they didn't care. In the past few days, they had also tried fishing in other parts of the river, but with little success. Fishing around, they found that this spot was indeed the easiest to catch fish. Otherwise, they wouldn't all be crowding here. After leaving the popular fishing spot, Lu Qing walked on with little Yan. Although he felt speechless about the villagers' actions, he couldn't really complain. After all, the river belonged to everyone, and everyone had the right to fish here. It wasn't as if once someone fished at a certain spot, that spot would belong to them. So regarding the villagers taking over the popular fishing spot, Lu Qing didn't feel much about it. After all, he possessed superpower, so if a spot was taken, he could just find another. With such a long river, there must be countless fishing spots. Surely there would be no lack of places to fish. Thinking this way, Lu Qing continued walking forward with little Yan. He didn't even go to the other 2 fishing spots he had discovered last time, because those 2 spots were also within other villagers' line of sight. What if he caught fish there and everyone rushed to take advantage of the spot? What would he do then? So he might as well go far away to a place no one could see to fish, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since he was well prepared this time, not only did he bring fishing rods and a bucket, but also the firewood knife from home, so he could clear a new fishing spot anytime. Lu Qing led little Yan, walking slowly along the riverbank, and kept using his superpower to search the river's surface. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. At a bend in the river, Lu Qing finally discovered another new fishing spot. Primary fishing point, nutrient-rich, lush with aquatic plants, a favorite foraging ground for fish. Here, mutant fruits grow, which are the preferred food of some strange fish. Fishing here might bring unexpected joy. Its radiance was even more intense than the first primary fishing point he had found. Mutant fruits growing above. Lu Qing looked up, searching the bank near the fishing spot. Soon, several oddly shaped plants caught his attention. Under the scrutiny of superpower, these plants also emitted a white light. Blood apricot tree, can bear blood apricots, non-toxic, usable in medicine. Rumor has it that blood apricots contain a special substance that is highly favored by some strange fish. Blood apricots, Lu Qing eyed the small red fruits hanging from the trees, about the size of a little finger. Were these the mutant fruits that the strange fish liked to eat? Intrigued, he walked forward. Fortunately, the blood apricot trees weren't too tall, so he easily managed to pick a handful. Brother, those fruits look so yummy. Little Yan couldn't help but swallow at the sight of the blood-red blood apricots in Lu Qing's hand. These aren't meant for eating. Although the information from superpower indicated that blood apricots were non-toxic, it also mentioned they could be used medicinally, and since they were medicinal, Lu Qing didn't dare to let little Yan eat them recklessly. If they're not for eating, what did you pick them for, brother? For fishing, some fishy fish really like these fruits. I want to try and see if I can use them to catch a big fish, Lu Qing explained. Big fish like fruits too. Little Yan's eyes widened with surprise. Yeah, fishy fish like to eat all sorts of things: earthworms, fruits, corn, grass, they all like it. They even like corn and grass. The little one's eyes widened even more. It was her first time hearing about this, and she found it absolutely fascinating. So these fruits aren't for little Yan to eat, they are to fish for big fishy fish. Got it. Little Yan understands. The little one nodded her head repeatedly. She was more interested in the big fish than in the fruits. Little Yan, you wait here for a moment. Brother is going to tidy up the surrounding area. After instructing little Yan not to wander off, Lu Qing secured his short-handled firewood knife to a stick and began to clear the weeds and miscellaneous trees around the fishing spot. Tidying up fishing spots had been common practice for Lu Qing in his previous life, so he was naturally skilled at it now. Before long, he had cleared away the weeds and miscellaneous trees by the bank and created a good spot for fishing. However, he didn't touch the few blood apricot trees, as they, being white light-level plants, were valuable. Once the fishing spot was prepared, Lu Qing was ready to begin fishing. He still didn't bait the area with food, as the food supply at home wasn't plentiful enough to afford such wastefulness. With the otherworld's rivers so rich in resources, and selected by his superpower as a natural fishing spot, he was confident in catching fish even without baiting. Sitting by the bank, Lu Qing decided to start with earthworms, to secure his meals for the next 2 days first and foremost. After threading an earthworm onto the hook, he cast it into the water, the float settling on the surface, worthy of being the whitest of the glows among a few fishing spots selected by his superpower. No sooner had Lu Qing dropped his hook into the water, and before he could even put down his fishing rod, he saw the float start to move. It trembled a few times, then sharply darted downwards. With a flick of his wrist, a whoosh sounded, and he instantly pulled the fish up. The fish wasn't big, a small whitefish about 2 fingers wide. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, guessing that this little whitefish must be one of the most common fish in the river, always present everywhere. It's a little whitefish. Little Yan had also recognized the fish on the hook and exclaimed immediately, "Yes, whitefish. Looks like we're going to have a big haul today." Lu Qing removed the fish and placed it in the bucket. Having a fish bite so quickly was an auspicious start, and it gave him the premonition that he might really catch something big today. With that thought, Lu Qing's spirits lifted. However, what happened next was a bit beyond Lu Qing's expectations. After catching several more small fish, when he cast his line again, there was a long pause with no sign of fish biting. When small fish aren't biting, it means there are either no fish left or there's a big one down there driving away the school of small fish. The experienced Lu Qing quickly made his own judgment. He promptly pulled up the hook, removed the earthworm on it, and then took out a small cloth bag. It's the secret weapon. Little Yan immediately recognized this as something her brother had packed when they left home. Lu Qing opened the cloth bag and took out several kernels of glistening golden corn. This corn was what Lu Qing had got from Aunt Wang next door that morning, naturally to use as bait. In his previous life, when Lu Qing went wild fishing, corn was what he usually used to catch big fish. Fish like carp and grass carp especially loved to eat corn, and it never failed him. He wasn't sure if the big fish in this world were the same, but it was worth a shot. If that didn't work, he planned to try the newly picked blood apricots. Hooking a plump fresh kernel of corn, Lu Qing cast his line once again. Unexpectedly, this time, the result took him by surprise. The moment the hook hit the water, before the float even steadied and while he was half crouching preparing to sit, suddenly, without any warning, the float dramatically sank beneath the water. The fishing line went taut, and a tremendous force from the rod pulled Lu Qing into a stumble. Lu Qing reacted quickly, taking a step forward to stabilize his stance. "Nice try ambushing me." Clasping the fishing rod tightly, he felt the tug from the line, his face lit up with excitement. This is definitely a big fish. Such strength, surely it's not something a fish less than 5 pounds could exert. Roaring, when the fish couldn't break free, it started to exert more force, pulling the fishing line taut and creating a whooshing sound. "Think you can slip away from my hands? No way." Seeing the fish exert force again, Lu Qing wasn't the least bit panicked. He slightly loosened his grip, releasing most of the tension. Then he tightened again, continuing the struggle with the fish below. His new fishing rod, certified by a superpower, could withstand 100 pounds of force, and he didn't believe the fish could break it. "Brother, you can do it." Little Yan, standing by his side, was very nervous. But she dared not shout loudly, fearing she might scare the big fish away, so she could only clench her small fists and quietly cheer for her brother. The next period was a time of wit and strength between Lu Qing and the fish. The two sides tugged back and forth for half an hour before Lu Qing felt the fish's strength start to wane. "I've finally worn you out." Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. This tussle had drained quite a bit of his energy. Had it not been for the acupuncture he received from Elder Dr. Chen a couple of days ago, which replenished a lot of his primordial qi, he might not have lasted. Once the fish reached its limit, it had no chance of escaping from Lu Qing's grasp. After a while, with another burst of effort from Lu Qing, the big fish, which had struggled with him for a long time, finally surfaced. The siblings finally got a clear view of the fish's true appearance. What a big fish. Upon seeing the fish's head and back, little Yan couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Even Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Goodness, with this size, this fish must be over 10 pounds. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Qing clutched the fishing rod tightly. Fishing, especially near the end, requires utmost attention. Otherwise, if the fish were to escape at the last moment, he might rue it deeply even at his 80th birthday. However, despite utmost caution, a mishap still occurred as Lu Qing prepared to land the fish. He realized a significant problem. He hadn't prepared a landing net. Of course, this wasn't really his fault, as they didn't have a net at home. Not just a landing net, they didn't even have a simple net. Without a net, he couldn't simply scoop up the fish. Lu Qing had no choice but to continue playing it. Only when the fish was utterly exhausted did he let little Yan hold the rod while he lay on the bank, planning to personally lift the fish up. This was actually risky because a fish of this size might still have some strength left. A swish of its tail could potentially knock someone unconscious. Fortunately, this fish had indeed been worn out completely by Lu Qing. In the end, all was well. Lu Qing managed to lift the fish. Brother, this big fish looks even taller than little Yan. When the fish was lifted away from the riverbank, little Yan measured it and immediately marveled. It does seem a bit taller. Lu Qing checked, and it indeed was. This big fish was over a meter long, even taller than little Yan by a bit. Let me see what kind of fish this actually is. Lu Qing saw that the fish, with its elongated body and neatly arranged scales like armor plates, looked quite imposing. He immediately used his superpower to check the fish's information. As he focused his gaze, a dense white light soon emerged from the big fish. It's a white light. Lu Qing felt a touch of disappointment. He had hoped that such a big fish might reach the red light level, but then again, he considered himself a bit too greedy. If this fish were at the red light level, whether he could have landed it at all was still in question. After all, he had only seen red light level objects twice before. One was Elder Dr. Chen, and the other was Snow Silkworm Silk, and both were out of the ordinary. Elder Dr. Chen was a practitioner of cultivation, and Snow Silkworm Silk was even more an exotic treasure. If this big fish also reached the red light level, it might have some special abilities. In that case, it was uncertain who would pull whom. It was possible that on the very first try, he would be dragged into the water. After calming his mind, Lu Qing focused his attention on the new piece of text that appeared. Green armored fish, a large fish species, covered in green armored scales, considered a tyrant in the river, containing fish stone. Rumor has it that in the throat of a fully grown green armored fish, there lies a fish stone. Obtaining and polishing it to wear can have soul-soothing and mind-stabilizing effects. When Lu Qing read the information on the text, he was immediately delighted. Fish stone. This big fish he just caught contained a fish stone. Lu Qing was not unfamiliar with fish stone. In his previous life, he had caught a wild green fish weighing over 20 pounds, which had a fish stone inside it. At that time, a boss had offered him over 10,000 for it, but he didn't sell it. As for the reason, besides liking it, it was naturally because there had always been a rumor in the fishing community. It was said that fish stones of a certain age could safeguard one's safety. Whether the fish stone from his previous life could ensure safety was unclear to Lu Qing. But the fish stone inside this green armored fish was recognized by his superpower as having soul-soothing and mind-stabilizing effects. It happened to be that little Yan, since the death of their parents, had not been sleeping well at night, often waking up from nightmares needing his embrace to continue sleeping. If the fish stone from this green armored fish really had such magical effects, that would be wonderful. In excitement, Lu Qing almost could not help himself from ripping open the green armored fish. Fortunately, he still had his senses and ultimately controlled himself. Brother, how are we going to take this big fish home? The bucket seems too small. At this moment, little Yan asked in some distress. She had just measured, and the big fish was much taller than the wooden barrel they brought. It wouldn't fit at all. No problem. In a moment, your brother will twist some grass ropes and carry it back. Lu Qing confidently said, It's just a fish that weighs about 10 or 20 pounds. The fish has been caught. How hard could it be to carry it back? Is that so? Are we going to continue fishing? Little Yan asked again. This question stumped Lu Qing. With his usual experience, after the long struggle and pulling with this green armored fish, he had covered the entire nearby water area of the fishing spot. Generally, at such times, the bottom would be stirred up, and even if there were fish, they would have scattered. But then he thought about the blood apricots he picked earlier and hesitated. According to the information given by his superpower, blood apricots were delicacies for some strange fish. As a seasoned fishing enthusiast, he was quite curious about these so-called strange fish. What special characteristics could those labeled as strange by his superpower have? Even this green armored fish possessing a fish stone didn't seem to earn the title of strange from his superpower. What kind of strangeness did these so-called strange fish have? After some hesitation, Lu Qing decided to fish a little longer. They were said to be strange fish. Perhaps they were not scared away by the green armored fish. Thus, with such luck in mind, Lu Qing filled a bucket with water, positioned the head of the green armored fish downward, barely soaking it in the bucket, then sat back at the fishing spot. However, he also made up his mind to fish just a little longer. After a while, if no fish bit, he would head home, otherwise the green armored fish might not last too long. Dead fish are never as tasty as live ones. Having reset his stance, Lu Qing this time directly hung a blood apricot on the fish hook. He cast the hook into the water and began quietly waiting. Time ticked by second, and quickly half an hour had passed. The float showed no signs of movement, as if it had stopped. Looks like it stirred up the area after all, even the strange fish couldn't avoid it. Lu Qing sighed. This result was not beyond his expectations. He just had held a bit of hope earlier. Let's head back. Just as Lu Qing was preparing to pack up his fishing rod to head home, suddenly he saw the float sharply dive into the water. Suddenly the bite caught Lu Qing off guard. Fortunately, with his many years of fishing experience, his reactions were always timely. In just an instant, he gripped the fishing rod firmly, stabilized his posture, and managed not to be dragged into the water with the rod. This pull was no weaker than that of the previous green armored fish. Wow, you fish from the otherworld really like to sneak attack, huh? Feeling the pulling force transmitted through the rod, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh and cry. As an experienced angler, today he had nearly capsized twice and had to tackle it seriously. The big fish of this otherworld really didn't play fair, no prelude before biting and always launching sneak attacks. If it weren't for his extensive experience, they would have succeeded. But since the first sneak attack failed, all of you might as well come up. Lu Qing held the fishing rod tightly with both hands, constantly sensing the changes in the force on the rod and reacting accordingly, starting a new round of wrestling with the fish underwater. After wrestling for a while, Lu Qing noticed something was off. He had assumed the new fish on the hook would be similar in size to the green armored fish. After all, the initial pulling force was quite strong, but now he felt a difference. Unlike the green armored fish, whose force was mighty and relentless, the current fish, though also fierce in strength, lacked persistence. As long as Lu Qing could stabilize the initial burst, it quickly weakened. It was the kind of explosive but not enduring type. Based on experience, Lu Qing guessed that the fish underwater wasn't as big as he initially thought. Rather, it was a type of fish that moved quickly and had strong explosive power, but was not large in size. Knowing this, Lu Qing felt even more at ease. Fish that sprint in speed were much easier to deal with than big fish like the green armored fish. The big fish like the green armored fish had immense strength. A mere effort could require his utmost care. Moreover, they had good stamina, and it was a test of patience on both sides. For fish with explosive sprinting, as long as he could stabilize the initial struggle, the fish's strength would continue decreasing, and there would be no escape. Things went just as Lu Qing had anticipated. After stabilizing a few bursts of force from the unknown fish underwater, he distinctly felt that its explosive force had begun to wane. Then, after a period of pulling and tugging, Lu Qing saw the outline of the fish. Red fish. When he saw the fish hooked and emerging from the water, Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, because the fish turned out to be a vibrant, fiery red. Strange fish. This was definitely a strange fish. Seeing such an eye-catching, brilliant red, Lu Qing's heart instantly stirred with excitement. He also noticed that the red fish really wasn't very big, only about 20 to 30 centimeters long. With this understanding, it became much easier for Lu Qing to handle the fish. Before long, the fish was nearly deprived of its strength, and he directly lifted it out of the water. "Brother, that fish is so beautiful," Little Yan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she looked at the fish on the grass. "Really is beautiful." Lu Qing, after getting a clear view of the fish's appearance, couldn't help but admire. The newly caught fish was about a foot long, slender in shape, much resembling the carp from the blue star of his previous life. It had two graceful long barbels near its mouth and a tail that was like a blossomed flower. Coupled with its flame-like red scales, the entire fish looked exceedingly beautiful. After watching for a while, the information about the fish began to appear before Lu Qing's eyes. Red moon carp, strange fish, clad in red scale armor, which swims exceptionally fast. Because its body contains a hint of spiritual charm, its flesh is extremely nourishing and delicious, and its scales can also be used in medicine. Rumor has it that if the red moon carp is properly nurtured, it may have a chance to evolve into a spirit fish. Along with several descriptions, there was also a glow emanating from the fish's body, a white light tinged with a hint of red light. At first, Lu Qing thought he had seen it wrong. That red light was a reflection off the scales of the red moon carp. But after he looked closely, he confirmed that it was not a reflection from the scales, but indeed a glow that only his superpower could see, representing the grade of the object. That is to say, this red moon carp was not merely at the level of white light. It was a strange fish at a level between white and red light. No wonder, he thought, why there were 3 descriptions. Typically, white light items only had 2 descriptions. He immediately focused on the 3rd description. Has a chance to evolve into a spirit fish, Lu Qing pondered as he read the 3rd description. Could this spirit fish be a higher level of existence than the strange fish? he suddenly remembered the snow silkworm silk gifted by Elder Dr. Chen. The snow silkworm silk was already a treasure at the red light level. Perhaps the snow silkworm that spawned such treasure might be a spiritual silkworm. Unfortunately, this speculation was destined to remain unanswered for the time being. Even Elder Dr. Chen did not know the origin of the snow silkworm silk, so even if he wanted to ask, there was nowhere to turn for answers. Thus, compared to the third description, the second description was more useful to him. Flesh is extremely nourishing and delicious. Lu Qing smiled slightly as he read the information on the tag. Finally, he had a gift for Elder Dr. Chen tomorrow. Initially, he had planned to take the green armored fish to the Elder Doctor if there were no further catches, but now clearly the red moon carp was more precious, and its size was not too large, making it more suitable as a gift. Thinking of this, Lu Qing quickly took out the green armored fish and put the red moon carp into the bucket. Since it was to be a gift, he couldn't let it die. Fortunately, the red moon carp lived up to its name as a strange fish. Although it had previously been exhausted by Lu Qing and had spent quite a while on the grass, once it was back in the water in the bucket, it immediately started swimming again. Its vitality was remarkably tenacious. After obtaining the red moon carp, Lu Qing no longer thought of continuing fishing. Battling with two large fish had nearly exhausted his strength. If he continued fishing, even if he could still catch fish, he wouldn't have the strength to manage them anymore. So it was best to quit while ahead. Little Yan, let's get ready to go back. Lu Qing improvised with materials at hand, twisting a grass rope to secure and carry the green armored fish. Holding the bucket in one hand and the firewood knife and fishing rod in the other, he then said to Little Yan, "Brother, let me help you carry some things." Little Yan saw her brother both carrying and holding so much, and she felt a bit heartbroken for him. That works. Lu Qing tried walking a bit and realized that he indeed had too many things to carry comfortably. After thinking, he first hung the bamboo tube with earthworms around Little Yan's neck. Then he placed the fishing rod on her shoulder. "Little Yan, you carry the fishing rod. Be careful as you walk, don't trip." "Okay, Little Yan knows." The little girl nodded seriously. In this way, the siblings, one carrying the fish and the other the fishing rod, struggled back along their way. When they passed by the small fishing spot, the villagers who saw the large and small figures were immediately stunned. When Lu Qing and Little Yan appeared at the fishing spot, the villagers who were still fishing there were stunned by the sight of the fish on Lu Qing's back. Lu Qing, what are you carrying on your back?" a villager stammered. "A fish." Lu Qing took a breath and replied. He really felt a little tired. His body had not fully recovered yet, and he had struggled with the green armored fish and the red moon carp for so long. Now walking with so much on his back was becoming too much. However, his answer somewhat exasperated the villagers. Nonsense, they obviously knew he was carrying fish. The question was, where had he managed to catch such big fish? The villagers looked at the fish on Lu Qing's back, which was almost as tall as his body and dragged its tail on the ground, and felt a bit dizzy. Oh my God, it was the first time they had seen such a big fish. But some villagers noticed Lu Qing's difficulty and quickly stepped forward to help him unload the fish. "Come on, let me carry it for you. Your body has just recovered not long ago, don't get tired again." Lu Qing didn't refuse. He really was struggling to keep up. He had thought he could carry the fish home, but it seemed he had overestimated his strength. Lu Qing set the fish down and took a deep breath. No need to thank me. It's the first time I've seen such a big fish, and touching one is a blessing. No, wait, there's another one in this bucket, such a beautiful fish." Villager Durham was delighted and bent down to look, then exclaimed in surprise. The other villagers, hearing this, could no longer hold back and immediately crowded around to look into the bucket. "It really is, there's another big fish in the bucket. What fish is this, bright red? I've never seen this before. This fish is so beautiful, the nobles in the city will surely like it. My goodness, Lu Qing, how did you manage to catch two big fish at once?" When the final question came out, everyone looked at Lu Qing. "How I fished them. Just like you guys." Lu Qing reached out and took the fishing rod from Little Yan's shoulder. "I just chose a spot upstream, never expecting to catch two big fish. It was luck." "Where exactly did you fish then?" a villager asked, eyes shifting. As soon as this was asked, a few other villagers looked at him with some disdain. His intentions were too obvious, he didn't even try to hide it, taking advantage of kids here. Feeling something was amiss after he asked, that villager quickly smirked. "I'm just curious. Don't tell me you guys aren't curious." Lu Qing certainly understood what the villager meant, but he wasn't too concerned. After all, even if he didn't tell them, they would certainly go searching eventually. He couldn't hide the traces of where he had set up his fishing spot, so he straightforwardly said, "Just not far ahead, but I advise you not to go there now." "Why not?" the villager blurted out. "Because that spot blew up earlier. Now there aren't even small fish there, let alone big ones. Otherwise I wouldn't have come back so soon," Lu Qing half-truthfully said. The other villagers found this reasonable. Lu Qing had caught two big fish, especially the one on the ground, which was incredibly large. Such a big fish would definitely make a lot of noise. When caught, it was no wonder the other fish would have scattered. However, despite what was said, there were still villagers who held onto a glimmer of hope. For example, the villager who had asked about Lu Qing's fishing spot had already decided to sneak over there later to see exactly where Lu Qing had been fishing. Lu Qing didn't care what the villagers were thinking. After all, he had said his piece, and if others refused to believe and insisted on fishing there, he had no control over it. Moreover, even if someone did go fishing there, he didn't care. As for the small fish, they meant little to him, but the big fish. It wasn't that he looked down on the villagers, but with their skills, they simply couldn't catch a big fish. Even if they were lucky enough to hook a big fish, their fragile twine couldn't withstand the enormous impact of a big fish. After resting for a while, Lu Qing felt his strength partially return. Everyone, Little Yan and I are heading back, you all continue fishing. Having said that, he prepared to pick up the green armored fish. Upon seeing this, Brother Dern quickly bent down and lifted the fish. Weren't you supposed to let me do this, Lu Qing? You just carry the bucket. Man, this fish is heavy, must be nearly 40 pounds. Only when he truly lifted the green armored fish did Dern realize it was even heavier than he had anticipated. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Qing, finding it hard to imagine how Lu Qing, with his slight build, had managed to reel in such a big fish. Lu Qing didn't refuse the help, as he was actually quite happy to accept it. That sounds great, I've never eaten such a big fish before. Brother Dern became instantly cheerful. Watching Lu Qing and the others head toward the village, the remaining villagers looked at one another. Suddenly, one villager shouted, "Stop fishing. Let's go back to the village to see the excitement. Exactly, we've been here all morning and only caught a few small fish. Better to go back and see how Lu Qing handles the fish. I haven't had enough of those two big fish just now. Need to go back and take a few more looks." If before Lu Qing's return, the villagers still had the patience to keep waiting here, now, watching Lu Qing leave with two big fish, they couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. They had been guarding this spot for 2 or 3 days, yet couldn't compare to the scraps Lu Qing had gained in just a couple of hours. How was that fair? Might as well not fish at all. With their morale shattered, the villagers began packing up their things, preparing to head back to the village. Lu Qing and his group had just left, and if they hurried, they might even catch up. "Old Zhao, aren't you going back?" Everyone was packing up, but one person remained unmoved, still sitting and fishing. Seeing this, someone asked, "You guys go ahead, I'm going to fish a little longer. Maybe the fish will bite soon." Old Zhao, who had earlier inquired about Lu Qing's fishing spot, grinned. "All right, you keep fishing. But I'm telling you, this place has been fished by me for several days already. It's been cleaned out." Didn't you see how much Lu Qing disliked it here? Initially, people didn't take Lu Qing's fishing skills seriously, thinking he caught those many small fish just by using earthworms as bait. But after seeing those two big fish, nobody dared to underestimate Lu Qing's fishing skills anymore. Such big fish, if it were up to them, they surely couldn't catch them. These past few days, it wasn't that nobody had tried being bitten by big fish, the result was always failure. Either the fishing line would break, or the rod would snap, not one of them able to pull up the big fish. After packing up, the villagers gradually left. Only Old Zhao remained alone, calmly continuing to fish. After a while, ensuring no one else could see him, Old Zhao suddenly leapt up. He hurriedly packed up his things. Idiots, all believing whatever that kid Lu Qing says. I don't believe he has fished out all the fish from that place. Saying that, he picked up his belongings and ran toward the direction Lu Qing and Little Yan had gone back to. The villagers ultimately failed to catch up with Lu Qing and his two companions. With Brother Duran's help, they moved quite swiftly, especially since the river was not far from the village. Thus, by the time they were still packing up by the river, Lu Qing and the others had already returned to the village. And when they arrived back in the village, it caused quite a sensation. Inevitably, the giant fish carried on Brother Duran's back was too eye-catching. And this guy loved to flaunt it, walking right up to anyone he saw as soon as he entered the village. The others weren't blind, how could they not notice the fish he was carrying? Seeing such a large fish, exclamations were inevitable. Brother Dern caught a big fish, such a big fish. This shout naturally drew more villagers out to see the spectacle, and indeed, it was a huge fish, frighteningly huge. That immediately stirred up excitement. "Well, you Duran, catching such a big fish. Quick, tell us how you managed to catch it. Goodness, that fish must be more than 20 pounds, impressive, Duran. Brother Duran is so amazing for catching such a big fish." A crowd of villagers surrounded Duran, touching the fish while expressing their amazement. The children were even more excited, jumping and shouting. Lu Qing watched with amusement as Brother Dern showcased the green armored fish to everyone. This scene reminded him of his past life's fellow fishing enthusiasts who, upon occasionally catching a big fish, behaved in exactly the same boasting manner. It seemed as if they had to show off intensively, or else they'd feel they had wasted the hardship of waiting by the river. When Brother Dern had bragged enough, Lu Qing finally called out somewhat helplessly, "All right, Brother Dern, let's go back." After enough showing off, Brother Dern squeezed out of the crowd and ran over to Lu Qing. "I forgot to tell you guys, I didn't catch this big fish. It was Lu Qing who did it." Lu Qing caught it. Everyone turned their attention to Lu Qing. Little Yan immediately lifted her head proudly. "Yes, this big fish was caught by my brother after a lot of effort. We have an even prettier big fish in our bucket. It really was Lu Qing who caught it. There's another big fish in the bucket. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly crowded around to look into the bucket Lu Qing was holding. Upon seeing the contents, everyone was stunned. The red moon carp's appearance was simply too stunning. The dazzling fiery red color was like a flame burning in the water, making it evident at first sight that this was no ordinary fish. What kind of fish is this? It's so beautiful. A fiery red fish. It's my first time seeing one. Such a beautiful fish. Where did you catch it, Lu Qing? Lu Qing, do you know what kind of fish this is? Everyone asked in wonder. I don't know what kind of fish this is either. Lu Qing shook his head. Tomorrow I plan to take it to Grandpa Chen to see if he recognizes it. Yes, Elder Chen, with his broad knowledge and experience, will definitely recognize this fish. If there was anyone in the village who commanded the villagers' respect, it was undoubtedly old Dr. Chen, not only because most had been treated by the elder doctor at some point, but also because the elder doctor was universally recognized as the most knowledgeable person in the village. Regularly entering the city, his experiences were not something those rural folk could compare to. Everyone gathered around, fervently discussing the two large fish for a long time. After satisfying their curiosity, they finally dispersed contentedly. Lu Qing did invite everyone to his house, saying he would cook the fish for them, but who in the village didn't know his family's situation? One by one, they all declined. Even those few who were tempted to taste the big fish were quickly pulled away by others before they could speak up. Really blind to propriety, trying to take advantage of two poor orphans, aren't they afraid of being criticized? After everyone had left, Lu Qing finally picked up the bucket, and together with little Yan and brother Duran returned to his own yard. Lu Qing, I'm heading back now. Just as they reached the yard, brother Duran put down the fish, ready to leave. Lu Qing hurriedly stopped him. Don't go, brother Duran. I promised to treat you to fish. You actually took it seriously. I was joking before. With your family's situation, if I really stayed for a meal, I would be chased away with a stick by my old man when I got home. You can't let me break my word, though. Anyway, I can't dare to stay for a meal. The two argued, but neither could convince the other. Brother Duran, you know, such big fish, my sister and I can't finish them quickly, and with the weather warming, the fish meat won't last long. If you take a couple of pieces home, it would also help light my load, Lu Qing earnestly said. Well, okay then. Brother Duran saw Lu Qing put it that way and hesitated a bit, but in the end he agreed. Seeing him relent, Lu Qing immediately went to the kitchen to get a knife, ready to butcher the fish. And truly the green armored fish, living up to its name, had incredibly tough scales. Lu Qing exerted a lot of effort, and with the help of brother Duran, they finally managed to scrape off the scales and then cut open the belly. After splitting the fish apart from the swim bladder, he planned to discard the other viscera, like the intestines and liver. Food prepared from such large fish, like the green armored fish's viscera, could be delicious. His past life, Lu Qing had been quite fond of eating fish intestines, but given the current situation at home, barely having any condiments, he simply wasn't able to cook such strongly flavored ingredients properly, forcing Lu Qing to reluctantly give them up. After removing the viscera, Lu Qing immediately chopped out 2 large pieces of fish meat, wrapped them in banana leaves, and handed them to brother Duran. All this, brother Duran looked at the 2 large pieces of fish meat, astonished. These 2 pieces of fish meat weighed at least several pounds. Not much, brother Duran. Look, there's still so much fish meat here. Little Yan and I couldn't possibly finish it. Lu Qing forcefully stuffed the fish meat into brother Duran's hands. Brother Duran glanced at the chopping board, indeed seeing a large pile of fish meat, and didn't refuse any further. Lu Qing, I think your household is the only one in the village having trouble with too much fish to eat, brother Duran said with a laugh after taking the fish meat. After seeing Lu Qing's catch today, brother Duran also realized that Lu Qing's household would likely not lack fish in the future. Fish can't be eaten as a staple, though, Lu Qing said helplessly. One still needs to eat proper meals, but it's a pity our fields are lying fallow, and it's not yet time to plant crops. That is a problem indeed, brother Duran nodded. He knew that due to the major upheaval the Lu family had experienced, Lu Qing had missed the planting season. It would still be several months until the next one. He thought for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Lu Qing, you're so good at fishing, why not sell the fish you catch at the market? Once you have money, you can buy grains, sell fish. Lu Qing was puzzled. But I remember there are entry fees required to enter the city, and I currently have no money. I'm not talking about the city, but about going to the big market not far from our village. Big market, Lu Qing blinked. Lu Qing blinked, searching his memory for a while. He gradually began to recall the memories associated with the big trade fair. Simply put, the big trade fair was actually an exchange event spontaneously formed by several of the large villages nearby. After all, the town was distant, and entry required a fee, something many villagers and mountain people were unwilling to spend unless it was necessary. Therefore, no one knows from when or who organized it, but slowly, there was a big trade fair nearby, and villagers from around would head to the fair every 5 days to buy and sell goods. The original host once went to the fair with his parents when he was young, but ever since little Yan was born, he had taken on the task of caring for his sister and had never been to the big fair again. His memory of the big trade fair had also gradually become vague. It wasn't until Brother Dern mentioned it that Lu Qing began to recall some impressions. Brother Dern said at the big trade fair, people from all the villages and even the mountain people occasionally come out to buy things. Your fish are so big if you take them to sell there, as long as they're not too expensive, someone will definitely want them. In Brother Dern's view, since Lu Qing had more fish than he could eat, keeping them was just a waste. It would be better to take them to the fair to sell for cheap and at least make some money in exchange. Lu Qing thought for a moment, then nodded, then I'll see. If I catch big fish again next time, I'll take them to the fair to see if I can sell them. You can definitely sell them. Brother Dern said happily, I've seen people selling fish at the fair, but their fish were nowhere near as big as the ones you caught today. Lu Qing smiled. Catching big fish isn't something that happens every time. It doesn't matter if you can catch them or not. If you want to go to the big fair, remember to let me know. There are some rules to pay attention to when you go to the fair, Brother Dern reminded him. Okay, if I decide to go to the fair, I'll definitely tell you, Brother Dern. Just remember that, and I'll be on my way now. After Brother Dern left, Lu Qing fell into deep thought. He had overlooked this information about the big fair. Perhaps he could start from there if he wanted to find out information about the town. Brother, when can we eat the fish? Little Yan is hungry, Little Yan called out beside him, just as Lu Qing was pondering how to gather information at the big fair. Oh, very soon. Wait for your brother to sort out the fish and I'll cook it for you. Lu Qing snapped back to reality and quickly resumed his tasks. He chopped the remaining fish into several pieces, planning to deliver them to old Master Zhang later. During the time he was unconscious, it was old Master Zhang who had taken care of Little Yan, and he could not forget that kindness. After sorting the fish, Lu Qing picked out the best piece of fish. He removed all the bones cleanly, slicing the fish meat into thin pieces. Then he put a pot on to boil water and started cooking porridge. As for the remaining fish, he threaded them onto bamboo splints, hanging them under the eaves to dry, preparing to make dried fish. Looking at the long string of fish hanging on the bamboo pole, Lu Qing silently resolved to get an iron pot as soon as possible. Right, and some seasonings. Otherwise, his culinary skills would have no room to shine. It pained him to see such good ingredients going to waste. By the time Lu Qing had finished these tasks, the porridge in the clay pot was also boiling. First, he added some salt, stirred it a few times to ensure the salt dissolved. Then he carefully placed the fish slices into the porridge, watching them turn white before immediately turning off the heat. Finally, he added a small spoonful of lard to the porridge, and it was done to perfection. Lu Qing first scooped a bowl of fish porridge for Little Yan, fanned it to cool it down a bit, then set it in front of her. Little Yan, wait a bit longer, it's still very hot. Little Yan understands. Although the little one was drooling with anticipation, she obediently agreed. Her eyes, however, remained fixed on the fish porridge. Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled and then ladled himself a bowl of porridge as well. Relying on his tough skin, he scooped a spoonful of porridge with fish slices, blew on it a few times, and put it into his mouth. As soon as the fish entered his mouth, he felt a burst of umami rushing to his taste buds, and his face lit up with surprise. This fish, tender and fragrant, also had a faint aroma of fat which was unexpectedly delicious. Indeed, high-end ingredients often only needed the simplest cooking methods. He had only added a little salt oil to this fish porridge, not even green onions, and it was already this tasty, deserving of being a premium fish that could emit a rich white light. A single spoonful of porridge immediately filled Lu Qing with a sense of complete satisfaction. Brother, can Little Yan eat now? Seeing her brother enjoying his food so much, Little Yan couldn't help but gaze at him with longing eyes. Lu Qing reached out to touch her bowl, felt it was not too hot, and nodded. You can eat now, but still be careful not to burn your tongue. Little Yan will be careful. Upon hearing she could eat, the little one immediately perked up with joy. She spooned some porridge and carefully followed Lu Qing's earlier actions, cautiously blowing on it. Once it felt cool enough, she put the porridge in her mouth. Then, after eating a spoonful of porridge, her eyes suddenly widened. Brother, the big fish's porridge is so tasty, even tastier than this morning's shrimp porridge. The little one danced around excitedly, clearly overjoyed. That's because you didn't see how hard your brother worked to catch this big fish, of course. It's delicious, Lu Qing said with a proud expression. Brother is the best. The little one showered him with praise, not skimping on the compliments. If it's tasty, then eat more. Grandpa Chen said that if you want beautiful hair, you need to eat well. Little Yan will try hard to eat. Little Yan wants to grow beautiful hair. The little one nodded vigorously, serious and earnest. Seeing this, Lu Qing felt a slight pang in his heart. The day before yesterday, when the little one was playing outside, she was mocked by other village kids for having ugly hair. When she came back, she asked him a bit grievously how she could grow beautiful hair. Lu Qing, of course, knew that Little Yan's hair was this way largely because of malnutrition. He told the little one to obediently eat well, and that after nourishing her body, her hair would soon become beautiful. So now every time little Yan ate anything, she took it very seriously, not willing to waste a single bit, although they never really had the luxury to waste anything. After enjoying their fish porridge, both siblings sat contentedly slumped in their chairs. Even Lu Qing had not anticipated that the green armored fish's meat would be so tender and fresh. It was a delightful surprise. He couldn't help but think, if the green armored fish was this tasty, what would the red moon carp, hailed as an extremely fresh delicacy by those with superpowers, taste like? Unfortunately, the red moon carp was a gift he had prepared for old Dr. Chen and could not be eaten. After resting for a while, Lu Qing stood up and headed to the kitchen. He still had one more task to complete. The green armored fish's fish stone still needed to be taken care of. The green armored fish's fish stone had not been retrieved by Lu Qing in front of Brother Duan. Instead, it had remained inside the body of the green armored fish. It wasn't that he was stingy and unwilling to show it to others, but rather it was difficult for him to explain what it was. Now that no one was disturbing him, it was the perfect opportunity to take the fish stone. He went to the kitchen, where the large fish head of the green armored fish was placed in a wooden basin. Lu Qing broke open the fish head and found the fish stone at the throat. However, when he saw the appearance of the fish stone, Lu Qing was very surprised. In his previous life, Lu Qing had caught a large green fish weighing over 40 pounds and also obtained a very nice fish stone. But when he had retrieved that fish stone, it had been slightly gelatinous. After it was taken out, it needed cleaning, air drying, and other treatments before he finally got a good-looking fish stone. Now he touched the fish stone from the throat of the green armored fish and found that it wasn't soft at all. It had already hardened. Lu Qing found a small wooden spoon and carefully dug out the fish stone. After cleaning it with water and drying it off, upon closer examination, he was even more amazed. The fish stone, 2 centimeters in size and half a centimeter thick, was shaped like a scallop. Its texture was both stony and jade-like, smooth and warm to the touch, feeling very nice in hand. Its quality was much better than the one he had carefully maintained in his previous life. Gently playing with the jade-like fish stone in his hand, Lu Qing felt a sense of calm in his heart and spirit. He knew this was not an illusion, because in his vision, the fish stone in his hand was radiating a dense white light. Green armor fish stone, a complete fish stone nurtured by an adult green armored fish, already jadised. Legend has it that jadised-level green armor fish stones, when carried close to the body, have the effect of soothing the soul and stabilizing the mind. After playing with it for a while, Lu Qing found that the quality of this fish stone was practically perfect. It required no additional polishing and could be worn directly. He found some tools and carefully drilled a hole in the thinner end of the fish stone. Fortunately, although the green armor fish stone had jadised, it wasn't as hard as other jade. He didn't spend much effort and managed to make a perfect hole. After drilling the hole, he took out the remaining hemp string and twisted it into a sturdy hemp rope, threading it through the fish stone. After being busy with these tasks, he had created a simple fish stone pendant. After admiring his own work for a while, Lu Qing called little Yan, who was playing in the yard, inside. "Brother, what do you need little Yan for?" The little one scampered into the house. "Brother made something nice and I want to give it to you." Lu Qing held the pendant in his hand. "What is it?" Little Yan's eyes lit up. "It's this." Lu Qing pinched the hemp rope and letting go slightly, the fish stone dangled in midair, swaying. "Wow, what is that? It's so pretty." The little one's eyes instantly widened as she stared at the pendant. "This is a pendant. I made it from the fish stone found in the big fish's body. From now on, wear it close to you, and it will keep you from kicking your covers off at night." Lu Qing loosened the hemp rope and hung the pendant around little Yan's neck, then tied the rope tight. He tied the loop small enough that the little one couldn't take the pendant off over her head, preventing her from carelessly losing it. The little one bowed her head to play with the pendant on her neck, utterly delighted. It was her first piece of jewelry that belonged solely to her, and it was such a beautiful stone at that. Young children generally can't resist beautiful, attractive stones. The more little Yan looked at the pendant on her neck, the more she loved it. "If you like it, just keep it safe and don't lose it, otherwise brother can't fish another big fish for you to eat," Lu Qing warned little Yan as she clung to the pendant affectionately. "I know, I will protect it well," little Yan said with a serious face. Seeing that the little one took his words to heart, Lu Qing left her to continue playing. Then he went back to the kitchen to prepare the big fish head. For dinner, the siblings had a feast of fish head. Lu Qing cooked half of the big fish head by grilling and the other half by boiling into a soup. The two of them ate to their heart's content. "Brother, the big fish is really delicious," little Yan said as she lay in her own small bed, touching her still somewhat full belly, before going to sleep for the night. "As long as little Yan is good, brother will make you more delicious food in the future," Lu Qing responded as he tugged at the corner of her blanket. Little Yan used to sleep in the same room as their parents, but after they were gone, she often cried at night. The original owner then moved her small bed into his own room, and little Yan was able to sleep more peacefully. "Aha, little Yan will be very good." The little one touched the pendant around her neck and nodded earnestly. Then go to sleep early. We need to go to Grandpa Chen's place tomorrow. Little Yan misses Grandpa Chen too, she said, slowly feeling her eyelids grow heavier, and soon she was sound asleep. Lu Qing affectionately covered her with a thin quilt. The little one was quite tired today. She had gone fishing with him and had helped carry the fishing rod. After coming back, she had played in the yard for most of the day. It was already quite good that she only started to feel sleepy now. After making sure the little one was asleep, Lu Qing then lay down on his own bed. Listening to little Yan's faint breathing, Lu Qing couldn't fall asleep immediately. He was thinking about tomorrow. Tomorrow was his day to get acupuncture at old Dr. Chen's. According to the elder doctor's previous promise, starting tomorrow, each acupuncture session would be followed by an hour during which he could learn how to identify medicinal herbs with the elder doctor. Identifying herbs was secondary with superpower assistance. Lu Qing wasn't worried about his ability to learn. What he needed to think about was how to use this opportunity to gain Elder Chen's favor and approval. There was also what Brother Duran had mentioned today about the bazaar. He needed to think carefully about that too. After these past few days of consumption, they had eaten quite a bit of the grain they borrowed from home. More importantly, there wasn't much salt and oil left. In a few days they would run out, so he had to find a way to earn money quickly. Now wasn't the farming season, so he couldn't count on crop yield for the time being. Moreover, he didn't even have the money to buy seeds. He could only look elsewhere for opportunities. The bazaar could be a good option. It was just unclear what exactly this bazaar was like. Considering the rules Brother Duran stressed at noon, it seemed they had some special regulations to follow. Various thoughts swirled in Lu Qing's mind, and as he thought, his eyelids grew heavier. Eventually, he couldn't resist sleep any longer. The room was quiet as the siblings both slept deeply. Outside, the night wind was cool, and the sky was full of stars. Suddenly, a black figure gracefully jumped into the yard and glanced towards the fish meat hanging under the eaves. That night, Lu Qing slept especially soundly, not even dreaming. Little Yan didn't wake up in the middle of the night as usual, calling for his comfort. Both siblings had a good rest. In fact, Lu Qing slept so deeply that in the morning, it was little Yan who had to call him to get up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes while dressing little Yan, he helped her brush her teeth and wash her face, casually tying her hair into two little tufts before he began his own ablutions. Brushing his teeth absent-mindedly with a willow twig brush, Lu Qing's gaze lacked focus, casually drifting around the room. After brushing for a while, he suddenly sensed something amiss and his gaze began to sharpen. He stepped forward and looked at the two bamboo rings on the pole, now empty, and his eyes gradually widened. What scoundrel had stolen his two large pieces of fish meat? Someone from the village. That was the first thought that crossed Lu Qing's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Although the villagers weren't wealthy, none were poor to the point of needing to steal 2 pieces of fish meat. He had offered to treat everyone to fish just yesterday, and everyone had declined. Moreover, if someone really wanted to steal, wouldn't they have taken the whole pot rather than just 2 pieces? More importantly, he noticed there were still some bits of fish meat left on the 2 bamboo rings. Clearly, the 2 pieces of fish meat had been forcefully yanked away. What kind of thief would make such a ruckus while stealing, almost as if they wanted to alert others? Unfortunately, he had slept so soundly the night before that he hadn't noticed any activity outside. Lu Qing searched the area carefully and eventually found several mud prints on the wall, resembling plum blossoms. Each print had several tiny holes in it. Similar prints were also found on the ground. He stared quietly at these mud prints. Before long, he saw a faint white light emanating from them. White light? Lu Qing was slightly startled. He quickly looked at the 2 words that appeared. Mud footprints. Judging by their shape, they seemed to belong to a mysterious little beast. Looking at the small holes on the footprints, this is a creature with sharp claws. Reading the descriptions, a scene instantly formed in Lu Qing's mind. A mysterious and nimble unknown little beast, pushing off with its feet against the wall, lunging at the fish meat on the pole and violently tearing it down. What could it be? A cat? On that note, are there cats in this world? Lu Qing pondered the question. He certainly hadn't seen any cats in the village or heard of anyone keeping one. Nevertheless, now that he had determined it was not a human thief, that was the end of it. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. If a villager had come to steal, it wouldn't have been good news for him. Fortunately, it was just a wild animal, and judging by its footprints, it wasn't large. Behind the village where he lived, not far from the mountains, it was only natural for wild animals to occasionally venture down. However, it seemed he would have to be more cautious and make sure to secure the doors and windows before sleeping. Otherwise, if some wild animal slipped in at night and hurt little Yan, that would be terrible. Having figured out what had happened, Lu Qing didn't care much about it anymore. After all, he couldn't exactly argue with a wild animal, he just had to make sure to secure things after nightfall. Thinking of this, Lu Qing suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened, and he hurried to the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a relieved face. Thankfully, he had kept the red moon carp in a wooden basin and had placed it in the kitchen last night. In order to prevent the fish from jumping out, he had covered the wooden basin tightly with a wooden board and stones. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to ensure that it wouldn't have been snatched away by that wild animal. After this incident, Lu Qing had completely woken up. He didn't tell little Yan about this matter, but simply went to make breakfast. After the siblings had eaten, they took the red moon carp in a bucket and walked towards the slope where old Dr. Chen lived. This time, when going to old Dr. Chen's place, Lu Qing deliberately delayed a bit before heading over. Because he was afraid if he went too early and ran into the elder doctor practicing his boxing, he would not be able to resist using his superpower to mimic the elder's cultivation technique. The elder doctor was so kind to them, siblings, he couldn't do such ungrateful things, so he simply eliminated this possibility and also avoided testing his own moral bottom line. Lu Qing's strategy proved to be very effective. When he and little Yan arrived at the half-mountain small courtyard, they saw old Dr. Chen slowly finishing his form, evidently just having finished his boxing practice. "Grandpa Chen, we've come to see you." Little Yan ran up happily upon seeing the elder doctor. "Oh, little Yan is here." Old Dr. Chen picked her up in a hug upon seeing her run over, his old face blooming like a chrysanthemum. "Good morning, Grandpa Chen." Lu Qing also came forward to greet him. "You're here, why are you later than last time?" asked old Dr. Chen. "Because my brother overslept." Little Yan giggled this morning. It was little Yan who had to wake him up. Lu Qing's face turned slightly red. "I fished by the river all morning yesterday, and I was a bit tired, so I slept more deeply. Sleeping more is good." Old Dr. Chen nodded. "You're at the age where you're growing, so ample rest is necessary." Elder Doctor looked at Lu Qing and little Yan's complexions, which had significantly improved compared to a few days ago. Knowing that they had been doing well these past few days, he felt quite satisfied in his heart. "Grandpa Chen, yesterday when my brother and I went fishing, he caught a really big fish." At that moment, little Yan began to brag to the elder doctor. "Oh, how big?" Old Dr. Chen asked with a smile. "So big as little Yan." The little girl gestured with all her might. That big? Old Dr. Chen became a bit surprised. He had thought that the big fish little Yan talked about would at most be 2 or 3 pounds, but if it truly was as she mentioned, it would far exceed that. Yeah, not only is that big fish tasty, but it also has very beautiful stones on its body. My brother made it into a pendant and gave it to little Yan. Grandpa Chen, look, this is it, isn't it pretty?" Little Yan pulled out the fish stone pendant from her neck and showed it to old Dr. Chen. "Is this a green armored fish stone?" Old Dr. Chen became even more surprised after getting a clear look at the pendant around little Yan's neck. Hearing him, Lu Qing's heart stirred, and he feigned surprise as well. "Master Chen, you recognize this stone. How so, do you not know?" Old Dr. Chen inquired. "No, I don't." Lu Qing shook his head. "I found this stone in the fish's throat when I was killing it. It looked nice, so I made it into a pendant for little Yan to wear." "Then you're quite lucky. This fish stone is indeed a rarity, and you just happened to come across it." Old Dr. Chen picked up the pendant and examined it for a moment. "The big fish you caught must be a green armored fish, and what's more, an old fish that has lived for quite some years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have bred such a high-quality fish stone. Once this green armor fish stone undergoes jadization, it will have a rather magical function. It can soothe the heart and spirit. Moreover, it's also a rare medicinal ingredient. Its powdered form mixed with water and consumed can calm a frightened child. By the way, where did you catch this green armored fish?" "Just beyond the village in the river. Yesterday little Yan and I went fishing and happened to catch it," Lu Qing answered. "Elder Chen, there's actually a green armored fish of such an age in that little river." Old Dr. Chen was somewhat surprised. The river outside the village wasn't large, yet a green armored fish had grown to this size was truly rare. However, he then recalled that the few villages nearby didn't seem to live off fishing. Perhaps that was why the green armored fish had managed to grow so big. "No wonder you said you felt you had a talent for fishing before, capable of nurturing such a fish stone. The size of that green armored fish couldn't have been small, yet you were able to catch it." Old Dr. Chen looked at Lu Qing's somewhat frail body and couldn't help but admire him. "It's good that it was useful. That thing was pointless to keep around for me anyway." Old Dr. Chen waved his hand, not particularly concerned about it. On the contrary, he was quite interested in the bucket that Lu Qing had been carrying around. "What have you got in your bucket? Seems quite heavy." Because Lu Qing had put some branches and leaves into the bucket when he left, to keep the fish from getting too frightened, old Dr. Chen couldn't clearly see what was inside for the moment. "Inside it is something I wanted to give to Master Chen." Lu Qing started to remove the branches and leaves from the bucket. "Yesterday, when little Yan and I went fishing, we caught 2 big fish. We ate the larger of the green armored fish, and the smaller one I thought to give to Master Chen to try." "Right, Master Chen, this fish is so pretty, so pretty." Grandpa Zhang and the others didn't even recognize what kind of fish it was. Little Yan also chimed in. "Oh, such a thoughtful gesture. I'd like to see what kind of fish it is then." Old Dr. Chen's interest was piqued even more. "It's this fish." Lu Qing finished clearing the branches and leaves from the bucket, handing it over to the elder doctor. The elder doctor looked into the bucket, and upon seeing the flame-like fish was first shocked, then somewhat moved. He blurted out, this is a red moon carp. The elder doctor indeed recognized the fish. Ideas swirled in Lu Qing's mind, though his face showed confusion. Grandpa Chen, you know what this fish is. Elder Chen put down little Yan and leaned forward to play with the fish in the bucket, scrutinizing it carefully for a while. Undoubtedly, this is a red moon carp. Elder Chen's look toward Lu Qing was filled with genuine astonishment. You were even able to catch a strange fish like a red moon carp. Master Chen, what is a red moon carp? Little Yan asked, puzzled. This red moon carp, it's quite something. Seeing that both Lu Qing and little Yan were clueless, old Dr. Chen simply began to explain. A red moon carp is a kind of strange fish, and in this world, any fish that can be called a strange fish has its own special attributes. The red moon carp is known for its exquisite taste. In legend, its flavor is unparalleled, and once eaten, it's unforgettable. Hence, some aficionados dubbed it one of the top 10 delicacies in the world. One of the top 10 delicacies in the world. This time it was Lu Qing's turn to be astonished. He had not expected the red moon carp to be so renowned, truly worthy of being evaluated as an extremely fresh delicacy by those with superpower. The big red fish is that impressive. Little Yan also appeared stunned. Then, Master Chen, have you eaten a big red fish? I, Grandpa Chen, once had the fortune to taste this red moon carp at a noble's banquet. The flavor. Old Dr. Chen didn't finish his sentence, but even little Yan could discern the reminiscent look on his face. Then this red moon carp could not be more perfect as a gift for Master Chen, Lu Qing said. I can't accept this gift. Chen snapped back to reality. Do you have any idea how much money a red moon carp could fetch if sold in the city? Lu Qing shook his head. 100 taels of silver. Old Dr. Chen held up a finger, and seeing the shock on Lu Qing's face, he continued, a red moon carp of the highest quality could sell for at least 100 patterned taels of silver. A fish worth 100 taels of silver. Lu Qing gasped. He knew well the purchasing power of silver in this world. A single tael of silver could provide a modest family of 3 with enough to live on for a month. And to the best of his memory, even at its wealthiest, the Lu family did not possess 10 taels of silver in ready cash. Now one fish was worth 100 taels. It was truly more than he had ever expected. The key point was, this was only a strange fish with a hint of red light shining within the white. What then of a true red light level spirit fish? This world is vast, Lu Qing. Old Dr. Chen sighed somewhat. The daily expenses of those nobles are beyond common people's imagination. Do you know how much a noble might spend on a single banquet? Lu Qing shook his head again. At least 1,000 taels of silver, and if the event is to host distinguished guests, the cost becomes unfathomable. This red moon carp is a rare delicacy. Those nobles, not short on money, wouldn't balk at spending a mere 100 taels of silver for such a treat. Lu Qing's mouth was slightly agape. Half of his expression was feigned surprise, and the other half was indeed a bit astonished. True enough, in any world, the extravagance of the rich could be quite staggering. So what do you think? Do you still want to give this red moon carp to this old man? Old Dr. Chen, observing the disbelief on Lu Qing's face, teased him. Lu Qing came back to his senses, hesitated for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Give it away, of course. Compared to the life-saving grace of Grandpa Chen, what's 100 silver taels? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be standing here, let alone catching this red moon carp. Ha 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 ha. Old Dr. Chen suddenly burst into hearty laughter. After laughing for a while, he stopped and said with gratification on his face, it's enough for me to know you have this intention, young man. But I really can't accept this red moon carp. Such a precious fish is too much of a waste for me to eat. But Grandpa Chen, Lu Qing wanted to say more, but old Dr. Chen raised his hand, interrupting him. All right, it's settled then. You leave the fish with me, and in a couple of days I'll take it to town and sell it for silver, which you can take home for expenses. Lu Qing's mouth opened, but in the end he did not insist, only saying, that's fine, but Grandpa Chen, the money from selling the fish should first go to covering your previous medical fees. Agreed. Old Dr. Chen nodded. Yet he did not tell Lu Qing that the decoction he had previously prescribed alone had its precious ingredients worth no less than the red moon carp. That's because the elder doctor could see that Lu Qing was a very proud young man. If he knew the value of that decoction, he would probably refuse to take any money from the sale of the red moon carp. Old Dr. Chen looked at the red moon carp in the bucket again. Then he frowned. It's a pity, though this red moon carp has fine quality. It's a bit too large and probably won't fetch 100 silver taels. Its value must be somewhat reduced. Why is that, Grandpa Chen? Aren't bigger fish better? Little Yan asked, not understanding. Generally speaking, that's true, but the red moon carp is different, old Dr. Chen explained. The most valuable part of the red moon carp is its freshness, and it's usually when they reach around 2 pounds that they are the freshest and most tender. Anything heavier, even if it retains its freshness, the flesh is slightly tougher, and naturally its value isn't as high. Lu Qing could understand this. It was like some seafood from his previous life. where bigger isn't always pricier rather. When smaller, the price per unit was higher. No matter the value, it's all down to Grandpa Chen's effort, said Lu Qing. Regardless of how valuable the red moon carp was, Lu Qing had no way to sell it. He believed that if he dared to appear in town with such a strange fish, even if he could sell it for money, he might not be able to leave the town. Maybe only a cultivation practitioner like old Dr. Chen would be entitled to involve oneself in such trade. By the way, the red moon carp has always been rare and its habits elusive, fond of solitude and its tracks hardly seen. How did you manage to catch it? Old Dr. Chen asked curiously. Maybe it was luck. After I caught that green armored fish yesterday, I fished for a while longer and just happened to catch this red moon carp, answered Lu Qing. His heart, however, stirred slightly. Elusive habits, so even the elder doctor didn't know that red moon carps like blood apricots. If that's the case, it really is fortune on your side. Old Dr. Chen sighed somewhat. Perhaps the heavens see the hardship you and your sister have been through, and thus granted you these blessings. The elder doctor recalled Lu Qing's illness that had suddenly improved. Maybe, the sudden recovery from Lu Qing's illness was also for this reason. After pondering for a while, old Dr. Chen placed the red moon carp in a water tank in the house to keep it for the time being, then went to give Lu Qing acupuncture. This time, after the acupuncture was finished, Lu Qing's sleep was shorter than the last. Upon awakening, he saw the elder doctor still chatting and laughing with little Yan in the yard, with yam cakes still on the stone table. Woke up, have you? Come, have something to eat first. Old Dr. Chen saw Lu Qing come out and push the cakes on the table towards him. This time Lu Qing did not refuse, picking up a piece of cake and eating it slowly. Old Dr. Chen observed Lu Qing's complexion for a moment, then nodded. Not bad. It seems you have heeded my advice these past few days and have not skimped on food and drink. Grandpa Chen, my brother, and I have been eating delicious food these days. Brother makes really tasty dishes. Little Yan boasted proudly at the side. I can tell, the elder doctor said, affectionately patting the little one's head. With his medical skill, how could he not notice that the complexions of the siblings had improved greatly compared to a few days ago? After Lu Qing ate a few pieces of cake, old Dr. Chen leisurely said, I mentioned before that after this round of acupuncture, I would allow you to learn about herbs for an hour. You remember, don't you? Lu Qing immediately sat up straight and said solemnly, Lu Qing certainly remembers. Do you still possess a desire to learn about medicinal herbs now? Of course, my interest in herbs has never waned. That's good. Old Dr. Chen smiled. I was worried that after you caught a red moon carp and were about to possess a large sum of money, you would no longer want to take the path of gathering herbs. Lu Qing wants to study medicinal herbs not just for a living, but out of pure curiosity about the various magical herbs and wanting to understand how they cure diseases and save people, Lu Qing earnestly stated. In that case, come with me. Old Dr. Chen rose and walked towards the house. Lu Qing quickly followed. Once inside the house, old Dr. Chen took out a book and handed it to Lu Qing. Here's 100 herbs scripture that contains the names, illustrations, and growing habits of various medicinal herbs. Take it and study it well. Compare it to the herbs being sun-dried outside in the courtyard, and if there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me. Lu Qing was stunned as he held the book. Grandpa Chen, didn't you say I would help you sun-dry the herbs while learning from you? Now he was being handed a medical scripture directly. Lu Qing knew that in this world, books were very precious. Firstly, paper was expensive. Secondly, ink was expensive too. The original host's grandfather, when he had fled disaster in the past, had taken nothing else but a few books. Unfortunately, during the escape, the books were lost. As a result, the original host often heard Grandpa Lu deeply sighing that the loss of those ancient family books was his greatest failure to his ancestors. Later, due to the family's poverty, they couldn't afford paper and ink, which meant Grandpa Lu had never managed to revise those ancient family books. Even the original host had only recognized a few characters and was very shallow in writing. What's wrong, aren't you happy? Elder Dr. Chen asked. Of course I'm happy, Lu Qing hastily replied. He was well aware of the preciousness of knowledge in this world. That's fine then, you can start learning now. Seeing that the elder doctor had said so, Lu Qing could only take the book and return to the courtyard. After instructing little Yan with a few words, he walked to a quiet spot and opened the book. However, after casually browsing through a few pages, Lu Qing couldn't help but frown, because in the 100 herbs scripture, many of the names of the medicinal herbs were very strange, and the characters were obscure. The original owner of the body didn't know many characters to begin with. Though he had the memories of his past life, the characters of the two worlds were different. Some characters even he didn't recognize. This made reading the 100 herbs scripture quite difficult. At this rate, he didn't know when he'd be able to master the knowledge within. Lu Qing knew himself well. He was not an extremely intelligent person, nor did he have the ability to read 10 lines at a glance and understand everything immediately. In his previous life, he was just an average person with a normal IQ who, despite studying hard, only just managed to get into an ordinary university. So to learn the 100 Herbs scripture sooner, he estimated he'd have to apply the same effort he had for the college entrance examination. After giving himself a pep talk, Lu Qing continued to read. Then, as he read on, the scripture in front of him suddenly emitted a hazy white glow. 100 Herbs Scripture, a book that contains knowledge of many herbs. Mastering this book might give you a rough understanding of the herbs in the world. Would you like to download? The first 2 notifications were fine, but when the third appeared, Lu Qing was completely stunned. Do you want to download? When Lu Qing saw this message, he was stunned. He then smiled. His superpower could really surprise people at unexpected times. He had been worrying about how to digest the 100 Herbs scripture, but he didn't expect a pillow to come his way so quickly. Without hesitation, Lu Qing chose to download. Downloading, current progress 1. Lu Qing waited quietly, but after a while he did not see the progress bar move. He was taken aback, thought for a moment, then picked up the 100 Herbs scripture and began to slowly flip through it from the beginning. Sure enough, as he flipped through the book, the download progress bar also began to move. 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100 Herbs scripture, download complete. Do you want to start learning? By the time Lu Qing had flipped through the entire 100 Herbs scripture, his superpower indicated that the download was complete. At the same time, a new message popped up. Lu Qing immediately chose to learn. The next moment, a flood of information surged through his mind, like an enlightening baptism, swiftly committing the contents of 100 Herbs scripture to memory. From the outside, Lu Qing simply appeared to be zoning out with a book, unaware of the changes happening in his mind. This path of herbal medicine is indeed vast and profound. After some time, Lu Qing came back to his senses, his face showing wonder. At this point, he had memorized the entire 100 Herbs scripture, and he had gained a basic understanding of its contents. He could now recite the names and properties of the various herbs detailed in the book by heart. Of course, this understanding was still theoretical. Next, he would need to compare what he learned with actual herbs to truly master the 100 Herbs scripture. However, this round of memorization alone had made Lu Qing realize the profoundness of the path of herbal medicine. The 100 Herbs scripture recorded hundreds of herbs, which is but a fraction of the herbs in the world. The combination of these herbs could create various formulas to heal and treat illnesses, truly miraculous. With the marvels of herbal medicine revealed, Lu Qing's interest intensified. Although he had memorized the whole book, he continued to flip through the 100 Herbs scripture, seeking to gain new insights from reviewing what he knew. Old Dr. Chen had been inside the house all this time, waiting for Lu Qing to seek his guidance. After waiting for a long time and still not seeing Lu Qing come in, he decided to go out into the courtyard to see what was happening. He then saw Lu Qing engrossed in the 100 Herbs scripture. Little Yan was on the other hand, was catching butterflies in another corner, not bothering her brother. The elder doctor felt a secret relief upon seeing this. It seemed that Lu Qing's interest in herbal medicine wasn't just talk. Otherwise, how could he be so engrossed in a dry book like the 100 Herbs scripture? However, the 100 Herbs scripture is not so easy to understand. Just as Elder Chen was about to ask Lu Qing if there was anything he didn't understand, suddenly, several anxious shouts came from outside the courtyard. Elder Dr. Chen, are you at home? Elder Dr. Chen, I'm here. Elder Chen heard the panic in the outside voice and hurried out to meet them. Lu Qing was also startled and stood up with his book in hand. Immediately afterward, he saw several villagers carrying an unconscious man in, as Elder Dr. Chen directed them to place the person in the center of the courtyard. Lu Qing recognized the unconscious man at a glance, as he too was a villager, someone he should address as Uncle Zhao. At that moment, Uncle Zhao was completely drenched, his face a ghastly shade of blue, his abdomen swollen, already deep in a coma. Come on, you all, back off, let me take a look. After having the man laid down, Elder Dr. Chen waved to clear the villagers away. No one dared to defy Elder Dr. Chen's words, so they immediately stood far away. One of them happened to retreat in front of Lu Qing. Lu Qing gently tapped his shoulder, Brother Duran. The villager jumped with fright, turned his head, saw it was Lu Qing, and was immediately surprised. Lu Qing, what are you doing here? Never mind that for now, Lu Qing said softly. What happened to Uncle Zhao? He fell into the water. If we hadn't been nearby, he probably would have been washed away by the river, Duran replied. How did he end up in the water? Lu Qing was astonished. Don't you all usually fish together? Today he didn't join us, instead he went to another place to fish alone. Where? Duran's expression became somewhat uneasy. He glanced around and whispered, it should be the same place where you caught the big fish yesterday. Lu Qing fell silent for a moment before saying, but that shouldn't have led to falling in the water. I fixed that spot to be quite even. I don't know about that. We only heard his cries for help, and by the time we got there, he was already in the river, swept far away, nearly sinking. As Duran recounted the events, he suddenly seemed to remember something, adding, right, when we rescued old Zhao, he was still tightly clutching his fishing rod, though the line had long since broken. Lu Qing fell silent again, an assumption suddenly forming in his heart. However, he still asked, does Uncle Zhao not know how to swim? No, he doesn't. If he could swim, how could he have drowned? The current wasn't even strong where he fell in. Lu Qing was speechless. Failing to swim, yet going alone to fish by the river, even daring to wade into the water to grab the rod Uncle Zhao was far too careless. With many years of fishing experience, Lu Qing had pretty much guessed the reason for Uncle Zhao's fall into the water, but whether that was indeed the case would have to wait until he regained consciousness to know for sure. Lu Qing looked towards the center of the courtyard. By this time, old Dr. Chen had also learned from other villagers that old Zhao's coma was caused by falling into the water. He immediately pried open old Zhao's mouth to check whether there was any foreign object blocking it. After confirming there were no obstructions, he immediately placed his hands on old Zhao's chest and abdomen. No one knew what technique he used, but with a gentle press of his hands in the next instant, old Zhao spat out a large mouthful of murky water. Then Elder Dr. Chen pressed again, and old Zhao spat out another mouthful of murky water. Just like that, Elder Dr. Chen continued pressing, and with each press, old Zhao would spit out a mouthful of murky water. After 7 or 8 presses, the murky water he spat out dwindled, and by a dozen or so presses, old Zhao, who had been unconscious all this time, suddenly coughed a few times and slowly opened his eyes. He's awake, he's awake. Old Zhao is alive. Elder Dr. Chen is truly amazing. The villagers shouted in surprise and joy. They were profoundly impressed by old Dr. Chen's medical skill. When they had carried old Zhao in, they saw his chest was almost not moving and feared that he might have been lost. But Elder Dr. Chen, with his miraculous skills, managed to revive him. Old Zhao coughed for a while and then slowly regained consciousness. He looked around at the people with a somewhat bewildered gaze. Where am I? Where am I? Old Zhao awoke and looked around at the people, asking somewhat bewilderedly. Old Zhao, have you forgotten? You fell into the water, nearly drowned, and we rescued you. Exactly, we heard your cries for help, and when we arrived, you were almost fully submerged. If it weren't for old Dr. Chen's excellent medical skills, you'd be meeting your old dad by now. How did you end up in the water? Were you pulled in by a fish? Amidst the villagers' clamorous questions, old Zhao finally began to remember some of what had happened. Then it hit him right, the fish. Where's my fishing rod? You're still thinking about your fishing rod. When we saved you, you were clinging onto it for dear life. It was such a hassle we chucked it on the riverbank, a villager responded. Ouch, how could you just throw my rod away? Where did you throw it? Old Zhao became anxious. Now the villager was displeased. What's with that, old Zhao? We went out of our way to save you and you haven't even thanked us yet. Instead you're blaming us. That's right, had we known, we wouldn't have saved you, maybe just let you drown. Ungrateful, after we bothered to drag you out of the river and even made the effort to carry you to the elder doctor's place. The other villagers also became discontented. The villagers had their pride but a soft heart seeing old Zhao apologize. Their expressions softened somewhat. All right, stop fussing over your broken rod. You should hurry up and tell us how you ended up in the water. I remember you never wade into the river, another villager pressed. I jumped in myself, old Zhao muttered, then finally came clean. You jumped in yourself, a villager incredulously asked. Don't you know you can't swim? How could you dare jump into the river? How was I to know the water would be that deep? I thought it would at most reach my thighs, old Zhao defended himself. But why would you jump into the river? Well, that's because. Hesitating for a moment, old Zhao confessed, in a moment of carelessness, a fish pulled away my rod. My head got hot and I wanted to snatch back my rod, so I just jumped in. Not far away, Lu Qing, just as expected. When Duran recounted the incident earlier, he had guessed that old Zhao had fallen in while trying to grab his fishing rod. He had seen such incidents too many times in his past life. He had even done the same himself. But he hadn't expected that old Zhao, not even knowing how to swim, would be so reckless. You're such a fool. The other villagers had not anticipated that old Zhao could have nearly lost his life for such a reason. That rotten fishing rod isn't worth much. Just go up the mountain, chop down a bamboo, and you could make another one easily. For that thing, you nearly threw your life away. Have you been goaded by a pig? A villager who was on good terms with old Zhao immediately began to scold him. Old Zhao dared not speak. He dared even less to admit that when he jumped in, it wasn't just because he was fond of the fishing rod more so. He couldn't bear to let go of the big fish that had bitten the bait and could easily drag away his rod. He had coveted the 2 big fish that Lu Qing caught yesterday, green with envy. Such big fish that could be eaten for several meals now that he finally had the chance to catch a big fish himself. How could he let it slip away? However, this incident confirmed for him that there indeed were big fish at that spot. Next time, as long as he was more careful, he would surely catch one. The villagers didn't know old Zhao's thoughts, or they would have scolded him thoroughly. At this moment, old Zhao tried to stand up but found himself weak and powerless, unable to exert any strength, with his head also feeling heavy and dizzy, unable to move his body properly. He was suddenly alarmed. Old Dr. Chen, what's wrong with me? Why can't I move? Old Dr. Chen sighed. You were in the water too long. The cold has seeped into your body and you drank a lot of the contaminated river water, damaging your internal organs. You even stopped breathing for quite a while. Although I've expelled the contaminated water from inside you and awakened you, your body has sustained injuries. What should I do then? Elder doctor, you must save me, save me. Upon hearing this, old Zhao was utterly terrified and pleaded desperately. The thought of catching a big fish had long since been cast away. Don't be anxious, I am a doctor, and of course I will treat you, the elder doctor said soothingly. However, you are not young anymore, and your body won't recover as easily. You must rest and recuperate peacefully for a while. Will I be able to walk again in the future? Old Zhao asked with hope. Walking shouldn't be a problem, but as for how much you'll recover, that depends on how you rest, the elder doctor replied. As long as I can walk, that's good enough. Old Zhao's heart relaxed a bit. He was genuinely afraid that he would become paralyzed. Where's my dad? Where is he? Just as old Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly a commotion arose from outside in the courtyard, followed by a group of people rushing in. Leading them were two young men, a woman, and an elderly woman. Others, too, were villagers who had heard the news and come. Dad, the older of the young men, seeing old Zhao lying there, rushed over. I heard Dashan shouting that you had fallen into the water and were being brought here to the elder doctor. What in the world happened? It turned out that when Duran and others were bringing old Zhao over, they also sent someone to old Zhao's home to notify his family. I am fine now, old Zhao said to his son with a guilty conscience. What do you mean fine? A villager bluntly exposed his lie. Ah Ming, your dad went fishing alone, jumped into the river himself, and nearly drowned. Then he recounted the entire incident thoroughly. As soon as the villager finished speaking, the elderly woman, old Zhao's wife, burst into tears and scolding. You good for nothing, I told you not to go fishing, but you insisted. You can't swim, so why go to the riverbank, let alone jump into the river? Do you wish to die and drag me along with you? Old Zhao's son, Zhao Ming, also looked uneasy. But as his son, he didn't feel it was his place to scold his father. He could only advise Dad, let's not go fishing anymore, okay? We don't lack that bit of fish at home, so why insist on doing it? His second son also said, yeah, Dad, in the future, just tell us whatever you want to eat. No matter how much trouble it is, I'll get it for you. Just don't do such dangerous things again. I won't go anymore. I won't go at all in the future. Old Zhao, red-faced from his wife's and son's admonishing, could only agree. Don't worry, Ah Ming. Even if your dad wanted to go fishing again, he can't now. Another villager chimed in. Old Dr. Chen said that your dad got a severe soaking this time and it's left him with ailments. If he doesn't rest and recover properly, he might even find walking difficult in the future. What? The Zhao family was immediately shocked. In the end, old Zhao was carried away by his two sons amid his wife's scolding. Old Dr. Chen had given him an acupuncture treatment and prescribed some medicine, and old Zhao's complexion had already improved a lot when he left. Once old Zhao's family left, the villagers, having nothing exciting left to see and not daring to disturb old Dr. Chen further, began to disperse. Are you leaving, Ah Qing? Brother Duran said to Lu Qing. Lu Qing, why are you here, and little Yan too? It was then that the other villagers noticed Lu Qing and little Yan standing in a corner. I've been here the whole time. It's just that everyone was concerned about Uncle Zhao's health and didn't notice me, Lu Qing said with a smile. Brother Duran, you guys go ahead. I still have some things I want to ask Grandpa Chen. Ask for advice. It was only then that Brother Duran noticed the book in Lu Qing's hand, suddenly realizing, you're here learning from old Dr. Chen. Yes, I'm learning a bit about herbal medicine from Grandpa Chen, Lu Qing didn't deny. At this remark, the villagers were all astonished. Could it be that Lu Qing was so highly regarded by the elder doctor? After their surprise, what followed was envy. The elder doctor's medical skills were well known. He could even save those on the brink of death. Many had seen the state Lu Qing was in when he was ill, but ultimately, it was the elder doctor's prescription that had cured him. Earlier, when old Zhao fell into the water, they said his complexion was ashen and he was breathless. Then, with just a few manipulations by the elder doctor, the man was revived. To say his medical skills could bring the dying back to life was no exaggeration. Now that Lu Qing had the opportunity to learn medicine from the elder doctor, how could they not be envious? But though they envied him, the villagers knew that such things could not be envied into existence. Learning medical skills was clearly not easy, and one had to be extremely intelligent otherwise. One wouldn't even manage to start. See how Lu Qing was holding a book. All the characters known by everyone in the village combined probably wouldn't fill a basket. Only Lu Qing, who had been taught by his grandfather from a young age, could recognize some characters. Perhaps this was also why old Dr. Chen valued Lu Qing. Thinking this, the envy in many villagers' hearts lessened somewhat, because they knew that even if such good fortune fell on them, they wouldn't have the capability to seize it. An elderly villager stepped forward and patted Lu Qing on the shoulder. Good for you, Lu Qing. You must learn well from the elder doctor and try to master all his skills. The sudden encouragement left Lu Qing a bit bewildered. He wanted to say that he was really only learning a bit about herbal medicine from old Dr. Chen. But seeing the earnest look in the old man's eyes, he could only nod. I will try my best. Even after the villagers had left, Lu Qing still felt somewhat perplexed. He had thought that everyone would be envious and jealous to see him studying medicine with the elder doctor, but he had just seen it. There was envy among the villagers, and jealousy too, but it wasn't as intense as he had imagined. Instead, beyond the envy and jealousy, it seemed they genuinely hoped he could indeed master the elder doctor's medical skills. Lu Qing did not like to assume the worst about others, but he also knew that the human heart is unpredictable, and sometimes jealousy comes without any obvious reason. Do you feel puzzled? Old Dr. Chen came up beside Lu Qing. What? Lu Qing asked, not understanding. Don't you understand why the people in the village hope so much that you can learn my medical skills? Old Dr. Chen said with a smile. Lu Qing nodded. He didn't quite understand. Did the elder doctor know the reason? Lu Qing, do you know how many doctors there were in this village and the nearby villages when I settled here? The elder doctor didn't directly answer Lu Qing's question but asked instead. Lu Qing shook his head. When the elder doctor came to the village, the original host was young and didn't have many memories of this. Not even one. The elder doctor gave an answer that surprised Lu Qing. Before I came to this village, none of the nearby villages had a single doctor. When villagers fell ill with minor illnesses, they would generally pick some herbs they recognized and boil them to drink, or they would go to the midwife or witch for some medicine. The rest depended largely on enduring the illness. Only when they couldn't bear it anymore would they go to the city to seek medical help. But the serious illnesses in this world mostly evolved from minor ones. By the time they couldn't endure anymore and went to the city to seek medical help, it was often already a serious illness. Serious illnesses are difficult to treat, even for city doctors who aren't sure they could cure all illnesses. Moreover, living in the city is not easy, let alone seeking medical help. Even if city doctors were confident in their treatment, the excessive medical fees were not something ordinary villagers could afford. Therefore, for ordinary villagers, a serious illness often meant that their life was soon to end. Before I came to the village, the number of people who died from illnesses every year in your nearby villages was far from small. Lu Qing recalled, and indeed, there seemed to be funerals every year in the village before the elder doctor's arrival. When I traveled here years ago and saw many people in nearby villages suffering from diseases without recourse to medical help, I couldn't bear it and decided to stay, hoping to give these villagers a chance at life. Little did I expect that this stay would last for 10 years. In these 10 years, I can't say I've saved countless people, but at least I've provided a place for the villagers to seek medical help when they fell ill, preventing minor illnesses from turning into serious ones. Lu Qing felt deeply moved. Following what the elder doctor had said, for these 10 years, he really had been a living bodhisattva, ensuring safety for the area. So everyone hoped that I could learn medicine from you so I could also treat and heal people in the future, Lu Qing asked. Yes, probably everyone is tired of the days when there was no access to medical help, the elder doctor nodded. But isn't Grandpa Chen still here? But I am already very old, the elder doctor said. Although I rarely mingle in the village, I still occasionally hear private discussions about what they would do if I suddenly died one day, where they would go for medical treatment. Lu Qing, he thought of the elder doctor's identity as a cultivator. Those critical villagers surely would not have expected an old man to have such keen hearing. Now Lu Qing fully understood why everyone, despite being envious and jealous when they saw him learning medicine from the elder doctor, still reminded him to study hard. It turned out that everyone was scared of returning to the days without a doctor, afraid that if one day the elder doctor was no longer around, they would return to how things were before. Grandpa Chen, does that make you angry? Lu Qing asked. What do I have to be angry about? Elder Dr. Chen chuckled. It's just human nature, and besides, I really am very old, almost 1 foot in the grave, but I see you're still in very good health. Lu Qing thought to himself. He remembered the red light that he had seen emanating from the elder doctor. Lu Qing, you are a smart boy. You should understand now what everyone meant earlier, right? I understand a little, Lu Qing nodded. Then, would you like to learn medicine from me? The elder doctor suddenly asked. What? Lu Qing looked at the elder doctor in surprise, somewhat doubting if he had misheard just now. Grandpa Chen, did you just say that you want me to study medicine with you? How so are you not willing? The elder doctor asked. No, it's just that you said before you only wanted me to follow you and learn some herbal knowledge, didn't you? I've changed my mind. Mr. Wang's words earlier reminded me that the village will indeed need a doctor in the future. Since you're the only person in the village who can read, perhaps I should give you this opportunity. Mr. Wang was the elder who had earlier patted Lu Qing on the shoulder, urging him to follow old Dr. Chen and study medicine diligently. Lu Qing was stunned. He had thought it would be a long time before he'd have the opportunity to study medicine. Unexpectedly, the situation had changed so quickly. Old Dr. Chen continued, however, don't be too pleased with yourself just yet. The path to learning medicine requires talent. If you don't have the talent, even if I'm willing to teach, you might not be able to learn. What counts as having talent? Asked Lu Qing. 1 month, the elder doctor replied. As long as you can memorize all the names and properties of the herbs recorded in the 100 Herbs Scripture in your hands within a month, I will formally take you on as an apprentice. If you can't do it, then you might as well honestly learn some herbal knowledge and make a living as an herb gatherer. Grandpa Chen, I will definitely try hard to memorize the entire 100 Herbs Scripture, Lu Qing said excitedly. It was just memorizing the 100 Herbs Scripture, something he could do right now. However, Lu Qing knew that if he really recited the entire 100 Herbs Scripture in front of the elder doctor now, what awaited him might not be the elder doctor's surprise but fear instead. So he couldn't rush this matter, he needed to give the elder doctor time to accept it. After all, he had previously told people that he could only recognize some characters, not that he was extensively read. Following that, Lu Qing took the 100 Herbs Scripture and started asking old Dr. Chen about some questions in it, mainly about some rare characters and the pronunciation of the names of medicinal materials. Though superpower had helped him memorize the entire 100 Herbs Scripture, there were some meanings of words that he wanted to understand more deeply. It was also a good opportunity to confirm whether they were different from his understanding. To this, the elder doctor naturally had all the answers, explaining in detail to Lu Qing, and it was during this process of explanation that old Dr. Chen was amazed to discover Lu Qing's excellent memory. Many words, after just explaining them once or twice, he could basically remember and didn't require further elaboration. Lu Qing, you truly are a very smart child, the elder doctor said with great satisfaction. Lu Qing's performance greatly exceeded his expectations. At this rate, perhaps he really could memorize the entire 100 Herbs Scripture within a month. It's because Grandpa Chen teaches so well, Lu Qing said modestly. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief internally. This was the first time he felt pretending to be confused could also be tiring. Even though he already understood many things, he still needed to ask several times and couldn't let the elder doctor notice any loopholes. It was a great test of his acting skills. All right, let's stop here for today. Learning characters shouldn't be done too much at once, otherwise it's easy to get them mixed up. Take the 100 Herbs Scripture back with you, have a good look at it tonight, and come back up tomorrow. I'll test your progress then. Grandpa Chen, don't I need to wait until the next acupuncture session to come back? Lu Qing asked in surprise. Now that you're going to study the 100 Herbs Scripture, why wait so long? If more than 3 days pass, I'm afraid you'll have forgotten what you learned today, the elder doctor said with a laugh and a scolding tone. Then we'll come back up tomorrow to see you, elder, Lu Qing said joyfully. Grandpa Chen, does that mean Little Yan can still come up to play with you tomorrow? Little Yan also said happily. Of course, I'll make you some new pastries tomorrow for you to try. The elder doctor picked up the little tyke. Little Yan's eyes lit up. New pastries. Will they be as delicious as the yam cake? They won't be any worse than the yam cakes. The little tyke suddenly felt like she was about to drool. After leaving the half-mountain small courtyard with Little Yan, Lu Qing's heart was still joyous. His gains for the day were still enormous. The red moon carp he had intended to give to Elder Dr. Chen turned out to be such a precious strange fish. After Elder Dr. Chen sells the red moon carp, even after deducting the stew medicine fee he owed to the elder doctor, there should still be some silvertail left. It just so happens that he is very poor right now, and with the silvertail, many urgent matters can be resolved. What's more important is that he learned about the red moon carp's habit of enjoying blood apricots. If that river outside the village could yield one red moon carp, there surely must be others. As long as he is patient, maybe he can catch another. When that time comes, it will be another fortune. Besides the red moon carp, the biggest gain was the opportunity bestowed by old Dr. Chen. Next, as long as he proceeds step by step, thoroughly studies the 100 Herbs Scripture, and gains the elder doctor's approval, he will truly obtain the opportunity to learn medical skills. Lu Qing believes that with his superpower and diligent study, he will definitely master medical skill. Moreover, the sudden discovery of this function today also made Lu Qing realize his superpower is even more powerful than he imagined, with many more functions still waiting for him to uncover. With an excited heart, the siblings walked toward their home. Meanwhile, the events that occurred today at the elder doctor's house had already spread throughout the entire village. Especially the fact that Lu Qing was learning medical skills from Dr. Chen was drawing the attention of almost all the villagers. Under the large tree in the center of the village, a group of villagers was discussing. Do you guys think Lu Qing is really learning medical skill from old Dr. Chen? A villager asked in surprise. Of course it's true. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Lu Qing was reciting from a medical book right there. Another villager responded. Yes, and when we asked Lu Qing, the elder doctor didn't deny it. Isn't that the truth? Another villager added. Does that mean our village will have a doctor of its own in the future? An old man said excitedly. It's too early to say. Lu Qing is just learning from the elder doctor for now. It's hard to say when he will be ready to treat patients. No matter what, it's a hope at least. If there's no doctor in the village, we'd have to go back to the way things were before. Hearing this, the villagers fell silent. Yes, before the elder doctor arrived, when they had any kind of ailments, they could only endure on their own. Some minor ailments might get better after enduring, but the fear was that enduring might lead to bigger problems. In the past, quite a few people in the village had passed away like this. After old Dr. Chen arrived, life became better. No matter the illness, the elder doctor could treat it in some way. Even if he couldn't cure it right away, he could relieve the pain, making it less unbearable for the patient. What's most crucial is that the elder doctor's fees for treating were not expensive. Even if someone couldn't pay the fee temporarily, he still helped out and allowed it to be owed. Where else could you find such a good doctor? Therefore, everyone truly respected old Dr. Chen from the bottom of their hearts. But everyone also knew that the elder doctor was getting on in years. Hence, sometimes they couldn't help but think, what would they do if one day the elder doctor was no longer there? No one wanted to return to those days when they were sick but had no doctor to see. Now, hearing that Lu Qing was studying medical skill from the elder doctor, people genuinely felt happy. Just as everyone was chatting under the tree, suddenly, no one knew who shouted out, "Lu Qing is back." When Lu Qing brought little Yan back to the village and saw the residents gathered under the large tree chatting, he was greeted with smiling faces. "Ah Qing and little Yan are back," one of the villagers said cheerfully. "Yes, we just came back from Grandpa Chen's place." Lu Qing nodded, slightly puzzled. "What are you all doing here? Did something happen?" "Not at all," the villagers shook their heads repeatedly. "Ah Qing, you are learning from Elder Dr. Chen. You must study hard and diligently." An elderly person then said, "Yes, if you have any difficulties, just talk to us. We're all from the same village. No need to be so formal. It's rare that Elder Dr. Chen is willing to teach you medical skills. You must grasp the opportunity well." Other villagers also chimed in. Looking at the concerned expressions on the villagers' faces, Lu Qing felt somewhat dazed. He remembered what the elder doctor had told him before he had descended the mountain. "Lu Qing, do you know why I chose to settle in your village among the nearby villages?" Lu Qing does not know. "It's because I really like the local customs of your village. I've wandered around for decades, traveling north and south, having seen and lived in countless villages, if not 1,000, then 800. Among these villages, some are wealthy, some are poor, some are righteous, some are xenophobic, all kinds. But the local customs of your village are rarely so simple. Uniting and helping each other, neighbors living harmoniously, supporting one another. Although villagers here occasionally quarrel, they don't hold grudges, and when someone is in need, help is still provided. Such a harmonious village is rare, even in the extensive travels of my life. When I first came to your village, it was this simplicity that attracted me, and ultimately I decided to settle here." After listening to the elder doctor's words, Lu Qing had thought deeply at that moment. Indeed, even he could feel that the villagers were very simple. Otherwise, in a village with a slightly worse atmosphere, he and little Yan would probably have been treated coldly and even bullied. Where else would they still be able to live peacefully in their own home? "Grandpa Chen, you just mentioned that the villages outside seem different from ours." Lu Qing had asked then. "Why is our village different from others?" "Well, I'm not very clear on that. Perhaps you can ask some of the older villagers later." Reflecting on the conversation with the elder doctor and looking at the villagers with eager concern, Lu Qing suddenly smiled and nodded seriously. "Don't worry, everyone. I will definitely study medical skills diligently with Grandpa Chen." After saying goodbye to the villagers, Lu Qing held little Yan's hand and walked home, feeling very cheerful. He felt somewhat fortunate. Luckily, he had been reborn in today's village. If he had been reborn in those villages with poor customs that the elder doctor spoke of, he would have faced a bunch of troubles. Now, although life was a bit tough, there weren't so many frustrations. Moreover, as he became more familiar with this world, he believed that even if life was tough, it would continue to get better for him. After returning home, Lu Qing let little Yan go play, and he took out the 100 Herbs scripture and continued to read. Knowing the value of the red moon carp, he was no longer in such a hurry to find ways to make money. Once Elder Dr. Chen helped sell the red moon carp, he would have a sum of silver incoming, enough for him and little Yan to live on for a while. Now, what he valued most was the test from the elder doctor. As long as he passed the test, he would officially follow the elder doctor to learn medicine, and he must seize this opportunity. Therefore, even with the help of his superpower, he had already memorized the entire 100 Herbs scripture. Lu Qing still did not relax, continuing to study the content diligently. Time slowly elapsed while Lu Qing read. In the meantime, some villagers came over, wanting to ask about fishing. After all, the 2 big fish he had caught yesterday were quite shocking to everyone. Some people wanted to come over and learn from his experience. However, seeing Lu Qing reading in the courtyard, they didn't dare to disturb him and quietly left. For dinner, Lu Qing still made fish, adding a bunch of wild vegetables picked from the yard. After dinner, as the sky darkened, Lu Qing read for a while longer until it was completely dark. The household couldn't afford to light an oil lamp now, so as soon as it darkened, he put away the book. Yet after an afternoon of revision, his familiarity with the 100 Herbs scripture had further improved. Except for some words he still didn't fully understand, there were almost no doubts left. After all, the 100 Herbs scripture was only a book introducing herbal medicine, belonging to a kind of popular science medical book, and did not delve into medical theory, so it was not difficult to understand. Not to mention, Lu Qing had the help of his superpower. He believed that even if Elder Chen wanted to test him right now, he would be able to pass completely. After putting the book away, Lu Qing prepared to coax little Yan to sleep. This other world was not like the brightly lit world of his former life, where nightlife began in the early morning. Here, staying up until 10 o'clock at night was already considered staying up late. Usually, everyone went to bed around 8 or 9 o'clock after dark. Brother, little Yan is not sleepy yet. The little one was lying in bed, covered with a small quilt. Moonlight shone through the window onto the bed, illuminating the child's round eyes perfectly. Little Yan, be good and sleep early. Tomorrow we need to go to Grandpa Chen's place, Lu Qing coaxed. But little Yan can't sleep, the little one acted stubbornly. What should we do then? Lu Qing was somewhat at a loss. Brother, tell me a story. I want to hear about that little monkey from last time. The little one revealed her true intention. All right, Lu Qing sighed. Where did we leave off last time? He was somewhat regretful. The last 2 nights after little Yan woke up crying in the middle of the night, no matter how he tried to soothe her, she wouldn't stop. In the end, he could only tell her a story, and unexpectedly the little one instantly got hooked. Last time, we left off where the little monkey wanted to become the king. Little Yan remembered quite clearly. Okay, so that day, as the monkeys were frolicking in the mountain stream, they stumbled upon a Shuilian cave. Indeed, the story Lu Qing was telling was that of the great sage equaling heaven. However, he hadn't read the original work in his previous life, and his memory of the specific details of the story was quite vague. He could only rely on his impressions to improvise and organize the language. Luckily, the story of the Monkey King was endlessly fascinating for children. Even though he skimmed over a lot of details, little Yan still listened with great interest. But ultimately, she was just a child who fell asleep quickly, influenced by the calming and soul-stabilizing effects of the green armor fish stone. Little Yan couldn't stay awake to hear the little monkey officially become king, as her eyelids battled and she fell into a deep sleep. Lu Qing gently covered her with the quilt, preparing to return to his own bed. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from outside. The sudden noise startled Lu Qing at first and then made him somewhat cautious. What was that sound? Human, beast, or rat? He thought of the mysterious little beast that had stolen 2 large chunks of fish meat the night before. Could it be that the critter had come back? But he had already brought the fish meat inside his house. Surely, this creature wouldn't have the audacity to barge in, would it? Recalling the information he had gathered with his superpower that morning, the mysterious little beast seemed to have sharp claws. Lu Qing couldn't help but tighten his grip on a stick that was by the bedside. At this moment, he missed the electricity of his previous life immensely. If this were a house from his previous life, no matter what kind of beast it was, simply turning on a light would likely scare it away. Unfortunately, he could hardly afford to light an oil lamp at the moment, let alone use bright lights to scare off wild animals. The noise outside persisted, sounding like something scratching at the door. Despite Lu Qing's usual courage, his heart felt a bit fuzzy at that moment. He gripped the stick tightly and quietly stepped out of the room, entering the hall. Suddenly, the stick struck the door with a loud bang. The noise outside immediately ceased. Lu Qing stood in the hall holding the stick, forcing himself to stay calm. It was a long time before he heard that noise again, but he dared not open the door to rashly check. After a long while, when he was certain there was no more movement outside, Lu Qing finally returned to his room. There was no denying the sedative and calming effects of the green armor fish stone were quite good. Even such a loud noise hadn't woken little Yan. Otherwise, Lu Qing would have had to spend a long time comforting her. That night, however, Lu Qing did not sleep well. Fearing that the creature might return, he hardly slept at all, only dozing off a little as dawn approached. As a result, when he arrived at old Dr. Chen's place the next day, Lu Qing was sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes and looked utterly listless. Seeing him like this, the elder doctor immediately furrowed his brows. Lu Qing, I know you want to master the 100 Herbs scripture as soon as possible, but learning is about balancing work and rest. Sometimes, burying yourself in your studies can be counterproductive. Besides, if you wish to become a doctor, you must take good care of your own body. If you can't even look after yourself, how can you maintain a clear mind to treat and heal others? The elder doctor mistakenly thought Lu Qing's haggard appearance was from staying up the previous night reading. Grandpa Chen, it's not what you think, Lu Qing said with a wry smile. I didn't sleep well last night for another reason. He then told of the previous night's events. So you're saying there was a wild beast trying to get into your house last night, and that's why you didn't sleep well? The elder doctor exclaimed in surprise. Yes, because I was worried it might sneak in and harm little Yan. I didn't dare to sleep. Lu Qing rubbed his eyes and said, Brother, how come little Yan didn't know anything about it? The little tyke had been completely unaware of the previous night's events, and her eyes suddenly widened. You slept like a little pig last night, so of course you wouldn't know. Lu Qing reached out to tap her little nose. But this is no solution, you can't stay up every night on guard. The elder doctor thought for a moment, then turned and went back into his house. Not long after, he came out with a package and handed it to Lu Qing. Take this herbal powder. Master Chen, what is this? Lu Qing asked, holding the item. This is a medicinal powder that I've blended myself. It contains a variety of herbs that repel insects and beasts. When I walk through the mountains, I usually use it for protection. From what you've said, the wild beast shouldn't be too large. Once you return, scatter the powder around your house. The beast will surely be wary and it won't come to bother you again. Elder Doctor's medicinal powder really came at the right time. Otherwise, Lu Qing would have considered setting traps to catch that mysterious little beast. However, some information previously obtained through his superpower made him hesitate to act rashly. After all, the mere footprints of that mysterious little beast were already at a white light level. Who knows how formidable it could be as the creature itself. Upon storing the medicinal powder, Lu Qing took out the 100 herb scripture and continued to seek Elder Doctor's guidance. This time, old Dr. Chen was even more surprised. He found that Lu Qing was learning the 100 herb scripture very quickly. Not only had he completely remembered what was taught yesterday, he had also reviewed the remaining content, managing to infer other principles from one fact. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to master the entire book. Very good, I can see that you really did put in the effort after going back yesterday, said the elder doctor, stroking his beard and nodding with satisfaction. I dare not forget the advice Grandpa Chen gave me, responded Lu Qing respectfully. Well, let's stop here for today. You have gradually become familiar with the 100 herb scripture, but just being familiar with a medical book is not enough, said Elder Doctor. Whether as a doctor or a herb gatherer, one must be able to identify and select real medicinal herbs. I remember that there are some common medicinal herbs growing near the village. On a regular basis, you should observe them more, comparing them to what's in the 100 herbs scripture, to see if the actual herbs match the descriptions in the book, instructed the elder doctor. Yes, I've noted that down, replied Lu Qing. Oh, and tomorrow, you and Little Yan won't need to come up here. I'll be heading into the city and will take the opportunity to sell that red moon carp for you. You can stay home and review the material, the elder doctor added. Grandpa Chen, are you going into the city? Lu Qing asked excitedly. Indeed, a drugstore in the city has ordered some medicinal materials from me, which I need to deliver, explained the elder doctor. Why, is there something you need me to buy for you? With the sale of the red moon carp, you will have a tidy sum of money. Yes, replied Lu Qing immediately. He indeed had items he wished elder doctor could help him buy. Oh, what would you like to buy? I want to buy a cast iron pot, said Lu Qing. Grandpa Chen, you know that our family encountered a misfortune recently and I sold many of our things. The only cast iron pot we had was also sold, so I want to get a new one. A cast iron pot. That's doable, the elder doctor pondered for a moment and then agreed. Anything else? Also, we're almost out of salt at home, and I'd like to stock up on some more. Do you need to buy anything else? No, let's just buy these 2 items for now. Lu Qing shook his head. In truth, there were many things he wanted to buy. Oil, grain, clothes, shoes, and more. He wanted to purchase many items, but he knew that there was a limit to everything. The elder doctor was his senior, and his willingness to help carry items was already quite rare. It would be inappropriate to ask for too much, to be overstepping and lacking propriety. If it wasn't for the fact that cast iron pots and salt could only be bought in the city, he wouldn't have bothered elder doctor even for these 2 things. As for the rest, he could buy them himself at the market fair sometime later. Upon returning from old Dr. Chen's place, Lu Qing immediately sprinkled the medicinal powder around the perimeter of the house. He thought that would put an end to all troubles, and he could finally have a good night's sleep. However, after night fell and little Yan fell asleep, he once again heard that sound. When Lu Qing heard the familiar scratching at the door, he could hardly believe his ears. Old Dr. Chen hadn't said that his medicinal powder was very effective, that even a jackal, upon smelling it, would still keep its distance. Why was this creature still coming? Lu Qing felt somewhat overwhelmed. Was he to get no sleep tonight again? This couldn't go on if he didn't resolve this matter. He feared he wouldn't sleep well in future. Having had poor sleep for 2 consecutive nights, Lu Qing's temper was also becoming a little explosive. He wanted to see just what it was that dared to be so bold. Creeping stealthily to the door with a stick from beside his bed, he suddenly flung the latch and threw the door open. This sudden action clearly startled whatever was outside too. A dark shadow instantly darted out into the courtyard. Ever since awakening his superpower, Lu Qing's eyes had undergone some subtle changes that were not easy to notice. Firstly, his vision had improved immensely, allowing him to see things clearly even from a great distance. Secondly, his sensitivity to light sources had sharpened. Though he couldn't yet see in complete darkness, as long as there was a bit of light, he could make things out with considerable clarity. Now, with the help of the rather bright moonlight overhead, Lu Qing could clearly see what had been troubling him these 2 nights. It was a small black beast. About 2 feet in length, it resembled both a cat and a leopard, with 2 large eyes like light bulbs. At the moment, its fur was slightly bristly, its tail raised, limbs low and tense, puffing up its fur as it warily watched Lu Qing. Seeing the appearance of the black beast, Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief. It was lucky that the beast seemed small in stature and didn't appear very fierce. Besides, it could be the creature whose courage was not great enough to come back after he had slammed the door on it the previous night. For some reason this time, the black beast didn't run away but kept crouching and watching Lu Qing. Lu Qing stood quietly confronting it, unwilling to rashly drive it away. He wanted to use his superpower to ascertain information about the little beast before making a decision. Lu Qing tried to stay calm, his gaze on the little beast. However, his eyes soon widened in shock. A faint red light emerged from the mysterious little beast. Black Knight Spirit Fox, young female mountain spiritual beast. Extremely fast, with razor-sharp claws that can shatter stones and split metal. Rumors say the Black Knight Spirit Fox is fond of fish but has a natural aversion to water, able only to yearn from afar. A red light-level beast. Lu Qing almost jumped in surprise. The superpower radiating from this mysterious beast had already reached the red light level. Wasn't that the same level as old Dr. Chen? No wonder the medicinal powder had been ineffective. Taking several deep breaths, Lu Qing struggled to compose himself. A sense of relief suddenly surged in his heart. It was fortunate he hadn't acted rashly just now. Who would have thought that this little thing was a red light-level spiritual beast? And what were the floating words saying? Extremely fast. Claws that could shatter stones and split metal. Such exaggerated lethality. Even tigers and leopards might not match up, right? Thankfully, this little beast was timid otherwise. He probably would already be lying on the ground. Quietly hiding the stick behind his back, Lu Qing put on an innocuous smile. "Little fellow, did you come here wanting to eat fish?" The little black beast was still watching Lu Qing cautiously, seemingly not understanding what he was saying. Lu Qing hadn't expected a wild animal to understand his words. He gently shifted his footsteps, trying not to startle the little black beast, and quickly took 2 pieces of dried fish from the kitchen. When Lu Qing appeared at the door holding the fish, he clearly saw the little black beast's eyes light up for a moment. Indeed, this guy was here for the fish. Lu Qing recalled the description in the third note. He held the fish in front of him and shook it. "I'm sorry I scared you just now. These 2 pieces of fish are my apology." In the night, the little black beast's eyes, like light bulbs, followed the moving fish. Seeing this, Lu Qing felt certain. Take it. He tossed the fish pieces into the yard, intentionally throwing them a bit farther from the beast to avoid startling it. The fish pieces landed on the ground, startling the little beast, which took a few steps back and kept a close eye on Lu Qing. Lu Qing didn't move, standing quietly. Feeling that Lu Qing had no intention to attack, the little black beast's tense fur relaxed a bit. It glanced at the fish on the ground, sniffed a few times, then suddenly moved. Lu Qing only saw a blur as the little beast dashed past. The next moment, the fish on the ground had disappeared. Shortly afterward, the little beast's figure also jumped over the fence and rapidly vanished into the night fog. After waiting quietly for a while and confirming that the little beast had gone, Lu Qing finally closed the door and returned to his room. Once he lay in bed, Lu Qing's heart could no longer be controlled. It began to pound violently. There was no helping it. The situation had indeed been somewhat perilous. Although the black little beast seemed rather timid, who knew if it would attack people when provoked? As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. And that was no rabbit, but a spiritual beast with powerful attacking capabilities. Its claws were sharp enough to break stone and split metal. If they could tear through stone and metal, what chance did flesh and blood stand? Therefore, Lu Qing really dared not provoke it. Fortunately, this black little beast was not only timid, but also showed no signs of aggressiveness. Otherwise, whether Lu Qing could have survived just now was debatable. What kind of fearsome beast is this, and how have I never heard people in the village mention it? As he calmed down, Lu Qing harbored a doubt. He then recalled the description superpower had detected. That little beast seemed to be still a juvenile. Could its parents be nearby? They probably weren't. If its parents were around, they likely would have already arrived in a group. Lu Qing hadn't forgotten that the note also mentioned that the Black Knight Spirit Fox particularly enjoyed eating fish. Had it migrated from another place, been driven away by its parents, or had some accident befallen them? Lu Qing made several guesses but got nowhere. However, he had a premonition that after tonight, this black little beast would likely visit him again. He had no basis for it. It was just a feeling. It seems I can't give up fishing after all. Lu Qing thought somewhat helplessly. He had originally planned to put fishing on hold and devote himself fully to studying medical skill. After all, once Elder Dr. Chen sold the red moon carp, he would have a sizable amount of money, enough to ensure a worry-free life for him and little Yan for quite some time. But now, with this black little beast depending on him, he had no choice but to change his plans. That was a red light level spiritual beast, not one he could afford to provoke. He could only prioritize appeasing it for now. What kind of situation is this? Lu Qing couldn't help but lament. That night, Lu Qing finally had a good sleep. The next morning after breakfast, he took little Yan to fish by the river. This time he noticed there were far fewer people at the riverside. The earlier bustling scene, where 7 or 8 people jostled for a fishing spot, was gone. It made sense lately. It was the busy farming season. There was still much work to be done in the fields, and not everyone truly had the leisure to fish every day. After all, fishing was just a pastime. It might occasionally improve the diet, but it was the crops from the fields that were vital, the lifeline of the farmers. This time, Lu Qing did not go to the miracle fish fishing spot. With strange fish, it's fine if you catch them once in a while. It would raise suspicions if you caught several every few days. Fool would realize something was amiss. Moreover, even if he caught any strange fish now, he had nowhere to sell them. He couldn't always expect old Dr. Chen to help sell them. As for eating them, he was too reluctant. Ever since learning of the strange fish's value, Lu Qing had planned to treat them as an important source of income. So he decided to fish for strange fish either periodically or when he was more capable of protecting himself. Lu Qing chose another bright fishing spot he discovered the first time he came to the riverside. After repairing the fishing spot a bit, Lu Qing started casting his line. This fishing session was uneventful compared to the previous 2. Within an hour, he had nearly half a bucket of fish. The fish varied in size, biggest being a grass carp weighing 2 or 3 pounds, and the smallest still being those little white ones. After catching nearly half a bucket full of fish, Lu Qing began to pack up. These fish should be enough to feed the Black Knight spirit fox for several nights. After returning home with the fish, Lu Qing waited for little Yan to fall asleep that evening, and sure enough, he heard the familiar scratching at the door. This time he was not panicked. He took out the fish he had prepared earlier from the kitchen and calmly opened the door of the house. As the door opened, there stood the little black beast in the middle of the courtyard. However, its mood was visibly much more stable than before. Although still wary in its eyes, it did not bristle all over like it did the previous night. "I've been expecting you," Lu Qing said with a smile, making his aura as calm and friendly as possible. Then he brought out a wooden basin filled with fish from behind him, slowly walking towards the courtyard. The little black beast saw him coming and quickly backed away a few steps, letting out a slight warning sound. Lu Qing immediately stopped. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm." He gently placed the wooden basin on the ground and slowly retreated. Only after he went back into the house did the little beast calm down. Sniffing a few times, it swiftly darted to the basin. In the next moment, it had already disappeared with the biggest fish, vanishing to some place to eat. Lu Qing wasn't surprised. He quietly waited inside the doorway. As expected, after a while, the little beast reappeared in the courtyard, took another fish, and disappeared once again. The little thing was quite cautious. Lu Qing laughed to himself, with no interest in watching a wild animal eat. There were plenty of little fish in the bucket, and with the little beast running to and fro to feed, there was no telling how long it would take. He didn't want to wait around. Lu Qing closed the door and returned to his room, his heart completely at ease. This matter was now perfectly concluded. Although it cost some fish, it wasn't much for him, who loved to fish. Every time he went fishing, he caught more than he could eat in one sitting. Having the Black Knight spirit fox help consume the surplus was not a bad thing. It was like the old rural life, when leftover scraps at home were eaten by cats and dogs. With a relaxed mindset, Lu Qing slept quite well that night. The next morning, he went out to the courtyard and saw the wooden basin was completely empty. The little beast had eaten all the fish. Even the ones over 2 pounds it had quite the appetite. After cleaning and putting away the basin, Lu Qing started to prepare breakfast. After finishing a meal with little Yan, Lu Qing decided to visit old Dr. Chen. He took more than a pound of freshly slaughtered small fish with him and set out with little Yan. Last time, the elder doctor had mentioned he liked eating small fish, and since Lu Qing had caught quite a few yesterday, he brought some along. Walking up the mountain path, Lu Qing's face showed a hint of anticipation. Elder Chen had gone into town yesterday to help him sell the red moon carp, and Lu Qing was uncertain about the outcome. Although Master Chen had said that the red moon carp was a priceless and precious strange fish that was easy to sell, Lu Qing felt somewhat uneasy until he actually saw the silver tails. Upon arriving at Half Mountain Small Courtyard, Lu Qing saw that old Dr. Chen had just finished his morning exercises. "Grandpa Chen," little Yan ran up to him. "Little Yan, it's been a day. Did you miss Grandpa?" The elder doctor picked up the little girl. "I did," little Yan sweetly replied. "Ha ha ha ha, hello, Grandpa Chen." Lu Qing also stepped forward to greet him. "You look well today. So that beast hasn't been bothering you again, has it?" In the elder doctor's view, his herbal powder was always effective no matter what kind of wild beast it was. It should keep its distance upon smelling it. He gave Lu Qing such a big bag that even tigers and leopards would think twice before coming near. He assumed a mere unknown beast wouldn't be an exception. However, at this moment, Lu Qing seemed a bit embarrassed. "Grandpa Chen, the powder doesn't seem very effective. That beast has come to our house on the last 2 nights. "Oh, how can that be?" Old Dr. Chen was taken aback. "I don't know what's going on, but it seems like that creature isn't afraid of the powder," Lu Qing answered honestly. "How did you manage to drive it away then?" Old Dr. Chen looked over Lu Qing's complexion again, confident he hadn't misjudged and that Lu Qing didn't look like someone who had been up all night. I didn't do anything special. I found out that the creature seemed to be coming for the fish, so I threw some fish to it, and after eating, it left. Likes eating fish, the elder doctor pondered for a moment. What does the beast look like? Did you get a good look? It's a black little beast about 2 feet in length with a pitch-black body, but its paws and the area around its neck are white. Grandpa Chen, do you know what kind of beast this is? A 2-foot-long black little beast. The elder doctor thought for a while and shook his head. I've traveled far and wide for many years, but have never seen a beast with this appearance. Even you, Grandpa Chen, don't recognize it. Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. What are you talking about? The elder doctor laughed. This world is vast and boundless, and there are countless living creatures. I may have wandered for decades, but the places I've seen are but a fraction of this expansive world. Isn't it normal that there are creatures I don't recognize? Grandpa Chen has a point, Lu Qing nodded. He had hoped to get more information about the Black Knight spirit fox from the elder doctor, but it seemed that was not going to happen. However, based on what you said, that little beast seems to have a spiritual nature. Since it has no intention of attacking people and only comes seeking a meal, there's no need to think about driving it away, at least for now. The elder doctor, with his wide experience, knew that there were very special living creatures in this world. Listening to Lu Qing's description, the black little beast could very well be one of them. I had the same thought. Since we can't finish all the fish at home, it doesn't hurt to share some with it, Lu Qing said with a smile. Even if he had to drive it away, he wouldn't dare. That creature was formidable. Little Yan, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, finally understood some of what was being talked about. Her eyes immediately lit up. Brother, can you let little Yan watch the next time you feed that little beast fish? I'm afraid that might be difficult, Lu Qing said. It seems to only come over after you've fallen asleep. Why is that? The little one felt somewhat aggrieved. Does it dislike little Yan? I don't know about that. Maybe the little beast is timid. Once it gets more familiar with us, it should be willing to meet you. Then you should quickly make friends with it, brother. Little Yan also wants to see what the little beast looks like, Little Yan said expectantly. I'll try my best, was all Lu Qing could say, nodding in agreement. By the way, Grandpa Chen, this is for you. I caught some small fish yesterday. Didn't you say last time you wanted some? I don't know if this will be enough. Lu Qing handed over the prepared fresh small fish to the elder doctor. The elder doctor looked at them and was quite satisfied, put them inside. Also, I've brought back the items you asked me to buy there in the house. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Qing saw a brand new large iron pot placed there. Old Dr. Chen then returned to the inner room and took out a cloth bag. This silver is from the sale of the red moon carp. Keep it safe. The elder doctor handed the cloth bag to Lu Qing. When Lu Qing received it, he felt its hefty weight and was startled. So much, Grandpa Chen, how much did the red moon carp sell for? You're quite lucky, the elder doctor said. The nobleman to whom I delivered the medicinal herbs, his wife has been weak recently and needed nourishment. Upon hearing that I had a red moon carp, he didn't hesitate to offer a price of 100 silver taels. 100 silver taels. Lu Qing's eyes widened. Grandpa Chen, didn't you say before that my red moon carp was too big and had decreased in value? He remembered the elder doctor had mentioned before that even the best red moon carp were priced at no more than 100 silver taels each. That's why I said you were lucky, the elder doctor, stroking his beard, replied. Normally, indeed, only the best red moon carp would be worth 100 silver taels, but that nobleman is quite fond of his wife. Apart from the red moon carp's exceptional taste, it also has excellent nourishing effects, which is why that nobleman directly offered me the highest price to secure it. Such a coincidence. After hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but agree with the elder doctor's words. His luck truly wasn't bad at all. This 100 silver taels I've given you all in cash. After deducting the 10 silver needed for your past medical treatment and medicines, and the 5 silver for the iron pot and salt, there are still 85 silver left. Lu Qing opened the cloth bag to look inside, and the white silver tael shone brightly. Almost all were silver ingots, both large and small, with the large ones being 10 taels per ingot, the small ones 5 taels per ingot, along with some broken silver. Clearly, the elder doctor had considered his daily needs, and thus exchanged some of it for broken silver. As for the 15 silver spent, Lu Qing didn't pay it much mind. The elder doctor's fee of 10 silver for the consultation and medicine might seem expensive, but based on his understanding of the elder doctor, he suspected that old Dr. Chen had actually undercharged him, and the expenses for the iron pot and salt. Putting salt aside, but the cost of the iron pot was to be expected. After all, he remembered that the original owner had sold the family's iron pot for quite a sum. Even now, there were not many families in the village that could afford to use an iron pot, a testament to the value of an iron pot. Yet even if the iron pot was expensive, Lu Qing was determined to buy one. Having been in this world for so long, he was tired of eating food that was either boiled or stewed. He was craving for some flavor. With the iron pot, the variety of dishes he could cook would substantially increase. Clothing of lesser quality wasn't a big deal, but food was something he could not skimp on. That was one of Lu Qing's life principles. Also, I've already seasoned the iron pot for you last night. You can use it directly when you get back, no need to season it yourself, the elder doctor added. Looking at it, Lu Qing noticed that the inside of the iron pot was indeed well seasoned, shiny with oil. Grandpa Chen, seasoning a pot requires a lot of oil, right? I'll pay you for it, Lu Qing said as he opened the cloth bag. No need, Elder Chen waved his hand. It's just a matter of 2 pieces of fat pork. It doesn't cost much, and I can't be bothered to cut more silver for you. Seeing that the elder doctor refused to take the money, Lu Qing had to drop the matter. He knew that in this world there was a certain disdain for pork. Especially the upper-class nobility considered pork to be lowly, something only the poor and humble would eat. Even moderately wealthy families preferred beef and mutton. Therefore, the price of pork in this world wasn't considered expensive. Of course, not expensive was relative to beef and mutton. For the commoners at the bottom of society, meat was always expensive, so even pork was not something that could be eaten often. It was only during festivals, or when there was extra money, or when guests came to the house that they would buy some to eat. However, Lu Qing knew that old Dr. Chen was clearly not short of money, and to him 2 pieces of fatty pork were probably of little concern. All right, don't fuss over such a small matter, the elder doctor said indifferently. You lie down on the bed and I'll give you the acupuncture treatment. Lu Qing did as he was told, taking off his shirt and lying on the wooden bed. Old Dr. Chen took out the silver needle. He said, today is the 3rd time I'm giving you acupuncture, and it will be the last. After this session, there will be no need for further treatments. Grandpa Chen, are you saying that my body is all healed? Lu Qing asked excitedly. I can't say it's fully recovered, but your primordial qi has stabilized for the most part. In the days to come, you just need to eat well and rest enough, and you'll slowly get back to full health. There won't be a need for more strengthening needles. All right now, relax your heart and spirit and don't move. Elder Chen began the treatment, and soon after, the acupuncture was complete, and Lu Qing fell into a deep sleep. The elder doctor looked at the sleeping Lu Qing, his brow slightly furrowed. Although Lu Qing had been recuperating under his care for some time and had made a very good recovery, he still hadn't found the reason why Lu Qing had suddenly started to get better in the first place. During this time, while taking the opportunity to administer the acupuncture, he had thoroughly examined Lu Qing's body. Indeed, there was nothing abnormal inside, nor any lingering illnesses. It truly baffled him. After pondering for a while and still not making any headway, old Dr. Chen eventually let go of his concern. If he couldn't find the reason, it didn't matter. The important thing was that Lu Qing's health had been restored, and his efforts had not been in vain. Grandpa Chen, is my brother asleep? Little Yan asked quietly from the side. Having seen Lu Qing receive acupuncture several times, the little guy was no longer as scared as before. Still, she dared not watch while Master Chen was inserting the needles. Yes, he's asleep. Let's not disturb your brother's rest. Let's go outside. Yesterday your grandpa bought some pastries from the town and they are said to taste quite good. Really, what kind of pastries? They're called osmanthus cake. When Lu Qing woke from his deep sleep, he felt his whole body filled with vitality, and he was sure that it wasn't the same illusion as the first time he had the acupuncture. His body had indeed nearly fully recovered. All this he owed much to Elder Chen. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Qing heard little Yan's laughter coming from the courtyard. He smiled lightly, put on his shirt, walked out into the yard. He saw Elder Chen and little Yan still sitting on the stone bench, with the little one holding a piece of osmanthus cake in her hand, laughing joyfully about something, kicking her feet and looking up in high spirits. This scene was almost exactly the same as when Lu Qing first woke up from the acupuncture. Only then he had been weak, having nothing, even survival had been difficult. But now his body was nearly fully restored, and he had just earned more than 100 silver tael. Plus, he had the chance to study medicine with Elder Chen in the future. Everything had changed. In the Lu family's kitchen, Lu Qing was tending to the fire, a brand new iron pot perched atop the stove. He had originally planned to carry the pot back home discreetly once night fell. But then he pondered, everyone was from the same village, how low profile could he get? Even if he managed to sneak the pot home, the secret would come out as soon as he started cooking. After all, the aroma of stir-frying is far different from that of steaming or boiling, and he couldn't just block off the kitchen to prevent the smell from spreading. So he decided to just carry the pot back openly and uprightly. This naturally caused a small commotion in the village. An iron pot for them was certainly a luxury item. Even now, some households in the village couldn't afford an iron pot. That Lu Qing shouldered such a large pot back home was bound to attract everyone's attention. Regarding this, Lu Qing simply claimed that the pot was a gift from old Dr. Chen, which once again made the villagers envious and jealous. They were also amazed at the elder doctor's generosity. An iron pot could be worth several silver taels, yet Elder Chen gave it away so readily, showing great kindness to Lu Qing. This also convinced everyone that Elder Chen truly regarded Lu Qing as his disciple, and a highly valued one at that. Otherwise, why would he give such a large iron pot to Lu Qing? It was always said that disciples should honor their teacher, not the other way around with the teacher giving such valuable gifts to their disciple. Unless, of course, the teacher held immense affection for the disciple. Especially when they later saw that the iron pot had already been seasoned, everyone became even more sure of their speculations. Thinking back on the villagers onlooking, Lu Qing felt a bit fortunate. Fortunately, he had the foresight to leave the silver tails with Elder Chen, only carrying a couple of pieces of broken silver back home with him. Otherwise, that big bundle of silver would definitely not escape the villagers' eyes. If someone, out of curiosity, opened his bag when he was not paying attention, that would be troublesome. The fire had started, and soon the pot began to smoke. Lu Qing grabbed the oil jar and scooped out a large spoonful of lard into it. Watching the lard melt in the pot, his heart welled up with a sense of satisfaction. He had money now, no longer needing to scrimp and scrape on oil. In the past, each time he cooked, he had to figure out how to use the least amount of oil to make dishes that weren't too bad, which was quite difficult for him. With his heart filled with happiness, Lu Qing quickly prepared 2 dishes and 1 soup: pan-fried green armored fish, a fish soup, and a serving of stir-fried greens. Even with limited seasonings, these 3 dishes still seemed simple. But when Lu Qing tasted the first bite of the greens, he was so moved that he almost wanted to cry. It was not easy. This taste was the one he had dreamed of for so long. Brother, the dishes cooked in the big iron pot are so delicious. On the other side, little Yan also ate with great relish. Even she, who usually didn't like greens much, now found them extraordinarily tasty. Of course, this big iron pot is a great asset for cooking. Otherwise, why do you think your brother has always wanted one? The big iron pot is so nice that meal. The siblings ate with exceptional sweetness. All the food was polished off, not a trace of soup left. After eating their fill, little Yan rubbed her slightly swollen belly, her face brimming with contentment. Brother, shall we cook with the big iron pot from now on? Yes. Lu Qing nodded without hesitation. The reason he insisted on buying the pot was just this. However, there was no need to eat stir-fried dishes every meal, for even the tastiest food can grow tiresome over time. Trying other styles of cuisine occasionally wouldn't be a bad idea either. After dinner, Lu Qing looked at his books for a while. As the sky began to darken, he put his books away. He moved the old recliner out into the yard, reclining on it and gazing at the sunset on the distant horizon. Though he seemed lost in thought, he was actually considering something. He was pondering over what Brother Doan had mentioned before about the fair. The oil at home, after his squandering tonight, was truly next to nothing. A replenishment was indeed necessary. There were also a few items he'd rather not have old Dr. Chen buy for him, which he hoped to purchase himself. And there was the matter of returning things he had borrowed from the villagers. It was time to settle these debts. Thus his attendance at the big market was imperative. Let's go tomorrow then. Brother Dern said there are some rules to follow when going to the big market. It's a good opportunity to ask him tomorrow. Lu Qing made up his mind quickly. Brother, will the little beast come to our house tonight? At this moment, little Yan suddenly asked. It should, I guess. Lu Qing wasn't sure. Then little Yan will wait for it tonight. The little one was extremely curious about the little beast her brother mentioned, and was eager to know what it actually looked like. All right, but if it's late and it doesn't come, you'll have to go to bed obediently, Lu Qing said. Okay, with her mind made up, little Yan decided to stay alert tonight and was determined to wait for the little beast's arrival. Unfortunately, the willpower of a child isn't so strong. Accustomed to going to bed early, little Yan's eyelids grew heavy as the night wore on. Also, the presence of the green armored fish stone played its part ultimately. The little one held out for a while, but not for long before she fell asleep. Not long after little Yan had fallen asleep, Lu Qing heard the familiar scratching at the door. He was taken aback. Could it be that this little thing really waited for little Yan to fall asleep before it showed up? Carrying the fish he had prepared in advance, Lu Qing opened the door of the house. And there it was, the shadow of the black little beast. This time, the little thing retreated to the middle of the courtyard, but its demeanor was much more relaxed. It no longer appeared as wary as before. Lu Qing even thought he saw a glint of expectation in the little creature's eyes when it saw him come out, or was that just his imagination? Could this fellow truly be turning into a spirit? Lu Qing muttered to himself, placed the fish on the ground, and then stepped back toward the doorway. As soon as he reached the entrance, the black little beast immediately moved forward, snatched up a fish, and ran off. All right then, although a tad less cautious, it was only a tad. Watching the black little beast repeat last night's pattern, eating a fish and then running off, going back and forth, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. He didn't bother with the creature anymore, closed the door, yawned, and headed back to his room. He had a lot to do tomorrow and certainly didn't have time to entertain this little beast. A night went by without incident. When Lu Qing got up the next morning, he saw the wooden basin was once again completely empty. Who knew how this little thing digested? It seemed so small, yet its appetite was startling. 2 or 3 pounds of fish were devoured casually, eating more than an adult. "Brother, did the little beast come last night?" Little Yan woke up and immediately ran out of her room to ask. "It did. See, the fish in the basin are all gone." Lu Qing pointed at the wooden basin. "Ah. Brother, why didn't you wake little Yan up?" The little one was quite vexed. "I said if you fell asleep, I wouldn't wake you." "Brother, little Yan has decided I won't sleep tonight and I will wait for the little beast," little Yan said seriously. "Okay, give it your best shot," said Lu Qing nonchalantly. By now he was convinced that the green armor fish stone was indeed miraculous. With it around, even if little Yan wanted to stay up late, she wouldn't be able to. When the time came, she would unavoidably feel sleepy and obediently fall asleep. Quite a relief for him. It saved him a lot of trouble. "Little Yan, how about you go play at Grandpa Zhang's house today? Brother has to step out for a bit." "Where are you going, brother?" "You'll know when I get back." After entrusting Grandpa Zhang next door to watch over little Yan, Lu Qing pocketed a piece of silver and headed to Duran's house. Brother Duran, are you home?" In front of a mud house, Lu Qing shouted. "Who's there? Who's calling me?" A tall figure sprinted out from the house, and seeing Lu Qing, he was immediately overjoyed. "Is that you, Ah Qing? What brings you here today?" "Duran, who is it?" Before Lu Qing could answer, an elderly voice floated out, and an old man holding a bamboo pipe also emerged from the house. "Grandpa, it's Ah Qing who's come," Wang Dun called out directly. "Grandpa Wang." Lu Qing greeted the old man. "Well, if it isn't Ah Qing, come in, have a seat inside." The old man, seeing Lu Qing, was also pleasantly surprised and eager to pull him inside for a drink of water. "No need, Grandpa Wang, I am here to see Brother Duran for something. I won't disturb you further by coming in," Lu Qing hastily declined. "Right, what did you need me for?" Wang Duran asked. "I was thinking of going to the market." "Didn't you say last time, Brother Duran, that if I wanted to go to the market, I should come see you first? There are some customs I need to know about." "You're going to the market?" Wang Duran was surprised, but then he remembered, "Oh right, today is the market day." The market was held every 5 days, and today was precisely the 5th day since the last one. "Ah Qing, what do you plan to do at the market? Sell fish?" Wang Dun inquired. "The fish aren't urgent. I just want to check the market out first to get the lay of it, and maybe pick up a few things while I'm there." "I see. I don't have an issue with that. It's just that Grandpa was thinking of asking me to go cut some pigweed," Wang Dun said, scratching his head. After puffing on his pipe a couple of times, Grandpa Wang spoke. "Well then, Duran, you might as well take Ah Qing with you. He's now head of a household and should learn about going out and the customs involved." "Sure, Grandpa, you can count on me to teach Ah Qing," Wang Dun said cheerfully. He was quite happy to avoid cutting pigweed that was a much too tedious task. "Let's go, Ah Qing, we'll talk as we walk." Wang Dun started leading Lu Qing out. When they got to the entrance of the village, Wang Dun pointed to a large tree. "Ah Qing, the first rule of heading to the market begins right here." "Here." Lu Qing looked at the tree, somewhat puzzled. Of course, he knew of the tree. It wasn't very tall, but it was sturdy with thick branches and lush leaves. The trunk was so thick, several men would be needed to wrap their arms around it. It somewhat resembled the banyan trees of his previous life. Moreover, this tree seemed to hold particular importance. Not only was it common for people to offer incense to it, but village children were also warned from a young age to avoid playing near it, much less climbing it. Anyone caught breaking this rule would, at the very least, receive a sound thrashing, and at worst, be made to kneel in the ancestral hall on an empty stomach. As a result, village kids treated this tree with a mix of respect and distance, preferring to play with mud elsewhere rather than near it. However, Lu Qing's memory did not supply the real purpose of the tree. He had simply thought it was for worship and protection. Now it appeared, according to Brother Duran, that the tree had another use. "That's right, this tree is our village's divine tree, as well as a letter tree. Every person who leaves the village for business, whether for the market or heading to the city, must leave a sign here indicating their destination. In that way, if someone doesn't return on time, the village can use the marker they left to know where they've gone. This tree has such a purpose." Lu Qing was surprised. He had never considered that the tree he had been fearful of in the original owner's memories had such a history. "How does one leave a mark on it, then?" Lu Qing asked. "Right here." Wang Dun stepped forward and lifted a stone slab at the base of the tree. When he returned, he was holding 2 pieces of red rope. Brother Dun handed one of the red ropes to Lu Qing and pointed to the tree, saying, "Do you see those old branches on the divine tree? The one on the left, it represents the market. The middle one represents inside the city. The right one signifies setting out for places farther away. Whenever you want to leave for somewhere, just wrap a red rope around the corresponding branch so the villagers will know someone has left. And when you return, just take down the red rope. Is that all there is to it?" Lu Qing was taken aback. He had thought it would be more complicated, but it was surprisingly simple. "That's right, what else could there be?" Brother Dun was somewhat puzzled by the question. "Don't you need to hang up a sign or some other kind of marker?" "How will everyone know who has left?" Lu Qing asked. "Why hang up a sign?" Brother Dun was even more baffled. "You can write names on it or something." As Lu Qing spoke, he suddenly realized something. He had forgotten most people in the village were illiterate. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Brother Dun cracked a smile. "You think everyone is like you, Ah Qing, knowing so many characters who would write their own name. Besides, it's not so troublesome. The village is only so big. If the red rope isn't taken down, just ask around in the village, and you'll know who hasn't returned. On reflection, Lu Qing thought this made sense. It was him who hadn't adjusted his thinking, expecting it to be as easy to leave for faraway places as it was in his previous life. In fact, in an ancient world like this one, the villagers were very cautious about leaving home. They wouldn't go out unnecessarily. Some villagers might never have left the village in their entire lives. Children were especially forbidden from running around outside. Under these circumstances, there actually weren't many people who would leave the village on a regular basis. There was no need for it to be complicated. However, this made Lu Qing understand why everyone always offered incense under this tree. Apart from worshipping the gods, the villagers were more often praying for the safety of those who had left. Come on, let me tie it on for you. Brother Dun tied 2 red ropes on the branch that represented the market. Also, the village has another rule. The market isn't far from our village. If you want to go there, 1 person is enough. Just tie a red rope here. But if you're going to the city or somewhere even farther, then you must leave with at least 2 people so you can look out for each other. If there's no one from our village going to the city, you can call out to the neighboring village, see if anyone wants to go together. The rules for leaving in our neighboring villages are pretty much the same. Going to the city is not like going to the market. With more people, it is safer to take care of each other. Brother Dun, is the road to the city very dangerous? Lu Qing couldn't help asking when he heard these rules. Brother Dun paused for a moment before saying, I wouldn't say it's dangerous. In recent years, the road has been pretty peaceful, but my grandfather told me there were mountain bandits on the road in the past, and someone from the next village was captured. It took several years for him to escape and return. Everyone thought he had died out there. It wasn't until he escaped back that they realized he had been captured by the mountain bandits. I heard that later, that group of mountain bandits was wiped out by the county lord and the city lord, so the roads have become peaceful again. It was from then on that our villages gradually established the current leaving rules. Mountain bandits. Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, this world was not as tranquil as he had thought. The term Lord County Master also caught his attention. However, Lu Qing did not ask further. There was plenty of time. He would inquire slowly in the future. After explaining the rules of leaving the village and tying on the red rope, Brother Dun finally led Lu Qing in the direction of the market. Is this the big market? Lu Qing looked at the bustling scene in front of him, somewhat surprised. This market was even busier than he remembered. The stalls on both sides were well organized, exactly like the markets he had seen in some small towns in his previous life. That's right, this is the big market. Brother Dun nodded, pointing ahead. Do you see those stalls there? Those are for long-term rent. Only those who are in the business for the long haul rent those stalls. Lu Qing noticed that the stalls Brother Dun was pointing to were mostly selling meat, cloth, or grain. Brother Dun continued, further back is an empty space, where one doesn't need to rent a stall, but if you want to sell something there, you must pay a copper coin in stall fees. If you want to sell fish, Qing, you don't need to rent a stall, just go directly to that empty space. Who should I give the money to? Lu Qing asked. Magu, Brother Dun pointed to a certain place. Do you see that man wearing blue cloth? He's Magu, the person responsible for collecting temporary stall fees here. Following his gaze, Lu Qing saw a middle-aged man in blue cloth, slightly thin, smiling as he walked through the market. At the same time, he noticed a few other men in similar attire patrolling the market, maintaining order. It seemed Lu Qing and Brother Dun's gazes had attracted Magu's attention. The man suddenly turned his head, his gaze somewhat piercing. Seeing that they were just 2 young peasants in old clothes, his expression softened, and he casually moved his gaze away, continuing to stroll. Lu Qing's heart tightened. Being able to sense their gaze from so far away, Magu was no ordinary man. He dared not stare directly at him anymore, just keeping him in the corner of his eye. Soon he saw a rich white light emanating from Magu. Magu, deeply thoughtful, fair in his actions, with a sharp eye, he commands respect from people at the market. Cultivation, physically strong, newly entered the postnatal muscle bone realm. Receiving the information provided by the superpower, Lu Qing's face showed no change, but his heart was stirring. A cultivator, Magu was a cultivator. No wonder his senses were so keen. He was indeed an extraordinary cultivator. This was the second cultivator Lu Qing had encountered since coming to this world. The first was naturally Elder Dr. Chen. However, even though both were cultivators, Lu Qing noticed a difference. Firstly, the superpower light emanating from Magu was still white, while that of Elder Dr. Chen was red. Clearly, in terms of cultivation, Elder Dr. Chen must be more profound than Magu, was the difference in their realms. Lu Qing noticed that according to the superpower's evaluation, Magu's cultivation was just entering the postnatal muscle bone realm, and Elder Dr. Chen's was in the postnatal internal organ realm. Did this mean the internal organ realm was stronger than the muscle bone realm? Were there other realms between these two? Lu Qing's thoughts shifted as he slowly calculated. How about it? Ah Ching, you've seen the big market. Didn't you say you wanted to buy something? What are you planning to buy? At this moment, Brother Dern interrupted Lu Qing's musings. Lu Qing set aside his thoughts and smiled. I need to buy quite a few items. I might need your help, Brother Dern. You need to buy a lot of items. Ah Qing, did you strike it rich? Brother Dern's eyes widened. Lu Qing just smiled and did not answer. Brother Dern also realized it wasn't appropriate to discuss this matter there. He didn't ask further but patted his chest. Don't worry, no matter how much you buy, I can carry it all back for you. Lu Qing walked towards the stalls ahead. He first headed to the meat stall. The stall was selling pork, and the quality of the meat, naturally, did not look as good as the meticulously bred pork from his previous life. But in Lu Qing's eyes, it still looked exceptionally enticing. It had been a long time since he had eaten large pieces of meat. He picked 2 large chunks of fatty meat and a few pieces of partially lean meat, ready to pay. However, the stall owner looked troubled when he saw the silver pieces Lu Qing took out. Young master is probably joking with me. How can I make change for these silver pieces? Can't make change? Lu Qing was stunned. Can't make change? I've just opened my stall today and haven't had much business yet. These silver pieces of yours must weigh nearly half a tael. I don't have enough copper coins to give you change, the stall owner honestly said. Brother Durham was also taken aback by the silver Lu Qing had taken out, and he quickly covered Lu Qing's hand that was holding the silver, pulling him aside. Ah Qing, where did you get this silver? Grandpa Chen gave it. Lu Qing directly used Elder Doctor as a shield. Anyway, when they came down the mountain yesterday, Elder Doctor had instructed him that if anyone asked about the origin of the silver, to say that it was given by him. Elder Doctor is really good to you. Brother Dern immediately showed envy, wondering why he couldn't be the doctor's disciple, but he quickly realized something. No, even if the silver was given by Elder Doctor, you shouldn't have just taken it out like this. Who comes to the market to buy things with silver? But I don't have any copper coins, just this piece of silver. Lu Qing of course knew the value of silver, but who could blame him when his home was almost out of food, and he wanted to buy many items this time. Not to mention not having copper coins at home. Even if he did, it would have been inconvenient to carry them. It seems to make sense. Knowing the situation of Lu Qing's family, Brother Dern scratched his head, not knowing quite what to say. Young master, do you still want the meat? The butcher on the other side called out. It was a rare business opportunity with such a big order, and he didn't want to miss it. I would like to, but didn't you say you couldn't make change for this silver? Lu Qing replied helplessly. The butcher paused. Now both sides were having difficulty. What's going on here? At that moment, a gentle voice spoke up. Lu Qing turned around and saw the middle-aged man Brother Dern referred to as Mr. Ma standing behind them. Mr. Ma. The butcher and Brother Dern both quickly bowed to greet him. I heard some noise over here. What happened? Mr. Ma asked. It's like this, Mr. Ma, the butcher spoke first. This young master took out a piece of silver to buy meat. I couldn't make change and everyone was having trouble. Oh, Mr. Ma immediately looked towards Lu Qing. People coming to the grand market with silver were rare even for him. When he saw what Lu Qing was wearing, Mr. Ma's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Lu Qing indeed did not look like someone who would have silver. Young man, may I know where your silver comes from? Mr. Ma asked. Why do I have to explain the source of my money when I come to the grand market to shop? Lu Qing asked indifferently. That's not it, I was impolite. Mr. Ma slightly bowed. As an apology, his face smiling. I was just curious. You, as a young man, don't seem like someone who would possess silver. While Mr. Ma was smiling, the butcher and Brother Dern nevertheless felt an inexplicable pressure, and sweat began to seep from their foreheads. Lu Qing also seemed to be pressured. A nervous expression appeared on his face. He hesitated for a moment, but finally said, This silver was given by my master. Oh, may I know who is the young master's teacher? Mr. Ma's face remained smiling. I don't know my master's name, but everyone calls him Elder Chen. What that Elder Doctor? Mr. Ma's expression suddenly changed. Young master, you said your teacher is old Dr. Chen. Old Master Ma's face, which had previously held a smile, became somewhat solemn. It seems that the villagers all call him that, Lu Qing replied with slightly less tension on his face. Yes, old Master Ma, my young brother here goes to study and read with old Dr. Chen every day. At this moment, Brother Dern found an opportunity to chime in. Old Master Ma scrutinized Lu Qing and Brother Dern with a look, then suddenly his smile returned. So you're old Dr. Chen's esteemed pupil. I have been disrespectful. Old Master Ma proceeded to bow to Lu Qing with great formality, which seemed to frighten Lu Qing as he took 2 steps back. Lu Qing waved his hands somewhat frantically. I am not worthy of being called an esteemed pupil. I've only learned a bit about herbs from my teacher, and I still can't even treat illnesses. Seeing Lu Qing's sincerity, old Master Ma couldn't help but smile gently. No matter what, I was disrespectful to the young master just now. Let's do this, I'll pay for the meat you were buying at this stall. How can that be? Lu Qing shook his head repeatedly. Unearned rewards should not be accepted. My teacher has taught me not to take things from others lightly, but I indeed was disrespectful to the young master just now. Could we consider this meat an apology to you, young master? No matter what old Master Ma said, Lu Qing just shook his head, firmly unwilling to accept old Master Ma paying for him. Brother Durham beside him was astounded. It was his first time seeing old Master Ma being so polite to someone, and that person was his young brother, Lu Qing. Seeing that Lu Qing was continuously refusing old Master Ma's offer, Brother Durham was becoming somewhat anxious. It was over 10 pounds of meat to refuse when someone is offering it free of charge. What was Ah Qing thinking? However, despite feeling anxious, Brother Durham didn't speak up for Lu Qing. He knew that Lu Qing could read and had the guidance of the elder doctor, surely knowing more than he did. Since he was unwilling to accept, he must have his reasons. Seeing that Lu Qing still did not want to accept his apology, old Master Ma had a sudden inspiration and laughed again. The young master is truly magnanimous, befitting of being old Dr. Chen's esteemed pupil. How about this? Since you seem to be troubled by this silver, let me help you change it. Upon hearing this, the meat stall owner hurriedly said, Indeed, young master, the only one here capable of changing your silver, I fear, is old Master Ma. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then I'll have to trouble old Master Ma. Saying so, he took out the silver, and old Master Ma, upon seeing the fine snowflake pattern on it, believed in Lu Qing's words a bit more. A regular country boy wouldn't be able to get his hands on such good quality silver. After weighing it for a moment, he laughed and said, This silver should weigh about 6 kyan, which translates to around 600 copper coins. Old Master Ma removed a cloth bag from his person and fished out 2 small strings of copper coins before handing the cloth bag to Lu Qing. The copper coins in this bag should be equivalent to your silver. Count them and see. Lu Qing took the money bag without hesitation and began counting right away. Brother Dern wanted to help, but knowing he was not good at counting and that it would be more of a hindrance, he could only worry from the side. Lu Qing began counting the copper coins quickly. Old Master Ma's eyes narrowed as he watched Lu Qing count the money. It's rare for country folk to be literate, and being able to recognize numbers within 100 was already quite a feat. It was clear from Lu Qing's counting speed that numbers posed no difficulty for him. Old Master Ma grew more and more convinced that Lu Qing was indeed the disciple of that elder doctor. In no time at all, Lu Qing had finished counting the money. He looked up. It seems there is extra. There were a total of 650 copper coins in the cloth bag. Given the exchange rate of 1 tael of silver for 1,000 copper coins, there were 50 extra coins. It's not too much. Your silver is of very good quality, so it's right to give you an extra 50 coins, old Master Ma laughed. Lu Qing thought for a moment, then did not refuse again. He knew that Mr. Ma was trying to befriend him. But he had already turned down the man's offers several times, and he couldn't really deny him any face. Moreover, for Lu Qing, this was an opportunity to learn about the outside world. The money has been exchanged, young master. You can rest assured in making your purchases. By the way, I still don't know the young master's name. Mr. Ma took the opportunity to ask. I'm Lu Qing, Lu Qing replied, pointing to Wang Duren at his side. This is Brother Duren from the same village as me. Mr. Ma, my name is Wang Duren, Wang Duren said somewhat ingratiatingly. Wang Duren, not bad. Mr. Ma could obviously tell that Wang Duren was just an ordinary rural youth. Nevertheless, he nodded at Wang Duren with great composure. But just this much was enough to excite Wang Duren, his face flushing red. Lu Qing, my young friend, I wish you a pleasant time here. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Mr. Ma was a man who understood proportion and did not take the opportunity to follow Lu Qing around, but chose to keep his distance instead. Lu Qing, of course, was pleased with this outcome. While he did have the intention of making a connection with this Mr. Ma, now was not the time. After all, their strengths were not yet equal. Right now, the other party had only taken a higher interest in him because of his status as Elder Dr. Chen's disciple. Once Mr. Ma had left, Lu Qing returned to the meat stall. Boss, can I buy the meat now? Of course. The meat stall owner was all smiles. Young master, so you're a disciple of Elder Dr. Chen. No wonder you're so presentable. Lu Qing looked at his patch-covered clothes and was somewhat speechless. Is this considered presentable? How about you, boss? Do you also know of Elder Dr. Chen? Wang Dun asked curiously. Young man, who around here doesn't know Elder Dr. Chen? Last year, my wife had a post-childbirth cold that nearly took her life, and it was the elder doctor who cured her. He's a famous divine doctor around these parts. Given that, shouldn't you, boss, give us a discount on the meat? Wang Dun quickly asked. A discount, of course a discount. In the end, the meat stall owner rounded down the price, charging Lu Qing 3 copper coins less. After buying the meat, Lu Qing and Wang Dun continued to wander around the market. It wasn't long before they had bought a lot of things. Mostly they bought food and some daily necessities. Grain was the bulk of the purchase. Apart from these, Lu Qing also bought some vegetable seeds and thread. He wanted to plant more vegetables in the yard. He couldn't always go foraging for wild vegetables. As for the thread, it was because the fishhook made with a large iron needle at home was already struggling to hold up. He planned to make more fishhooks as backups. Lu Qing also saw fish for sale at the market, asked about the price, and found it to be somewhat cheaper than pork. But that made sense, as for the lower-class citizens of this world, fat was very important, hence even pork fat was more expensive than lean meat. Fish, which hardly contain any fat, didn't satisfy hunger as well. Only those wealthy nobles and gentry who desired delicacy were willing to pay a high price for fish. For the commoners, if given a choice, they would even prefer pork over fish. After purchasing these items, the 650 copper coins that Lu Qing had were mostly gone. He then bought 2 large bamboo baskets, and together with Wang Duran, carrying and lifting, they managed to take everything with them. Then the two set off with somewhat heavy steps, leaving the market behind and heading toward their village. Lu Qing and his companion were making big purchases at the fair, which naturally attracted quite a bit of attention. Therefore, when the two left, several people gathered outside the fair, whispering secretly, "Boss, those 2 kids bought quite a lot of stuff. They look like easy targets, don't they? Should we go and relieve them of some silver?" A young man with shifty eyes was the first to suggest this, but as soon as he spoke up, he was met with disdain from the others. Especially the man known as the boss, who looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see even Ma Gu was polite to that kid, and you want me to rob them?" The shifty-eyed young man felt a bit wronged after being scolded for no reason. "I just saw that they were loaded. Look at the stuff they're carrying. It's not less than a few hundred wen in value. Just snatching a little from those big fat sheep could keep us happy for days." Hearing this, the boss fell silent. How could he not be tempted? Not to mention, the meat those young men carried was enough to make him drool. Lately, they had been struggling a bit and hadn't tasted meat for several days, but the thought of Ma Gu in the fair made him hesitate. He was not someone to mess with. Offending him would lead to trouble for all of them. Yet the thought of the load on Lu Qing's back made the boss's heart stir again. Just as these men hesitated, inside the fair, Ma Gu was summoning one of his men. "Zhao Tian, I remember. Old Dr. Chen lives in Jiulai village, right?" "Yes, the elder doctor resides on a hillside near Jiulai village, and everyone from the neighboring villages knows it." The man known as Zhao Tian replied respectfully, "Take some time to visit Jiulai village and find out if that elder doctor has recently taken a disciple named Lu Qing." "Yes," Zhao Tian answered respectfully. Ma Gu wanted to check on the young man who had come to the fair to buy items with silver. With this thought, Zhao Tian suddenly recalled something and hurriedly reported, "Ma Gu, when I came in just now, I seem to have seen Chen San and his gang lurking outside. They seem to have some designs on the young man named Lu Qing." "Chen San, what are those lowlifes doing in my territory?" Ma Gu's eyes narrowed. "I heard they stole some things from Damu village a while ago, and the elders there have banned them from approaching the village, so now they hang around here." "Those fools always up to no good, just skilled at petty thefts and bullying the locals," he said. "Go out there and warn them. If they dare harass any guest from our fair, I'll break their legs." "Yes, Ma Gu," Zhao Tian excitedly went out. He had disliked Chen San and his small-time thugs for a while, always up to no good and causing trouble. His cousin, who lived in Damu village, had even complained about them, claiming they had stolen several chickens from her home. After Zhao Tian left, loud noises and cries for mercy soon echoed from outside. Ma Gu ignored these trivial matters and settled into his chair, deep in thought. The appearance of Lu Qing today was quite a surprise. If this young man really was old Dr. Chen's disciple, it would be big news for him. The local folk only knew the elder doctor's extraordinary medical skills and his benevolent healing, considering him a divine doctor. What they didn't know was that in the city, the elder doctor had a tremendous influence as well. Many influential people and wealthy merchants considered him an esteemed guest. Not only was his medical skill extraordinary, but he himself was a martial arts master. Even the county lord had once praised his deep cultivation, almost reaching the grandmaster realm at the postnatal peak. Such a character was someone he had wanted to connect with, but he had never found a good opportunity. But now the appearance of Lu Qing gave him a glimpse of hope. If he could befriend Lu Qing and connect with old Dr. Chen, maybe he might even find his way back to the city. In this godforsaken marketplace, he had truly had enough. If it weren't for the trouble he had caused earlier, and the order his father had given him to stay here for 5 years, he would have left long ago. Ma Gu was quietly making his calculations alone. Lu Qing and brother Duran, however, had no idea what had happened at the market after they left. But Lu Qing was always vigilant. He knew their purchases at the market had attracted some attention. But there was nothing he could do. He had many things to take care of next, and couldn't afford to travel to the market every few days, so he had taken a risk. Fortunately, nothing unexpected had happened by the time they returned to the entrance of the village. The 2 men took down the red rope from the big tree and placed it back under the stone slab, continuing to carry their items toward Lu Qing's house. It was nearly noon by then, and most of the villagers were at home resting, with few people walking around the village. So by the time Lu Qing got home, he hadn't run into anyone. Few finally back. Having put down the items, brother Duran breathed heavily. The heavier items, the grains and meat, were all carried by brother Duran. Lu Qing had carried the lighter daily necessities. Brother Dern got excited again mentioning this. Is Magu really that impressive? Lu Qing asked curiously. Of course, Brother Dern said, he manages the entire market and has a bunch of subordinates. Around here, he is the most impressive person. This made Lu Qing even more puzzled. He thought that, although the bustle of the market was beyond his expectations, at the end of the day, it was just a not-so-large market. The items sold there weren't luxury goods mostly, they were agricultural and sideline products. Such a market surely wouldn't make too much money, and considering Magu's impressive setup, he didn't seem like someone who would care about such a small amount of money. So why would he stay in the large market? Could there be some hidden secrets? Lu Qing couldn't figure it out. Brother Duran, has Magu always been managing the market? Not really. Before it was managed by an old man whom everyone called Uncle Lei. It has been about 2 years since Magu took over. I see, Lu Qing pondered. All right, I have to go back now. Take a rest, Ah Qing. You must be tired from carrying all this stuff back. Seeing that Brother Duran was leaving, Lu Qing quickly stopped him. Wait a moment, Brother Duran. Then, from his basket, he took out a piece of pork that was half fatty and half lean. Take this piece of meat back and cook something tasty tonight. Let Grandpa Wang try some too. You really shouldn't. Brother Duran immediately waved his hands. This meat is not cheap, you should keep it for yourself and little Yan. I have plenty here, as you can see, and you've shown me the way, plus carried so much stuff back for me. Think of this meat as a thank you gift. It's too much, it's worth more than 10 wen. Just take it. Lu Qing forcibly stuffed the meat in Brother Duran's hands. If you don't, I'll feel embarrassed to ask for your help next time. Well. All right then, seeing that Lu Qing insisted so, Brother Duran had no choice but to accept the meat. All right, don't be embarrassed, hurry back. We've been out for so long, Grandpa Wang might be getting worried. You should go back and reassure him. After Brother Duran had taken the meat and still seemed a bit reluctant, Lu Qing pushed him out. Once Brother Duran had left, Lu Qing cut another small piece of meat. Then, holding the meat, he headed next door to Grandpa Zhang's house to pick up little Yan. In the kitchen, a rich aroma of meat was filling the air. Little Yan, who was squatting in front of the stove to help tend to the fire, couldn't help but salivate uncontrollably when she smelled the meat. Brother, when can we eat? The little one couldn't hold back any longer. Just a little longer, he replied. Lu Qing also felt somewhat unsteady on his feet. In his previous life as a carnivore, he had only eaten fish since coming to this world, not any proper meat. Now smelling the rich meaty scent, he almost let his cravings get the better of him. Lu Qing was cooking braised pork. Of course, due to the lack of seasoning, he was cooking a simplified version of braised pork, or perhaps it was more fitting to call it stewed meat. He decided to make braised pork because at the big market he had seen someone selling bean paste. It was sold by a farmwoman, initially placed in a jar, which he almost missed noticing. After tasting a bit, he found the flavor surprisingly similar to soy sauce, only lacking a bit in saltiness, which was a pleasant surprise. Lu Qing took the opportunity to inquire about the origins of the sauce and learned that the recipe had been left by the farmwoman's grandfather. Her grandfather had originally been a chef in the back kitchen of a restaurant in a distant city, but had drifted here due to certain changes. After she got married, her in-laws were poor, so she thought of making some bean paste to supplement the household income. Since beans were cheap, even if the sauce was ruined, the loss wouldn't be too great. However, the local people didn't seem to have a high acceptance of bean paste. She had been selling at the big market for a long time, and Lu Qing was still her biggest customer. After hearing her story, Lu Qing, moved by sympathy, bought another jar of the sauce, leading to another round of heartfelt gratitude from the farmwoman. With the unexpected gain of the bean paste, Lu Qing then thoroughly browsed through the big market. Unfortunately, there were no more surprises like the bean paste. He did see an old man selling sugar, which he bought some of. The sugar was much more expensive than the bean paste, but when it came to food, Lu Qing was always willing to spend. With these gains, Lu Qing decided to make a meal of braised pork. He cut the half-fat and half-lean pork belly into pieces, blanched them first, and then fried them until golden brown. Then he removed the meat and started to fry the sauce. After bringing out the scent of the sauce, he added the slightly fried meat pieces and stir-fried them together. Then he added sugar, salt, water, and simmered everything. This was certainly not the authentic version of braised pork, but given the limited conditions, this was the best Lu Qing could do. Fortunately, even though the method was simple, meat was still meat. After simmering for a while, the scent of the meat wafted out, still making the siblings salivate. When Lu Qing felt it was about time, he opened the pot lid, ready to start reducing the sauce. The moment the lid was opened, steam rose and the intense meat aroma filled the entire kitchen at once. The smell of meat even drifted outside, enticing passing villagers to stop in their tracks. After sniffing for a while, they realized the scent of meat was coming from Lu Qing's house and were immediately astonished. With such a strong scent of meat, how much meat is Lu Qing cooking at home? They thought about going in to have a look, but felt it might be impolite. Eventually, as their stomachs grew hungrier, they quickly headed home. If they stayed any longer, they feared they might not be able to resist going in to beg for a meal. The scent of the meat drifted further, reaching several nearby households. Confirming the fragrance came from the Liu family's home, they couldn't help but exclaim, "The Liu family's days are getting better. What kind of meat are they cooking that smells so delicious?" After Lu Ming and his wife passed away, I thought Lu Qing and little Yan would have a very hard time being orphans, but now there's no need to worry. I heard that Lu Qing and Dun went to the big market this morning and bought a lot of things back. Lu Qing even returned the grain and condiments he had borrowed from everyone. Old Dr. Chen is really good to his disciples. It's a shame my boy isn't competitive otherwise. I'd also want the elder doctor to take him as a disciple. Drop it, your boy can't even recognize a single character, let alone understand a medical book. Don't just talk about my family, your kid is just the same, can't even count past 10. Let's not scold my kid by comparing him to yours. Lu Qing was unaware of the villagers' discussions. At the moment, he was concentrating on thickening the meat sauce and beginning to serve the meat. The perfectly stewed meat was trembling as it sat in the bowl, looking extremely tempting. Watching the color of this braised pork, Lu Qing could hardly resist. He quickly stir-fried some greens and then announced that it was time to eat. "Little Yan, this is for you. Eat slowly, be careful, it's hot." At the dinner table, Lu Qing first picked up a piece of meat for little Yan and placed it on her rice. "I got it, brother." Little Yan obediently responded and then started blowing on the meat in her bowl, trying to cool it down. After serving little Yan, Lu Qing also picked up a piece of braised pork for himself. He slightly cooled it before taking a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. The meat, having been stewed for a long time, was thoroughly infused with flavor. It was tender yet slightly chewy, an excellent texture. Swallowing a piece of braised pork, Lu Qing showed a satisfied expression. It was worth the time he had spent cooking it. Although due to a lack of seasonings, this braised pork was not as layered in flavor compared to what he had made in his previous life. Being able to enjoy such meat under current conditions was satisfying enough for him. "Brother, this meat is delicious." At that moment, little Yan, her mouth greasy, cheerfully told Lu Qing. "Haha, of course, your brother put a lot of effort into making this," Lu Qing said proudly. "Brother cooks so deliciously. Little Yan wants to learn cooking from you, then I can make lots and lots of yummy food." The little foodie expressed her grand ambitions. "Then little Yan needs to eat well, and when you grow a bit older, brother will teach you how to cook." Okay, the siblings then enjoyed a lovely dinner. After dinner, after cleaning up, Lu Qing, holding a piece of fabric, went next door to Grandpa Zhang's house. Grandpa Zhang, what is it, Ah Qing?" Grandpa Zhang came out of the house. "Is Aunt Zhang at home?" Aunt Zhang, who was Grandpa Zhang's daughter-in-law, was well known in the village for her sewing skills. "She's inside, you looking for her." Grandpa Zhang shouted into the house, "Wife of my second son, come out, Ah Qing is looking for you." "What do you need, Ah Qing?" A woman came out of the house. "It's like this, I bought a piece of fabric at the market this morning. I'd like to make 2 pieces of clothing for little Yan, but I can't sew, so I thought of asking Aunt Zhang for help, and I will pay for the work." Lu Qing showed the fabric he held. "You child, what are you talking about paying? We're neighbors, helping each other is natural. Give me the fabric, I'll think it over and have little Yan come over tomorrow. I'll take her measurements and have it done in a couple of days." Aunt Zhang took the fabric. "That's right, bringing over such a large piece of meat at noon was already too polite," Grandpa Zhang added. "I can't let Aunt Zhang work for nothing." Lu Qing laughed. "Well, that's settled then, I need to go back and read." Of course, studying is important, you better head back." Upon returning home, Lu Qing looked at little Yan playing in the yard and smiled. The little one's clothes were made from his old ones and were now full of patches. These days, while washing clothes, he noticed some seams were coming apart. Today, at the market, he saw fabric for sale. Although the quality was average and the price high, Lu Qing still bought some, intending to have someone help make a couple of new garments. He didn't tell little Yan about the new clothes yet, planning to surprise her tomorrow. That night, little Yan, as usual, fell asleep without the black little beast's visit. The next morning, she woke up feeling gloomy, but her gloom soon vanished when she learned about the new clothes. 2 days later, when the new clothes were finished and the little one put them on, she was overjoyed and showed them off for several days. Because he had stocked up at the market, they had plenty of supplies. In the following days, Lu Qing stayed in the village and didn't go out. Every day he went to old Dr. Chen's to study and then did some farm work, like planting vegetables in the yard, and in the afternoon, he thought about how to make tasty meals under limited conditions. Sometimes he would go fishing to feed the Black Knight spiritual fox. Life was exceedingly regular. Finally, one morning when he and little Yan were at Half Mountain Small Courtyard again, the elder doctor told him that he no longer needed to read the 100 Herbs Scripture. "Grandpa Chen, you're saying I don't need to study the 100 Herbs Scripture anymore?" Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. "Correct, your learning speed has surpassed even my expectations. As for the 100 Herbs Scripture, you have already read it thoroughly. From now on, it will suffice to review it periodically. There's no need to continue dedicated studies," old Dr. Chen said, stroking his beard. During this period, he was extremely satisfied with Lu Qing's performance. Lu Qing's intelligence had exceeded his expectations. In just half a month, he had fully learned the contents of the 100 Herbs scripture. Initially, old Dr. Chen thought that if Lu Qing could get a smooth grasp of the 100 Herbs scripture, in a month's time that would have been quite impressive. Lu Qing felt much more relaxed in his heart. Finally, he no longer needed to study this 100 Herbs scripture. Heaven knows he had read the 100 Herbs scripture so thoroughly during this time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he knew it backwards and forwards, but he couldn't just suddenly reveal that he had already completely memorized the 100 Herbs scripture. Even if he wanted to showcase his intelligence, there had to be a process that people would accept. Otherwise, if he came off too strong and showed just how much of a devil he was, it could very well backfire. Now, he had finally reached this moment. Lu Qing, although your intelligence has exceeded my expectations, the assessment we agreed upon before must still be carried out, old Dr. Chen said. Lu Qing understands. Please proceed with the assessment, Grandpa Chen, Lu Qing replied respectfully. You may have memorized the 100 Herbs scripture, but the medical book is not simply about remembering. You need to connect it with practical use to truly understand it. My assessment is quite simple. It is to limit you to find 10 kinds of medicinal herbs recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture within 1 hour in the vicinity of the village and bring them to me. Remember, you cannot take the book with you to search, nor can you pick the wrong ones, and you mustn't damage the herbs while harvesting. Lu Qing silently noted the elder doctor's words, and after he finished speaking, he then asked, Is that all, Grandpa Chen? Correct, that is all. If you can accomplish these points, I will formally accept you as my disciple, the senior and only disciple. Don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you, Lu Qing said with full confidence. Take this medicine basket and medicine hoe with you. Remember, you only have 1 hour's time. If you exceed the time limit, even if you've gathered enough herbs, it would still not be considered passing. The elder doctor handed over 2 tools to Lu Qing. Then I shall set off now. Lu Qing took the medicine basket and medicine hoe and headed directly down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he spotted a medicinal herb, thunderroot grass, superior quality, suitable for medicinal use. Cooling and detoxifying, it's quite effective in treating heat in the lungs and cough. This thunderroot grass was precisely recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture. Seeing that his superpower indicated its superior quality, Lu Qing immediately bent down to dig it out. The medicine hoe given by old Dr. Chen was quite sharp, so Lu Qing was very careful. He was afraid of harming the herb by accident. After all, one of the assessment rules given by old Dr. Chen was not to damage the herbs. Cautiously, he dug up the thunderroot grass and placed it in the medicine basket. After estimating the time it took, Lu Qing felt a tightening in his chest. Just digging up this single thunderroot grass had already taken nearly a quarter of an hour. By this rate, wouldn't it take 10 quarters to dig up 10 herbs? Old Dr. Chen had only given him 1 hour for the assessment. I can't afford to be so leisurely. I need to speed up. Initially, Lu Qing thought that having a superpower would make finding 10 medicinal herbs quite simple. But now, he realized that he could indeed fail the assessment if he wasn't careful. Shelving his relaxed attitude, Lu Qing started to quicken his pace to other areas. Along the way, his eyes constantly searched the grass on both sides of the path. As soon as he saw any plants that resembled those in the 100 Herbs scripture, he would immediately use his superpower to gather information. Once confirmed as a medicinal herb recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture, he would start digging right away. Dandelion, xanthium, plantago. One by one, the herbs recorded in the 100 Herbs scripture were dug up by Lu Qing and placed into the medicine basket. While digging for herbs, his forehead was covered in sweat, and a casual wipe left several streaks of mud. Passing villagers who saw Lu Qing like this started to chuckle. Ah Qing, what are you up to, making yourself look like a mud monkey? Uncle Wang, I'm digging up herbs. This is a task assigned by Grandpa Chen. I dare not be careless, Lu Qing responded. It's a task given by the elder doctor, then you must be serious. Do you need my help? Uncle Wang's expression immediately became serious. The villagers' respect for the elder doctor came from the heart. As soon as they heard the task was assigned by him, they did not dare to joke around. No need, no need. This is something only I can do. It's Grandpa Chen's assessment of my learning in this period. Lu Qing waved his hand to decline. I see then, Ah Qing, you have to work hard. You can't disappoint the elder doctor. Upon hearing Lu Qing say this, Uncle Wang's expression became even more solemn. After all, whether Lu Qing could learn well was also related to the future medical issues of the village. All right, I will do my best. Lu Qing waved his hand. Uncle Wang, I must go now. Grandpa Chen has only given me 1 hour for the assessment, and I need to go dig up herbs over there. Watching Lu Qing's departing figure, Uncle Wang immediately ran toward the village. Before long, almost everyone in the village knew that Lu Qing was fulfilling the assessment task assigned by the elder doctor. As a result, everyone, even upon seeing Lu Qing, did not dare to disturb him, fearing that he would not be able to complete the elder doctor's assessment and might be expelled from the mountain. Even the little rascals were ordered not to go near Lu Qing so as not to disturb his herb gathering. The focused Lu Qing did not notice these actions of the villagers. He only found it strange that today the village seemed much quieter than usual. Usually at this hour, the rascals would be running around everywhere and creating chaos, never resting until they had caused a commotion. However, this thought only flashed through Lu Qing's mind before he cast it aside. He did not have time to think about such things right now. He had already dug up 8 herbs and was still short by 2, but a large portion of the time had already passed. If he did not hurry, this assessment would indeed be in jeopardy. At this time, Lu Qing also felt a twinge of regret. During regular days, he had not paid much attention to what herbs were nearby the village. If he had, he wouldn't have made his time so tight. It seemed that relying too much on his superpower was not always a good thing. Wasn't it because he felt that, with his superpower at hand, he could always find herbs easily, that he had been negligent? Fortunately, Lu Qing was in luck and quickly found another herb recorded in the 100 herb scripture. Just one last herb to go. After digging up this herb completely, Lu Qing let out a breath, but he knew that time was running short. Where should I find the last herb? Lu Qing pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. That's it, how could I forget it? It's been right under my nose all along, and I nearly missed the most obvious place, he said before sprinting toward his own home. Some villagers saw Lu Qing running and immediately got startled. Ah, Qing, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the assessment? No problem, my assessment is fine. Lu Qing didn't have time to think about why the villagers knew about his assessment, and while running, he casually replied. Soon, he arrived at his home, and then looked at the corner of the yard where a small patch of robust plants was growing and smiled. It's you, cow bone grass. Grandpa Chen, I have gathered all the herbs, Lu Qing said breathlessly as he displayed the medicine basket to old Dr. Chen in the half-mountain small courtyard. After digging up the cow bone grass, he had run all the way back, fearing he wouldn't make it in time. The elder doctor glanced at the herbs in the basket and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very good. It must have been hard for you to gather all these herbs. Grandpa Chen, what do you mean by that? Lu Qing was somewhat puzzled. It seemed the elder doctor had more to say. Do you know why I set the range of the test near the village? The elder doctor asked. I don't know, Lu Qing shook his head. It's because the herbs growing near the village are not many, barely a dozen types, the elder doctor said, stroking his beard, that you could dig up these herbs and bring them here intact within an hour. Tells me you have been quite attentive to these herbs on ordinary days. Hearing this, Lu Qing felt embarrassed. In daily life, he truly had not paid special attention to what herbs were around the village. Perhaps subconsciously, he thought the busy village surroundings wouldn't have any precious medicinal materials. So, unless he encountered them while out, he would check with his superpower. But to really say he actively searched for how many kinds of medicinal materials were near the village, he had not. It seemed his attitude had been too casual. Even the elder doctor knew what kinds of medicinal materials were around the village, and he, endowed with a superpower, had not achieved this, which was truly inappropriate. Lu Qing began to reflect on himself. Seeing that Lu Qing was silent, old Dr. Chen thought he was acknowledging it. He smiled a little and said, all right, you've passed this test. Now go invite the village elders up here. Invite the village elders up here. Lu Qing was a bit stunned. Yes, I intend to formally take you as my disciple. There ought to be witnesses present, otherwise it would be too unserious. Yes, I'll go right now. Lu Qing was pleased and ran down the mountain again. The villagers, knowing that Lu Qing was to undergo old Dr. Chen's test today, had been paying close attention. Seeing Lu Qing running down from the mountain and learning that the elder doctor had invited the village elders to witness the ceremony of officially accepting Lu Qing as a disciple, everyone was overjoyed. Very good, our village is finally going to have a doctor. Good job, Ah Qing, truly worthy of being the smartest child in our village, really passed the test. Ah Qing, go tell old Dr. Chen, we'll be right there. The villagers had seen Lu Qing go to old Dr. Chen's place daily to learn, and had once thought he was already the elder doctor's disciple. But later Lu Qing told them that he could only be considered an apprentice of old Dr. Chen and was not yet qualified to formally become a disciple. Now hearing that Lu Qing had finally passed the test and was to be officially taken as a disciple, they couldn't help but be excited. Lu Qing returned to the half-mountain small courtyard, and before long, the village elders, each neatly dressed, arrived at the mountain. Some of the elders had even worn the clothes they usually saved for the new year. Besides the elders, other villagers at home also followed to watch the excitement. Some villagers brought offerings of rice, flour, eggs, and meat. Old Dr. Chen was already waiting at the gate of the small courtyard. Seeing everyone arriving, he stepped forward and performed a courtesy. Elder Doctor, you are really flattering us, replied village leader Zhang hurriedly. It is we who should be thanking you. Ever since you arrived in Jiulai village, you have relieved us of many ailments. We have always kept your kindness in our hearts. Old Zhang, you overstate things. I merely fulfilled my duty as a physician. It does not warrant such gratitude. Elder Chen replied with a smile. Whether it warrants gratitude, we know in our hearts. Zhang then took a basket from a young man behind him. Elder Dr. Chen, we are poor villagers and do not have anything valuable to offer. These few eggs and pieces of cured meat, and the bags of rice and flour here, are intended as a gift for Ah Ching's apprenticeship ceremony. We hope you won't look down upon them. After he finished speaking, two young men brought up 2 bags of flour and rice. This scene left not only Lu Qing stunned, but also Elder Dr. Chen. Zhang continued, it is rather shameful to say, but most of us in Jiulai village fled from other places seeking refuge from famine. One could say without Ah Ching's grandfather's leadership back then, Jiulai village might not even exist today. Unfortunately, Ah Ching's grandfather fell ill during the escape, and without proper treatment, passed away early. And we also failed to protect his son and daughter-in-law, allowing them to be deceived and meet misfortune, leaving only Ah Ching and little Yan as orphans. Today, it's Ah Ching's great fortune to be chosen by you as a disciple. We ask that, considering his lonely and difficult life, you would forgive his future blunders and grant him several chances. With those words, Zhang deeply bowed to Elder Dr. Chen. The other elders and villagers followed suit, also bowing to Elder Dr. Chen. Watching the lines of villagers bowing deeply before him, even with decades of qi cultivation technique, Elder Chen couldn't help but feel moved. As for Lu Qing, he was already full of astonishment. Firstly, the stories told by Zhang were all things the original host didn't remember, and he had never anticipated that the villagers would go to such lengths for him. Elder Dr. Chen snapped out of his daze and quickly helped Zhang to his feet. Please, fellow villagers, stand up. You're making me feel utterly ashamed, he said. Then, addressing Zhang, he added, Old Zhang, Lu Qing is a very smart child. It is also my good fortune to take him as a disciple, so rest assured, I will instruct him well. He handed the basket to Elder Dr. Chen. These modest gifts, I hope you won't disdain to accept them. I couldn't possibly accept, Old Zhang, replied Elder Dr. Chen. I know life is hard for you, no need for such formalities. A gift cannot be refused. Since it's an apprenticeship, how can there be no gifts for the ceremony? After several refusals, Elder Dr. Chen eventually accepted a few eggs and a piece of cured meat from the basket as the apprenticeship gifts prepared by the villagers. As for the rest, he couldn't accept anything more. Watching this scene, Lu Qing took a mental note, planning to repay them with money later. Honestly, he had not anticipated this aspect of the apprenticeship at all. He thought it was only about kowtowing a few times to Elder Dr. Chen in front of everyone. But he had overlooked that this was akin to an ancient ceremony in Otherworld. The formal apprenticeship ceremony was more complicated than he imagined. After this interlude, Elder Dr. Chen finally invited the villagers into the courtyard. With everyone witnessing, Lu Qing began the formal apprenticeship ceremony. Lu Qing's apprenticeship ceremony was far from complicated. Old Dr. Chen was not one for extravagance, choosing to keep everything straightforward. Hence, Lu Qing merely followed the procedure kowtowing to the ancestors in the presence of onlookers, bowing, offering tea, and saying, Master, please drink the tea. Old Dr. Chen, seated on a chair, took the tea, had a sip, and with that, the ceremony of taking on an apprentice was complete. All right, get up now. Old Dr. Chen uttered to Lu Qing after finishing the tea. Yes, Master. Lu Qing stood up and took his place at the side with his arms by his side. Old Dr. Chen also rose to his feet, addressing the villagers gathered in the courtyard with a bow. Ending his speech, he picked up a tray from the table behind him laden with rows of small cloth bags. These are sachets of medicine I crafted in my spare time. Some help promote peaceful sleep and repel mosquitoes. If you don't mind, take 1 or 2 home with you, hang them by your bed. It should protect your household from mosquitoes for a fortnight, if not more. Really, that powerful. The villagers gazed at the medicine bags, surprised and delighted. Now was the season when mosquitoes were most bothersome if the sachets worked as well as old Dr. Chen claimed. It was indeed a tempting proposition. For a moment, the villagers, who initially intended to be polite, found them hard to refuse. Seeing their reaction, old Dr. Chen chortled and directed Lu Qing. Ah Qing, go and hand these sachets out to our neighbors. Yes, Master. Lu Qing took the tray and moved among the villagers, distributing sachets one by one. Here, Grandpa Zhang. Lu Qing began by handing one to Elder Zhang. Good lad, remember to learn well from old Dr. Chen. Elder Zhang, his face brimming with satisfaction, accepted the sachet. I will, Grandpa Zhang. Lu Qing nodded earnestly. The other villagers, upon smelling the sachets, only felt a pleasant medicinal fragrance that enlivened the spiritrich, yet subtly immediately knew they were of excellent quality. Hastily, they tucked away the sachets safely. These were hand-prepared by the elder doctor himself, not something one could easily purchase elsewhere. They would indeed be well cared for. My dear villagers, when you return home, remember to hang the sachets inside your room. After a fortnight, once the scent fades, the sachets will lose their effect. Old Dr. Chen couldn't help but remind them as he saw the villagers tucking the sachets away with great care. Hearing the old doctor thus, some villagers abandoned their idea of keeping the sachets hidden when they got home. After witnessing the apprenticeship ceremony, Elder Zhang and the others began to take their leave one by one. However, before leaving, Elder Zhang pulled Lu Qing aside to remind him to find time to pay respects to his ancestors and parents, to share the good news with them. Content with Lu Qing's sincere promise, Elder Zhang departed down the mountain. When all the villagers had left, Lu Qing remained standing in front of the courtyard, watching the retreating figures heading down the mountain. Ah Qing, your grandfather once forged a good bond, which is why you have such good neighbors today. Elder Chen stood beside Lu Qing, looking down at the people near the foot of the mountain and speaking with admiration. Master, I've never known about these things. My grandfather and parents never spoke of them, said Lu Qing. This just shows that your grandfather was a man who did good without expecting anything in return, a person of noble character and integrity. It's a pity I came here too late to have the fortune of meeting such an esteemed scholar. Elder Chen expressed with some regret. He had a feeling that if he could have arrived here earlier, perhaps he and Lu Qing's grandfather could have become good friends. Master, do you know exactly how my parents died? Lu Qing suddenly asked. Because of Grandpa Zhang's words earlier, yes, I had always thought that my parents died in an accident, but from what Grandpa Zhang said, it seems there might be more to it, Lu Qing nodded. In the original host's memories, it was also believed that their parents had died accidentally. Now it seemed that things might not be so simple. Old Dr. Chen fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. I do not know about this either. When your parents died, I was in the city treating a noble, and by the time I returned, I only heard that they had unfortunately drowned, but I never saw the bodies myself. I do not know if that is true. You may have to ask Grandpa Zhang and the others if you want to know the truth. Lu Qing remained silent. Indeed, in the memory of the original host, this was the information received. The parents had drowned, and when the swollen bodies were carried back, it was a horrific sight, enough to terrify and confuse the original host. What followed happened while the original host was in a state of shock. Selling off their fields, collecting the bodies, mourning, and keeping vigil. There seemed also to have been some trouble caused by someone during this time. By the time the original host came to his senses, his parents were already laid to rest. Looking back now, there were all sorts of doubts. Unfortunately, the original host was too traumatized during that time, and many memories were confused, preventing Lu Qing from unraveling much. However, I do not recommend you go asking Grandpa Zhang for the truth just yet. Old Dr. Chen observed Lu Qing's silent demeanor, then suddenly spoke. Why is that, Master? If Grandpa Zhang and the others have kept this a secret from you, it must be for your and little Yan's sake, afraid that learning the truth might lead you to impulsively do something wrong. Surely, you do not believe that Grandpa Zhang would harm you. Lu Qing thought back to the attitudes of the village people towards him and little Yan since he had woken, and then he shook his head. Grandpa Zhang and the others would surely not be such people. Most crucially, in his superpower-induced insights, there was never any indication that someone in the village harbored such dark intentions. If that's the case, then you should trust Grandpa Zhang. If they have not told you the truth now, it is obviously because they believe the time is not yet right. So what you should be doing now is not seeking the truth, but rather dedicating yourself to learning. Once you have enough ability, I am sure Grandpa Zhang will disclose the truth to you. Lu Qing fell silent once more. In truth, his desire to know the truth was not about acting on impulse. After all, although he had inherited the original host's memories, he did not have any deep feelings for the parents he had never met. His concern was whether the true circumstances surrounding his parents' death could pose a threat to him and little Yan. But as Master had said, he was still too weak at present. Even knowing the truth would serve no purpose. It would be better to calm himself and focus on learning from Master first. I understand, Master. Realizing this, Lu Qing finally spoke. Seeing that Lu Qing seemed to have come to an understanding, Elder Chen smiled. His disciple was perceptive and clever. He did not want him to fall into so-called hatred at such a young age. That would only warp his mind. So he actually approved of what Grandpa Zhang and the others had done. Noticing that Lu Qing's face still bore some solemnity, the elder doctor decided to redirect his attention. Ah Qing, now that you have become my disciple, there are some things you should be made aware of. Lu Qing looked up. Seeing this was effective, the elder doctor smiled. He continued, Ah Qing, do you know what it takes to become a good doctor? Ah Qing, do you know what one should possess to become a good doctor? Hearing his master's question, Lu Qing hesitated for a moment before answering superior medical skills. That's only part of it, old Dr. Chen said. In addition to that, an outstanding doctor should also possess a calm demeanor in the face of change and a healthy physique. A calm demeanor in the face of change and a healthy physique. Lu Qing muttered to himself. That's right, the elder doctor nodded. As a doctor, having a calm demeanor is very important, because as a doctor, you will inevitably encounter all kinds of patients with various conditions. These patients could be wailing in unbearable pain at death's doorstep, with conditions so frightening they would send shivers down your spine, and even those with violent tempers, ready to yell and lash out at the slightest provocation. If you come across such patients and you lack a calm and collected mindset, it will be difficult to accurately diagnose their conditions and treat them. So you must remember, when your medical skills are honed, no matter what kind of patient you face, you must maintain a calm demeanor. Only then can you help treat them more effectively. I will bear that in mind, Lu Qing said respectfully. As for having a healthy physique, old Dr. Chen paused, then continued. As I've just mentioned, being a doctor means you'll encounter some troublesome patients. Some patients, not only are they ill-tempered themselves, but their family members are also unreasonable. Sometimes the slightest dissatisfaction triggers an outburst, and they can even vent their fury on the doctor. In such situations, as a doctor, you should no longer be thinking of treating the patient, but prioritize your own safety first. This is why having a strong and healthy body is essential. Otherwise, you may not be able to handle those irrational patients and their families. The elder doctor's face showed an indescribable expression, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. It seems that the master has also encountered many troublemakers in the past, Lu Qing thought to himself. Old Dr. Chen shook his head, casting aside the bad memories, and continued. Besides dealing with difficult patients, gathering herbs in the mountains, and traveling far and wide, all these also require a strong body. Therefore, to be an excellent doctor, not only is medical skill important, but equally important are a calm demeanor in the face of change and a robust constitution. Then, Master, how can one develop a strong physique? Lu Qing asked earnestly. You've hit the nail on the head, old Dr. Chen smiled. Do you remember the boxing techniques I demonstrated when you first came to me? I remember. Lu Qing thought, not only do I remember, but I almost managed to emulate it. This was the first time his master had actively mentioned anything about cultivation, and he couldn't help but feel excited. This set of boxing techniques was something I happened upon in my youth, and it is precisely because of it that I, even at this age, still maintain a fine physique. Now that you are my disciple, it is time for me to teach you this technique. Master is going to teach me martial arts, Lu Qing said with surprise and delight. So Master also understands martial arts. I have a modest understanding. You are quite frail, and whether you want to gather herbs in the mountains or travel around in the future, you need to exercise more. We doctors must not only know how to heal others, but also how to maintain and strengthen our own bodies. If even we are constantly in poor health, how can we be in good condition to diagnose and treat others? Elder Chen knew that someone as intelligent as Lu Qing would not give up pursuing the truth about his parents' death. He had no reason to stop his disciple. After all, it is a natural duty for a child to want to know the true circumstances of his birth parents' deaths. Given that, what he could do was increase his disciples' ability to protect themselves. Back in the courtyard, the master and disciple stood in the middle, while little Yan cheerfully ate pastries at a nearby stone table, watching them. Ah Qing, before I formally teach you boxing, I must first tell you about some common knowledge regarding martial arts cultivation, old Dr. Chen said with a solemn face. Yes, master. Lu Qing suppressed the excitement in his heart. He was finally about to learn about cultivation. Martial arts cultivation, as those among the martial arts circles speak of, is divided into several realms. Old Dr. Chen began to explain leisurely. There are two major realms, the innate and the postnatal. As for the minor realms, just the postnatal realm alone is divided again into three realms: the chi blood realm, the muscle bone realm, and the internal organ realm. In the chi blood realm, those who are just beginning martial arts training mainly enliven the chi blood and regulate the breath. With lively chi blood and smooth breath, the body naturally becomes robust, strength increases, and one's spirit becomes vigorous. Thus, martial artists with great success in the chi blood realm, each one sturdy and strong with astonishing strength, can easily fling away 3 or 5 big men holding onto them. The muscle bone realm is where martial artists consciously temper their own muscles and bones. Using various secret techniques and mental methods to temper muscles and bones, they achieve a strengthening and transformation akin to rebirth. Martial artists with great success in the muscle bone realm have strength far surpassing that of the chi blood realm, able to pull wild horses and throw cows with their bare hands, which is quite frightening. As for the internal organ realm, the elder doctor paused before continuing. Martial artists in this realm have muscles and bones that are powerful to a peak, difficult to break through further, so they start to seek a further physical transformation from the outside in. And this transformation lies within the inner organs. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels of a person are always frail, and even slight damage may threaten one's life. But martial artists in the internal organ realm can cultivate their viscera to extraordinary strength, achieving harmony inside and out, with enduring breath and great stamina. Martial artists with great success in the internal organ realm have powerful inner breath, able to gallop for thousands of miles without losing stamina, and can stay underwater for several hours without exhausting their breath. To train martial arts to this realm goes far beyond ordinary imagination and reaches the postnatal limit of humans. To reach such a realm is truly 1 in 10,000. worthy of being called a dragon among men. Hence, martial artists with great success in the internal organs realm are also crowned with the title of Grandmaster by those in the martial arts world. This series of explanations was both satisfying and shocking for Lu Qing to hear. The practitioners of this world's cultivation were stronger than he had imagined. What with pulling wild horses, tossing cows with bare hands, rushing for thousands of miles, all these feats were practically inhuman. No wonder he felt such intense pressure from that Mai before, so he possessed such formidable strength. Master, if the postnatal realm is already this powerful, what about the innate realm? Lu Qing asked eagerly. The might of the innate realm your teacher does not know. The elder doctor shook his head. Those strong in such a realm are like elusive dragons, some of whom enjoy wandering the world, while others are supreme figures upholding a nation beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Lu Qing's eyes flickered as he asked, then what about master? Which realm are you in now? Ha ha ha. Old Dr. Chen burst into laughter. Your master is old now, weakened by age, and the realm doesn't matter anymore. Besides, I am just a doctor, concerned with treating illnesses and saving lives, not with competing for strength. High or low realm, it's of no consequence. All right, Lu Qing understood that the old man did not wish to reveal his cultivation. However, although your teacher may not be a fighter, teaching you some techniques for strengthening the body and maintaining health is still possible. The boxing technique I'm about to teach you, make sure to learn it well. The boxing technique I'm going to teach you is something I chanced upon in my youth. It's easy to learn but hard to master. Getting started isn't too difficult. I'll demonstrate it once, and you watch closely. Having said that, the elder doctor assumed the boxing stance and began to demonstrate the set of boxing techniques that he practiced every morning. Lu Qing watched intently. He had just seen the elder doctor complete the first move when a prompt appeared in his field of vision. Discovery of a cultivation technique. Would you like to simulate? Staring at his master's figure, Lu Qing silently chose to simulate. Starting simulation. Current progress 1, 2, 3. As the elder doctor practiced each move, Lu Qing's progress bar rapidly advanced. 97, 98, 99, 100. Finally, as the elder doctor's boxing reached the final move and began to close the form, Lu Qing's progress bar also reached 100%. Simulation of cultivation technique successful. Name of cultivation technique, nourishing body boxing. Origin, developed and completed by Chen Songqing based on a nameless, incomplete cultivation technique he obtained in his youth. Effects, strengthens the body and nourishes the health, regulating qi blood, fortifying tendons and bones with remarkable effects. When cultivated to a profound level, there is a certain probability to break through to the internal organ realm. Would you like to begin cultivation? Lu Qing did not choose to cultivate immediately. Instead, he was drawn to some of the information inside. So this boxing technique was created by his master from an incomplete cultivation technique he had obtained when he was young. Being able to independently deduce and refine a cultivation technique, his master's skill would surely earn him the title of a martial arts genius in the Jianghu. It seemed that his master's abilities were even more formidable than he had imagined. Lu Qing couldn't help but think to himself, how about it, Ah Qing, did you clearly see the moves I just practiced? Asked the elder doctor with a smile after finishing. I didn't quite understand, Lu Qing honestly replied. Lu Qing was telling the truth. If it hadn't been for his superpower, he really wouldn't have understood the elder doctor's boxing technique at all. Aside from a particular rhythm that he could sense, everything else was murky to him. Haha, it's normal not to understand, the elder doctor laughed heartily. What I just demonstrated was merely the form of the boxing technique. The real essence lies in the mental method and mantra of moving qi blood and forging tendons and bones, which I haven't taught you yet. Come, I will now teach you the mental method for moving qi blood in this boxing technique. Following that, the elder doctor began to explain the boxing technique to Lu Qing move by move. How to regulate breathing, how to move qi blood, how to focus the mind in the danshan. He explained all the key points of training in great detail. This went on for 2 hours. That will be enough for today, said the elder doctor after he had explained up to the 9th move and saw that Lu Qing was able to assume the stance and posture quite well. This boxing technique consists of 36 moves in total. The main effect of the first 9 moves is to invigorate qi blood and regulate the breath. In the days to come, as long as you persevere and diligently practice, the day you truly master them will also be the day you officially step into the qi blood realm. As for the moves that come after, with your current constitution you can't withstand them, so there's no need to cultivate them for now. Master, do you mean that once I've mastered these 9 moves, I'll be able to increase my strength and become robust like those martial artists you talked about? Lu Qing asked excitedly. Indeed, as long as you step into the qi blood realm, you'll naturally be comparable to them, the elder doctor nodded. He then cautioned, however, you must also remember that too much of something is just as bad as too little. In cultivating boxing, moderation is important. You must not be impatient for quick results nor harbor any delusions of instant success. Otherwise, you might end up harming your body. Disciple understands. Lu Qing nodded earnestly. Also, martial arts training consumes a great deal of energy, so you need to keep up with your nutrition. Don't skimp on the silver you earned from selling the red moon carp. On a daily basis, eat more meat to avoid depleting your chi blood and weakening your body. Disciple understands. Lu Qing nodded again. The silver he had received from the sale of the red moon carp he had already retrieved from his master and hidden in a secret corner of his home. It seemed that it was time to use that silver. It's a pity that I'm lacking a few medicinal herbs and haven't been able to gather them. Otherwise, if I had all the ingredients, I could prepare you a few doses of chi blood nourishing soup, and that might greatly shorten the time for you to enter the chi blood realm, the elder doctor said with some regret. There's no need, master. You've already helped your disciple enough. How can I ask for more without having repaid your kindness so far? Lu Qing hurriedly said. Very well, I may go into the mountains someday if I have the time, and then see if I can find those herbs, the elder doctor responded. Seeing that his master seemed unwilling to give up, Lu Qing was incredibly moved. He didn't know what to say and could only silently remember this kindness in his heart. All right, that's enough for today. When you go back, don't forget to practice boxing. Tomorrow when you come up, I'll check whether you've been slacking off or not. After a brief conversation, the elder doctor waved him off. Lu Qing hesitated, then said, Master, why don't I stay and serve you? No need, I'm still in good health and not at the point of needing someone to look after me. Besides, my place is cluttered with medicinal herbs and there's no extra space for you in Little Yan. It's better you go back to your own home. The elder doctor refused without hesitation. Then, I will take my leave first and come back tomorrow to greet you, Lu Qing said. Seeing his master's firm stance, Lu Qing had no choice but to give up. He picked up Little Yan, who was already dozing off, and prepared to descend the mountain. Hold on a moment. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, the elder doctor suddenly came out from the courtyard and handed a book to Lu Qing. This 100-herb scripture you've already read thoroughly. Next, read this, acupuncture points theory. Memorize the acupuncture points on the body first. I'll test you later. By the time Lu Qing, carrying the book and holding Little Yan, reached the foot of the mountain, his face wore a look of bewilderment. He had thought that after taking the elder doctor as his master, he and Little Yan would be living at the half-mountain small courtyard from now on. After all, serving one's master and managing his daily life is a disciple's bounden duty. But the elder doctor didn't seem to have any such plans and wanted him to continue living in his own home at the foot of the mountain. While this was a good thing for Lu Qing, he still felt it was somewhat strange. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and carried the sleeping Little Yan home. When he got home, the first thing he did was take some money and go find Elder Zhang. Then, despite the latter's protests, he made up the money that the villagers had prepared for him as a gift for his master. After all, he was not short of money now, and how could he have the heart to let the already not-so-wealthy villagers bear the cost of his tuition? After giving the money to Elder Zhang, Lu Qing returned to his own courtyard, ready to start practicing boxing. However, this time, he would be utilizing his superpower for cultivation. Begin cultivation now. Lu Qing looked at the prompt in his superpower vision, and this time he chose yes. In the next moment, a flood of information surged into his mind. Various insights about nourishing body boxing emerged like enlightenment, surfacing in his heart. Combining the guidance he received previously at the half-mountain small courtyard from his master, Lu Qing couldn't help but start practicing nourishing body boxing. First move, second move, third move. His master apparently hadn't named each move, so Lu Qing could only refer to them in order. He practiced slowly and somewhat clumsily, and after the 9th move was complete, he thought about performing the 10th move, only to find his body aching. Even though his mind knew every point of cultivation for the 10th move, attempting to practice it physically was incredibly challenging. Lu Qing recalled his master's admonition and realized that the moves following the 9th were too much for his current body to handle. Forcing the practice might even injure him. He immediately stopped practicing the 10th move and returned to start again from the first move. Thus, Lu Qing repeatedly practiced the 1st to 9th moves of nourishing body boxing. Following the insights in his mind, his moves, initially clumsy, gradually became more fluid. If someone had been watching, they would have noticed. During Lu Qing's first iteration, his actions were very stiff, his moves skewed, hardly maintaining balance. But by the second iteration, his movements became noticeably more coherent, and the moves considerably more precise. By the 3rd iteration, he had garnered some form, no longer appearing clumsy. 4th iteration, 5th iteration. With each iteration, Lu Qing displayed visible improvement. By the 9th iteration, his moves were incredibly fluid, each move intertwining naturally and executed precisely, offering a pleasing aesthetic. It was as if he had been immersed in this boxing technique for a long time. When the 9th iteration was complete, Lu Qing felt blessed and did not continue. Instead, he slowly concluded his practice. After finishing, Lu Qing exhaled a warm breath. He felt his breathing smooth and his spirit calm, his body warmly comfortably and exceedingly pleasant feeling. Surprised in his heart, he realized he had grasped some tricks of the nourishing body boxing from the first to the ninth move. Now, as long as he persisted in his practice, it wouldn't take long before he could enter the Qi blood realm, as his master had mentioned. Meanwhile, Lu Qing also understood a bit more about how the superpower's ability to simulate cultivation techniques worked. Simply put, after the superpower had successfully simulated a cultivation technique, it didn't allow him to master that technique directly. Instead, it served more as a guide by presenting the essential points and insights of the technique within his mind. This allowed him to comprehend the technique more swiftly with these insights. However, to truly master the technique and embody it, he still needed to dedicate himself to rigorous cultivation. Just like now, his mind was filled with many insights on the cultivation of nourishing body boxing, but he still needed to practice repeatedly, digesting these insights to enhance his strength. Gurgle, a rumbling came from Lu Qing's stomach. Feeling the hunger in his belly, he knew the boxing practice had taken a toll on his body. Recalling his master's earlier advice, he returned to his room and picked a piece of cured meat prepared a few days ago. Then he went to the kitchen bucket and caught a river fish, weighing about 2 or 3 pounds, freshly caught yesterday. Afterwards, he went outside to pick a handful of wild greens. His recently planted vegetables had just begun to sprout their green shoots, otherwise he wouldn't need to eat wild vegetables. After preparing the ingredients, Lu Qing was ready to cook. First, he washed the pot and started steaming the rice. When the rice was almost ready, he began cooking the dishes. It wasn't long before a dish of wild greens with cured meat and steamed fish was ready. Just as he set the food on the table, he saw Little Yan rubbing her eyes as she walked out of the room. "Little Yan is awake. Are you hungry? Brother was just about to come and wake you." The little one touched her stomach and seriously replied, "I think I'm hungry." "If you're hungry, come eat," Lu Qing said with a smile. Children are magical creatures. Just before going to sleep, she had eaten some snacks at her master's place. Yet she hadn't slept long before she started to feel hungry again. After a bowl of rice, Lu Qing felt his hunger significantly reduced and heaved a long sigh. Except for the first couple of days after waking up, it had been a long time since he had felt this hungry. It was evident how much energy his recent boxing training had consumed. In this meal, Lu Qing had several bowls of rice and ate all the vegetables, leaving nothing behind. After the meal, as usual, Lu Qing reclined in his chair, digesting his food while starting to think about the day's events. There were quite a few incidents today, and he needed to sort them out. First was the change in his status. Now that he had finally become the elder doctor's disciple, he had established a bit of a foundation in this otherworld. He wasn't like a rootless duckweed, unsure of the path ahead. Then there was what his master had said about martial artists. The martial artists in this world were even stronger than Lu Qing had imagined. Simply from his master's descriptions of a few levels of postnatal realm martial artists, Lu Qing could sense that these martial artists were almost non-human, each possessing immense strength and an extraordinary ability to survive, not to mention the even higher-level innate martial artists. According to his master, innate martial artists seemed capable of suppressing the national destiny of a country. The fact that martial arts could cultivate an individual to such power made it impossible for Lu Qing not to aspire to it. Thus, he decided that in the coming days, martial arts cultivation would be his focus, with medical skill learning secondary. Since he possessed superpowers, balancing the two wouldn't be too difficult for him. Since he decided to practice martial arts, he had to consider everything thoroughly. After this meal, Lu Qing estimated that as he gradually mastered nourishing body boxing, once he officially stepped into the Qi blood realm, his appetite would probably increase dramatically. In that case, the nutrition of his daily meals needed to keep up. As the saying goes, the poor write while the rich fight. Maintaining the daily consumption needed for martial arts training would be costly. And he didn't know how long the silver he earned from selling red moon carp could last. Lu Qing decided that in a few days, he would try his luck again at the miracle fish fishing spot. If he was fortunate and caught 1 or 2 more strange fish, he wouldn't need to worry about money. After pondering these matters, Lu Qing remembered the issue concerning his original parents. From what Mr. Zhang had said, the death of his original parents clearly had some hidden truths. However, for the time being, Lu Qing didn't intend to inquire about it. Unless he achieved some success in his martial arts cultivation and became strong enough, perhaps for little Yan's sake, he might investigate the truth. For now, he better just peacefully live his own life. After contemplating in the recliner for a while, Lu Qing mulled over everything he had thought of. Feeling that his digestion was mostly complete, he finally took out the book his master had taught him before he came down the mountain. Acupuncture Points Theory, a book that records a multitude of theoretical knowledge about human acupuncture points. Thorough reading of this book may provide a clear and comprehensive understanding of many acupoints on the human body. Would you like to download? After Lu Qing had flipped through the book, Acupuncture Points Theory, for a while, not surprisingly, such information appeared in his view. He didn't hesitate and chose to download immediately. Downloading in progress, current progress 1. Lu Qing began to turn the pages from the beginning. As he flipped through the book page by page, the progress bar in his vision also jumped. 97, 98, 99, 100 download of Acupuncture Points Theory complete. Would you like to learn? As soon as the last page was turned, the superpower indicated that the book had been downloaded. Lu Qing chose to learn without a second's delay. The next moment, a vast amount of knowledge about human acupoints surged from the depths of his mind. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes, silently receiving the knowledge. After a long while, he opened his eyes, and a look of amazement appeared in them. The acupoints of the human body are truly magical. According to the statements in this Acupuncture Points Theory, the major acupoints around a person's body govern various orifices and are closely related to one's life condition. A capable doctor, by properly utilizing the theory and applying needles to the symptoms, can eliminate the disease and bring the dying back to life, saving one in times of peril even without relying on medicine stone. At this moment, Lu Qing had already completely memorized the whole Acupuncture Points Theory. Of course, he had just memorized it. That didn't mean he now understood how to perform acupuncture on people. He possessed theoretical knowledge, but not a bit of practical experience. If he were really given a patient to treat, he did not know whether he could cure the disease, but he was certain he could make things worse. To thoroughly master Acupuncture Points Theory, he still had a lot to learn. However, just the understanding he had gained made Lu Qing feel that the art of medical skill was indeed extraordinary. Whether it was medicine or acupuncture, both disciplines were profound and complex, with intricate knowledge where each was difficult to master well. If it weren't for his superpower, just masters 2 medical books alone, he didn't know how long it would have taken to understand. Gently flipping through the book, Lu Qing began to review. Although he had memorized the contents, he still preferred the feeling of browsing through pages. In the twilight sunlight, Lu Qing kept reading. He continued to read until the sunset sank westward, and the sky dimmed before he finally put the book away. That night, little Yan did not wait for the black little beast she yearned for. The little creature seemed to indeed possess some special ability, as it only showed up after little Yan had fallen asleep. And here, just as Lu Qing had tucked in the sleeping little one and covered her with a blanket, he heard the familiar scratching sound outside the door. He went to the kitchen and took out the fresh live fish he had prepared earlier, then opened the door. He then saw a black figure, nimbly hopping backward. With its front paws together, it sat down elegantly and quietly, looking at Lu Qing, waiting for him to put down the fish. "You're getting more and more casual, you." Lu Qing shook his head. After placing the fish down, he stepped back a few paces. The black little beast immediately approached and started feasting on the fish in the wooden basin. Lu Qing simply watched it eat in silence, not disturbing it. Compared to more than 10 days ago, the body of the black little beast had grown a little. Its demeanor had changed from the initial dubious and wary to the current calmness, able to face Lu Qing very peacefully. When eating fish, it no longer took one fish to hide and eat, then came out for another. Instead, it ate directly from the basin like it was doing now. Of course, even though its attitude had softened a lot, Lu Qing was still unable to approach it, let alone touch it. But Lu Qing didn't plan on touching the creature. If the little beast suddenly got excited and scratched him, his hand would probably be useless. He didn't believe that his hands and feet were as hard as iron stone. Not to mention, even the iron stone could be torn apart by this creature. So each time after putting down the fish, he would step back to avoid accidentally provoking this little ancestor. And every time after eating the fish, the black little beast would leave without any attachment. However, this time there seemed to be a difference. After eating the fish, the black little beast turned and left the fenced courtyard. Just as Lu Qing was about to move forward to pick up the wooden basin, he saw its figure appearing in front of him again. "What's wrong? You haven't had enough?" Lu Qing couldn't help but ask. That shouldn't be the case. Today he had added even more fish than yesterday. Even if the little one's body had grown a bit, its appetite shouldn't have increased so much all of a sudden. Hearing Lu Qing's words, the black little beast showed a hint of an inexplicable expression in its eyes. If Lu Qing had been paying attention, he would have noticed it seemed to be a disdainful look. Unfortunately, Lu Qing hadn't noticed it because his attention was caught by something else. "What are you holding in your mouth?" It turned out that the black little beast was holding something in its mouth at that moment. That object seemed to be grayish in color, but Lu Qing couldn't see it clearly. Tonight's moonlight was not bright, and the sky was only adorned with a slight crescent moon. The black little beast stepped forward, placed the object in its mouth on the ground, and then retreated a few steps. "Is this for me?" Lu Qing was surprised. The black little beast made no movement, but just quietly watched Lu Qing. Lu Qing, however, understood the object was indeed meant for him. "Is it really for me?" Lu Qing was truly astonished now. Feeding this little creature for so long, it was the first time he had received a gift in return. "What is this thing?" Lu Qing moved forward and gently picked up the object. Once in hand, he immediately judged it to be some plant's rhizome. It had leaves on top and many roots, with some earth still on it. Using the dim moonlight, he started to examine the object in his hand. The more he looked, the wider his eyes grew. Having memorized the entire 100 herb scripture, the more he looked, the more certain he became that the object in his hand resembled a certain herb. This couldn't possibly be. Before the thought had fully taken shape in Lu Qing's mind, the superpower had already given him the answer. A faint superpower light floated up from the plant in his hand, and the most crucial part was that this superpower light was not simply white, but within the white there was also a faint red light. Ginseng, a precious herb, edible, non-toxic. This ginseng plant has grown for many years and seems to have exceeded a century. Legend has it that ginseng possesses various magical effects, and that ginseng of enough age seems to also have the ability to become spiritual, giving birth to spiritual wisdom. Century-old ginseng. When he clearly saw the information provided by the superpower, Lu Qing's eyes instantly widened. Century-old ginseng. When Lu Qing finished reading the information about the plant root in his hand, he was shocked. To his astonishment, it was ginseng, a very precious medicinal herb recorded in the 100 herb scripture, and its age had already surpassed a century. Little thing, the gift you've given is truly a massive one. Lu Qing looked at the ginseng in his hand, then at the little black beast, and couldn't help but exclaim. You must know, among the several 100 herbs recorded in the 100 herb scripture, ginseng is definitely one of the most precious, and its value increases with age. Ginseng that's several decades old already has excellent medicinal effects and is quite valuable. Like this one in his hands, over a century old, that was indeed a rare find. In many herb shops, it could be treated as the treasure of the establishment. It wasn't a waste of my effort to catch you all those fish after all. Lu Qing was very pleased, although he didn't know the specific value of the century-old ginseng in his hand. Clearly, it had to be higher than that of the red moon carp. After all, even though the red moon carp also has a nourishing effect, those nobles buy it at a high price more for the taste than anything. But this century-old ginseng is truly life-saving. Such precious medicine often doesn't have a set price tag, and the moment it appears, it prompts a frenzy of eager buyers. Not to mention the superpower light emanating from the ginseng in Lu Qing's hand, tinged with a hint of red. This showed that the ginseng had already faintly acquired some characteristics of a spiritual medicine. Such precious medicines are probably even more valuable than ordinary ginseng. Compared to it, the fish he had fed the little black beast these past few days were completely insignificant. Looking at the black night spirit fox already leisurely licking its paws and washing its face by the side, Lu Qing's gaze shifted and he squatted down, attempting to coax it. Little guy, let's make a deal. If you come across something like this again, bring it to me. Whatever kind of fish you want to eat, I'll catch them for you. Deal. If someone saw Lu Qing now, they would find his smile to be just like that of a weird uncle trying to bribe a child with candy. The little black beast didn't seem to understand what Lu Qing said. After licking its paws, it just glanced sideways at Lu Qing, then elegantly walked over to the fence, lightly leaped, and disappeared into the night. This time, Lu Qing saw its gaze clearly. He felt as if he had just been scorned by a little beast. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Although he was scorned by a little beast, his mood was still very pleasant. Taking the wooden basin back to the kitchen, Lu Qing unusually lit an oil lamp and found a damp cloth. Then, sitting in the hall, he started to clean the mud off the ginseng by the lamplight. With his meticulous cleaning, the ginseng in his hand gradually revealed its complete appearance. The main body of the ginseng was quite plump, resembling a little radish. The roots were very long, and from a general look, it nearly had the shape of a human body. Had it grown any further, it might truly have taken the form of a tiny person. Somewhat regrettably, some of the roots were clearly broken. This made the appearance less perfect. Clearly, it was the little black beast that had forcefully broken them when it dug up the ginseng. Although Lu Qing felt a sense of disappointment, he also knew not to be too dissatisfied. To be honest, for the black little beast to have dug up a ginseng was already enough to amaze people. You surely couldn't expect it to dig up the ginseng as perfectly as an herb gatherer would, could you? After admiring the century-old ginseng for a while, Lu Qing carefully stowed it away. He planned to take the ginseng to his master the next day to see how to maximize its value. After all, although he had read the 100 herb scripture thoroughly, when it came to knowledge of herbs, he was nowhere near his master, the divine doctor. The next morning, Lu Qing got up and, following his master's example, performed the nourishing body boxing twice in the courtyard, feeling refreshed and invigorated before he went to make breakfast. After breakfast, he took little Yan to the half-mountain small courtyard. Upon seeing the elder doctor, he immediately took out the century-old ginseng wrapped in cloth. Master, last night your disciple unexpectedly came upon a herb and would like for you to take a look and suggest how best to deal with it, he said. Oh, what herb is it? The elder doctor was somewhat puzzled. Had his disciple gone out to gather herbs late at night? It's this herb. Lu Qing unfolded the cloth, revealing the ginseng inside. Is this ginseng? When the elder doctor saw the herb clearly, his eyes immediately widened. Surprised, the elder doctor immediately took the cloth bundle from Lu Qing and carefully inspected the ginseng. Indeed, it is ginseng, and not only that, but it's also an exceptionally good, fresh century-old ginseng with wonderful appearance. After a thorough examination, the elder doctor finally let out a long sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Ah Qing, where did you get this ginseng? Did you venture into the mountains last night?" The elder doctor looked at Lu Qing with great astonishment. Century-old ginseng of such quality would generally only grow in remote deep forest areas where people seldom tread. Ordinary herb gatherers would find it difficult to venture into such regions. Even he, with his many years of experience in gathering herbs, had rarely encountered such specimens. Given the freshness of this ginseng, it must have been dug up not long ago. How had Lu Qing obtained it? Could it be that he ventured into the deep woods last night? But that was clearly impossible. Facing the elder doctor's puzzlement, Lu Qing smiled. "Master, you would never guess who gave me this ginseng. Someone gave it to you." "Who?" The elder doctor became even more curious. Who would be so generous to give away such a precious century-old ginseng as a gift? "It was the black little beast I mentioned to you before. Last night after I fed it fish, it brought me this ginseng." It was that black little beast. The elder doctor was extremely surprised. Lu Qing then elaborately recounted the events of the previous night. Not only did it surprise the elder doctor greatly, but little Yan beside him also widened her eyes in disbelief. It seems that this black little beast truly possesses a high degree of spiritual nature, having reached the level of understanding human behavior, remarked the elder doctor after hearing Lu Qing's story. "Disciple thinks so too. I feel it might even understand what we're saying," Lu Qing agreed. The contemptuous look in the Black Knight spirit fox's eyes as it left last night. "This is the benefit of doing good deeds and accumulating virtue." The elder doctor stroked his beard and said, "If you had not been kind-hearted that day and had not chased it away, but instead fed it fish every night, how could you have this good fate today? Was I kind-hearted for not chasing it away? I didn't dare to shoo it." Hearing his master's words, Lu Qing felt somewhat embarrassed. That little thing was very formidable. No one dared to provoke it. "Master, as you said, this ginseng is more than 100 years old, so how much is it worth?" Lu Qing asked. "How come you want to sell this ginseng?" Elder Doctor asked. "Not necessarily selling it, just want to know its value, to have an idea in mind," Lu Qing honestly replied. The elder doctor pondered for a moment, then said, "Generally speaking, ginseng of this age is extremely sought after, practically priceless. Ginseng can enhance qi blood, strengthen the fundamental life force, and in critical moments, it can even be used to sustain life. Those nobles in the city, the martial artists, always crave such precious medicine. This old ginseng of yours, although its roots are slightly damaged, it's not serious and does not affect its medicinal effectiveness. Even I just tried it, possibly due to its unique growing environment. The medicinal effect of this ginseng is even stronger than that of ordinary century-old ginseng." Hearing this, Lu Qing recalled the hint of superpower light on this ginseng. What his master said was special, might be because of this. Ordinary century-old ginseng placed in those big cities, each piece could sell for at least 1,000 pieces of silver. Yours, I'm afraid, might be worth even more, but exactly how much silver it is worth, I can't say for cert. 1,000 pieces of silver, 10 times that of red moon carp. Hearing this number, despite being somewhat prepared, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel his heart pound fiercely. "Are you tempted now?" The elder doctor, seeing his disciple's shocked expression, smiled and said, "A bit." Lu Qing nodded. Who could hear 1,000 pieces of silver and remain indifferent, especially for a country boy like him? "However, even though this ginseng is valuable, I still suggest you not to exchange it for silver." Elder doctor's tone suddenly shifted. "Master, why is that?" Lu Qing, startled, asked. "Aren't you wanting to engage in martial arts training?" "This ginseng is precisely one of the best supplementary medicinal herbs for Qi Blood realm martial artists. I mentioned before, wanting to prepare for you a few doses of Qi Blood nourishing soup, but this century-old ginseng, if used properly, its effects are even better than those of the Qi Blood nourishing soup. With its aid, stepping into the Qi Blood realm would be much easier for you. I will refine it into Qi and blood building pill for you. After you have entered the basics of nourishing body boxing, taking one pill each day, it won't be long before you can officially step into the Qi Blood realm." Could there really be such good fortune? This truly was an unexpected delight. Lu Qing was ecstatic. He had been worried about how to quickly step into the Qi Blood realm, and the solution came so swiftly. "How about it? Do you still want to sell this ginseng, or keep it and consume it yourself?" Elder Doctor asked. Lu Qing did not hesitate. "Please help me refine it into an elixir, master." "Oh, have you thought it through?" Elder Doctor looked at him and said, "Yes, silver is good, but after all, its external my own skill is more important," Lu Qing said. "You having this realization is very good." Elder Doctor stroked his beard and nodded. "In times like these, nothing is more important than your own capabilities. Without skills, even if you possess much silver, it would be hard to keep it. Since you have made your decision, I happen to be free these few days. I shall refine this ginseng into qi and blood-building pills for you. Don't be too happy yet, Elder Doctor cautioned him. Even after I have refined the pill, before you have mastered nourishing body boxing, you can't take it. Otherwise, even if you consume the pill, it would just be a waste of its power. Martial arts basics. Lu Qing's heart stirred, and he suddenly said, Master, after I returned yesterday, I pondered alone on the boxing techniques you taught me, and I seem to have grasped a trace of the knack. I'm not sure if I misunderstood, so please guide me. Oh, you've come to understand it so quickly. The elder doctor was intrigued, but didn't take Lu Qing's words seriously. He assumed that Lu Qing had just practiced the moves thoroughly and wanted to show off. Then demonstrate it once and let me see what you've realized. Yes, master. Lu Qing immediately assumed the stance and began to demonstrate the nourishing body boxing from the first to the 9th move. When Lu Qing began the first move, the elder doctor watched with a smile. But as he finished the first move and moved on to the second, the elder doctor's smile faded, revealing a surprised expression. He found that Lu Qing's first move was not only executed with precise and fluid motions, but also carried a unique rhythm. As the creator of nourishing body boxing, the elder doctor knew what this rhythm meant. It indicated that Lu Qing had not only mastered this move proficiently, but had also infused his understanding into it. In other words, he had truly grasped the first move and had begun to embody the skills. But how was this possible? It had only been one night since he taught Lu Qing the boxing techniques. How could he have reached such a level with nourishing body boxing? The elder doctor was shocked. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Lu Qing continued to perform nourishing body boxing, move after move fluently and adeptly. After completing the 9th move, he started again from the first move, continuously practicing. Time and again, Lu Qing practiced the moves from 1 to 9 of the nourishing body boxing, losing himself in the motions. After practicing 9 times, he finally slowed down, breathed out a breath of stagnant air, his complexion rosy and his eyes sparkling as he stood there. As for the elder doctor, he was already standing there with a shocked face, staring agape. Master, how was it? Did I practice anything incorrectly? Lu Qing asked energetically. 9 cycles returning to the origin, vital qi blood, vibrant spirit. This is full mastery of nourishing body boxing. The elder doctor seemed not to hear Lu Qing's question, simply muttering to himself. Master, what's wrong? Seeing the elder doctor like this, Lu Qing couldn't help but ask. At the same time, he was also a bit worried had he inadvertently frightened his master with his display. Ah Qing, tell me honestly. The elder doctor's face suddenly became very serious, startling Lu Qing. What did you encounter when you practiced boxing yesterday? What did I encounter? Lu Qing thought for a moment and replied, yesterday, when I went back and practiced boxing in the courtyard, I suddenly felt many insights flooding my mind. Unintentionally, my body followed the key points the master taught and I practiced. After I came to my senses, I felt refreshed and spirited. The methods of the 1st to the 9th moves of nourishing body boxing suddenly became clear to me, no longer obscure as before. What Lu Qing described was actually the state after using his superpower for cultivation, except he hid the existence of the superpower. However, these words to the elder doctor's ears were like a thunderbolt. Sudden enlightenment. It's actually sudden enlightenment, the elder doctor murmured. His gaze towards Lu Qing was like looking at an incredibly rare treasure. The disciple I impulsively decided to take, to think he could enter sudden enlightenment on his first martial arts training. Elder doctor looked at Lu Qing as if he were some rare treasure, both excited and shocked. Master, Lu Qing, perplexed by his somewhat fervent gaze, could not help but call out. The elder doctor came to his senses. After all, he was a martial arts expert in the internal organ realm, and he managed to contain the astonishment on his face. However, the excitement in his heart was still hard to hide. I hadn't expected, Ah Qing, that you would have such a talent in martial arts cultivation. I really misjudged you, the elder doctor sighed. The state you encountered while practicing boxing yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, should be the sudden enlightenment that all martial artists dream of. Only sudden enlightenment could explain how Lu Qing had mastered nourishing body boxing to such a degree overnight. Sudden enlightenment. Lu Qing thought for a moment and realized that cultivating with his superpower was indeed quite similar to sudden enlightenment. The difference was that his sudden enlightenment state could be entered multiple times at will. Exactly, sudden enlightenment, the elder doctor said. Legend has it that sudden enlightenment is an incredibly magical state of enlightenment. Once one enters this state, it's as if bestowed by heaven. The person's mind becomes extremely sharp and agile, capable of learning anything quickly and grasping concepts rapidly. But for ordinary people, achieving sudden enlightenment is extremely difficult. Taking martial arts cultivation as an example, generally only those with unique martial arts talent or deeply accumulated martial arts experts, under the culmination of extensive preparation, get a glimpse into this mysterious state. That you could master the 1st to the 9th forms of nourishing body boxing overnight clearly shows you inadvertently entered the realm of sudden enlightenment yesterday. Master, are you saying that I do have quite a talent in martial arts cultivation? Lu Qing asked. An excellent talent, the elder doctor affirmed solemnly. To enter sudden enlightenment on your first cultivation, a martial arts talent like you is something I've never encountered in all my years as a master. It seemed his practice had had a significant effect. Feeling his master's excitement, Lu Qing silently nodded. He had indeed intentionally displayed his martial arts talent in front of his master. After all, with the help of his superpower, his advancement in martial arts cultivation was bound to be rapid. Now was the perfect time to establish a persona, letting his master believe he was a rare martial arts genius. This way, in the days to come, he could freely enhance his martial arts abilities. Since you have mastered the first 9 forms of nourishing body boxing, the making of the blood and chi replenishing pills must not be delayed. Knowing his disciple was a rare martial arts genius, the elder doctor was constantly excited. He immediately decided to go into seclusion to help Lu Qing turn that 100-year-old ginseng into an elixir. So much so that Lu Qing, who wanted to consult him about the acupuncture points theory, didn't even have a chance. Watching his master hastily enter the medicine room for alchemy, declaring it would take at least a day and a night to properly prepare the elixir. Lu Qing couldn't help but had nothing else to do, so he simply took little Yan back home, fetched his fishing rod, and prepared to go fishing by the river. The little black beast had given him such a generous gift he had to show some gratitude. With little Yan by his side, Lu Qing set down the fishing gear he was carrying on his back. Over this period, Lu Qing's fishing equipment had become much more complete. Fishing rods, nets, fish guards, everything necessary. Of course, his fish guard wasn't like those from his previous life, but one made by an elder in the village skilled in weaving, a large, long fish basket. It was not only useful for carrying fish, but also for carrying fishing gear. It was extremely convenient to carry on his back. This time, Lu Qing chose to fish at the Miracle Fish fishing spot. Looking at the dense white ripples on the water's surface, Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction. This was his first visit here since he had caught the red moon carp. It seemed the fishing conditions were good, and the white light in the fishing spot was still dense. Unlike that small fishing spot, which had been scavenged multiple times by villagers and had long since lost its luster, it was uncertain when it would recover. This was why the villagers' enthusiasm for fishing had waned significantly. After all, they didn't possess the skills Lu Qing had to easily find fishing spots. Trying to fish on their own, they often didn't catch much. As a result, apart from those who truly enjoyed the activity, the majority of the villagers no longer came to the riverside to fish. Everything ready, Lu Qing picked a few fruits from the blood apricot tree, hung one on the hook, and then quietly waited. He had come here this time to see if, after so long, he could catch a strange fish from here again. Lu Qing fished in silence, while little Yan played with a bamboo dragonfly under the trees behind him. After accompanying her brother fishing every day, she was used to being on her own and could entertain herself. Lu Qing, with a grass stalk clenched in his teeth, quietly watched the float. Time passed without any movement from the float, but he remained calm and patient. As a fisherman, if one lacked even this bit of patience, then they might as well not fish at all. After a while, a ripple appeared where the float lay. Seeing the gently quivering float, Lu Qing smiled. Finally, there was movement. His hand gently rested on the fishing rod, ready at any moment. After fishing for this period of time, he had learned that the big fish in this otherworld liked to launch sneak attacks. Sure enough, no sooner had his hand touched the fishing rod than he saw the float suddenly sink into the water. Lu Qing sharply lifted the rod. A great force transmitted from the rod. He had a bite. Feeling the strength from the rod, Lu Qing's face showed surprised delight. Such a strong pull, this fish was surely either a big one or a strange fish. What followed was a tussle between Lu Qing and the fish. With his vast fishing experience, Lu Qing continually relieved the tension. After a while, Lu Qing deduced that this was neither a green-armored fish nor a red moon carp. The fish below moved in a completely different way from those two, continually drilling towards a fixed direction at the bottom, determined to fight until it escaped. However, since it had already bitten, Lu Qing was not about to let it get away so easily. He had performed another round of upgrades on his fishing rod recently. Aside from the fishing line, which was still made of snow silkworm silk, everything else from the hook to the rod had been replaced with new, sturdier materials. Not to mention, his physical condition was now much stronger than before. He had caught the red moon carp and the green-armored fish even when he was physically weak. And now, after practicing nourishing body boxing, it was no surprise that after a spirited struggle, the fish below eventually exhausted all its energy against Lu Qing. The moment the fish surfaced, Lu Qing scooped it up with a net. Then, upon clearly seeing the newly caught fish's true appearance, he paused for a moment. It was a creature about 2 feet long, resembling a loach, with a girth of 2 to 3 fingers and an entirely golden body. Golden loach, strange fish, completely golden, adept at burrowing. Contains spiritual charm, with delicious and nourishing flesh, capable of nourishing both yin and yang, truly a great supplement. It is rumored that golden loaches always appear as a pair, male and female together, never wandering alone. Watching the creature in the bucket, which gleamed with a white and red light and resembled a loach, Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, this creature was a strange fish. And it was on the same level as the red moon carp. What surprised Lu Qing even more was the information on the third slip of paper. This golden loach always appeared in pairs, never alone. This meant there must be another golden loach under the water. Although he didn't know if the other golden loach had been frightened away by his earlier antics, Lu Qing still wanted to try. He hung another blood apricot on the hook and lowered it into the water. He had expected to wait a long time, perhaps in vain. However, to Lu Qing's surprise, it wasn't long before he saw the float suddenly sink into the water. So soon, Lu Qing was caught off guard, but he quickly reacted and immediately grabbed the fishing rod. After that, there wasn't any suspense. Following another round of struggle, another golden loach was pulled up. Looking at the two golden loaches in the bucket, Lu Qing fell silent. It seemed he had underestimated the attraction of blood apricots to strange fish. Indeed, what was labeled as a mutant fruit by superpower truly was extraordinary. He didn't know what was so peculiar about it, but it could attract these strange fish to continuously swallow it. Lu Qing put a few blood apricots away, planning to find a time to ask his master if he knew about this mutant fruit. After hanging another blood apricot, Lu Qing continued to fish. However, this time his luck wasn't as good. He waited a long time and didn't get another bite. Not to mention strange fish, he didn't even see any ordinary fish. Strange, could it be that these strange fish have a sense of territory, only allowing one type to appear each time? Lu Qing wondered. He thought about it, pulled up the hook, and switched to an earthworm. Once again, he lowered the hook into the water, and soon there was a bite. With a swift flick of the rod, a small white fish fluttered in the air, constantly wagging its tail. Looking at the small white fish on the hook, Lu Qing fell silent. It really is everywhere, isn't it? Feeling that there were probably no more strange fish below, Lu Qing didn't switch back to a blood apricot. Instead, he continued fishing with earthworms. After a while in several pools, dozens of small white fish were caught by him. With so many small white fish, plus those remaining at home, there should be enough to give the little beast a hearty meal. After he had caught enough food for the little beast, Lu Qing prepared to pack up. It was a pity he had initially hoped to catch a couple of big fish for the little beast to feast on, but perhaps because of the presence of the golden loach, the big fish were nowhere to be found today. Even when he switched to corn in the middle, there was no movement. Unable to catch them, he could only slightly disappoint the little beast and continue feeding it small fish, which were also tasty. Little Yan, let's go, we're heading home. After packing up, Lu Qing, holding the bucket, called out to little Yan, who was lying on the grass not far away apparently playing with something. Coming, big brother. The little one scampered back, holding a small bunch of wildflowers, so she had been picking wildflowers just now. Big brother, look, these are the flowers I just picked. Do they look nice? Little Yan held up the bouquet of flowers to show off to Lu Qing. They look nice. Lu Qing nodded, noticing some grass and leaves in the little one's hair, and gently picked them out. Hee, I knew it, brother would definitely like it. Little Yan was immediately thrilled to receive the praise. Seeing the little one so happy, Lu Qing's heart suddenly stirred. Little Yan, do you get bored accompanying brother to fish every day? What's bored? The little one tilted her head, confused. Do you ever feel unhappy? Lu Qing rephrased. Not at all, as long as I'm with brother. Little Yan will never feel unhappy, the little one earnestly replied. There are flowers to pick here and butterflies too. It's really fun. All right then. Lu Qing had nothing more to say. Initially, he had thought if little Yan felt bored next time he went fishing, maybe he should leave her in the village to play with other children. After all, she often ran out to play with her friends in the village after meals. Now that she didn't feel that way, he would reconsider another time. When he got home, he poured out the fish, leaving only 2 golden loaches in the bucket, and Lu Qing fell into deep thought. He considered what to do with the 2 golden loaches, whether to sell them or keep them for himself to eat. Actually, Lu Qing was more inclined to eat them. Firstly, if he were to sell them, his master had not had time to go into town recently, and he didn't know how long the golden loaches could live out of the river. If they died in a couple of days, that would be a big loss. Secondly, he was not as short on money as he had been before. Strange fish like this, encountered by chance and not by searching, felt somewhat wasteful to sell. The final reason was the effects of the golden loach greatly appealed to him. According to the description of the superpower, golden loaches were extremely nourishing. Now, his nourishing body boxing had reached the entry level, and stepping into the Qi blood realm was almost a certainty. The only thing lacking was that after a serious illness he had earlier, his body was relatively weak, and he didn't have a strong foundation. These 2 golden loaches might just help him overcome this shortcoming. After mulling it over for a while, Lu Qing eventually decided to keep both golden loaches for himself to eat. However, although he decided to eat them, Lu Qing didn't plan to enjoy them alone. Instead, he planned to take them to the half-mountain small courtyard tomorrow and share them with his master. The last time he caught the red moon carp, He had intended to give it to his master, but ended up selling it for money instead. Since becoming a disciple, Lu Qing had never really been able to offer anything in return, merely accepting favors. This time, fortunate enough to catch another strange fish, it would be good to let his master taste it. Lu Qing's plan was very good. However, an unexpected event occurred that evening. After Little Yan went to sleep, the black little beast came again to scratch at the door. As usual, Lu Qing brought out a basin of fish and placed it on the ground. What he hadn't expected was that the black little beast, which normally would have pounced on the fish the moment he set them down, didn't approach this time. Instead, it sniffed a few times, then its eyes lit up as if it had discovered something and began circling around Lu Qing. After a few rounds, it sat quietly watching him. "What's the matter, not eating? I even added more fish for you today," Lu Qing said, puzzled. Had this little thing changed its habits, suddenly turning up its nose at fish? Ow. The black little beast suddenly made a soft noise, startling Lu Qing. It was the first time he had heard it make a sound. Previously, in its initial nights, he had heard its voice. But back then, it was a low growl with a warning tone, quite different from the sound now. This sound was more like a kitten's meow, young and cute, and quite pleasant to hear. However, Lu Qing couldn't focus on whether the black little beast's voice was pleasant or not right now. Because he noticed, after it made the noise, it was staring straight behind him toward the house. To be precise, toward the direction of the kitchen. Remembering how the black little beast had reacted to the smell on him earlier, an idea suddenly dawned on Lu Qing. Could this little thing possibly? "Little thing, you wouldn't happen to fancy those 2 golden loaches of mine, would you?" Lu Qing saw the little black beast staring continuously in the direction of the kitchen, and couldn't help but facepalm. He guessed it must be the case. After all, those 2 golden loaches were placed in the kitchen. He remembered how the little black beast had kept circling him, sniffing. It must have caught the scent of the golden loaches on him. In the evening, he had just transferred the 2 golden loaches to the water tank, pressing them down with a wooden board to prevent them from jumping out and slipping away at night. Once the fishy smell clings, it's very hard to get rid of in a short time. He hadn't expected this little creature to have such a sensitive nose among so many fishy smells mixed together. It could still distinguish the scent of the golden loaches. The little black beast didn't answer, just quietly watching Lu Qing. Through the time they had spent together, Lu Qing understood its intentions. It really wanted to eat those 2 golden loaches. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a headache. "Little thing, let's make a deal. You can eat any other fish here, and if that's not enough, I'll get you more. But those 2 golden loaches, I need to keep them. Is that okay?" Lu Qing didn't care whether the little black beast understood his long speech and just began to negotiate. However, whether the beast was playing dumb or truly didn't understand, it just blinked and continued to gaze steadily towards the kitchen behind Lu Qing. It seemed Lu Qing now understood this little creature had set its heart on the golden loaches. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Lu Qing could only step back. "I can only give you the other one I need to keep for a purpose. I can't give it to you." Lu Qing held out one finger, speaking earnestly. The little black beast quietly looked at Lu Qing for a moment and finally nodded. "So you really do understand what I'm saying." Seeing the action of the little black beast, Lu Qing could not be mistaken. He had suspected it before but had never been sure. Now, seeing how it acted, he could finally confirm. This guy had always understood him all this time. It had been playing dumb. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, the little black beast resumed its somewhat dazed and calm expression, looking as if it didn't get what he was saying. But Lu Qing would not be fooled again. Thinking that he had been played by a little beast for so long, he couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. Turning back to the kitchen, he lifted the wooden board on the water tank, scooped up a golden loach, and returned to the yard. "You can only have one. Do you want it?" Seeing the golden loach in Lu Qing's hand struggling and wriggling, the little black beast's eyes had already brightened. As soon as Lu Qing finished speaking, he felt a blur in front of him, a brief loosening of his grip, and the golden loach had already flown from his hand. When he regained his focus, the little black beast was already chomping down on the golden loach. Lu Qing watched as it bit off the head of the golden loach, his heart aching. That was worth quite a lot of silver. However, seeing the little black beast munching and squinting its eyes in happiness, wagging its tail gleefully, he could only console himself. Well, at least this little thing had brought him such a precious century-old ginseng last night. Giving it something good to eat was only fair, considered a return gesture. The little black beast was quick in its eating, and before long, a fat golden loach of nearly 2 pounds had completely filled its stomach. After finishing the golden loach, the little black beast looked again towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing was startled and quickly said, "No more, the remaining one is useful for me. I can't give it to you." The black little beast glanced at Lu Qing disdainfully, as if it found him stingy, then walked to the basin of fish and started eating leisurely. "Lu Qing, so it's not that you disliked these small fish, you just wanted to eat the tasty ones first." However, seeing that the black little beast did not continue to demand the remaining golden loach, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this little thing was still reasonable otherwise. If it had really wanted to forcefully take the other golden loach, Lu Qing would have been powerless to stop it. Watching the black little beast eat happily, Lu Qing thought for a moment and then squatted down. Little thing, do you really like eating those strange fish like the one before? Once Lu Qing confirmed that the black little beast could understand him, his enthusiasm for conversation grew. The little beast raised its head and looked at Lu Qing, its eyes twinkling. Lu Qing quickly said, I'm not saying I'll give you the other golden loach, don't misunderstand. Hearing this, the black little beast immediately lowered its head back to eating the fish, ignoring him. Lu Qing didn't mind, however. Just because I can't give you the golden loach doesn't mean I can't give you other strange fish if I catch them in the future. The little beast raised its head again, looking at him with some confusion. Little thing, how about a trade? Lu Qing saw its interest and seized the opportunity. If I catch strange fish like the golden loach again, you just need to bring me more of the roots from last night, then we can swap, how about that? Roots from last night. The black little beast tilted its head, thinking for a moment before realizing that Lu Qing meant the plant it had brought him the previous night. That plant was just something it instinctively felt was special, which is why it had dug it up and brought it to this two-legged creature. It seems he liked it. That plant was something it remembered. There were still some growing in its usual roaming area in the mountain. However, even though digging up plants was not difficult for the black little beast, couldn't just agree to his request this easily. Who told him not to even spare one more fish for it to eat, huh? The black little beast pretended to hesitate for a while before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Little did Lu Qing know, a little beast still in its juvenile stage could have such circuitous thoughts. Seeing that the little beast agreed, he was very surprised. If the little thing could really dig up the century-old ginseng, then he wouldn't mind giving it all the strange fish he catches. After all, for him, the value of ginseng was much greater than that of any strange fish. In this way, both the person and the beast felt they had gotten a great deal and happily made an agreement. Although it had eaten a golden loach, the black little beast still finished all the fish in the basin, leaving with its belly slightly bulging. Watching the black little beast clumsily hop over the hedge, Lu Qing shook his head with a smile. It truly lived for fish, preferring to overeat rather than leave any fish behind. Once the figure of the little beast disappeared, Lu Qing took the wooden basin back to the kitchen to clean it, then went back to his room to sleep. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Lu Qing got up and practiced nourishing body boxing several times, immediately feeling refreshed and invigorated. Nourishing body boxing, as its name suggested, had an excellent effect on conditioning and nurturing the body. Having practiced for just 2 or 3 days, Lu Qing already felt his physique had greatly improved, and his spirit had become much more vigorous. After a simple yet nutritious breakfast, Lu Qing, together with little Yan, carried the bucket with the golden loach and headed to the half-mountain small courtyard. As he ascended the mountain, Lu Qing was filled with anticipation. According to what his master had said before going into seclusion the day before, the qi and blood-building pill would be ready today. With the aid of the elixir, he believed that entering the qi blood realm was within reach. Arriving at half-mountain small courtyard, Lu Qing rarely failed to see his master practicing boxing in the open space in front of the door. He looked inside the house and found that the medicine room's door was still tightly closed, with a faint scent of medicine coming out. Knowing that his master was still engaged in alchemy, he didn't make a sound to disturb him. Instead, he placed the bucket in the corner and began to sweep the courtyard with a broom conscientiously. Little Yan, seeing her brother cleaning, also dragged out a small broom from the corner to help. When the siblings had nearly finished cleaning the entire courtyard, Lu Qing finally heard a door opening from inside the house. Following that was the elder doctor's hearty laughter. You two, have you been here for long? He asked upon seeing Lu Qing and his sister cleaning the courtyard. Not for very long, less than half an hour, Lu Qing replied truthfully. Grandpa Chen, little Yan also helped brother clean. The little one brandished her broom, seeking praise. Grandpa knows little Yan is always the most obedient, the elder doctor praised immediately. The little one beamed with joy upon receiving the compliment. Master, did you stay up all night? Lu Qing asked, observing the elder doctor's attire, which was the same as the previous day. Indeed, one cannot afford to be negligent in the path of alchemy, especially when concocting these blood-tonifying qi-enhancing elixirs. It's best done in one go, directly producing the elixir, to fully preserve the medicinal efficacy of the ginseng. The elder doctor nodded. Then, Master, should you not rest a while? Lu Qing asked with some concern. There's no need for that, it was just staying up for one night. This old man's body isn't so frail yet. The elder doctor waved his hand. Besides, the elderly don't need much sleep. Losing a little sleep isn't an issue. Lu Qing observed and saw that his master's complexion was still ruddy, and his spirit was bright. He didn't show a trace of fatigue. He knew his words were true. Naturally, his master was a martial arts expert of the internal organ realm. How could staying up all night possibly affect him? From master's words, could it be that the blood-tonifying qi-enhancing elixir, Lu Qing's eyes sparkled, has already been successfully concocted? The elder doctor took out a snow-white porcelain bottle. From that old ginseng root, a total of 20 blood tonifying chi-enhancing elixirs were produced. With the aid of these 20 elixirs, not only will you have a much easier time stepping into the chi blood realm, but once you've entered, your cultivation will also progress swiftly. Lu Qing took the porcelain bottle, feeling its significant weight. He suddenly asked Master, is it true that the blood tonifying chi-enhancing elixir is most effective after entering the chi blood realm? The elder doctor paused, then replied, indeed, this elixir is one of the best supportive medicines for those in the chi blood realm. Refining just one pill can bring about no small progress. Countless chi blood realm martial artists would pay a hefty price to get their hands on a few. In that case, wouldn't it be a bit wasteful for me to take this elixir before entering the chi blood realm? Although some medicinal efficacy would be wasted, your constitution is somewhat weak. Without the assistance of elixirs, even if your nourishing body boxing has reached entry level, entering the chi blood realm would still take quite some time. Hearing his master's words, Lu Qing smiled lightly, not pursuing the topic further, and instead changed the subject. Master, yesterday I went fishing and caught 2 fish with unusual appearances. They seem quite extraordinary and I wanted to show them to you. Oh, what good thing have you caught again? The elder doctor showed interest. He knew that his disciple possessed a unique talent in fishing, often catching some unusual types of fish. These days, he had never run out of small fish in his place. The flavor of fried small fish was very delightful, perfect with a drink, so much so that his 2 jars of treasured aged wine were almost finished. This fish is the first of its kind I've caught. It's not large, but it is quite powerful and it feels very unusual. Lu Qing took out the bucket containing the golden loach from the corner of the courtyard. The elder doctor leaned over to look and saw the swimming golden loach within, and after recognizing it, his eyes suddenly went wide. This thing, it's a golden loach. You recognize this kind of fish? Inquired Lu Qing. Of course I recognize it. The elder doctor was quite excited. Remember the red moon carp you caught before? I told you it was one of the 10 culinary delights of the world. Could it be that this fish is also one of the 10 culinary delights? Lu Qing's heart stirred. That he really hadn't expected. Indeed, this kind of fish is also one of the strange fish, named the golden loach, and is equally ranked among the world's 10 delicacies. However, its ranking among those delicacies is much lower than that of the red moon carp, towards the bottom to be precise, which is why its taste is somewhat inferior. But though its flavor might be slightly lacking, the golden loach possesses one aspect in which it far surpasses the red moon carp, that is its incredibly high nourishing effects, making it most suitable for those with a weak constitution to consume. I told you before that your red moon carp was bought by a nobleman from the city to nourish his wife's health. After the noblewoman ate the red moon carp, her health improved significantly, but she was still somewhat frail. Had she eaten this golden loach on that day, she likely would have recovered completely. The golden loach was truly one of the 10 rare delicacies. Lu Qing was astonished. By this account, he had already fished 2 types of the 10 delicacies in the river outside the village. The unassuming rural river actually contained 2 or perhaps even more strange fish thighs was indeed intriguing. Was it because of the blood apricots or some other, even more obscure reasons? Lu Qing couldn't help but think deeper into it. The elder doctor clearly thought of this as well. Ah Qing, where did you fish this golden loach from? Right at the same place where I caught the red moon carp, Lu Qing replied without concealment. The river outside the village can produce both red moon carp and golden loach. The elder doctor realized there was something unusual. Master, is there something wrong with that? Lu Qing humbly inquired. Indeed, it's quite extraordinary, the elder doctor said, but what exactly the reason is, this old man cannot say, although what? Seeing the elder doctor's solemn expression, Lu Qing quickly asked. The matter of the river outside the village hiding strange fish should not be mentioned to others from now on, the elder doctor said earnestly. Strange fish are rare, their value is extremely high, and if the news gets out, it might not be good for our village. Disciple understands, Lu Qing said, grasping his master's intent. There's a crime in owning a jade, as the saying goes, the value of the strange fish was too high. If others learned that there were strange fish in the river outside the village, it was possible that someone would want to take over the river and displace the villagers. He saw such examples in the news in his previous life. It would be a disaster for the villagers of Jiulai village. It appeared that if he caught any more strange fish in the future, he would not be able to reveal it to anyone. Understanding this, Lu Qing made up his mind on the spot. Even if he caught more strange fish in the future, he wouldn't sell them. After all, he and the little beast had reached an agreement at most. After catching strange fish in the future, he would exchange them for ginseng with it. As long as you remember, the elder doctor nodded, knowing his disciple was always intelligent and didn't need much reminding. However, he became curious about another matter. Didn't you say you caught 2 golden loaches? I recall that golden loaches always appear in pairs and never alone. So where's the other one? The other one was eaten by that little black beast, Lu Qing replied with a wry smile, then briefly explained the little beast's insistence on eating strange fish. He omitted the part about the agreement with the beast. Originally, I wanted to keep both golden loaches, but that little beast was not going to give up, so I had to hand over one of them. I see. Well, that's fine. The little beast gave you 100-year-old ginseng, and it's only propriety to reciprocate by letting it eat one of the strange fish, the elder doctor said, not feeling it was a pity. Master, there's only one golden loach left, so please enjoy it yourself. Consider it a token of your disciples' gratitude, Lu Qing offered. Such a fine thing. If I were to enjoy it alone, that would be a waste, the elder doctor laughed. Let's eat it together instead. Speaking of which, you couldn't have fished up this golden loach at a better time. If you're lucky, maybe today you could step into the Qi blood realm, the elder doctor remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but be startled. Master, what do you mean? Lu Qing asked. Your physique has always been somewhat weak. To step into the Qi blood realm, you must first replenish the deficiencies in your foundation. Normally, consuming blood-nourishing and Qi-enhancing pills would have this effect, but that would be somewhat wasteful. So catching this golden loach came at just the right time. With it, I can brew a pot of medicinal cuisine soup for you, which will perfectly replenish your deficiencies. But Master, I wanted to share this golden loach with you, Lu Qing said hesitantly. Master will just scrounge a bowl of soup from you. No need to be so formal. The elder doctor said no more and immediately took the golden loach into the kitchen. Lu Qing followed him inside and saw the elder doctor skillfully processing the golden loach. Aside from removing the innards, even the blood was kept, all of it put into a clay pot. Then the elder doctor added some medicinal herbs and started to simmer them. This simmering lasted an hour. During this time, as the aroma of the soup filled the house, both Lu Qing and little Yan couldn't help but swallow saliva continuously. It's ready. The elder doctor extinguished the fire, let the clay pot cool a bit, then brought it out and placed it on the table. As the lid was opened, a rich fragrance assailed their senses, making Lu Qing and his sister salivate even more. Even the elder doctor, upon smelling it, couldn't help but exclaim, indeed worthy of being one of the 10 great delicacies, a strange fish. The elder doctor took out 2 large bowls and 1 small bowl. First, he ladled out 2 bowls of soup. Then he pushed the remaining contents of the clay pot in front of Lu Qing. Little Yan is still young. She can't handle too much medicinal potency. 1 small bowl is enough for her. As for me, a taste of the flavor will suffice. The rest, you eat it all. Master, Lu Qing hesitated. Stop dawdling. Remember to eat everything. Don't leave even the dregs. Seeing his master put on a stern face, Lu Qing could only embrace the clay pot and pour himself a bowl of soup. The elder and the 2 youngsters began to drink their soup. With the first sip, Lu Qing felt an indescribable savory taste spreading from the tip of his tongue, so delicious that every pore in his body seemed ready to open. On the other side, he saw little Yan drinking happily, her eyes almost squinting with joy. The elder doctor sipped some soup, savored it carefully, then swallowed. With a sigh, he said, worthy of being one of the world's 10 great delicacies, no wonder those nobles and tycoons spare no expense to acquire these strange fish. Brother, this fish soup is so delicious. Little Yan was utterly delighted. Lu Qing, following his master's words, drank bowl after bowl of soup, and soon half a clay pot of soup was finished. He ate everything, including the dregs. After finishing the soup and sitting for a while, Lu Qing began to feel warmth all over his body. In his dantian, there seemed to be a stream of heat moving around. Seeing his condition, the elder doctor smiled and said, "It's working. The medicinal power of the soup has begun to take effect. Now go outside and practice nourishing body boxing to fully absorb this medicinal power." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing hurried outside. The medicinal power within him was making it difficult for him to sit still. Once in the courtyard, he concentrated and collected his heart and spirit, pulled up his stance, and began to practice the 1st to the 9th forms of nourishing body boxing. The elder doctor followed outside and saw how quickly Lu Qing had immersed himself in practicing the boxing forms, and he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. His disciple truly had exceptional martial arts talent, who could quickly enter into a state of cultivation, even with the medicinal power burning within his body. In the courtyard, Lu Qing, who had initially felt somewhat uncomfortable from the medicinal power of the soup, found his thoughts becoming serene as soon as he started practicing the boxing forms. Various realizations about nourishing body boxing flowed through his mind, and a sense of enlightenment rose in his heart. Subconsciously, he began to use nourishing body boxing to guide that medicinal power within his body. Nourishing body boxing was the result of the elder doctor's lifetime of efforts, extrapolated and perfected from an incomplete cultivation technique he had chanced upon in his youth. It encapsulated his decades of practice in medicine, incorporating his understanding of the human body's qi blood, sinews, and bones, as well as the functioning of the inner organs. It had remarkable effects on nourishing the physical body and strengthening one's constitution. Nourishing body boxing consisted of 36 forms, with the first 9 forming a self-contained system, interlocking and complementing each other. Performing it in succession could nurture qi blood and regulate one's breath, and it was an excellent cultivation method for qi blood. Lu Qing immersed himself in the practice of boxing, repeatedly performing the first 9 forms of nourishing body boxing. As he practiced, the medicinal power generated from the great replenishing soup, like birds returning to their nest, was swiftly gathered by him. Slowly refined, it merged into his qi blood, transforming into life essence energy, fortifying the foundations of his body. Lu Qing practiced the boxing forms in a state of self-forgetfulness, unaware of the passing of time outside. He did not know how much time had passed when he suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body. The qi blood in his body seemed to break through a certain node, instantaneously connecting into one whole, circulating wherever his will directed, achieving absolute harmony. Lu Qing was blessed with a sudden insight and began to slowly conclude his movements, closing his eyes to quietly feel the changes within his body. Good, the qi blood is connected and circulating throughout the body. This qi blood realm is finally achieved. The elder doctor exclaimed in admiration upon witnessing this scene. After a while, Lu Qing opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt relaxed and as if he had inexhaustible strength in his body. His control over his own body had also greatly improved. He extended his palm and, focusing his thoughts, a concentration of blood energy instantly formed on his hand. His palm turned rosy, almost dripping blood. As his thoughts dispersed, so did the qi blood, and his hand promptly returned to its normal appearance. The so-called qi blood realm is when a martial artist can control the qi blood throughout the body, cleanse the physical body, and enhance their vitality. With the will at the helm, the whole body's qi blood connects, not only unleashing powerful strength, but also significantly boosting the body's defensive power. That's why even several strong, ordinary great hand would stand no chance against a martial artist who has stepped into the qi blood realm. Whether it's explosive power or defensive power, they are too far behind and simply have no chance of winning. Having entered the qi blood realm and feeling the various changes within his body, a sense of enlightenment arose in Lu Qing's heart. No wonder his master said that a qi blood realm martial artist could easily throw off several great hand if they tried to hold on to him. Compared to ordinary people, the explosive power of a qi blood realm martial artist was indeed extraordinary. How do you feel after stepping into the qi blood realm? At this time, the elder doctor approached. I feel great, Lu Qing said joyfully, Master. No wonder you said martial artists are powerful. I just entered the qi blood realm and already feel much stronger. I can't imagine how powerful those higher-level martial artists are. With your talent, reaching that level is just a matter of time. The elder doctor had great confidence in Lu Qing's martial arts talent. After all, how many people could, within a few short days, progress from a feeble youth to stepping into the qi blood realm? The martial arts talent that Lu Qing exhibited was not inferior to those young prodigies he had heard about during his travels across the world. Ah Qing, now that you have stepped into the qi blood realm and become a true martial artist, there are some things you need to understand. The elder doctor's expression suddenly turned solemn. Please tell me, Master. Lu Qing said with a steely heart, respectfully. You must know, in the cultivation techniques of martial artists, there is usually a distinction between cultivation method and fighting skill. Training methods and fighting skills. Lu Qing was surprised. Exactly, said the elder doctor. The so-called training method, also known as a nourishing skill, as the name suggests, involves nurturing the body, tempering the physical body, and enhancing one's physical strength, he explained. The nourishing body boxing I taught you is actually a boxing method for cultivating the physical body that I developed myself. As for fighting skills, the elder doctor organized his thoughts before continuing. Martial artists who cultivate martial arts have vigorous qi blood, are full of spirit, and generally have dominant personalities. It's inevitable for them to be competitive and strive for strength. Thus, in the prolonged battles, in order to win, martial artists gradually created many highly aggressive cultivation techniques, which are the fighting skills. Fighting skills are also known as killing skills. These cultivation techniques are generally not aimed at nurturing the body or tempering the physical body, but focus more on how to unleash the strongest destructive and lethal power in the shortest time, with the least cost, to defeat the opponent. Therefore, in terms of lethality, the martial arts of fighting skills are much stronger than those of training methods. Nourishing skills and killing skills. Lu Qing carefully pondered these two terms. From these two names alone, he could feel the unevenness on the path of martial arts, which probably was a brutal path where life and death were frequently at stake. Master, you said nourishing body boxing is a training method, so what is our fighting skill? Lu Qing couldn't help but ask. Our lineage doesn't have fighting skills. The elder doctor's next words directly astonished Lu Qing. You don't need to look so surprised, the elder doctor said with a bit of amusement. The master isn't good at fighting, so what's so strange about not being able to create powerful fighting skills? Lu Qing then remembered that his master was a doctor, and a very kind-hearted one who disliked conflicts. Perhaps a lack of a competitive spirit was why he hadn't created powerful fighting skills. However, although I'm not good at combat, I do have a few good martial arts techniques. Would you like to learn them? Lu Qing was surprised again. Master, didn't you just say that our lineage doesn't have outstanding fighting skills? Indeed, our lineage does not have outstanding fighting skills, the elder doctor said. Your ancestor, who was my master, was just an ordinary Jianghu traveling doctor in the past, who knew several basic defensive boxing skills. Afterward, when I was young, I had some adventures and was fortunate enough to create the nourishing body boxing. So when I say our lineage doesn't have outstanding fighting skills, I'm not deceiving you. Lu Qing, then what you said earlier. The fighting techniques I possess mostly came from my travels in the past. Some were given as payment by some Jianghu heroes when I treated them, some I bought in markets of the big cities, and others I happened to find while picking herbs in the mountains. In just a few words, the elder doctor let Lu Qing hear of his master's extraordinary experiences. But, Master, can these cultivation methods actually be bought? Lu Qing felt somewhat incredulous. In his view, secret manuals of cultivation methods should be the most cherished possessions of martial artists. Who would sell them? The world is vast and full of wonders. Once you have a chance to go out, you'll see that not only do people sell secret manuals of cultivation methods, but some even carve their lifetime of learning into stones for everyone to learn from, the elder doctor chuckled. Who would be so generous? Lu Qing was astonished. That is a great martial artist, revered and admired by all martial artists across the world. The elder doctor seemed to recall something. His expression turned contemplative, and he fell silent for a long while before snapping back to the present. Enough of that, let's not talk about this. Qing, although we as doctors should take treating diseases and saving people as our duty. But sometimes when venturing outside, one inevitably encounters unforeseen events, hence it's necessary to have some martial skills for defense. Nourishing body boxing is suitable for handling ordinary people, but against other martial artists who also practice martial arts, it is insufficient. Lu Qing nodded. Nourishing body boxing could be used against opponents, but facing those who could unleash powerful killing skills in martial arts, obviously, it would be at a disadvantage. Now that you have entered the Qi blood realm and become a true martial artist, it is time for you to choose a fighting skill in martial arts to cultivate. Then, Master, what kind of fighting skill in martial arts can I learn? Lu Qing asked with some anticipation. Although I have many martial arts fighting skills here, most of them are quite ordinary, suitable only up to the Qi blood realm. Only 3 are truly considered exquisite martial arts. Let me fetch them for you. With that, the elder doctor walked into the house and soon emerged with 3 books. These 3 martial arts, one is a stick technique, one is a saber technique, and there's also a swordsmanship. Each one is a muscle bone realm martial arts. Which one would you like to learn? Lu Qing's gaze lingered on the 3 secret manuals. He did not say anything as foolish as I want them all. Although endowed with superpowers, he understood the principle that greed did not lead to mastery. Currently, as a mere Qi blood realm martial artist, focusing on cultivating one martial arts was the best choice. After pondering for a while, Lu Qing finally said, I choose the saber technique. Are you sure? Once chosen, it might influence your martial arts path later on, the elder doctor solemnly stated. Disciple has considered it well. I choose the saber technique. Lu Qing said firmly. He had little interest in stick techniques and swordsmanship was just average for him. Rather, it was the saber technique that really intrigued him. After all, sabers had a more domineering aura, fitting his taste. Since you have decided, take this secret manual. The elder doctor handed over one of the secret manuals to Lu Qing. Lu Qing received the secret manual and opened the first page, his brows leaping up. 4 directions saber. Yes, this saber technique is called 4 directions saber. I discovered this secret manual unintentionally in a cave during a mountainous herb collecting trip. In that cave there was a corpse, already reduced to a skeleton, in front of whom lay a bundle wrapped in old cloth, encasing this 4 directions saber secret manual. After I buried the skeleton, I took the secret manual. Lu Qing was quite astonished. He realized his master seemed to have quite a few serendipitous encounters. He could discover a nameless skill such as nourishing body boxing in his youth, going into the mountains for herbs and finding a martial arts secret manual. Such luck was indeed beyond belief. Qing, I have only read this 4 directions saber technique, never cultivated it myself. Since you chose this technique, I can offer you some cultivation suggestions at most, but cannot teach you hands-on. So reaching what level depends entirely on you. Disciple understands. Lu Qing nodded. However, although the 4 directions saber technique is intricate and reaching profound mastery could even challenge muscle bone realm martial artists, it might not be too difficult for you to master, given your martial arts talent. The elder doctor's confidence in Lu Qing made him feel somewhat embarrassed. If it weren't for his superpowers, he feared he might indeed disappoint his teacher. That night, after little Yan had fallen asleep and he had fed the black little beast, Lu Qing lit an oil lamp and took out the Four Directions Saber secret manual. It's worth mentioning that the black little beast really did bring another old ginseng that evening. Moreover, its quality was no less than the previous one. Unfortunately, Lu Qing had no strange fish to trade with it, which noticeably dampened the little beast's spirits when it was time to eat fish. It wasn't until Lu Qing promised to catch a strange fish for it when he had time that the little beast's mood improved. However, before it left, the little beast didn't take the ginseng with it but left it behind. So now Lu Qing owed the black little beast one strange fish. With the oil lamp aglow, Lu Qing turned to the first page of Four Directions Saber and began to read. Soon, his vision was filled with a dense white light emanating from the manual, which even contained strands of red light. Four Directions Saber, a secret manual that records exquisite saber techniques. Muscle bone realm saber moves emphasize momentum and are steeped in slaughter. It is said that this saber technique was created by a martial arts expert who had reached the perfect bone marrow realm using his life's work. With this technique, he once rivaled an inner organ realm expert without perishing. Do you want to download for simulation? Is this a manual with a red light? Lu Qing was quite surprised to see the red light on the manual. Having awakened his superpower for quite some time, he had gained some judgment about the superpower light that items displayed. Anything related to the red light was often out of the ordinary and could be considered a treasure. Whether it was the strange fish or the 100-year-old ginseng, it was no exception. The red light emanating from this Four Directions Saber, even more intense than that of the strange fish and the ginseng, could not help but surprise Lu Qing. To receive such a high evaluation from his superpower, Lu Qing's curiosity about the Four Directions Saber technique grew even stronger. He chose yes and then started flipping through the Four Directions Saber. Download in progress, current progress 1, 2, 3. As Lu Qing read through the manual, the download progress bar steadily increased. 97, 98, 99, 100, download complete, beginning simulation, current progress 1, 2, 3. By the time Lu Qing had finished reading Four Directions Saber, the progress bar had just reached 100%. Then another progress bar appeared. I see, so if you find someone else cultivating a technique, you can simulate it directly. For a manual you need to download first, then simulate, Lu Qing muttered thoughtfully. He waited quietly, and before long he saw the progress bar reach 100%. Simulation complete, would you like to commence training? Without hesitation, Lu Qing immediately selected yes. The next moment, countless key points and insights on the Four Directions Saber technique surged from the depths of his mind. With his eyes slightly closed, Lu Qing quietly received this information. After some time, he opened his eyes, his gaze carrying a trace of shock. This Four Directions Saber technique really is extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Qing had fully absorbed the insightful information in his mind. He now had a comprehensive understanding of the Four Directions Saber technique. The Four Directions Saber technique did not have many moves, just 9 in total. Each move elucidated how to mobilize the body's strength to unleash the most powerful force and momentum, cutting down all enemies. The so-called Four Directions did not simply refer to four directions, but rather all directions under the heavens, wherever one's gaze reached, encompassing every space. One could imagine the grand ambitions of the martial artist who created this technique. After all, Lu Qing had read in the manual that the muscle-bone realm martial artist who founded this technique aimed to use it to defy and cut down experts of the inner organ realm. Closing the manual, Lu Qing reached out, took a wooden sword from beside the table, and quietly moved to the courtyard. The wooden sword was something he had crafted himself in the afternoon. It was not exactly beautiful, but it was durable. There was no helping it in this rural area. Where could he find a war saber right away? He could only make do with this for now. After all, he was currently only practicing, not intending to chop anyone down. Holding the wooden sword, Lu Qing stood quietly, while various realizations about the Four Directions Saber technique flowed through his mind. With these insights, he began to slowly practice the moves of the Four Directions Saber recorded in the manual. After entering the Qi blood realm, Lu Qing's control over his body had greatly improved compared to before. Even though it was his first time practicing the moves, from the very first attempt, he more or less got the hang of it. Of course, this also had to do with the simplicity of the Four Directions Saber's moves. The Four Directions Saber technique consisted of 9 styles, each plain and unsophisticated, focusing more on momentum than complicated moves, making it not too difficult to practice. The real challenge was how to mobilize one's full strength while executing a cut, ensuring that each strike unleashed the most powerful force possible. This involved quite complex methods of generating force. Movement technique, footwork, the angle and method of striking with the saber, the explosive connection of Qi blood and bones, timing, and so on, all needed to be coordinated perfectly. The demands on a cultivator's control over their own body were extremely high. After practicing several times, aided by the insights in his mind, Lu Qing soon basically mastered the sword styles of the Four Directions Saber. However, he still couldn't grasp that special method of generating force with the saber techniques. He wasn't in a rush and continued to practice the moves over and over. As they say, practice makes perfect. He believed that with the help of the realizations in his mind, once he had practiced the sword styles until they were sufficiently refined, everything would naturally fall into place. Indeed, it turned out just that way. As Lu Qing repeatedly practiced, he became more and more skilled at the moves of the Four Directions saber technique. The connections between the sword styles also gradually became smooth and seamless, operating without hindrance. Though plain, the 9 styles of the Four Directions saber were interconnected, forming an integrated whole. Linked together, they could protect the whole body, leaving no openings. Lu Qing kept practicing, reducing the flaws between the connections of the sword styles. Finally, after he eradicated the last flaw, a sense of enlightenment rose within him. In the next moment, he stepped forward, his whole body's qi blood connected, and with an explosive burst, he ferociously brought the wooden sword down through the air. Whoosh! Under the force of the powerful energy, the wind from his saber pressed the grass under Lu Qing's feet flat to the ground. After this strike, Lu Qing stood motionless. A look of joy appeared on his face. So that's it, the feeling of connecting qi blood and bursting forth instantly is like this. Just now, Lu Qing had finally figured out how to coordinate the explosion of qi blood with the execution of the cut, pushing the power of the sword style to its strongest. According to the description in the secret manual of the Four Directions saber, only by achieving this could Lu Qing truly be considered to have entered the threshold of this saber technique. Once he could do so, performing a set of saber techniques where each style worked in conjunction with the explosion of qi blood, he would be considered to have achieved small success with the saber technique. It's really not easy. If I didn't have the help of my superpower, I doubt I'd be able to enter the threshold of this Four Directions saber even with another month's time. Although it seemed effortless, Lu Qing had only taken a couple of hours to grasp the essentials of the Four Directions saber. In reality, only he knew how difficult the technique actually was. Bear in mind that he was in a state similar to sudden enlightenment due to the use of his superpower. Even so, it still took so much time to grasp the basics of the Four Directions saber. Of course, this was also because he had never practiced saber techniques before. But how often does an ordinary martial artist experience sudden enlightenment in their lifetime? If they were to practice the Four Directions saber, those with lesser talent might find it difficult to enter the threshold even after a year and a half. Picking up the wooden sword, Lu Qing was thinking about striking while the iron was hot, continuing to practice with this newfound realization. Suddenly, he heard a crack from the wooden sword in his hand. It turned out that he had used too much force in practicing the final sword style and had split the wooden sword. It looks like I'll need to find a way to get a real saber. Lu Qing had originally wanted to push through in one go, hoping to achieve small success in the Four Directions saber technique. Unfortunately, the wooden saber broke, leaving him somewhat regretful. As for achieving great success and perfection in the saber technique thereafter, he dared not think about it for the time being. That realm was something only powerful warriors above the muscle-bone realm could touch, not something a mere chi-blood realm like him could aspire to. Although he understood the key points and insights of the saber techniques in his mind, he dared not try them. The extremely violent way of exerting force was simply not something his current body could withstand. Probably only those strong warriors above the muscle-bone realm could treat their bodies so recklessly. In fact, with Lu Qing's recent entry into the chi-blood realm, achieving small success in the Four Directions saber was unlikely. Realizing this, Lu Qing's mind, previously heated up by his progress in the saber technique, cooled down. He glanced at the wooden saber in his hand, shook his head, tossed it into the pile of firewood under the eaves, and turned back to his room. The next morning, Lu Qing prepared breakfast and practiced several rounds of nourishing body boxing, smoothing his breath and fully enlivening his qi blood. Then he took out a snow-white porcelain bottle, poured out a medicine pill from it, swallowed it, and continued practicing boxing to absorb the medicinal power. Following his master's instructions, taking 1 qi blood replenishing pill per day was best. Taking more would not allow his body to immediately digest the medicinal power, causing unnecessary waste. The black little beast's 100-year-old ginseng had yielded 20 qi blood replenishing pills, enough for Lu Qing's use for half a month. Once the 20 qi blood replenishing pills were consumed, he would have made significant progress in the qi blood realm. As for the ginseng brought by the black little beast last night, Lu Qing planned to take it out after finishing this bottle of qi blood replenishing pills. The medicinal power of these qi blood replenishing pills was much gentler compared to yesterday's golden loach soup. Lu Qing practiced nourishing body boxing for a while, slowly refining and absorbing the medicinal power before stopping. Feeling the qi blood surge within his body, Lu Qing felt joyful. Then he went to wake little Yan, who was still in bed, for breakfast. "Little Yan, have you grown a bit taller?" While helping the little one wash up and brush her teeth, Lu Qing suddenly noticed her sleeves seemed shorter and couldn't help but ask. Really, brother. Initially a bit groggy, little Yan instantly became alert. Let me measure you. Lu Qing wiped her face and had her stand in front of the doorway, measuring her height. After measuring, he indeed found that she had grown a bit. You have grown taller, look. This is where we measured last time, and this is where it is now. Lu Qing pointed at the marks on the door. Every time he measured little Yan's height, he made a new mark on the door, and this time's mark was a bit higher than before. Really taller, wow. Little Yan looked up at the marks, her face bright with happiness. Lu Qing ruffled the little one's head. Not only had she grown taller, but her body had also improved a lot. Her hair was no longer dry and yellow. Her complexion was rosy, much better than the time he first saw her after waking up. All right, let's go inside and eat. As long as you eat your meals well, you'll soon grow even taller. Seeing little Yan still giggling at the marks on the door, Lu Qing smiled and urged her. So the little one ate half a bowl more during breakfast. After breakfast, Lu Qing took little Yan to the half-mountain small courtyard to greet their master and learn. Lu Qing did not tell the elder doctor that he had just begun his cultivation in the four directions saber technique. Everything should be done in moderation, and becoming proficient in nourishing body boxing overnight was already shocking enough for his master. At the time, he could use sudden enlightenment as an excuse. But he could not always cite sudden enlightenment, it would be too shocking to the world. Therefore, Lu Qing planned to keep a low profile and hide this matter for now. That morning, nothing special happened. Rather, the elder doctor began formally teaching Lu Qing some medical theory and knowledge about drying herbs. Soon, a morning had passed. After finishing his studies, Lu Qing left little Yan at the half-mountain small courtyard, claiming he wanted to go out to the big market to buy some things. Now that Lu Qing was a Qi blood realm martial artist and very intelligent, the elder doctor naturally had no worries about him. Upon hearing that he wanted to buy things, he immediately agreed. After leaving the half-mountain small courtyard, Lu Qing went back home, took some silver, carried a large bamboo basket on his back, tied a red rope around the divine tree at the village entrance, and then headed straight to the big market. Before long, Lu Qing was seen at the market front. Seeing the bustling crowd, he smiled. Indeed, today was the big market day. Since the last time he and brother Durin went on a shopping spree, Lu Qing had not been back here. He knew that his performance last time had drawn too much attention. To avoid being remembered by those with ulterior motives, he simply chose not to appear. Now that he had become a Qi blood realm martial artist and had some ability to protect himself, and since the store of rice and meat at home was almost finished, he decided it was time to replenish. However, his visit today was not solely to buy everyday goods, he had a more important purpose. As he walked into the great market, Lu Qing casually strolled around and soon spotted his target, Ma Gu. He was about to greet him when he suddenly stopped and stepped aside. That was because he saw another person next to Ma Gu. It was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes with an arrogant demeanor. A few heavily built, robust men followed behind him, clearly not the type to be trifled with, especially since Lu Qing noticed that Ma Gu, who had been very dominant the last time, was now ingratiating himself in front of the richly dressed young man. He decided to watch quietly and see how things unfolded. Seeing Ma Gu and his group walking this way, Lu Qing quietly hid on the side, minimizing his presence, and listened carefully. He did not use his superpower to gather information about these people. After entering the Qi blood realm, he knew that martial artists were very sensitive to others' prying eyes. If he used his superpower and alerted them, it might bring trouble. So he decided just to listen, trying to pick up any useful information. Fortunately, the richly dressed young man was very arrogant and did not bother to conceal his voice. Ma Gu, this place is really dilapidated, just like the filthy alleys where beggars sleep in the city west, reeking and unbearable. As they walked through the market, the young man's face was full of disdain. Mr. Wei's body is worth 1,000 gold, and naturally he is not accustomed to my rustic place. I hope for your understanding. Ma Gu's body was half bent, his face full of humility. If it weren't for my desire to go into the mountains this time to find a decent birthday gift for my father, I would absolutely not come here. It's truly suffocating. The sight of pork being sold in the market, especially the heap of pig organs, immediately made the young man turn pale, and he almost threw up. People here actually sell such lowly meat. Ma Gu, what is that, such lowly meat? Should it even be eaten by people? The finely dressed youth turned pale, pointing at the meat stall and shouting with a somewhat sharp voice. Especially those pig innards at the stall. A faint, almost imperceptible smell wafted over, making him nearly want to vomit. Ma Gu followed his pointing finger and saw the pig meat stall, feeling somewhat helpless. At this time, the entire marketplace fell silent. As for the meat stall owner, he had become as quiet as a cicada in winter, his robust body trembling slightly, almost unable to resist the urge to crawl under his stall. That finely dressed youth was clearly some noble from who knows where. Even Mr. Ma had to accompany him humbly, let alone a commoner selling pork who could provoke him. Mr. Wei, this is a rural area. These poor people naturally can't afford anything too good, Ma Gu replied with an ingratiating smile. Your body is worth its weight in gold. Naturally, you can't stand to see such filthy items. Let's move to that side to avoid dirtying your eyes with these things. I have already ordered the house to be cleaned. You can move in any time. Then let's hurry and leave. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll faint." The finely dressed youth covered his mouth and nose, full of disgust, and hurriedly walked forward. Magu quickly followed him. As for the finely dressed youth's several guards, they hadn't said a word from beginning to end, their expressions barely changing. After the finely dressed youth and his party left, it took a while before the people in the marketplace dared to slowly resume their activities. Lu Qing also stepped out from among the crowd. He watched the direction in which the finely dressed youth and others had left, deep in thought. This finely dressed youth was clearly a noble from the city. This was his first time encountering a city noble, indeed with much pomp and circumstance. Just the few guards following him were not to be trifled with. Although Lu Qing had not used his superpower to investigate their origins, he could still feel that each of the guards was much stronger than him. He estimated that not one of them was below the muscle-bone realm. It was just unknown what kind of background this young man had that he had so many muscle-bone realm strong men as guards when he went out. He had originally wanted to make contact with Ma Gu, but it seemed there was no chance today. So Lu Qing simply carried his bamboo basket and began to make purchases in the marketplace. The rice, flour, and meat at home had been eaten almost to completion recently, and this time he planned to buy more to take back. As for salt, there was still no shortage. The last time his master went into the city, he had brought him back a big bag of salt, enough to last until the next year, just as Lu Qing was making his purchases in good spirits. On the other side, Ma Gu, who had just arranged for the accommodations of the finely dressed youth and his party, walked out of the house with a bitter expression on his face. He had never imagined that the young master of the Wei family would suddenly appear in his small area. The key point was that he had to meet him with a smile on his face. Otherwise, if his clan found out that he did not treat the young master of the Wei family well, he would really be in big trouble. But this young master of the Wei family was notoriously arrogant and difficult to serve in the city. If it was not absolutely necessary, he really did not want to get involved with such an ancestor. The most important thing was that, should anything happen to this little ancestor while at his place, even his clan would not be able to protect him. Although reluctant, Ma Gu could do nothing about it. Now he could only pray that this little ancestor would quickly find what he wanted and leave quickly. Otherwise, for every additional day he stayed, Ma Gu would have to spend another day in fear. With a heart full of gloom, Ma Gu headed toward the market. He needed to quickly take care of some matters at the market, like those selling chickens, ducks, and pork, which should temporarily disappear from the market. Otherwise, if they were to clash with that particular youngster who was extremely keen on cleanliness again, there was no guarantee what might happen. Upon arriving at the market, Ma Gu immediately made his way to the pork stall. The fat vendor at the pork stall ordinarily treated him with great respect, so perhaps it was time for him to take a break for a while. "Young master, take a look. Today's fatty and lean meat is exceptionally fine. Whichever piece you'd like to buy, I'll give you a discount." Ma Gu hadn't reached the meat stall yet when he heard this line. He was somewhat puzzled that fat vendor was usually quite stingy when selling meat. While he never short-weighed anyone, if a person asked for a pound of meat, he would never cut even a mite more. How come he had changed his nature today, even willing to offer a discount? Then he saw a young man with a bamboo basket on his back standing in front of the pork stall, bending over to select meat. The figure seemed vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't recall who it was. As Ma Gu was still pondering, he saw the young man with the basket straighten up and point to the meat on the stall. "Boss, I want that piece, the biggest one." This time Ma Gu finally saw the young man's side face and finally remembered who he was. It was that young man from last month who claimed to be a disciple of old Dr. Chen. Seeing Lu Qing, Ma Gu remembered some things. About half a month ago, Lu Qing came to the market and bought a lot of things, claiming to be a disciple of Elder Chen. Afterward, Ma Gu had sent someone to investigate in Jiulai village. They found out that the young man hadn't lied. He indeed was learning from Elder Chen. This tickled Ma Gu's curiosity, and he occasionally pondered how he might get closer to Lu Qing. However, what he didn't expect was that after that one time, Lu Qing had not appeared at the market again. This made all his preparations come to nothing, and with his status, it wasn't possible for him to proactively go to Jiulai village to seek Lu Qing's company. Otherwise, even a fool would know he was up to something. He thought he would miss this opportunity, but unexpectedly, Lu Qing now appeared again. A wave of joy filled Ma Gu's heart, and for the moment, he even forgot the trouble brought by Mr. Wei's young master. He walked up and said, "Young Master Lu, it's been a long time since I last saw you." Lu Qing, who had just chosen a big piece of streaky pork and was watching the vendor cut it, turned around upon hearing this and saw Ma Gu, looking somewhat surprised. Wasn't this person accompanying that distinguished gentleman from the city? Why was he here again? However, Lu Qing quickly gathered his thoughts and smiled. "Ah, Master Ma, it has been a long time. Only then did Ma Gu clearly see what Lu Qing looked like now. He was stunned for a moment. Because compared to half a month ago, the changes in Lu Qing were simply too significant. When Lu Qing had last visited the market, he was thin and pallid, with his clothes bearing patches. He was the epitome of an inconspicuous and poor country youth. That was one of the reasons Ma Gu had sent someone to investigate in Jiulai village. In his view, if Lu Qing truly were a disciple of Chen, he shouldn't have appeared so impoverished. But now, although there were no changes to Lu Qing's attire, the changes in his body were tremendous. He was no longer gaunt, stood tall and straight, his complexion was healthy, and his eyes were bright and clear. More importantly, he sensed an indistinct yet overwhelming qi blood emanating from within Lu Qing, a qi blood realm martial artist. In Ma Gu's heart, a storm of astonishment churned. Felt the qi and blood power faintly radiating from within Lu Qing's body. Ma Gu's heart stirred with shock and disbelief. The last time he saw Lu Qing at the big market, he had been just a frail young man with a slender body, sickly complexion, and no knowledge of cultivation. How could it be that upon meeting again, he had already become a qi blood realm martial artist? How much time had passed since then? Not even a full month, right? Less than a month to go from an uninitiated youth to a qi blood realm martial artist. How is that possible? Ma Gu felt his own cultivation concepts greatly shaken. He was stunned by Lu Qing's speed of cultivation. When Lu Qing last came to the big market, there was not a trace of martial arts cultivation to be detected on him. As a warrior in the muscle-bone realm, this much he could be sure of. But it was precisely because of this that the shock in his heart was even more intense. He simply could not imagine how Lu Qing managed to transform from a frail young man into a true warrior in less than a month. Back in the day, he himself started formally training in the martial arts at the age of 13. In total, it took him a whole 5 years to barely step into the qi blood realm at the age of 18. Even so, in his family, his speed of cultivation was considered quite good. He had even been praised by the elders of his clan, saying he was diligent in his cultivation and advanced quickly. Because of this, Ma Gu had once been proud. After all, being born to a collateral branch, the resources available for his cultivation were never as abundant as those of the main family. Being able to become a warrior by the age of 18, such a speed of cultivation, was enough to demonstrate he had some talent for cultivation. However, now Ma Gu found that the cultivation speed he had always taken pride in within his clan was completely overshadowed by Lu Qing, obliterated in an instant. Less than a month's time, from unknowing of cultivation to stepping into the qi blood realm. Such a speed of cultivation, even though city-born talents deemed to have the qualities of a grandmaster, painstakingly nurtured by the major families, might feel inferior. Ma Gu was so stunned by Lu Qing's change that he became somewhat dazed. Seeing him with a gape-stricken expression, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel curious. "Mr. Ma, are you all right?" Ma Gu came back to his senses, trying hard to calm his mind before finally managing a strained smile. "I am fine, it's just that, after not seeing young Master Lu for several days, I am a bit surprised at the transformation. Oh, recently I've been following my master's guidance in tempering the body and nurturing my nature, training for quite a while before seeing some minor progress, which seems to have amused Mr. Ma," Lu Qing said modestly. But his words left Ma Gu speechless. If this was just some minor progress, then what about his own struggle of 20 years to barely step into the muscle-bone realm? However, a thought struck him. Right, Lu Qing's master was none other than old Dr. Chen, who had the reputation of a divine doctor. Even the Lord County Master had profound admiration for this elder doctor. Perhaps Lu Qing's swift advancement into the qi blood realm was related to this enigmatic person. As thoughts whirled in his mind, Ma Gu's smile remained undiminished. Young Master Lu is being too modest. To achieve the qi blood realm at such a young age, your cultivation talent could be considered genius even among those in the city. Ma Gu seems to know quite a bit about city matters, Lu Qing asked curiously. Lu Qing was not surprised that Ma Gu could tell he had entered the qi blood realm. A martial artist with successful cultivation has surging qi blood and vibrant spirit, unless one has practiced a special technique for disguise, or has control over their essence, spirit, and energy to such a high degree that they can completely conceal their aura. Otherwise, it is difficult for an ordinary person in the martial arts world to hide their identity as a martial artist. Not really knowledgeable, Ma Gu evaded. "I just lived there for a few years, that's all." "I see." Lu Qing nodded. He didn't ask why, if Ma Gu had lived in the city, he would settle in a small place like the market town. "Since Ma Gu has lived in the city, you must be well informed. As it happens, I have a troubling matter. I wonder if you could provide me with some guidance." Ma Gu's spirits lifted. He had been worried about finding a way to get closer to Lu Qing, and now the opportunity had arrived so soon. "What troubles young Master Lu? I wish to purchase a war saber, but there are none available at the market. I was wondering if Ma Gu might know where to find one." "You want to buy a war saber?" Ma Gu was startled. Indeed, I have recently taken an interest in the saber technique but lack a suitable weapon, hence the desire to purchase one. Since Ma Gu had already identified him as a martial artist, Lu Qing didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Ma Gu found nothing wrong with Lu Qing's idea. In his view, as a martial artist, it was only natural to want a suitable weapon, regarding a war saber. Ma Gu pondered a moment. A good war saber can probably only be found in the city. There are a few shops there with quite a good reputation. War sabers are only sold in the city. Lu Qing hesitated. Of course, skilled blacksmiths mostly gather in the city. Rural areas also have blacksmiths, but most only know how to forge crude farming tools. Weapons like war sabers, which require highly skilled craftsmanship, are beyond their ability, Ma Gu explained. Seeing Lu Qing hesitate, Ma Gu's mind raced. He asked, "How come, young Master Lu, have you never been to the city?" Lu Qing exhaled. "To tell you the truth, I have indeed never been to the city. Moreover, my master has said that I am not permitted to go to the city on my own before completing my apprenticeship." Old Dr. Chen had never said any such thing, but this didn't prevent Lu Qing from borrowing his authority to handle Ma Gu. It's difficult to disobey a master's orders. Ma Gu expressed understanding. He saw Lu Qing's somewhat unwilling expression and knew the timing was just right. Feigning hesitation, he then said, "Given that, if young Master Lu trusts me, why not let me assist you in purchasing a war saber from the city? Is that possible?" Lu Qing's eyes lit up, but then he began to hesitate again. "But that might be quite an inconvenience for you, Ma Gu." Watching Lu Qing's hopeful yet hesitant expression, Ma Gu found it somewhat amusing. After all, young people are not good at hiding their thoughts. He laughed. "It's not so much an inconvenience. I quite like you, young Master Lu. It's just a small favor for me and no trouble at all." Lu Qing's face struggled for a moment. Finally, as though making up his mind, he said, "Then I must trouble Ma Gu." Success. Ma Gu felt a surge of triumph. He suppressed the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, and with concern, he asked, "May I know what kind of war saber young Master Lu is looking for?" "I wonder, young Master Lu, what kind of battle blade would you like?" Lu Qing thought for a moment and asked, "Elder Ma, how much does a battle blade cost?" "It's hard to say," Ma Gu replied, somewhat embarrassed. "A regular battle blade might be purchased for a few silvers, while a better quality 100 refined battle blade would likely start at several tens to a few dozen silver. As for blades with other requirements, like those mixed with special metals, those could well cost upwards of 100 silver. Then there are the luxury aficionados who prefer to inlay their hilts and scabbards with pearls, and jade. Their prices are even harder to gauge, with some costing thousands or even tens of thousands of silver for a single blade." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing immediately said, "I don't need any luxurious adornments. Please, Elder Ma, help me purchase a simple, unadorned 100 refined battle blade. As long as it's durable and sharp, there's no need for anything excessive. As for the price, I can accept anything up to 50 silver." After he spoke, Lu Qing pulled out a silver ingot. "Here are 10 silver. Consider it a deposit I'm putting down in advance." Elder Ma looked at the snow-white silver ingot, thinking to himself that the elder doctor really did dote on Lu Qing, casually giving him so much silver to carry. Even when he was young and the clan provided for his food and clothing, he seldom had 10 silver on him. But then he thought about it and deemed it only natural. It would be abnormal for the elder doctor not to be attentive to such an outstanding disciple. 50 silver can already get you a very decent 100 refined battle blade. Rest assured, I, Ma, will carefully select one for you. You can come to collect it on the next big market day, Elder Ma said without declining, accepting the silver. Although he knew that Ma Gu had his own motives for helping him, he too was using the other party for his own benefit. In these times, what kind of stranger would help another without reason? On the contrary, people like his master, who were as generous as they were rare, were truly hard to come by. "Young Master Lu, since you've made the trip to the big market, why not come over to my place for a small gathering? It would be my pleasure to show you some hospitality." Having accepted the silver and seeing the pleasant nature of their conversation, Ma Gu seized the opportunity to invite him over. This. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment. "I would very much like to keep company with Elder Ma, but don't you need to attend to that noble young master from earlier? He seemed to be of quite high status." Damn. Reminded by Lu Qing, Ma Gu suddenly remembered that he had a little ancestor back at his house. And since he had been out for so long, he didn't know what demands the young master might have now. It would be troubling if the young master threw a temper tantrum because he couldn't be found at the moment. With this thought, Ma Gu could no longer afford to extend his invitation to Lu Qing. He could only say, "Let's make it another time then. When young Master Lu comes to pick up the blade next time, you must have a few drinks with me. As long as Elder Ma doesn't disdain, I will respectfully comply. Let's agree to that then." Seeing that Lu Qing had agreed, Ma Gu felt joy in his heart. He then called over a subordinate, gave a few instructions, and hurried back to his residence. Lu Qing watched as Ma Gu, a formidable martial artist of the muscle-bone realm, hurriedly left, obviously fearful of the richly dressed young man, and shook his head. It seemed that the status of the city nobility was indeed alarmingly prominent. Upon Ma Gu's departure, and having settled the matter of the war saber, Lu Qing felt quite pleased and continued to wander the bustling market. It wasn't long before he had purchased everything he needed. Not only was the bamboo basket on his back filled to the brim, but he also carried quite a lot in both hands. After shopping, Lu Qing had no intention of lingering any longer. He slung his goods over his back, ready to leave the marketplace. However, before leaving, he noticed Ma Gu's men urging some of the villagers selling chickens, ducks, and pork to pack up their goods. Recalling the earlier behavior of the young man in luxurious clothes, it was apparent that Ma Gu was also keen on preventing these villagers from further offending the noble's son. Shaking his head, Lu Qing once again realized the class disparity between the city nobility and the village folk on the outskirts, and he slowly made his way out. Just after Lu Qing had left, two figures suddenly emerged in the marketplace. They eyed the direction in which Lu Qing had departed, looking puzzled. "Old Seven, don't you think that kid looked a bit familiar?" said one of the men with a sullen face. "I thought so too. It's like I've seen him somewhere before." The other man with a large black mole on his face also found it strange. "Don't you think he looks a bit like Lu Ming's son?" suggested the man with a sullen face. Lu Ming, the mole-faced man, was initially stunned, then suddenly realized he looks a lot like him, but wasn't that little bastard frail before? Now he seems much stronger. Probably from eating and drinking well, the sullen-faced man sneered coldly. The old folks from Jilai village claimed that the Lu family's fields were all sold, and they had no money left to pay us, but now it seems we've been deceived. Those old men must have pocketed a good sum of money and deliberately not paid off Lu Ming's debt in full. Big Brother 5, are you saying the villagers of Jilai village deceived us? The mole-faced man's eyes widened in shock. Of course, otherwise where do you think this little bastard gets the money to buy so much from the market? Do those old fools from Jilai village have a death wish to dare deceive even us? The mole-faced man felt a surge of anger. "I'm going to grab that little bastard right now." He was about to head in the direction Lu Qing left. "Hold on," the man with sullen eyes stopped him. "What's the point in just seizing this brat? If we're to do this, we need to make a big move, to show that deceiving us comes with a price. Otherwise, how are we supposed to carry on around here?" "Big Brother 5, what do you mean?" The eyes of the mole-faced man lit up. "Let's go, head back first. There are too many people here and too many prying ears, and this is Ma Gu's territory, not a place for loose talk." They glanced at the marketplace one more time, a trace of wariness in their eyes. Ma Gu of the market wasn't someone to be trifled with. Even their boss had said to avoid provoking him if possible. Otherwise, if Ma Gu were to truly get angry, even their boss might not be able to withstand his fury. After all, their own boss was a high and mighty martial artist. If he held such apprehension towards Ma Gu, then Ma Gu was certainly not someone they could afford to offend. The two men hurriedly left the marketplace. Meanwhile, Lu Qing had no idea that he was being secretly targeted. At that moment, he was being stopped by another group of people. "So, you were saying you wanted to rob me?" "Did you just say you want to rob me?" Lu Qing carried a sack on his back, brimming with goods, and looked ahead calmly. In front of him, there were 5 or 6 men blocking the road, wielding clubs and looking at him with malice. If Ma Gu had been there, he would have recognized these menthy were the ruffians Chen San led, whom he had warned and dealt with before. At the moment, Chen San and his comrades were looking greedily at Lu Qing and his possessions. Especially at the sight of the pork in the bamboo basket, they almost drooled. A fortnight ago, they had been beaten up by some folks at the big market and had spent days nursing their injuries. They had even spent every last dime they had. Now, they had not tasted meat for over 10 days. They had initially thought to extort money from 1 or 2 unlucky souls they might encounter on the road, but they hadn't expected such a big fat sheep to show up. Looking at the meat in Lu Qing's basket, and also at the rice and flour, Chen San's eyes nearly emitted a green light. How much might all these goods be worth? Perhaps due to the great changes Lu Qing had undergone recently, Chen San and his gang did not recognize him as the lad they had wanted to rob half a month ago. He was also the very reason why they had been brutally beaten up at the big market. "Kid, since you heard us clearly, just hand over your possessions and all your money obediently." Chen San said fiercely. "Right, if you don't want to suffer, put down the goods immediately and scram. Otherwise, watch, we'll beat you up." The other minions shouted similarly. "What if I refuse to hand them over? Would you kill me, throw my body in the wilderness, and then rob everything?" Lu Qing suddenly asked. "What did you say?" Chen San and his men were all stunned. Had this kid gone mad from fear? They had just said they wanted to rough him up, but when had they said they would kill him? "Come on, answer me. If I don't want to give you the money, are you going to kill me?" Lu Qing asked calmly. Seeing the calm on Lu Qing's face, Chen San suddenly felt a chill crawl up his spine. He felt that there was something eerie about this lad, who reacts to a robbery by calmly asking whether they would be killed. Shouldn't he be panicking and pleading for mercy? Could this kid be a madman? This question couldn't help but surface in Chen San and his group's minds. But even if he were mad, he was a madman with money. Chen San's group ogled the goods on Lu Qing, their eyes filled with greed. If they managed to steal his goods, they could squander it for several days. With this thought, Chen San's group cast aside the chill they felt inside. Right, if you don't hand over the money, believe us will slaughter you and dump you in the river. Unfortunately, Lu Qing had already seen through their bluster. He looked at the information floating above Chen San's head. Chen San, a good-for-nothing ruffian, makes a living by stealing and scheming, gathers a few minions, frequently sneaking around nearby villages despised by all. He looked at the others without exception. They were all ruffians and thieves. He shook his head, somewhat disappointed. If these guys were truly ruthless, he could act without restraint. But now he could only restrain himself a bit. However, those who needed to be dealt with still had to be handled. With this crowd wandering nearby, it was ultimately not good for the villagers. It was him. If today it had been another villager coming to the market, perhaps they would have indeed been robbed by these few. A bunch of waste, having hands and feet yet only thinking of reaping without sowing. Maggots are more valuable alive than you are. Lu Qing gently put down the item in his hands, took off his carrier basket, and then stretched his limbs. What did you say, kid? Are you tired of living? Chen San and his group were furious. However, before they could do anything, they saw a figure flash, and Lu Qing had already rushed in front of them like a whirlwind. Chen San, standing at the forefront, was startled and instinctively raised the wooden stick in his hand to smash at Lu Qing. But just as he lifted the stick, he felt a severe pain in his wrist, and he could no longer grip the stick, which then fell. Then with a crack, a huge pain struck his chest. A bloody taste rose in his mouth, his vision darkened, and he could no longer stand, collapsing on the ground. By the time Chen San barely regained his senses from the severe pain and opened his eyes, what he saw was all his underlings lying on the ground, either clutching their hands or covering their feet, painfully howling. Chen San, is it? You should feel lucky. Chen San was terrified in his heart, still unclear about what exactly had happened, when a dark shadow suddenly covered him. He looked up, only to see Lu Qing standing right in front of him. His face against the sunlight was somewhat indistinct. He only heard the voice, carrying a hint of indifference. You should feel lucky that I didn't sense that you had done anything extremely evil. Otherwise, you would already be several corpses floating in the river by now. Now disabling a hand and foot from each of you is simply a slight punishment, but if I ever find out that you're still involving in petty theft or harming nearby villages, then it won't be as simple as breaking hands and feet. Chen San looked at Lu Qing with full-hearted fear. At this moment, he was fully aware that Lu Qing was not the easy target they had thought, but an existence they absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. The other underlings also dared not shout anymore, looking at Lu Qing with eyes also filled with fear, because they all could hear that Lu Qing was not merely boasting. If they didn't do as he said, he would indeed slaughter them. Lu Qing returned to where he had put down his carrier basket and picked up his belongings. Then he continued towards the village from start to finish, without glancing back at Chen San and the others, as if such trash wasn't worth a second glance. Remember, don't let me run into you again, or else I'll break your other limbs too. Watching Lu Qing's slowly receding figure, only when he had completely disappeared did Chen San and the others dare to continue crying out in pain. Boss, what should we do? One underling cried with a mournful face. What else can we do? Hurry up and leave. Didn't you hear what that devil said? If he sees us again, he'll break our other limbs too. But how can we leave? The underling already started crying. Chen San then noticed that the underling's calf was twisted at a strange angle. Even if we can't leave, we have to leave, damn it. Those of you whose legs aren't broken, get up. Under Chen San's scolding, the underlings whose legs weren't broken struggled to their feet. Lu Qing also seemed to have done this deliberately. Of the 6 people, broken hands and broken legs were distributed equally, giving them the capability to leave. In the end, the group supported each other, constantly crying out in pain, and left miserably. Lu Qing walked slowly down the road, but inside he was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. Those local thugs, after being crippled by him, would probably find it difficult to commit evil in the future. Even if they wanted to live a normal life, it wouldn't be easy. As for why he didn't just kill them outright, it was because Lu Qing was not one to kill indiscriminately. Speaking truthfully, in his past life, apart from killing fish, he had hardly ever killed chickens or ducks, let alone people. Although since his transmigration, Lu Qing had been mentally preparing himself, telling himself that this world was different, much more brutal, and with a law of the jungle. Yet, killing people was still not an easy decision for Lu Qing to make, because he didn't know what kind of changes would occur to him once he crossed that line. After becoming a martial artist, killing people was not difficult for him. What was difficult was that he wasn't sure if he could remain unchanged after taking that step. If those thugs were irredeemably evil, Lu Qing might have been able to go through with it, but the information from his superpower told him they were not. So in the end, Lu Qing decided to give them a chance. Indeed, he didn't have the same disposition as those novel protagonists from his previous life, who could start killing decisively without any hesitation right after transmigration. He was, after all, just an ordinary person, Lu Qing thought, somewhat self-mockingly. However, after this incident, Lu Qing had at least begun to appreciate the power of a martial artist. Even the weakest Qi blood realm was an invincible existence to ordinary people. In terms of strength, reaction, or defense, the two were simply not on the same level. When Lu Qing taught those thugs a lesson earlier, he could clearly feel it. Their movements and reactions seemed almost like slow motion to him, posing virtually no threat. That's why he could easily break their limbs without suffering a scratch himself. It's also fortunate that martial arts cultivation is not easy and breaking through the Qi blood realm is extremely difficult. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what this world would become, Lu Qing thought to himself. It hadn't taken him long to step into the Qi blood realm, but that was because he had the help of his superpower, the selfless guidance from his master, and the golden loach as a major tonic to make up for his deficiencies in his foundation. Ordinary people practicing martial arts didn't have the conditions he did. Even after 10 or 8 years of practice, they might not even touch the edge of the Qi blood realm. So as his master said, in this world, anyone who can become a martial artist is extraordinary, at least 1 in 100. Those without talent, who can't grasp the secret of connecting Qi blood, no matter how long they train, will only be slightly more agile and stronger, and can only be ordinary martial artists. They might be able to bully ordinary people, but facing a real martial artist, they would shatter upon contact. While pondering over these things, Lu Qing arrived home. After setting down his things, he felt a sense of relief. Despite some hiccups at the big market, his mood was overall quite good, especially since he had successfully asked Ma Gu to get him a war saber. Thinking that he would own his own war saber in a few days, Lu Qing felt quite excited. Lu Qing had thought it would be another 4 or 5 days before he saw Ma Gu again. However, to his surprise, they met again only a day later. In a back house of a residence at the big market, Ma Gu had a worried look on his face as he called over a subordinate. "Has young Master Wei from the Wei family not come back yet?" "Master Ma, I've been waiting outside, and I haven't seen young Master Wei and his group return yet," the subordinate replied respectfully. "Why are they returning so late today?" Ma Gu felt uneasy based on yesterday. They should have been back by now. After waiting for a while longer and still not seeing anyone return, Ma Gu grew increasingly anxious. He paced back and forth, constantly reassuring himself nothing would have happened. The Wei family's guards are all experts in the muscle-bone realm, and they just went into the mountains. What could have happened? However, as time went by, Ma Gu's heart finally started to panic. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, what is going on in young Master Wei's head? Why did he have to go into the mountains himself looking for a birthday gift? Couldn't he have just sent a subordinate to do it? Doesn't he know if something happens to him, how many people will suffer the consequences?" Just as Ma Gu was frantic, wondering whether to organize a search party into the mountain. Finally, the attendant who had been waiting outside came running in. Ma Gu, young Master Wei and his party have returned. Returned? Where are they?" Ma Gu was overjoyed and immediately asked. However, his subordinate's face was filled with panic. "They're back, but young Master Wei, he." Ma Gu's heart instantly sank with a bad feeling. He immediately seized his subordinate's collar. "What happened to young Master Wei? He seems to be dead." The words struck Ma Gu like a bolt from the blue, stupefying him completely. The next moment, an overwhelming fear surged from his heart. He grabbed his subordinate's collar again, his face twisted with fury. How could he die? Who did this to him? I don't know, sir. When I saw the guards return carrying a stretcher, young Master Wei was lying on it, and the stretcher was covered in blood. Young Master Wei's eyes were closed, and I couldn't even see him breathing, so I thought perhaps young Master Wei ISIS. The subordinate was terrified by Ma Gu's ferociousness and stammered out his words. Go to hell. Ma Gu now understood the situation. It was not yet certain whether young Master Wei was truly dead, but the subordinate's words just now were clearly his own conjecture. Wait until I come back to deal with you. He kicked the subordinate aside, cursed sharply, and then hurried out. The fear in his heart, however, did not diminish much. Although the fool had speculated wildly, it was clear that young Master Wei's current situation was indeed dire. Whether he was dead or severely injured, the consequences were more than he could bear. When Ma Gu arrived at the front courtyard, he saw several Wei family guards gathered around a blood-stained stretcher with somber expressions. And on that stretcher, young Master Wei lay pale and with tightly closed eyes, his fate unknown. "Guard Li, what happened?" Seeing this scene, Ma Gu's mind went blank, and he quickly called out to the lead guard. "Young Master fell into a valley while we were in the mountains, and his stomach was slashed open by a sharp rock." Guard Li's face was very grim, and fear also lingered in his heart. Failing to protect the young master, he couldn't imagine the punishment they would face upon their return. "What about young Master Wei now?" Hearing this, Ma Gu's heart clenched, his voice trembling, but he dared not ask the dreadful question. Fortunately, Guard Li understood his meaning and answered directly. "The young master is still breathing. We've pushed his intestines back in and applied an antiseptic medicine, which has barely managed to stop the bleeding for now. Ma Gu's heart twitched at the words, and what are you doing now? We had intended to take the young master directly back to the city, but his wound was too severe, and with the jostling, the blood kept seeping out, washing away the powder from the antiseptic medicine. Unfortunately, we've run out of the medicine we brought. Going on like this, we're afraid that before we make it back to the city, the young master might bleed profusely again, so we could only come back here to ask if you have any spare medicine, antiseptic medicine. Yes, I have some. I'll go get it now. Ma Gu promptly fetched his stash of antiseptic medicine at top speed and handed it to Guard Li. Although antiseptic medicine was expensive, at that moment, he couldn't care less about the cost. Watching Guard Li lift young Master Wei's clothes to apply the antiseptic medicine, the sight of the horrific wound made Ma Gu's eyes twitch. He couldn't begin to imagine just how young Master Wei had fallen to slice such a large gash in his stomach. Guard Li, what do you plan to do next? After Guard Li had applied the medicine, Ma Gu asked. We're planning to take the young master back to the city immediately, Guard Li answered without hesitation. But didn't you say young Master Wei might not withstand the bumpy ride? Ma Gu quickly said. Taking the young master back gives him a chance at survival. If we delay any further, he might not even have that chance. There was another unspoken reality that Guard Li did not mention. This was their chance for survival too. But Ma Gu was in a panic. If he allowed Guard Lei and the others to return like this, and young Master Wei was rescued, perhaps it wouldn't be a big deal for him. But if young Master Wei died en route, who knew whether these guards would simply flee? And then he would be the one to suffer. No, he must think of a plan. Ma Gu's mind raced, racking his brains for a way to save himself. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind and his eyes lit up. Wait, I have a plan that might just save young Master Wei. What method? What method? Guard Li's reaction was first one of confusion, but then he quickly asked. The other guards also looked over. In a nearby village, there is a famous doctor. As Ma Gu described, the eyes of Guard Li and the others gradually lit up. They had also heard of the old Dr. Chen that Ma Gu spoke of. Rumors had it that the elder doctor was highly skilled in medicine and had earned the appreciation of many nobles. Even the county lord had praised him. It was said that the elder doctor did not live in the city, and unexpectedly, he resided in a nearby village. With such an impressive doctor nearby, Guard Li and the others instantly decided to abandon the risky option of taking the young master back to the city. Brother Ma, where is Jiulai village? Guard Li asked anxiously. It's just 3 or 4 miles away from here. I have a subordinate who is very familiar with that area and can lead you there, Ma Gu said. Previously, he had sent his subordinate Xiao Tian to Jiulai village to investigate matters regarding Lu Qing, never expecting that it would come in handy here. Ma Gu immediately called for Xiao Tian, and under his guidance, the group set off for Jiulai village. On the way, Ma Gu finally learned how exactly young Master Wei had fallen into the valley. It turned out that he had been chasing a peculiar little beast and refused to give up even at the cliff's edge, which resulted in a misstep in his fall. Luckily, the valley was not very deep and there were some trees in the middle to break his fall. Moreover, with the great efforts of the Wei family's cultivation and resources poured into him, young Master Wei himself had reached the Qi blood realm in martial arts, boasting quite a strong physique. That's the only reason he didn't immediately die. Otherwise, even with 10 lives, one fall like that, and he would have lost them all. After listening to Guard Li's account, Ma Gu was speechlessly incredulous. How foolish must one be to chase after a wild animal and fall into a valley, especially being a Qi blood realm martial artist? The group hurried towards Jiulai village, and under Xiao Tian's lead, they headed straight for old Dr. Chen's half-mountain small courtyard. Arriving at the courtyard, Ma Gu spotted a familiar figure. He called out repeatedly, young Master Lu, save a life, please save a life. Lu Qing, who was drying medicinal herbs in front of the courtyard, was startled. Turning around and seeing Ma Gu in the lead, he was quite surprised. He had thought he wouldn't see him again until the next big market day, but unexpectedly they met again just 1 day later. What's the matter, Master Ma? Lu Qing asked. Young Master Lu, is old Dr. Chen at home? We have a severely injured patient who urgently needs his treatment. Ma Gu spoke with urgency. Lu Qing then noticed the stretcher behind them. Although he was shocked to see that the one lying on it was the well-dressed young noble, he knew the situation was urgent and quickly stepped aside. Please come in, my master is just resting inside. I'll go call him right away. Having said that, he ran into the courtyard. Ma Gu and the others swiftly followed. The elder doctor was merely napping lightly inside and had already been awakened by the noise outside. By the time Ma Gu and the others entered the courtyard, he had also come out of the house. Seeing the pale face of young Master Wei on the stretcher, he immediately realized the severity of the situation. He felt the pulse and his expression grew solemn. He ordered, quick, bring the person inside. At the same time, he instructed Lu Qing, Qing, go quickly make a batch of blood-boosting medicine, Atractylodes angelica. Boil with 3 bowls of water on a high flame, hurry. Yes, master. Lu Qing responded and immediately ran to the medicine cabinet to start selecting medicines. Although he had spent most of his free time practicing martial arts cultivation in the past few days, when at the half-mountain small courtyard, he mainly learned medical skills from his master. Possessing superpowers, Lu Qing learned everything exceedingly fast. In just a few short days, not only had he mastered the technique of selecting medicines, but he also learned the basic methods of decoction. After selecting the appropriate medicines, Lu Qing began to prepare the decoction as instructed by his master. The furnace for boiling medicine was specially made to adjust the heat as required. Lu Qing directly applied a strong and speedy flame, and before long he had the medicinal concoction ready. He poured the medicinal juice into a bowl and watched intently. Before long, a white light began to emanate from the medicine in the bowl. Seeing the information provided by superpower, Lu Qing finally felt relieved. As long as the medicine wasn't prepared incorrectly, it was fine. As for the diminished medicinal properties, there was nothing to be done about it. Under such urgent circumstances, it was already quite good to have 70% efficacy. After confirming there were no issues with the medicine, Lu Qing hurriedly carried the medicine to the patient. By this time, young Master Wei had already been moved into the sick room, and aside from guard Li, everyone else had been asked by old Dr. Chen to wait outside temporarily. When they saw Lu Qing coming, everyone stepped aside to clear a path, not daring to hinder him in the slightest. Entering the room, Lu Qing saw that young Master Wei had his shirt removed, and his body was full of silver needles. The dreadful wound on his stomach made Lu Qing's heart skip a beat. Master, the medicine is ready. Lu Qing handed over the medicine. Old Dr. Chen took the medicine, sniffed it to confirm there was no problem, and nodded slightly. You feed him the medicine, old Dr. Chen instructed. Yes, master. Lu Qing picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of the medicinal soup, and slowly brought it to young Master Wei's lips. However, by this time, young Master Wei was barely conscious and unable to swallow the medicine. But this was no trouble for old Dr. Chen. He simply pinched young Master Wei's throat a few times, and miraculously, young Master Wei's throat began to move, swallowing the spoonful of soup. Following the same method, under the combined efforts of the master and apprentice, young Master Wei slowly consumed the entire bowl of medicine. Old Dr. Chen then continued with the acupuncture, aiding in the rapid absorption of the medicinal effects. After the soup was ingested, and with the addition of old Dr. Chen's acupuncture, in a short while, young Master Wei's complexion was no longer so pale, and there was a slight rising and falling in his chest and abdomen. Guard Li had been watching very nervously from the side, and seeing this scene, the huge weight in his heart lifted a little. He knew that the young master and their group of guards had, for the moment, been pulled back a bit from the brink of death. Elder Chen, how is my young master doing? Seeing old Dr. Chen stop his work, Guard Li hurriedly asked. Old Dr. Chen pondered for a moment and replied, this young man is also quite fortunate. Despite the large gash on his stomach, it has not cut into the inner organs or intestines, which is a piece of fortunate news amidst this misfortune. However, he has lost a great deal of blood, and his head has suffered an impact. He also has many cuts on his hands and feet. The situation remains dire. At this point, all I can do is to use the medicinal soup in conjunction with acupuncture to cling onto his life temporarily. As for when he can wake up, that's very hard to say. Hearing that the young master's life was temporarily saved, Guard Li finally felt somewhat relieved. As long as the person was still alive, there was room for everything to be rectified. Otherwise, if the young master died, even if they could escape with their lives, their families would have nowhere to run. Elder Doctor, what can we do now? Guard Li asked. Old Dr. Chen considered for a moment and answered, the biggest problem for this young man right now is the excessive blood loss. The injury on his abdomen is merely an external wound and has not harmed the intestines. If we could get our hands on some sufficiently old ginseng, fleeciflower root, and nada ginseng herbs that are vital for replenishing blood and stopping bleeding, I would have much more confidence in preserving his life. At this point, old Dr. Chen seemed somewhat regretful. If they still had the ginseng Lu Qing had brought a few days ago, he would have been able to maximize the preservation of this young man's primordial qi. Under the current circumstances, even if this young man could be saved, he feared that there would be a severe loss of his primordial qi. Ginseng, fleeciflower root, and nada ginseng, right? Don't worry, Elder Doctor, I'll send someone to fetch them from the city right away. After saying this, Guard Li stepped outside. Outside, Ma Gu and the others were anxiously waiting. Seeing Guard Li come out, they immediately gathered around him. How is it? How's the young master doing? The young master is temporarily out of danger. This declaration by Guard Li let everyone sigh in relief, especially the guards, who showed an expression of surviving a disaster. However, the young master's condition is still rather serious. Old Zhao Yu and Zhao Gu head back now, report the situation here to the family head's lady, and ask the lady to go to the medicine storehouse to fetch some blood-boosting herbs like ginseng, fleeciflower root, and nada ginseng. Elder Doctor said that with these herbs, there's a better chance for the young master to pull through. Under Guard Li's command, the two named guards accepted the order with solemn expressions and quickly departed. Ma Gu, who was standing by, shifted his eyes upon hearing this. Then he pulled his subordinate, Xiao Tian, aside and gave instructions in a low voice. You go back and retrieve the war saber hanging in my study for me. Master, please eat something first. Lu Qing brought in some food. Due to young Master Wei's dire condition, the elder doctor had to stand by at all times, barely able to leave the sick room. Lu Qing went to the kitchen to prepare some food and brought it over. Just set it here, I'll eat it later. Old Dr. Chen was taking young Master Wei's pulse, his brow slightly furrowed. At that moment, Guard Li was arranging things outside. Only the master and apprentice and the unconscious young Master Wei were in the sick room. Lu Qing pondered for a moment and asked, Master, can we save this young master? It's hard to say. Old Dr. Chen sighed. He's lost too much blood. When he was brought in, there was hardly any blood left in his body. If not for his strong constitution and the life-saving medicine Guard Li and the others administered, he probably wouldn't have survived the journey here. Master, considering this young master's background, it seems quite extraordinary. If he doesn't wake up, will the Wei family take their anger out on us? Lu Qing asked. The elder doctor paused for a moment. Then he turned to Lu Qing and said, Ah Qing, remember, as doctors, when treating diseases and healing people, the most taboo thing is to hesitate and second-guess oneself. If you decide to save someone, then you must concentrate all your efforts on the treatment, as this is the medical ethics. If you don't want to treat someone, then you should leave and ignore the matter right from the start. But once you start treatment, you should do your best not to give up halfway, lest you feel guilty. Disciple remembers, Lu Qing earnestly replied. As for what you're worried about, old Dr. Chen paused for a moment before saying, rest assured, the Wei family is a major clan, and the Wei family master is not an unreasonable person. We are merely treating and saving people. Even if young Master Wei really meets with misfortune, they cannot justly blame us. Lu Qing contemplated thoughtfully. Leaving the sick room, Lu Qing continued to think about his master's words. Of course, he didn't completely agree with his master. His master was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see others suffer, so he treated all patients almost equally, regardless unless they were extremely vile. But Lu Qing didn't have such noble sentiments. He preferred to help people according to his own likes and dislikes. However, there was one thing his master said that he did agree with. That was, if you decided to provide treatment, then you should do your utmost to heal, so you could be true to your conscience. Young Master Lu, young Master Lu. As Lu Qing mulled this over, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Looking up, he saw Ma Gu outside the courtyard, waving to him. Ma Gu, what's the matter? Lu Qing walked over. As for the several guards from the Wei family in the courtyard, they only glanced over and paid him no further attention. For them, at this moment, nothing was more important than the safety of their own young master. Following Ma Gu, Lu Qing arrived at a secluded place. There was another person waiting there, whom Lu Qing recognized as one of Ma Gu's subordinates. Ma Gu, what's the matter? Lu Qing asked. Young Master Lu, we owe you and old Dr. Chen a great debt this time. Otherwise, young Master Wei's life would have likely been lost, Ma Gu said with residual fear. If something had actually happened to young Master Wei, you probably wouldn't see me anymore. Young Master Lu, you're being too modest. With your skill in selecting and preparing medicines, you will surely become a divine doctor as impressive as your master. Ma Gu wasn't someone who knew nothing. In the previous emergency situation, Lu Qing was still able to perfectly follow old Dr. Chen's instructions, quickly preparing the life-saving medicine needed. That couldn't be done without a good psychological quality and solid foundation in medical knowledge. And according to the investigations of his subordinate Xiao Tian, Lu Qing had not been a disciple of the elder doctor for very long, to have grown so much in such a short period of time. Lu Qing's medical talent was probably not inferior to his martial arts talent. Such a young man with outstanding martial arts and medical skills was increasingly valued in Ma Gu's heart. Young Master Lu, didn't you mention last time that you wanted a war saber? I have brought one for you, Ma Gu continued before Lu Qing could be modest again. So soon? Lu Qing was surprised. Didn't you say it would only be available after the next big market day? When it comes to young Master Lu's matters, I naturally pay more attention. Ma Gu motioned to his attendant behind him. Xiao Tian, bring the saber here. Xiao Tian, who was behind him, immediately presented the long saber he had been cradling in his arms with both hands. Ma Gu took it and handed it to Lu Qing. This war saber was meticulously forged by a master blacksmith in the city. It can slice through iron like mud, is very sturdy, and its design is simple, which fully meets young Master Lu's requirements. Lu Qing took the saber, drew it from the scabbard, and heard a pleasing ring of the blade. He looked at the war saber in his hand, noticing the finely detailed patterns, the exceptionally sharp blade, and the chilling aura that made his skin bristle. After he sheathed the saber again, Lu Qing said in confusion, "Ma Gu, this saber must be quite valuable. I don't have enough silver to afford it." Even though Lu Qing was not very familiar with swords, he could tell at a glance that the war saber in his hands could not be bought for just a few dozen silver taels. "How could I ask young Master Lu to pay for it? Consider this saber a gift from me," Ma Gu said. "That's not acceptable, it's too valuable." Lu Qing shook his head, offering the saber back. "Young Master Lu, there's no need to refuse," Ma Gu quickly said. "This time you and your master saved young Master Wei's life, which means you also saved my life. How could a mere war saber repay such a debt? So please accept this saber." The two went back and forth, pulling at each other, until finally Lu Qing really grew impatient. He simply said, "How about this? If that young master's condition becomes clear and he truly wakes up, then I will accept the saber. If Wei Zio really faced any critical situations, he could just bring out the century-old ginseng from his home. Okay, we'll do as young Master Lu says. For now, I'll leave the saber with you, young master. If young Master Wei wakes up, the saber will be yours. If he doesn't wake up, I'm afraid I won't be alive to keep it either." Facing Ma Gu's sticky attitude, Lu Qing didn't know what to say anymore. So in the end, the saber remained temporarily in Lu Qing's possession. However, this also aroused a slight curiosity in Lu Qing about the Wei family. What kind of family was it that could make a person like Ma Gu, with a background and in the muscle-bone realm, feel such fear? And those Wei family guards as well, their speech was full of reverence for their family head. "Ma Gu, what kind of background does the Wei family have to command such respect from you?" Lu Qing couldn't help but ask softly out of curiosity. The Wei family. Upon hearing this, Ma Gu's face showed a complex expression. That Wei family is truly remarkable. "The Wei family," he said, "is the foremost powerful family in the prefecture, but it is not merely a family within the state mansion. In fact, the influence of the Wei family not only spans the entire state mansion, but is even rumored to have sky-reaching connections within the royal capital. Young Master Lu, facing such a powerful family, a prestigious family, can you say I am not afraid?" Upon hearing Ma Gu's explanation, Lu Qing finally understood why he held such reverence towards the Wei family. But he still had some doubts. Since the Wei family is so formidable, why would they settle in a mere small county? "I'm not sure about that." Ma Gu shook his head. "Perhaps it's because Kang County is where the Wei family originally rose to power. Moreover, to my knowledge, most of the Wei family's substantial assets and influence have already been transferred to the state mansion and the royal capital. What remains in the county includes only the ancestral home and some less significant properties. However, the family head of the Wei family continues to reside in the ancestral home, for reasons unknown. Of course, even though a major portion of the Wei family's assets have moved out, their status within the county remains unshakable by any other family. It seems the Wei family holds secrets." Lu Qing pondered thoughtfully. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain such peculiar behavior. The family head, favoring to stay in the small county over the bustling state mansion or royal capital. Regardless of what secrets there were, they were beyond his reach at present. Thus, Lu Qing decided to skip over this matter. However, hearing how powerful the Wei family was eased his mind a bit. Given the resources of the Wei family, they surely wouldn't lack precious medicinal ingredients. If the two guards were quick enough, young Master Wei would survive the night and his life could be saved. In fact, the two guards were much faster than Lu Qing had anticipated, because there was a critically ill patient needing urgent medical aid at any moment. Hence, Lu Qing did not return home that night and stayed at Half Mountain Small Courtyard instead. During the night, as he sat in a chair holding little Yan, drowsy, the little one slept soundly in his arms. Suddenly, a commotion from outside woke him. Seeing that little Yan hadn't awoken, he carried her into his master's room to let her continue sleeping, then he walked outside. Once outside, he noticed the courtyard was brightly lit, filled with many people. On either side of the courtyard, over 10 burly men stood in two lines, holding lanterns that brightly illuminated the area. Lu Qing saw Guard Lei, who was speaking softly to a middle-aged man with a commanding presence. "Are you saying that the young master's injuries are too severe to allow for easy movement?" After hearing Guard Lei's report, the authoritative middle-aged man asked. "Yes, Grand Steward, Elder Dr. Chen said that the young master's condition is still quite critical, and it would be best if he could rest quietly here for now. Once he wakes up and feels better, it would then be advisable to return to the prefecture," replied Guard Lei. "I need to go in and see the young master." The man known as the Grand Steward did not immediately agree, but instead made a request. Guard Lei instantly looked towards Elder Dr. Chen. The elder doctor nodded. "Only one or two persons can go inside. Having too many people could disturb the young master, allowing evil spirits to invade his body." Hearing this, the authoritative man quickly said, "Everyone else wait outside, just Elder Dr. Chen and I will go in." "Yes, Grand Steward." Watching the two disappear into the room, Lu Qing's eyes filled with shock. He muttered to himself, "Inner organs realm." In the sick room, as soon as he reached the bedside and saw the young master's pale face, closed eyes, and somewhat dry lips, the heart of the housekeeper of Wei tightened. After inspecting the wound on the young master's abdomen, his eyebrows furrowed even more. Before coming, he had thought that those two scoundrels exaggerated the severity of the young master's injuries to shirk responsibility. Now it seems that those two rascals not only didn't lie, they even understated the severity of the injuries. What life is already saved, the injuries stable. The Grand Steward, who also knew some of the principles of medicine, could clearly see that the current state of the young master was indeed hanging by a thread, and he could die at any moment. And this was after the doctor's treatment. One daren't imagine what state the young master was in before this. Recalling the previous instructions of the family head, the housekeeper of Wei turned around and deeply bowed to old Dr. Chen. It's not necessary to be so formal. I just did my duty as a doctor. Old Dr. Chen waved his hand. Moreover, your young master has not yet completely escaped danger. It's too early to say such things. Oh, you brought the ginseng. Old Dr. Chen's spirits lifted. Although his medical skill was excellent, without good materials, even with his skills, he couldn't perform well. The two returned to the courtyard. Bring up the chest. At the order of the housekeeper of Wei, two men immediately carried a chest forward. Opening the chest, inside were several long boxes. The housekeeper of Wei went forward and opened those boxes. Inside were all top-quality herbs that were dried and ready for use. There were even more than 10 roots of ginseng alone. Lu Qing saw that some of them were even larger than the two that the little beast had brought him. Lu Qing couldn't help but be amazed. As expected from a great family, their foundation was indeed profound, casually bringing out so much century-old ginseng. Old Dr. Chen, please use any of these herbs as you need. If they aren't enough, I will send someone to fetch more from the mansion, the housekeeper of Wei respectfully said. We won't need so much. Old Dr. Chen chuckled lightly, only taking a few boxes from the chest, ginseng, polygonum multiflorum, and nata ginseng, 1 box of each. I will go now to the pharmacy to prepare the medicine. You all also rest a bit from your journey. If there is anything, just instruct my disciple here. Old Dr. Chen pointed towards Lu Qing. It's no trouble, just call me if you need anything. Lu Qing hurriedly returned the bow. At the same time, he once again marveled inwardly. As expected from someone from a great family, this steward clearly held a high and powerful position within the Wei family, a real authority figure with stern authority. You could tell by the way guard Lei and the others regarded him. It was a respect that came from deep within their bones. Moreover, it had previously been revealed by his superpower that this steward was a martial arts master of the internal organ realm. Yet such a figure, when in need, was still able to give and take respectfully, fully giving face to others without any arrogance or bullying by power. For a steward to have such magnanimity, no wonder the Wei family had evolved from a county-level family to a powerful and influential great family. Old Dr. Chen was quick in preparing medicine, and by that night he had the prescription ready and boiled. In front of the housekeeper of Wei, he then fed the life-saving broth to young Master Wei. A bowl of herbal medicine went down, followed by old Dr. Chen's acupuncture to enhance the effect. It wasn't long before the housekeeper of Wei saw that on his master's pale face, a hint of color finally appeared. The breathing also became more stable, no longer the thread-like breath. This change greatly uplifted the spirit of the housekeeper of Wei and also strengthened his confidence in old Dr. Chen. What made the housekeeper of Wei even more delighted was that the next morning, as the sun was just rising, he saw his master's eyelids twitch. Master, housekeeper Wei saw young Master Wei's eyelids twitch and couldn't help but softly call out. Finally, under his calling, young Master Wei slowly opened his eyes. At first, there was only confusion in his eyes, but after a long while, they gradually regained their brightness. Where am I? Master, you've finally woken up. Housekeeper Wei's face showed excitement, and he was close to tears. Uncle, hi. Young Master Wei turned his head, feeling surprised. Why are you here, and why am I lying here? Young Master Wei tried to get up, but as soon as he moved, a wave of intense pain hit him, making him unable to suppress a cry of pain as cold sweat formed on his forehead. Do not move, your wound has not yet healed. Be careful not to burst it open again. Old Dr. Chen gently pressed down on his body and took out a silver needle, inserting it a few times into his body. With this assistance, young Master Wei's excruciating pain was greatly alleviated, and he slowly came to his senses. Who are you, and Uncle Hai? Why does my body hurt so much? Master, do you not remember anything? Guard Li and the others said you accidentally fell into a valley in the mountains, and your stomach was torn open by a rock on the brink of death, but it was old Dr. Chen here who stepped in to save your life, Housekeeper Wei slowly explained. Housekeeper Wei had always been skeptical of Guard Li and the others' words. Now that the young master had woken up, it was a good time to ask for clarity. In the mountains, falling into a valley, young Master Wei tried hard to remember. Finally, he recalled the events before he lost consciousness. That's right, I went into the mountains with Guard Li and the others, intending to personally find a special birthday present for father. In the mountains, I encountered a very special black little beast. I told Guard Lee and the others not to interfere. I wanted to catch the little beast with my own hands. I never expected the little beast to be so agile. I kept failing to catch it. I chased it until we reached the edge of a cliff, and just as the little beast was about to leap off, I rushed forward in a moment of urgency and jumped after it. I don't remember much after that. With these words spoken, Housekeeper Wei managed to remain calm, but old Dr. Chen's heart skipped a beat. This black little beast young Master Wei spoke of sounded spookily like that little beast that often begged for fish from Lu Qing. It seems Guard Chen and the others did not lie. After all, Housekeeper Wei silently nodded. If the guards had lied, even a fraction of untruth could unravel into unbearable punishment for them. Now, although punishment was inevitable, at least their lives were spared. By the way, Uncle Hai, did you just say that my stomach was torn open? At that moment, young Master Wei suddenly realized and exhibited a horrified expression, wanting to get up and inspect his stomach. But this time, Housekeeper Wei, who was prepared, gently held him down. Master need not panic. The wound on your stomach is no longer serious. With some rest, you will fully recover, he said soothingly. But you said my stomach was torn open. Fear was still evident on young Master Wei's face. He dared not imagine what it would be like to have his stomach torn open. Could a person even survive with their stomach torn open? Housekeeper Wei could only continue to console him with gentle words. Fortunately, young Master Wei was weak, and after waking up for a while, he fell back into a deep sleep. When the news of young Master Wei's awakening spread outside, the Wei family's guards all cheered. Especially Guard Li and a few others felt a huge relief, feeling as if a massive weight had been lifted off their chests. Young Master Wei's awakening meant his life was no longer in danger. Though they could not escape punishment, their lives were ultimately saved. As for Ma Gu, upon hearing the news, he was almost moved to tears. He felt particularly blessed by the heavens because ever since young Master Wei arrived at his place, he hadn't had a single good night's sleep. Last night especially, he dared not rest for a moment, fearing some commotion in the night would bring ill news. But now he finally heard genuinely good news. The immense pressure lifted, and even Ma Gu, a muscle-bone realm powerhouse, felt his limbs weaken and almost collapse to the ground. I have already sent word of this to our family head, and in a few days our Wei family will surely present a considerable reward. Housekeeper Wei deeply bowed to the elder doctor once again. Having seen the state of the young master before he awoke, Housekeeper Wei knew very well that this time, young Master Wei's miraculous survival was largely due to the old doctor before him, who forcefully snatched him back from the jaws of death. If, as those useless guards claimed, they had initially intended to bring the young master back to town, he probably wouldn't have survived the journey. Not necessary, I have merely fulfilled my duty as a doctor. Old Dr. Chen waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Old Dr. Chen is truly a paragon of medical benevolence, Housekeeper of Wei admired. No wonder even the county lord praised the elder doctor so highly, truly extraordinary. This medical demeanor even surpasses many of the famous physicians in the state mansion and the royal capital. Old Dr. Chen, now that my young master has awakened, when might he be able to return home? Elder Dr. Chen thought for a moment and said, he cannot yet. The young master is still frail, and the wound on his belly has not yet healed. Any jostling could risk the wound tearing open and causing severe bleeding. He will need more rest to regain some primordial qi, and for the wound to scab over before it's advisable to travel back home. Naturally, Housekeeper Wei trusted Elder Dr. Chen's judgment. He immediately said, then we will have to impose on you for a few more days, Elder Doctor. That's not a problem at all, it's just that my old place is a bit cramped. I'm afraid I can't make enough rooms available for all of you to stay over. Far be it for us to trouble you so, Elder Doctor. I will have the people outside disperse and find their own accommodations, leaving only myself behind, Housekeeper Wei promptly responded. That would be best. I can manage to make 1 or 2 guest rooms available. It's just that my humble abode is quite modest. Grand Steward mustn't mind. Far be it from me, far be it. Then I'll have my disciple prepare a room for you. In the time that followed, Housekeeper Wei went outside to instruct the guards that the young master needed a few more days of quiet recovery. Some of the guards returned to the Wei estate to inform the family, while others stayed at Ma Gu's place, ready to be called upon at any moment. As for him, he stayed at Half Mountain Small Courtyard to care for the young master. No one dared to question Housekeeper Wei's orders, so Wei family's guards began to disperse quickly, and peace slowly returned to Half Mountain Small Courtyard. Only Ma Gu was distressed. Having a group of Wei family guards moving into his home raised his anxieties once again. However, he dared not refuse and could only pinch his nose and go arrange things. Master, the guest room has been cleaned up, Lu Qing announced after preparing a guest room as his master had instructed. Previously, he was too preoccupied with the young master's predicament to pay attention to anything else. Only now did he notice that Elder Dr. Chen's young disciple was a Qi blood realm martial artist despite his tender years. Such talent, even in the state mansion, would be considered a prodigy. Grand Steward, Elder Dr. Chen noticed Housekeeper Wei's gaze and called out. Housekeeper Wei came back to his senses and praised, indeed, a great teacher fosters a talented student. Elder Doctor, your disciple is no ordinary person. At such a young age, he has already achieved so much in martial arts. My disciple has just been a bit more fortunate, stumbling upon some rare opportunities to make a breakthrough. It is his good fortune to receive such praise from the Grand Steward, said Elder Dr. Chen humbly, yet the satisfaction on his face was undeniable. Ha, Elder Doctor, you are too modest, Housekeeper Wei laughed, but inwardly he was considering including Elder Dr. Chen's disciple when preparing a thank you gift for the estate. Lu Qing remained silent throughout, staying within his role as a disciple. Only after their conversation finished did he respectfully say, Master, the early meal has been prepared and is in the kitchen. Also, I would like to go home for a bit. He had been busy all day and night at Half Mountain Small Courtyard and was unaware of his family's situation. More importantly, he hadn't returned home last night to feed the black little beast, and he wondered how the creature was faring. If it threw a tantrum and destroyed the house, it would be a huge injustice. Go ahead, you've been busy for a long time. Go back and rest well. The young master's condition has stabilized. There's no need for constant vigilance. Elder Dr. Chen nodded. So Lu Qing excused himself, then went to Elder Dr. Chen's room and picked up the still sleeping little Yan. Once again, the magic of the green armor fish stone had to be mentioned. Despite the chaos in the courtyard last night, little Yan had not woken up, sleeping soundly in the room in an I won't wake until it's time fashion. Lu Qing did not wake her, but carried her straight down the mountain. When he arrived home, Lu Qing's first move was to check the front door of the house. Relieved to find no damage, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the black little beast had not thrown a tantrum and destroyed his home. With eased mind, Lu Qing opened the door, intent on entering. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Instinctively, he looked up. There, in the corner of the roof's beam, a pair of bright, big eyes looked down at him, filled with grievance. One man and one beast sat facing each other, their 4 eyes locked in a silent exchange. Lu Qing fell silent as he looked into the little beast's aggrieved eyes. He hadn't expected the little thing to actually hide up here, and by the looks of it, it seemed to have been guarding this spot all night. Little guy, have you been waiting here all night? After a long silence, Lu Qing asked. The little black beast didn't move, but the look of distress in its eyes only grew more intense. Sorry, I had something to do last night and wasn't home. The little black beast still didn't move, but a glimmer of moisture appeared in its eyes. Seeing the little black beast looking like it was about to cry, Lu Qing felt a surge of guilt for reasons he couldn't explain. If he wasn't mistaken, this little thing was still just a cub, wasn't it? And besides, it could be considered his creditor. After all, he had taken a century-old ginseng from it without giving anything in return. How about you come inside with me? Lu Qing tentatively asked. I still have some fish left in the kitchen. Seeing the moisture in the little beast's eyes seem to recede a bit, Lu Qing opened the door and went inside. After he carried little Yan into her room and came back out, he saw the little black beast sitting on a stool watching him. Lu Qing smiled, went to the kitchen, poured all the remaining fish into a wooden basin, and brought it out, placing it in front of the little beast. Seeing the large basin brimming with fish, the little black beast's eyes instantly lit up. It immediately pounced on the fish and began to eat voraciously. All previous grievances disappeared without a trace. Watching the little black beast eat happily, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. When he thought about it, this little thing was quite something. Despite having been hungry all night, it hadn't forcibly entered, but instead had waited on the eaves for him all night. This respect clearly showed that it truly considered him a friend. Otherwise, with its nose, how could it not have smelled the fish in the kitchen? If it had really wanted to break in, it would have been effortless. Seeing the little beast so engrossed in its meal, Lu Qing didn't disturb it but went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Although he had already made breakfast at the Half Mountain Small Courtyard for his master and the others, he hadn't eaten himself yet. He set up a pot of congee, adding some minced meat to it, and let it simmer slowly. Then Lu Qing went to take a bath. He had been preparing medicine for the past 2 days and had sweated a lot, not to mention being in the smoky pharmacy, so he felt sticky and terribly uncomfortable. After bathing and feeling refreshed, Lu Qing was surprised to see that the little black beast, having finished eating the fish, didn't leave immediately. Instead, it sat leisurely on the stool, grooming its paws and washing its face. As for the large basin of fish on the floor, much of it remained. What a rarity, Lu Qing marveled. This was the first time he had seen the little black beast leave any fish behind. Usually, whenever he fed it, it would clean out all the fish. Even if it was somewhat stuffed, it resolutely wouldn't leave any leftovers. This time he had put in twice the usual amount of fish, and the creature finally hadn't been able to finish it all. But this still surprised Lu Qing. Little guy, when do you plan on leaving? I'm about to wake little Yan for breakfast. Lu Qing knew that, aside from himself, the little black beast didn't seem to like interacting with other people. Usually, when it came to eat fish at night, it would always wait until little Yan was asleep. However, what he didn't expect was that the little black beast seemed to ignore his words. It just walked over to a corner, jumped onto a cabinet, curled up, and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Qing, I'm really going to wake little Yan up, okay? The little beast still didn't move. What's with this guy being so out of character today? Lu Qing found it odd. You can keep this stance if you want, but later, when little Yan sees you and gets excited, you better not hurt her. Lu Qing reminded the little beast, then went into the room and called little Yan to wake up. After urging the sleepy little one to wash her face and brush her teeth, Lu Qing brought over the kanji he had prepared. While drinking the kanji, little Yan wasn't yet fully awake. She was just mindlessly sipping on her kanji, her gaze blurry and unfocused, staring at something across from her without really seeing it. Gradually, her eyes began to focus, and they grew wider and wider. Brother, what's that? Little Yan pointed at the dark shape on top of the cabinet in front of her and hurriedly asked. Oh, that. Lu Qing glanced up, and seeing the beast was still motionless, replied, That's the black little beast you've been wanting to see every night but somehow never could. That's the little beast. Suddenly, the little one couldn't even keep drinking her kanji. She immediately hopped off the stool and scurried to the bottom of the cabinet, looking up. But being so small, she couldn't see the black little beast on top of the cabinet from down there. Little Yan became so anxious she was practically pacing in circles. She thought for a moment, ran back to the table, grabbed a stool and planned to stand on it to see the little beast. Lu Qing saw this and hurried over to stop her. Don't bother it, be careful, it might scratch you. With that said, the black little beast didn't seem pleased. It stood up, stretched lazily, then let out a gentle call towards little Yan. Little Yan immediately brightened up. Brother, look, the little beast says it won't scratch me, Lu Qing. He couldn't tell that was what it meant, but he did feel that the little beast was showing friendliness towards little Yan. After a moment's thought, he no longer stopped little Yan from making contact with it. Having spent time with the creature, Lu Qing knew the black little beast possessed high spiritual wisdom and was scarcely different from humans. Since it was showing friendliness, it seemed it didn't reject little Yan's presence. All right then, go ahead and make friends with it, said Lu Qing. Then he warned the little beast, little thing, remember not to bully my sister, okay? The black little beast gave Lu Qing a disdainful look, then jumped down from the cabinet lightly and went over to little Yan, nuzzling her hand with its head. And then it provocatively glanced at Lu Qing. Little Yan was even happier now. She excitedly shouted to Lu Qing, Brother, the little beast wants to be friends with me. Lu Qing saw the triumphant look on the black little beast's face. So this little thing was deliberately showing off in front of him. However, he was relieved that the two little ones could get along peacefully. He let his guard down and said with a smile to little Yan, since that's the case, you should be good friends with it. It's very powerful, so make sure not to upset it, okay? Don't worry, brother, I won't. Little Yan happily replied. The black little beast, upon hearing Lu Qing praising its might, also displayed a pleased expression. These bipedal creatures really had some insight, recognizing its power. Little beast, can I pet you? What followed was a time for the two little ones to interact with each other. Lu Qing, seeing they were getting along fairly well, decided to leave them to it. And seeing that little Yan's bowl was almost empty, he began to put away the dishes in the kitchen. Just as he finished washing up, he saw little Yan scampering in. Brother, let's give the little beast a name, shall we? Naming it, Lu Qing wiped his hands. Yeah, the little beast and us are friends now, and all my friends have names, like Big Girl, Little How-To, they all have their own names. Little Yan counted on her fingers, earnestly adding, so the little beast should have its own name too. Is calling it Little Beast not good? Little Beast doesn't sound nice, and there are lots of animals called little beasts. We need to come up with something special, the little one shook her head. Lu Qing really wanted to say that even names like Big Girl, Little How-To were pretty commonplace outside. He thought for a moment, seeing the black little beast peering curiously into the kitchen from outside. He asked, Little thing, what about you? Do you want a name too? The black little beast's eyes showed a moment of contemplation, then it nodded. Brother, look, the little beast wants to have its own name too, Little Yan said happily. Since that's the case, then let's pick one. Seeing that the black little beast also felt that way, Lu Qing didn't refuse any longer. Only what would be a good name? Lu Qing considered for a while, then had a sudden inspiration. How about Little Li? Does that sound good? Little Li? Little Yan tilted her head. A look of puzzlement also appeared in the black little beast's eyes. Clearly, neither of the little ones understood the meaning of the name. Yes, the little beast looks a lot like an animal called a raccoon, so we could call it Little Li. Also, Li is associated with fire, and look at its fur. Doesn't it somewhat resemble a burning black flame? Lu Qing explained as he took a piece of charcoal and wrote out the character for Li. After some time studying, he had gotten the hang of writing the characters of this world. Little Yan might not have understood completely, but the black little beast, hearing Lu Qing's explanation, instantly felt that the name Little Li was quite prestigious. It gazed steadily at Lu Qing, its eyes shining. You like the name? Lu Qing noticed its reaction and understood. Then from now on you'll be called Little Li. As for a surname, you can take one if you want, or leave it if you don't. If you'd like to take a surname, you can have ours and be called Lu Li or Lu Xiaoli. That's great, little beast, you have a name now. Little Yan beamed. You're called Little Li and I'm called Little Yan. Our names sound pretty similar, don't they? Emotion glistened in the black little beast's eyes, bright and sparkling. With a name now, the black little beast's stay at the Lu family's home felt even more fitting. It and Little Yan began chasing each other around the house, playing together. Of course, it was mostly Little Li amusing Little Yan otherwise. With its speed, even 100 Little Yans wouldn't be able to touch it. By the way, Little Li, I want to ask you about something. Lu Qing saw the black little beast playing happily and suddenly remembered something. Little Li paused and looked towards Lu Qing. Yesterday was someone in the mountains chasing you, trying to capture you. Lu Qing recalled the conversation he had overheard from the Wei family's guards last night. They had said that their young master had fallen into a ravine while chasing a peculiar black little beast in the mountains. At that time, he had suspected whether the little beast was Little Li, and now was a good time to ask. Little Li cocked its head, then nodded. The one trying to capture you, were there 6 or 7 people in total, with one about my age? Little Li nodded again. Lu Qing broke into a sweat. It really was that fellow. His expression immediately turned serious. Little Li, stay inside the house for the time being, don't go out. If other people come by, find a place to hide and don't let them see you, got it? Little Li nodded. It wasn't keen on meeting other people anyway. Lu Qing turned his head again and reminded his sister, and Little Yan, once we're outside, you must not mention anything about Little Li staying at our house, even to your friends. Otherwise, Little Li could very likely be taken away by others. Then you would never be able to see Little Li again. Do you understand? I understand. Little Yan won't tell anyone about Little Li, replied Little Yan. The moment the little one heard she might never see Little Li again, she immediately tightened her little face and answered earnestly. She had finally become friends with Little Li and did not want to lose it. Seeing Little Yan complying, Lu Qing finally relaxed a bit. He was always fairly confident about the little one's ability to keep a secret. For example, there was a considerable amount of silver in the house that he had warned her not to talk about, and until now, she hadn't let slip a word. It wasn't that Lu Qing was being overly cautious. Although it was true that young Master Wei had fallen into the valley by himself, in the end, it was still related to Little Li. This time young Master Wei had nearly lost his life, and even though he was recovering, his body had been greatly weakened. In the future, it would likely take many precious medicinal materials to heal completely. Having suffered such an ordeal, who could say he wouldn't harbor resentment towards Little Li? It would be fine if he never saw Little Li, but if he did, he'd probably try to catch it for revenge. Lu Qing remembered well that the guy's character was not exactly pleasant. Although Little Li was a red light spiritual beast, and in his assessment of superpowers on the same level as the inner organ realm, Lu Qing didn't think it could defeat the guards of the Wei family if it really came down to it. Human methods of combat were too varied, and their schemes were too cunning, not something a simple spiritual beast could understand. Not to mention, the housekeeper of Wei was also a martial arts expert of the inner organ realm. Thinking of this, it seemed better for Little Li to hide and not meet with the people from the Wei family for a while. In fact, Lu Qing preferred to have Little Li hide deep in the mountains, far away from here for a time, until the people from the Wei family had left. But seeing how it had waited on the eaves all night for a fish this morning, he knew that Little Li had started to see the nearby area as its territory. It wouldn't be easy to get it to leave this place. If it couldn't resist the temptation of the fish and sneaked over like today, the risk of being exposed would be even greater. Rather than that, it was better to let it hide in the house and avoid these troubled times. In the following days, after further questioning, Lu Qing learned that Little Li had no parents nearby. In this vast mountain, there was only this one black night spirit fox. It didn't even know how it had come to be in the mountain. All it knew was that since it became conscious, it had lived in the mountains, just in a different area. It had only recently wandered to the mountain area behind Jiulai village. Knowing this, Lu Qing felt truly at ease about keeping Little Li. He no longer worried that one day 2 adult Black Knight spirit foxes would jump out and come accusing him. And so, Little Li officially moved into Lu Qing's house. Since young Master Wei's injuries had stabilized, Lu Qing no longer needed to stay at Half Mountain Small Courtyard all day. His life returned to its previous rhythm. Every morning he would go to Half Mountain Small Courtyard to greet his master and study medical skill for the morning, after which he could spend his time as he pleased. He could go fishing, grow vegetables, and practice martial arts. For Little Li, such days were undoubtedly blissful. Each day it could be the first to enjoy the fresh fish Lu Qing caught, and the taste was simply too divine. After eating its fill, Little Yan would massage and scratch its itches. These days were far more comfortable than its life in the mountains. Little Li didn't want to leave at all, it just wanted to stay at home forever. As the days passed, the incident Lu Qing was worried about, that Little Li would be discovered by others, never occurred. In young Master Wei, under the elder doctor's meticulous treatment, began to recover at a visibly quick pace. Finally, on the 7th day after young Master Wei woke up, he was able to get out of bed and walk around. This also meant that he was strong enough to withstand the journey and could start his trip back to the Wei family. In the half-mountain small courtyard, young Master Wei was being supported by servants from his home as he slightly bowed and expressed his gratitude to the elder doctor. There's no need for such formalities, young master. Remember, once you return home, you should rest more, pay attention to your recuperation, and heal properly, old Dr. Chen advised. Zian has remembered. His wounds hadn't fully healed yet, and his body was still weak. He couldn't be exposed to too much wind. On the way back, he could only ride in a wind-blocking soft sedan chair to prevent illness from creeping in. On the side, the Wei family's housekeeper, Wei, saw this scene and subtly nodded his head. These past days, he noticed that after facing a life-and-death experience, young Master Wei had become more composed and wasn't as unruly as before. In the past, getting him to thank a doctor was no easy task. So although he had faced a great disaster and nearly lost his life, if young Master Wei truly changed because of this, it could indeed be considered a blessing in disguise, not necessarily a bad thing. After young Master Wei entered the sedan chair, housekeeper Wei took a step forward. Here, we have some modest gifts prepared by Our Lady, as a token of gratitude for old Dr. Chen's care for our young master these past days. As he spoke, housekeeper Wei gestured with his hand, and 2 guards brought over a large chest, while 2 others held various small boxes and packages. Housekeeper Wei took a small box from one of the guards, opened it, and only to be met by dazzling golden light lay a row of shiny small gold ingots. When he opened the large chest, silver light shone brightly. It was a large chest brimming with silver ingots. Old Dr. Chen, here are 10,000 taels of silver and 1,000 taels of gold. Please kindly accept them. Old Dr. Chen, looking at the chest filled with gold and silver, showed little change in expression. He sighed, the Wei mansion is truly too courteous. I've done nothing more than fulfill the duty of a doctor. I really cannot accept such a generous gift. Old Dr. Chen is being too modest. Our young master holds a distinguished status and is especially dear to Our Lady. By curing the young master, you saved Our Lady's life. These mere valuables represent only a fraction of Wei Mansion's gratitude. In addition to these valuables, there's another gift that Our Lady has prepared for you, old Dr. Chen. Saying this, housekeeper Wei opened another box and took out a book. This copy of the Green Bag Medical Scripture was specifically sought for you by Our Lady. What? The Green Bag Medical Scripture? Old Dr. Chen, who had intended to decline further, suddenly exclaimed in shock. Is it the very Green Bag Medical Scripture, written by the legendary medical saint? Yes, indeed, it is the Green Bag Medical Scripture that encapsulates the lifelong dedication of the legendary medical saint, housekeeper Wei confirmed with a smile. At this point, old Dr. Chen found he could no longer utter words of refusal. The Green Bag Medical Scripture, attributed to the legendary medical saint, had an immense allure for someone like him who was deeply devoted to the medical arts. He had long revered this medical scripture. Unfortunately, any family that obtained the Green Bag Medical Scripture would keep it secret as a family heirloom, never to be lightly shown to others. And so, for the first half of his life, he never had the chance to behold this medical treasure that countless doctors had longed for. Now, when he heard that the Wei Mansion was offering this scripture, old Dr. Chen's heart was entangled. Housekeeper Wei saw the hesitation on old Dr. Chen's face. With a clear laugh, he said, "Old Dr. Chen, why bother with such reservations? This Green Bag Medical Scripture can only show its true value in the hands of an eminent and compassionate physician like yourself. Healing the sick and saving lives, aiding the wounded and deepens is the creed of doctors. I believe that when the medical saint originally wrote this book, he did not wish for his life's work to be put away unused, but rather hoped it would save countless lives and help physicians better heal and treat patients. With old Dr. Chen's medical skills, with the aid of this Green Bag Medical Scripture, your mastery could likely be further enhanced, and this would indeed be a fortunate thing for countless patients." Hearing this, old Dr. Chen's heart brightened. He joyfully accepted the medical scripture and laughed. The Grand Steward speaks the truth. It seems the old man, was being narrow-minded. Lu Qing, observing all of this, silently noted the adeptness. This housekeeper of Wei truly was extraordinary. With just a few words, he had persuaded his master to accept the gratitude gift. However, what Lu Qing did not anticipate was that after offering the Green Bag Medical Scripture, housekeeper Wei turned his gaze toward him. As for young Master Lu and Miss Lu, Our Lady has also prepared a small token of appreciation for you. Of course, when I heard that our young Master Wei had just been brought in, young Master Lu spent day and night in the pharmacy dispensing and boiling medicine, contributing a great deal. This act of kindness is naturally something we at the Wei family cannot overlook. Housekeeper of Wei then opened another box. I have noticed that young Master Lu is not only well versed in medicine, but also extremely talented in the way of martial arts. At such a young age, he is already a chi blood realm martial artist, and I am sure that breaking through to the muscle bone realm and stepping into the internal organ realm will not be difficult for him. As for medical expertise, with Elder Dr. Chen's teaching, young Master Lu is bound to have a smooth path ahead in medicine, and becoming a great doctor is merely a matter of time. There is no need for us to gild the lily. His secret manual records a muscle bone realm secret technique, and this bottle of elixir, called the bone forging pill, is quite useful to muscle bone realm martial artists. It is like a small boost that my lady wishes to add to the path of young Master Lu's martial arts journey. Bone forging pill. Elder Dr. Chen was slightly surprised. Is it the one that is said to be able to enhance the muscles and bones of a muscle bone realm martial artist by 30%? That is indeed the elixir. For ordinary martial arts experts in the muscle bone realm, once they cultivate to great success and their muscles and bones reach their limit, there is no further advancement, and they can only seek breakthroughs internally, in the inner organs, replied Housekeeper of Wei. And this bone forging pill can break this law, allowing even a martial arts expert with muscles and bones at the limit to increase their strength by another 30%. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing realized how precious these two gifts were. Setting aside the secret technique of the muscle bone realm for a moment, the bone forging pill was incredibly valuable. An elixir that can break limits and enhance a martial artist's foundation and potential was highly precious no matter where it was found. Master. Elder Dr. Chen also felt that the gift was too valuable. However, after thinking about it, he had accepted the green bag medical scripture, a medical treasure. Why then should he show such false modesty? He nodded to Lu Qing. Since it is the Wei family's kindness, you should accept it. Only then did Lu Qing reach out and take the box. During the period when Housekeeper of Wei stayed at the half-mountain small courtyard to take care of young Master Wei, he saw Lu Qing every day, and then he discovered something astonishing. Lu Qing was a genuine martial arts prodigy. Although Lu Qing never cultivated in front of him, he could feel that the chi blood power within Lu Qing was more vigorous day by day. The speed of his progress was shocking even to him, who was accustomed to seeing all kinds of talented youths, especially when he heard from villagers occasionally coming from Seven Li Village to seek medical treatment, that Lu Qing had only been officially accepted as Elder Dr. Chen's disciple for just over a month. His astonishment grew even greater. He realized that Lu Qing's talent for martial arts might be even more exaggerated than he had imagined. After realizing this, Housekeeper of Wei immediately considered how to form a good relationship with this rare martial arts prodigy, not only to thank Elder Dr. Chen for saving their young master's life, but more so, they wished to foster a good relationship with this master-disciple pair. For the Wei family, if they could win the favor of a great doctor and a future martial arts expert by offering some resources, then this investment would be hugely profitable. It was just some trinkets and clothing that girls like, not cheap but much more ordinary compared to what Lu Qing received. Elder Dr. Chen, young Master Lu, may we meet by chance again in the future. We shall escort the young master back first. Should you visit the county in the future, be sure to come to our Wei mansion as guests so we can properly play host. After sending off all the gifts, Housekeeper Wei bowed. If my disciple and I do visit the county, we will certainly pay a visit. Please take care on your journey back, said the elder doctor. Housekeeper of Wei bowed once more to Elder Dr. Chen and Lu Qing before turning. He commanded the guards set off for home. At his command, the guards immediately sprang into action. A few tall muscle bone realm guards each grabbed a side of the palanquin and lifted gently, walking down the mountain. The mountain path was uneven, but the palanquin was held very steady under the control of the guards, almost without any jolting. As everyone descended, Housekeeper Wei, bringing up the rear, bowed once again to Lu Qing and Elder Dr. Chen before setting off down the mountain. The elder doctor wanted to refuse, but Housekeeper Wei was exceptionally resolute in his stance. Lu Qing and old Dr. Chen stood before the half-mountain small courtyard, watching the Wei family's people slowly depart. After a while, Lu Qing said, "Master, this Housekeeper Wei is truly formidable." Lu Qing genuinely admired the Housekeeper of Wei. The first time he saw young Master Wei, his behavior at the large market made Lu Qing believe that the Wei family would be a domineering clan that liked to bully others with their power. Otherwise, why would their heir have such a temperament? But this Housekeeper Wei had significantly altered Lu Qing's perception. No wonder Ma Gu said that the Wei family's influence spanned across the state mansion, reaching even the royal capital. This could be seen from the Grand Steward's method of handling affairs, not to mention the Wei family patriarch who commanded his obedience. Perhaps this is what truly constitutes a noble and wealthy family. With such a person residing in the mansion, it was no wonder the Wei family's development was swift. To hold the position of Grand Steward within a prominent family like the Wei family, one certainly can't be a simple individual. The elder doctor also sighed a bit. Even he, who had lived for most of his life, rarely encountered individuals like the housekeeper of Wei, upright and proper, aware that he was winning over people's hearts, yet they still couldn't refuse him. "Master, what should we do with all this gold and silver?" Back in the courtyard, Lu Qing looked at the gold and silver, inquiring unavoidably. The Wei family's gift of 10,000 taels of silver and 1,000 taels of gold wasn't entirely in cash. Apart from one large box of silver ingots and a smaller box of gold ingots, the rest was converted into silver notes and gold notes, placed in another small box. Yet even just this large box of gold and silver was enough to dazzle and bewitch anyone. It was only because old Dr. Chen and Lu Qing were extraordinary individuals that they hadn't pounced on these treasures. An ordinary person would have done so upon seeing such wealth. "Let's take it inside and store it for now." Old Dr. Chen didn't know how to deal with these items at the moment, so he and Lu Qing carried them into the house to keep them safe. Gazing at the large and small boxes casually placed in the corner of the storeroom, Lu Qing pondered in his heart. Nobody would expect that these two boxes contained so much gold and silver. After casually placing some miscellaneous items on top of the boxes, Lu Qing walked out. "Ah Qing, regarding the bone-forging pill you have, there are some things I need to tell you." Upon leaving the storeroom, the elder doctor spoke with a certain seriousness. Lu Qing immediately approached his master, listening respectfully. The bone-forging pill is an elixir that many martial artists in the muscle-bone realm yearn for. True, it can break the limit of those in the muscle-bone realm and expand their foundational potential and root bone potential. But the potency of this elixir is also extremely powerful. Even an ordinary strong individual in the muscle-bone realm may not be able to withstand its strength. Therefore, even if you step into the muscle-bone realm in the future, do not hurry to ingest and refine this pill. You must wait at least until you've reached small success in the muscle-bone realm before attempting to refine it. Otherwise, if you consume it too early and can't bear its potency, it's very likely that your chi, blood and marrow will burn out, and you'll die. Hearing of the grave risks in ingesting and refining the bone-forging pill, Lu Qing's face became extremely solemn. "Yes, master, your disciple remembers." After giving this serious advice, the elder doctor waved his hand. "Now that you remember, you should head back. You've been tired these past few days because of this matter with young Master Wei. Go back and rest well. For the next few days, there's no need to come help me." Lu Qing was at first astonished, then noticing the box held in his master's hand, he quickly understood. His master had just acquired a valuable scripture and wanted to retreat and study it intently. Without exposing his master's subtle intention, he replied respectfully, "Yes, master." It was exactly what he wanted to take time to focus on his martial arts. Recently, Lu Qing had been refining one blood-nourishing and chi-boosting elixir every day, and his chi and blood power had grown extremely fast. In the past couple of days, he had vaguely felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Holding the thank you gifts meant for himself and little Yan, Lu Qing headed down the mountain. When he got home, he saw little Yan and little Li playing there. Ever since little Li came to their house, having such a playmate meant little Yan seldom went out. She wanted to play with little Li every day. Even the time she spent frolicking with her playmates in the village had lessened. Lu Qing also didn't want her to loiter in front of housekeeper Wei, lest little Li's presence be accidentally revealed. So these days, every time he went to the half-mountain small courtyard, he left little Yan at home. After all, with little Li there and having cautioned little Li to protect little Yan, he wasn't worried. This creature was a red-light spiritual beast. Unless faced with a martial artist at the internal organ realm level, ordinary martial artists couldn't bother it at all. "Brother, you're back." Little Yan, who was playing chess with little Li, immediately shouted when she saw Lu Qing. Little Li also called out to him, "I'm back." Lu Qing put his things in his room and upon coming out saw the chessboard on the table and asked who won more games today. The chessboard was something Lu Qing had made by carving a piece of wood with a knife. The chess pieces were simple, just a box of short wooden sticks and a box of small stones. As for the chess game the two kids were playing, it was what he had taught them, known as 5 in a row in his previous life. He had taught the two kids chess because one day, while he was reviewing medical texts, the two of them kept playing boisterously in the house, which was too distracting. He couldn't concentrate on his reading at all. Even if he got them to quiet down temporarily, before long they would start playing sneakily again. To keep them quiet for longer, Lu Qing had the idea to just teach them to play chess. After all, 5 in a row wasn't difficult and incidentally could also help develop their thinking skills. As expected, the two kids became infatuated with this new thing as soon as they were introduced to it, little Li included. These days, whenever they had time, the two kids would start competing in chess. As for who won or lost, it was a mix, with the main theme being a close match. Indeed, this time was no different. Little Yan said happily, "I won more. I won 7 games today, and little Li only won 6. Then Lu Qing saw little Li call out, take a small stone from the box with its paw and place it on the chessboard. Upon seeing this, little Yan immediately became dejected. "Now we've both won 7 games. This time it was little Lee's turn to cheer, its ears moving backward, eyes squinting with joy and tail held high. Lu Qing. The reason why these two little ones had been playing so vigorously lately, often giving him a headache, was no mystery. With these two's intelligence, they were assuredly akin to Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix, a pair of peerless geniuses. He decided to leave the two to their games and went to cultivate in the bamboo forest behind the mountain. For the next few days, since he didn't need to go to the half-mountain small courtyard, Lu Qing didn't leave the house, focusing entirely on cultivation in the bamboo forest at the back. Feeling close to a breakthrough, he even halted his training with the Four Directions saber, concentrating solely on practicing nourishing body boxing and refining his qi and blood. Finally, after taking several more blood-nourishing and qi-boosting elixirs, he felt the opportunity for breakthrough on that very morning. In the bamboo forest of the back hill, Lu Qing was practicing the first 9 moves of the nourishing body boxing. After more than a month of cultivation, by this time, his nourishing body boxing had become exceedingly skilled, turning into instinct. When he practiced, between each movement and stance, there was an especially unique charm and artistic conception. It seemed to brim with vibrant vitality, enchanting the onlooker with pleasure and contentment, refreshing the mind and delighting the spirit. Even if old Dr. Chen were here, upon seeing Lu Qing's boxing, he would surely not resist praising him, because in the practice of nourishing body boxing, Lu Qing had already developed his unique understanding and had thoroughly mastered the first 9 moves of this boxing technique. Lu Qing concentrated deeply on practicing the boxing. At the same time, concentrating and calming his mind, he carefully sensed the flow of the qi blood in his body, searching for that trace of opportunity for breakthrough. At this moment, the qi blood within Lu Qing's body had surged much more than when he had just stepped into the qi blood realm. As the qi blood surged through him, each of his movements, though appearing slow, actually contained tremendous power, stirring the air around him and causing fallen leaves to flutter. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lu Qing's mind, and he abruptly grasped that subtle knack of the circulation of qi blood. In an instant, all his qi blood completely connected, forming one entity, circulating unimpeded. Lu Qing shook all over, and a sense of realization rose from his heart. Qi blood like a net, continuous without end. I finally reached the minor success in the qi blood realm. However, Lu Qing had reached minor success in the qi blood realm. The 3 realms of the postnatal realm are the qi blood realm, the muscle bone realm, and the internal organ realm. Each is divided into 4 levels. Entry level, minor success, great success, and perfection. The sign of minor success in the qi blood realm is the complete envelopment of the body by qi blood, like an invisible net, each part interlocking, continuous without end, forming one entity. Wherever the mind goes, one can burst forth strength at will, without the previous need to first gather the qi blood before unleashing power. Both endurance and explosive power have greatly improved. For Lu Qing, the biggest obstacle to breaking through to minor success in the qi blood realm was not so much understanding the key to qi blood as a continuous net, but rather the total amount of qi and blood power in his body. Having superpower, what he lacked the least was an understanding of boxing. On the contrary, the insufficiency of qi and blood power inside his body had always been restricting his breakthrough. Now, with the daily refinement of a blood-replenishing and qi-enhancing medicine pill, his qi and blood power had finally grown strong to a tipping point. The breakthrough to minor success was simply the natural course of things. With a flash of his figure, Lu Qing moved to a thick old bamboo and grasped the war saber inserted beside it. With the sound of the saber ringing out, a flash of cold light swept by, and the war saber was drawn from its sheath. Lu Qing returned to his original spot, a dignified, murderous aura rising from him, as he started to practice the 4 directions saber technique. As the sword light shone, like flowing moonlight, every cut with the saber by Lu Qing was accompanied by the bursting of qi blood, making the saber extraordinarily fast. The saber blade cutting through the air even caused a fierce wind to rise around him, stirring up countless dry bamboo leaves. After completing the 9 moves of the 4 directions saber technique, Lu Qing stopped and stood still. Feeling there was still strength left in his body, a look of joy appeared on his face. This minor success in the qi blood realm indeed was a breakthrough point that did not disappoint him. Before the breakthrough, if he gave his all, he could only practice up to the 7th move of the 4 directions saber technique before he could go no further, as the qi and blood power was insufficient to continue the practice. But now, after completing a full practice, he still had strength to spare. To burst forth another round was not a problem. The 9 moves linked together, each executed with full power, continuous without end. According to the records in the 4 directions saber, in the attainment of this saber technique, he had also reached the state of minor success. Sheathing his sword, Lu Qing prepared to head home. After achieving small success in 2 cultivation techniques consecutively, he was in an exceptionally good mood. He decided that once he got back, he would make something delicious to properly celebrate. As he walked on the way home, Lu Qing also pondered his next training plan. In terms of martial arts realm, he had already reached the minor success of the Qi blood realm, and as long as he continued to strengthen his Qi blood, achieving great success, and even the perfect realm wouldn't be too far off. However, the medicine pills for replenishing blood and Qi were almost all consumed. It was time to ask his master to help refine another batch. Although Lu Qing was skilled at harvesting and boiling herbs, he had yet to try his hand at refining medicine pills and had no experience with it. Otherwise, he could have refined them himself. After all, he wasn't lacking in ginseng right now. Recently, when little Li had moved into his house, Lu Qing had asked about it. Only then did he learn that, deep in Dashan, little Li had discovered not just one, but several ginseng plants. Some were even bigger than the 2 pieces little Li had brought him before. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qing didn't immediately ask little Li to gather all the ginseng. Instead, he let them continue growing in the mountains. He would go to dig them up himself when the time came. After all, every time little Li dug up ginseng, there would be some damage, which slightly affected their medicinal properties. Moreover, he had always wanted to venture into the mountains to see the actual growing environment of those herbs. Having memorized the 100 herbs scripture, he was familiar with the medicinal properties and appearances of many herbs. But there was a difference between book knowledge and reality. Rote learning could not make a good doctor. It was essential to integrate knowledge with practice. Therefore, Lu Qing decided that once his master had finished studying the green bag medical scripture, he would ask to learn how to refine the blood-nourishing qi-boosting medicine pills. With those ginsengs available, Lu Qing wouldn't face any obstacles in his training of the qi blood realm. It was his fighting skills and martial arts, though, that needed more consideration. He had already cultivated the 4 directions saber technique to small success to progress further. The force application techniques required a body conditioned to the muscle-bone realm. Until he stepped into the muscle-bone realm, his training with the saber technique had reached its limit. Making further progress was difficult. Therefore, he needed to find 1 or 2 more fighting skills to cultivate. I'll check with my master tomorrow to see if there is suitable martial arts to cultivate, Lu Qing thought to himself. He remembered his master mentioning that, in addition to the 3 muscle-bone realm martial arts originally provided, he also had a collection of ordinary Qi blood realm martial arts. Seeing as he had time on his hands, Lu Qing didn't disdain the lower levels of those martial arts. After all, he was currently nothing more than a practitioner in the Qi blood realm himself. Having made his decision, Lu Qing quickened his steps. To celebrate his breakthrough, he planned to make some hearty meat dishes to enjoy a good meal. Coming down from the back hill and walking to the back of his house, Lu Qing suddenly heard a commotion, with several angry shouts mixed in. It seemed there was some quarrel happening at the front. What could have happened? Startled, Lu Qing took the bag wrapped around his war saber, placed it inside his house through the back window, then walked around the house to the front yard. Upon arriving at the front, he saw a large crowd gathered, divided into 2 opposing sides. On one side were the villagers of Jiulai village. Old man Zhang was protecting little Yan behind him, and the younger villagers, like Durin, held tools like hoes and staffs, looking agitated. On the opposite side stood 7 or 8 burly men, looking relaxed and at ease. Didn't we agree that Lu Ming's debt was already settled? Why have you come again? Protecting little Yan, old man Zhang was now furiously rebuking them with a loud voice. Those 7 or 8 burly great hands, faced with the surging emotions of the villagers of Jiulai village, remained unfazed, looking completely relaxed. It seemed they didn't take this group of country folk seriously at all. Upon hearing Grandpa Zhang's scolding, a man with a large black mole on his face glared. I remember you, old man. Last time we were here, it was you who led the plea for us to spare Lu Ming's 2 little brats, right? But we were so kind-hearted, sparing those 2 little pups, only to find that you lowlifes dared to deceive the Black Wolf gang. Grandpa Zhang was taken aback. When have we ever deceived you? Still denying it, the man with the black mole sneered. You said back then that you had sold off all of Lu family's land and property to pay off the debt of Lu Ming and his wife, right? Indeed, had it not been so, would you jackals have been willing to leave? Grandpa Zhang said angrily, still daring to deny it. The man with the black mole shouted, we had clearly agreed that the money from selling the Lu family's land was to be handed over without a cent missing. But what happened? You actually dared to withhold some of it. You've really got some nerve. You're slandering us without proof. When have we ever held back the money? Grandpa Zhang was extremely angry. Back then, they didn't just not hold back the money. Fearing that these villains would find the amount insufficient and decide not to spare Lu Qing and her brother, every household had even scraped together a little money to give them. Now, hearing these men actually trying to turn the tables, Grandpa Zhang was so angry he felt like his lungs would explode. I think you lot spent all that money and are now trying to come back and extort more. Grandpa Zhang, why bother talking so much with them? If push comes to shove, we'll fight it out. We mustn't let them take little Yan away. Duran's face turned red with anger as he raised his hoe and shouted loudly. This shout sparked enthusiasm in the other young villagers who yelled, "Right, let's fight them. There's no way they can beat all of us." Watching dozens of villagers brandishing their poles and hoes, appearing ready to charge at any moment. The so-called members of the Black Wolf Gang suddenly looked a bit uneasy. Even though they were strong and knew a bit of martial arts, they weren't sure they could withstand an attack by so many villagers. Those with weaker nerves were already panicking inside. Even the most vociferous man with the black mole started to have doubts. He was used to being domineering, and with the backing of the Black Wolf Gang, nobody in any village dared to even look him in the eye. But he had never imagined that in this small GUI village, his usual tactics would prove ineffective. As a major conflict seemed unavoidable, a man from the Black Wolf Gang, who had been silent until now, with a rather sullen look in his eyes, finally spoke slowly. "Elder, you claim that all the silver from selling the Liu family's land was handed over. Could you answer a few questions for me then? Ask away." Grandpa Zhang didn't want to have a real conflict with the other side. The Black Wolf Gang had always had a terrible reputation. Even if they could drive these men away this time, who's to say the gang wouldn't return with more people tomorrow? They were just ordinary villagers. How could they truly stand up to such ruthless and wicked men? My questions are simple. If you say that all the silver from selling the Liu family's land was handed over, why then did Liu Ming's 2 children still have so much money? Recently, I personally saw Liu Ming's eldest son throwing money around like dirt at the big market, spending who knows how much, extravagantly making purchases. That kind of generosity, even I, master, looked on with envy. And that little girl behind you, she's wearing new clothes, isn't she? How do you explain that, this? Grandpa Zhang at first stuttered, then quickly replied that was silver given to him by Liu Qing's master. Do you take me for a fool? The brooding man's expression instantly turned frosty. I have only ever heard of disciples showing filial respect to their masters, never a master giving silver to a disciple to spend. I think that money is exactly what you withheld at the beginning to give to these 2 brats. You're talking nonsense. That's completely untrue. However, the brooding man was no longer interested in talking idle words with Grandpa Zhang and the others. He directly commanded, "Lao Qi, go over there and grab that little girl for me and then go find the other brat." "Yes, master." The man with a birthmark strode out and walked towards the other side. "What are you trying to do?" Grandpa Zhang hurriedly shielded little Yan as they retreated and then raised his hoe, yelling loudly. "What are we doing?" The man with a birthmark sneered coldly. "Liu Ming and his wife still owe us money, and it's not been paid off yet. Since these 2 brats still have money, then hand it all over to me. If there's no money, this little girl seems to look quite nice. Selling her to a trafficker should be worth some silver, enough to cover a part of her parents' debt. You dare." Duran's eyes were wide with anger. The hoe in his hand pointed directly at the man with a birthmark. "You better think carefully," the brooding man said coldly. "If you don't hand over this little girl to us, do you really think you can get away unscathed by provoking the Black Wolf Gang? Don't say I didn't warn you. No one who has crossed the Black Wolf Gang has ever come out without consequence. Whoever dares to obstruct, believe it or not, I'll ruin their family." Upon hearing this, the villagers of Jilai village all shuddered. Han Lao and his group were infamous in the nearby area. Relying on their membership in the Black Wolf Gang, they were always brutal and inhumane. No one doubted whether he would dare to do so, because in the nearby villages, there had been people who had offended him and ended up completely devastated, with their families broken and scattered. Seeing that the villagers were frightened by Master's few words, the man with a birthmark smirked viciously. He strode forward, and this time the villagers did not dare to stop him. Only Duran still stood his ground, not taking a step back. "Damn it, you really think too highly of yourself, huh?" Suddenly, the man with a birthmark grabbed the hoe from Duran's hand, then stepped forward to press close to Duran, raising his arm, his hand open and ready to slap him across the face. The man with a birthmark had mustered all his strength for this slap, and Duran, who knew no martial arts, didn't know how to dodge. If this slap had landed, his face would surely swell up, teeth flying, and half of his face would be wrecked. Just as the slap was about to hit Duran's face, some of the villagers in the back couldn't help closing their eyes. Yet in the next moment, the man with a birthmark's arm was suddenly grasped by another hand. "My friend, you seem to have quite a temper." At the same time, a voice sounded. "Brother," little Yan shouted immediately. "Ah Ching." Upon recognizing the newcomer, all the villagers couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Ah Ching," the villagers had all thought that Wang Duran was about to take a brutal beating from the mole-faced brute. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly popped up, blocking that slap. What shocked them even more was that the person was actually Liu Qing. "Is it you, you little rascal?" The mole-faced man was also surprised, and then he sneered viciously. "Perfect. I was just worrying about where to find you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Quick, come back, Ah Ching. These people are bad news." Seeing the turn of events, Elder Zhang hurriedly shouted. Thinking of running now? Too late. A cruel light shone in the mole-faced man's eyes. His grip tightened, attempting to free his arm and grab hold of Lu Qing. However, when he exerted force to shake it off, he found that Lu Qing's hand on his wrist was like a fine steel clamp, unmoving. Not only did it not get shaken off, but it also tightened even further, causing his wrist to start aching. Lu Qing watched him with a slight smile, gradually increasing his grip. "You, release my hand right away." Feeling the pain on his hand intensify, the mole-faced man's face changed, and he immediately barked. At the same time, he let go of Wang Duan's hoe with his left hand and threw a punch at Lu Qing's head. "I told you to let go, did you hear me?" However, just as his fist swung halfway out, he heard a snap and felt an unbearable sharp pain from his right wrist, held by Lu Qing. Before the mole-faced man could even cry out in pain, a great force transmitted from his chest, an abdomen followed by a series of bone-cracking sounds. A sweetness rose in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. His body went airborne, and while still midair, darkness enveloped him and he passed out. Boom! With the mole-faced man's body hitting the ground and skidding 7 or 8 meters back, leaving a long scrape on the ground, he lay motionless. Everyone fell silent, gaping in disbelief. Especially the villagers of Jiulai village, who watched the scene in utter shock. What? Seeing the mole-faced man getting kicked away by Lu Qing, the brooding man's pupils suddenly constricted, looking at Lu Qing in disbelief. Although Lao Chi's skills were not as good as his, the difference wasn't huge. Yet he was kicked by Lu Qing into an unknown state between life and death. How did this kid do it? After breaking the mole-faced man's wrist and kicking him hard, Lu Qing then cast his gaze upon the remaining few on the opposite side. Lu Qing had been observing from the side for quite a while. Having listened to Elder Zhang's conversation with them, he basically understood that this group was likely the real culprits behind little Yan's parents' deaths. For this, he had employed his superpower to probe the information of the group. He found that these people were all members of a gang known as the Black Wolf Gang. Among them, the brooding man before him was the leader, Han Wu, peripheral member of the Black Wolf Gang, gloomy and cunning by nature, vindictive, ruthless, and bloodthirsty. Skilled in martial arts, once instructed by a martial artist, just a step away from the Qi blood realm. Recalling the information he had just probed, Lu Qing's eyes grew colder as he looked at the brooding man. Even the superpower assessed him as ruthless and bloodthirsty. This Han Wu must have committed countless heinous acts. Pricked by Lu Qing's gaze, Han Wu, still immersed in shock, abruptly came to his senses. Looking at Lu Qing, he blurted out, "Are you a martial artist?" "Oh, you do have some insight," Lu Qing said, somewhat surprised. "Speak up, who exactly are you?" Hearing Lu Qing readily admit it, Han Wu was shocked once again. He had seen Lu Qing with his own eyes just over a month ago. Back then, Lu Qing was thin, dispirited, looking every bit the part of a short-lived person. How long had it been since then? The kid he could have easily crushed with a flick of his finger had become a martial artist. How did he do it? Han Wu was filled with disbelief. He knew all too well how difficult it was for those who trained in martial arts to become martial artists. Just like him, after practicing martial arts for over a decade, and with the guidance of his elder brother, he still hasn't broken through to become a martial artist. He's always been a little short of that legendary Qi blood realm. And now this son of Lu Ming, who was frail and listless just a month ago, is somehow now a martial artist. How is that possible? Lu Qing saw the shock on Han Wu's face, but he didn't care. Instead, he continued to look at him with a piercing gaze. "It seems you haven't answered my question yet. Speak, who are you people exactly?" Han Wu felt the coldness in Lu Qing's gaze and shivered inside. No matter how Lu Qing had become a martial artist, it wasn't important now. What mattered was that if he didn't handle the next moments carefully, it was likely that all of them, his entire group, would meet their end here today. His mind raced, and Han Wu managed to squeeze out a smile. "Young Master Lu, this is all a misunderstanding." However, before he could finish, old Master Zhang shouted from behind, "Ah Qing, they are the villains who caused the death of your parents." "That's right, Ah Qing, it was they who forced your parents to their deaths. Ah Qing, don't let them leave. They even tried to take little Yan away just now." The other villagers, having seen Lu Qing's might, joined in the shouting. Sweat broke out on Han Wu's forehead. "No, young Master Lu, your parents drowned themselves. Their death has nothing to do with us. Bullshit. If it wasn't for your deceitful trap that ensnared Lu Ming, how could he and his wife have fallen into such debt and ended up drowning themselves? It's you who drove them to their deaths," shouted old Master Zhang, as temperamental as ever. "No, that's not it." Each time Han Wu tried to speak, he was interrupted by old Master Zhang, his killing intent filling to the brim. He swore that if he could escape safely this time, he would torture the old man to death, lash his body for 3 days to sate the hatred in his heart. "Young Master Lu, this is truly just a misunderstanding. Your father wanted to do business back then, and he borrowed a lot of money from us. When the business failed and he could not repay his debts, he panicked, and that led him and your mother to choose to drown themselves. From beginning to end, we never forced them, you see. The IOU is right here, and it bears your father's own signature and handprint." Han Wu pulled out a piece of paper from his chest and quickly showed it to Lu Qing. "You shameless." Old Master Zhang saw the paper and became infuriated. "You clearly said you had destroyed the IOU, and now you still have it. Utterly despicable." The other villagers were equally furious, and they were puzzled as well. They had clearly seen Han Wu and his men destroy the IOU. How could there now be another one? Lu Qing glanced over the IOU and nodded. "Indeed, it does bear my father's name, but what does that prove?" "It doesn't prove much. I just want to confirm to you, young Master Lu, that your father truly owed us money, and that your parents' deaths really have no relation to us. Just think about it. We lent so much money to your father and hadn't even recovered the principal. Why would we think about driving him to death? In doing so, wouldn't we lose both person and money? Who would willingly make such a losing deal? It seems there might be some truth to what you're saying." Lu Qing nodded again. Ah Qing, the villagers behind, seeing Lu Qing seem to be swayed by Han Wu's excuses, became somewhat anxious. This time, however, Han Wu had learned his lesson. Seeing Lu Qing's hesitation, he felt a surge of joy and didn't give the villagers a chance to speak again. He urgently said, "But as the saying goes, debts are forgiven upon death. Since Lu Ming has already died, the debts he owed naturally can't be held against him. Take this IOU as a gift from the Black Wolf Gang to young Master Lu, returning it to its rightful owner." Saying this, he pulled out several silver notes from his chest and offered them together with the IOU. "Additionally, the Black Wolf Gang has always been saddened by the passing of your parents. Here are 300 silver taels, a small token from the Black Wolf Gang. We hope young Master Lu will kindly accept it." Han Wu spoke earnestly and sincerely, as if everything he said was the absolute truth, without a trace of a lie in his heart. Lu Qing looked at the silver notes and IOU before him, then at Han Wu with his earnest expression. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled. "Indeed, this is quite a generous gift." Seeing the smile, Han Wu thought Lu Qing believed his words and was overjoyed. Then young Master Lu, but before he could finish his sentence, suddenly a palm appeared silently at the position of his heart. Immediately after, an irresistible force burst from his chest, the energy directly piercing his heart and exploding it into pieces. Han Wu's body trembled, his limbs weakened, and he slowly fell to the ground. Then, in his final moments, he heard Lu Qing slowly utter the remainder of the sentence. "Unfortunately, if it wasn't for knowing your nature, perhaps I could have believed you a little." In front of the Lu family courtyard, there was complete silence. All eyes were frozen in shock on the lifeless body of Han Wu lying on the ground. No one had anticipated that Lu Qing would suddenly take action, directly killing Han Wu on the spot. Especially the villagers of Jiulai village, they were both shocked and dumbfounded. A moment ago, when they had seen an amiable Lu, seemingly ready to accept Han Wu's apology and let bygones be bygones, they had been filled with anxiety. They feared that he would be duped by Han Wu's deceit and truly forgive these people. Little did they expect that in the blink of an eye, Lu Qing would strike with lethal force, killing him with one palm strike. Seeing Lu Qing maintain a calm demeanor after killing a man, the villagers felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this still the same Ah Qing they saw every day, the one who greeted everyone with a smile, always humble and polite? Lu Qing paid no attention to the villagers' stares having killed Han Wu. He continued to focus his gaze on the remaining members of the Black Wolf Gang. Those few Black Wolf Gang members shuddered to their core and knelt down. Good sir, spare me my life. Young master, this really isn't my business. I was forced here by Master Wu and the others. I really didn't do anything. I dare not ever again. Please spare me, young master, spare me. I'm asking you, how exactly did my parents die?" Lu Qing said indifferently, "We don't know, young master. This whole thing was orchestrated by Master Wu and Seventh Master from start to finish. We had no clue about the details. All I know is that initially, Master Wu and the others seemed to want to force your mother into selling herself, driving her to drown herself in the river. As for anything else, we really have no idea. Please, young master, spare us and give us a chance to mend our ways." Looking at the several big men in front of him, crying and sniveling, begging for mercy, Lu Qing's expression remained entirely unchanged. Anyone who mixed with the likes of Han Wu couldn't be a good person. Moreover, information he had previously ascertained through his superpower told him that this group of people were all scum, not one of them innocent. He shook his head since there was nothing more to be learned. There was no reason to keep these scum alive. Without any hesitation, Lu Qing's chi blood burst forth, and he suddenly kicked out. In the blink of an eye, he landed a kick each on the throat and temples of every Black Wolf Gang member. Following a series of bone-crunching sounds, the 5 remaining Black Wolf Gang members didn't even have time to react. Their eyes bloodshot, they clutched their throats, twitching as they collapsed to the ground, soon falling silent. From beginning to end, Lu Qing said not another word. After confirming that everyone was dead, Lu Qing finally turned around to look at the villagers of Jiulai village. As for the mole-faced man, he didn't even need a glance, he was long dead. Seeing Lu Qing turn around, the villagers involuntarily stepped back. There was no helping it. Lu Qing's actions had been too frightening. So many ferocious disciples of the Black Wolf Gang had been killed or kicked to death in an instant. The key was, after murdering so many, his expression barely changed. Such a ruthless Lu Qing was something the villagers had never seen before. Inevitably, they felt fear in their hearts. Seeing the villagers' reactions, Lu Qing paused and then said as if nothing had happened, "Grandpa Zhang, what should we do with these corpses?" Elder Zhang, who had been covering little Yan's eyes to prevent her from being scared, watched Lu Qing quietly for a moment. Once sure he was indeed still the Qing they knew, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What else can we do? Just find a secluded gully, dig a hole, and bury them. These evildoers have committed countless atrocities. Having a grave to lie in is already more than they deserve." Lu Qing, he had not expected that Elder Zhang, who usually seemed so kind, could be so resolute in his actions. What Lu Qing didn't know was that to Elder Zhang, a few corpses were nothing at all in his youth. He had seen much more. Actually, the elders in Jiulai village weren't afraid of corpses at all. In times past, during their escape, they had witnessed even more gruesome events. It was primarily the younger generation, who hadn't seen much of the world, that were frightened by the scene before them. Grandpa Zhang felt nothing for the dead bodies. Rather, he was amazed by Lu Qing's actions just moments before. "Ah Qing, when did you learn martial arts? Those evil people from the Black Wolf gang are all fierce and have high martial skills, yet they couldn't even take one of your moves." The other villagers were also extremely curious. After all, they had watched Lu Qing grow up. When had he learned martial arts, and how had he become so powerful without them knowing? "I learned from my master. It's been some time," Lu Qing replied. "The elder doctor can fight." This time all the villagers were truly astounded. Having lived together for so many years, they had never known that the kind and gentle old doctor was also versed in martial arts. "Let's not talk about this for now," said Lu Qing. "Grandpa Zhang, I've killed these people. Will there be any trouble afterwards?" "I'm worried about that too," said Grandpa Zhang with concern. "These evildoers from the Black Wolf gang, though they deserve to die, are not the only ones. There are others, and I'm afraid they won't let this go easily." "Grandpa Zhang, what exactly is the Black Wolf gang, and why does no one deal with their misdeeds?" Lu Qing asked. "I don't know either. I've just heard that the Black Wolf gang is a gang from the city, with many members, and that many people dare not provoke them." Grandpa Zhang, after all, was just a country old man with limited knowledge, unaware of the specific origins of the Black Wolf gang. Lu Qing fell silent for a moment before suddenly remembering someone. Perhaps that person knew the details of the Black Wolf gang. He said to Grandpa Zhang, "Grandpa Zhang, I need to go out for a bit. Please have everyone take care of the bodies, and if you could, help me send little Yan to my master's place." "Where are you going if you have to leave?" Grandpa Zhang asked, startled. "I'm going to ask someone about the Black Wolf gang. I'll be back soon." Lu Qing returned to his house and shouldered his war saber. A black figure appeared silently beside him. "Little Li, where were you just now?" Little Li made a sound and pointed a paw toward the door. Lu Qing looked and saw it was a patch of grass beside the gate of the courtyard. It wasn't far from where little Yan had been earlier. Little Li could reach her in an instant. No wonder he had felt an elusive sense of danger nearby. It turned out this little beast was hiding there. It seemed, had Lu Qing not appeared at the last moment, little Li would probably have been unable to hold back. If little Li had taken action, those people would likely have died even more miserably. Lately, Lu Qing had indeed seen for himself how powerful little Li's claws were. Even though he had now reached small success in the Qi blood realm, and his four directions saber technique had advanced further, he still had no confidence that he could withstand even one strike from little Li's paw. "Good job," Lu Qing patted little Li's head. He was relieved by the little creature's restraint and did not blame it for not acting immediately. Little Li was his trump card, and he did not wish to expose it unless absolutely necessary. After giving the little beast a few instructions, Lu Qing, carrying his saber, walked out of the house. He came to little Yan and ruffled her hair. "Be good, little Yan. Stay with Master Chen for a while. Big brother will be back soon. Don't be afraid. I've beaten all those bad people. They won't come to catch you again." "Okay," little Yan nodded. "Then you must come back soon, big brother." "I will." Lu Qing ruffled her hair again and then nodded to Grandpa Zhang. "Grandpa Zhang, I'm troubling you." Having said that, he took his saber and walked away. All the villagers watched Lu Qing's back, both familiar and yet foreign, and it suddenly dawned on them. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Qing's stature had grown much taller, and he was no longer the frail youth of before. Lu Qing was on his way to the big market. Indeed, the man he was looking for was none other than Ma Gu, the person in charge of the market. Ma Gu had connections even with the Wei family, so he likely knew the details about the Black Wolf gang. Walking slowly, Lu Qing's expression remained calm. He felt that his current state was somewhat peculiar. He had just killed quite a few people, yet his heart felt little turbulence. If there was any change, it was more like he had shed a pair of shackles, his spirit feeling somewhat lighter. What did this mean? Was he naturally inclined to kill? After killing so many people, instead of feeling fear or tension, he felt relaxed. Or perhaps because he killed only scum, he bore no guilt. Lu Qing thought it strange. Since achieving some success in his cultivation of martial arts, he had always tried to avoid being engulfed in slaughter, fearing what he might become once he broke his vow against killing. This might reflect a kind of pretentiousness from someone who had crossed over from a modern legal society. As it turned out, his worries were unnecessary. Though killing was nothing to be pleased about, its impact wasn't as profound as he imagined. As long as he could maintain his true nature, the act of killing wouldn't affect his inner peace. With these strange thoughts revolving in his mind, Lu Qing arrived at the outskirts of the big market. Today wasn't a market day, and there were hardly any people around. Lu Qing glanced around and soon walked towards a residence not far away. Upon reaching the front of the residence and seeing that the gate was tightly shut, he knocked a few times. Soon someone came to open the door, and upon seeing Lu Qing, the person was first stunned, then surprised. "Young Master Lu, what brings you here?" It turned out that the door was opened by Little Tian, a subordinate of Ma Gu whom Lu Qing had met before. "I've come to visit Lord Ma. I wonder if he's at home," Lu Qing inquired. Yes, Lord Ma is drinking in the backyard. I'll go call him," Little Tian promptly replied. "There's no need for such trouble. I'll go directly to the backyard to meet Lord Ma." Lu Qing did not want to waste time. After a moment's thought, Little Tian saw no issue with it. He knew that Lord Ma had always desired to befriend young Master Lu, having even gifted him one of his treasured sabers. Lu Qing followed Little Tian into the residence, passed through 2 gates, and arrived at a quaint little courtyard. In the courtyard under a vine trellis sat a stone table with one man drinking alone. It could only be Ma Gu. "Young Master Lu, please wait a moment." Little Tian held Lu Qing back, then hurried over to Ma Gu and began to whisper. Then Lu Qing saw Ma Gu, his face lighting up with surprise as he stood and looked their way. "Brother Lu, what brings you here? Lord Ma seems in good spirits, drinking here so early in the morning." Lu Qing approached and said with a smile. "Just idling and sipping a little." Ma Gu appeared very cheerful. "How about it, Brother Lu? Would you join me for a couple of drinks?" He certainly had reasons to be cheerful. The recent incident involving the young master of the Wei family had been perfectly resolved. Not only had Ma Gu not been punished by the Wei family, but the housekeeper of Wei had even rewarded him handsomely, keeping his spirits quite high in the past few days. "Perhaps another time today. I have something I need to consult with Lord Ma," Lu Qing declined. Ma Gu only noticed the war saber carried on Lu Qing's back at that moment. His heart stirred and his expression grew a bit stern. "Zio Tian, you go outside and keep watch. Don't let anyone come close." "Yes, Master Ma." After Zio Tian had left, Ma Gu then invited Lu Qing to sit. "Brother Lu, what has happened?" Lu Qing did not answer directly but asked, "Master Ma, do you know a person named Han Wu?" "Han Wu?" Ma Gu thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I have never heard of that name." This man claimed to be a disciple of the Black Wolf Gang. He also had a sworn brother named Zhaoxing, who is also a disciple of the Black Wolf Gang. Zhaoxing, the man with a large mole who Lu Qing had kicked to death. This name was information discovered through superpower, the Black Wolf Gang. Ma Gu was startled. "How did you get involved with this gang?" "How so? Is the Black Wolf Gang very powerful?" asked Lu Qing. "It's not that they are extremely powerful, it's just that the Black Wolf Gang always acts clandestinely with cruel and ruthless methods. They are infamously known for this. Their usual dealings are also not honorable, involving brothels and casinos. Thus, they hold considerable power within the government office and are one of the 3 major gangs." "I see," Lu Qing pondered. "Why, Brother Lu, do you have a grudge with the Black Wolf Gang?" Ma Gu asked. "I suppose yes," Lu Qing nodded. "My parents were likely killed by them." "Ma Gu, this isn't just a grudge, it's completely a deep-seated vendetta." But how did he not know about this matter? The information Zio Tian gathered from Jilai village stated Lu Qing's parents had died accidentally by drowning. It seemed there were hidden details to this situation. "Brother Lu, are you certain about your findings at this time?" Ma Gu asked. "I am still investigating, but this was claimed by the elders in the village, so it should not be wrong." "And Han Wu and Zhaoxing you mentioned were?" "This morning, a group who claimed to be from the Black Wolf Gang stormed into our village. They intended to capture me and Little Yan, saying we had to pay off the debt owed by my parents to the gang, and these men included Han Wu and Zhaoxing. Later, they were stopped by the villagers, and that was how I discovered my parents' death related to the Black Wolf Gang," explained Lu Qing. "So these members of the Black Wolf Gang, I killed them all." Ma Gu hadn't expected this young brother he had before him to have just killed a man. However, thinking about Lu Qing's martial artist identity, he felt somewhat understanding. These days, which martial artists didn't have lives on their hands. As long as they didn't engage in the massacre of common folks, the governmental office wouldn't usually interfere with martial artists' fights and killings. After a moment of thought, he continued, "Then you couldn't get the truth about your parents' death from Han Wu and Zhaoxing." Lu Qing shook his head. "I was too heavy-handed initially, and before I could question them, I had killed them all." "Ma Gu, this younger brother's lethality seemed to be quite severe. So even though you've killed some members of the Black Wolf Gang, you still do not know exactly how your parents died." "That's correct," Lu Qing nodded. "But I know these Han Wu and Zhaoxing seem not to be official members of the Black Wolf Gang, but rather peripheral members. Moreover, they appear to have a few brothers dominating locally, who are similarly the culprits behind my parents' demise." peripheral members. Ma Gu paused, and suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes brightened. I think I might know who you are looking for. About 50 miles from here is a village known as Happy Village, which operates gambling and brothels to attract local landlords and idlers to spend their money. Even sometimes, curiosity-driven people from the city would come to experience a different kind of pleasure that they cannot find in the county. That village is actually a property of the Black Wolf Gang. It's said that the village chief is the Black Wolf Gang's ninth master. I think the Han Wu and Zhao Xing you mentioned are probably from there. So Mr. Ma, what is the level of martial arts of this ninth master? Lu Qing asked. I'm not very clear about this, but I suppose he isn't very strong, definitely not beyond the Qi blood realm, Ma Gu responded. Just the Qi blood realm. Lu Qing was surprised. What do you mean just the Qi blood realm? Ma Gu laughed. Brother Lu, don't assume martial arts training is easy just because you have astonishing martial arts talent. For ordinary people, reaching the Qi blood realm already means they have spent countless efforts and endured great hardship to break through by luck. Many people practice martial arts, and after 10 or 20 years they are still going nowhere, becoming only physically stronger and more skilled without achieving anything significant. Instead, it's rare talents like you, who have just started practicing martial arts and can already grasp the essence of Qi and blood, who are truly unusual. You should know that even the leader of the Black Wolf Gang, Black Wolf, is just at the muscle bone realm. How much higher can the strength of his ninth master under him possibly be? If a small leader managing peripheral businesses was at the muscle bone realm, then the Black Wolf Gang wouldn't just be one of the top 3 gangs in the county, it would be the first. Only then did Lu Qing realize his mistake. Perhaps it was because, in recent days, he had been interacting daily with the Wei family, seeing even a guard there was at the muscle bone realm level. He subconsciously felt that martial artists of the muscle bone realm were quite common, yet he momentarily forgot that the Wei family is different, a colossal entity throughout the whole region, incomparable to a small gang that only mingles within the county. Having obtained the information he needed, Lu Qing prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Brother Lu, Ma Gu quickly called out to him. Are you planning to go to Happy Village? That's right, as a son who knows there's more to his parents' deaths, I must investigate, right? Lu Qing did not deny, but I see your intention is not solely to investigate. Ma Gu's gaze swept over the warsaber on Lu Qing's back, secretly criticizing in his heart. Still, he knew that trying to dissuade Lu Qing was likely futile. Parents' revenge is irreconcilable. Moreover, his brother here had already killed someone from Happy Village. The two sides had already formed a death feud, the kind that could not be resolved. Thinking of the Black Wolf Gang's usual conduct, Ma Gu knew it would be better for Lu Qing to make the first move rather than waiting for them to react. Otherwise, once the Black Wolf Gang really took action, even with immense capabilities, Lu Qing would hardly be able to withstand them. But thinking of Lu Qing's martial arts strength, Ma Gu couldn't help but worry. No matter how formidable Lu Qing was, it had only been slightly over a month since he started practicing martial arts. Even though he had already entered the Qi blood realm within the same realm, the difference in strength could be vast. A realm does not signify combat power. A realm only represents a martial artist's physical condition and strength. Whether a realm can be converted to combat power ultimately depends on the martial artist's application of martial arts and fighting skills. In this aspect, Ma Gu was not very optimistic about Lu Qing. That old saying still applies. Lu Qing's exposure to martial arts has been too short. The fighting skill of a martial artist requires time spent in bitter training, as well as experience in real combat. Lu Qing, on regular days, was cooped up in Jiulai village, either studying medical skills or fishing and farming. Where would he find the opportunity to hone his fighting skills? If he were to rashly enter Happy Village like that, he would likely suffer a great loss. Thinking it over, Ma Gu still said, since that's the case, how about I accompany you, Brother Lu? As a martial artist of the muscle bone realm, Ma Gu was quite confident in his own abilities. A mere Happy Village could not stop him. Ma Gu wanted to persuade him further. Happy Village had many people and was powerful, not to mention the village chief was also a martial artist. For Lu Qing to venture there alone was far too dangerous. But he saw Lu Qing's calm, tranquil gaze and knew that further persuasion would be futile. He could only say then, Brother Lu, you must be careful. If you sense anything wrong, run to the outside immediately and avoid fighting them head-on at all costs. With Lu Qing's martial artist's strength, purely aiming to break out, unless he fell into a trap or the ninth master of the Black Wolf Gang personally intervened, the ordinary members would hardly be able to stop him. Ma Gu feared that Lu Qing, being young and hot-blooded, would get overwhelmed by his Qi blood and decide to take on the entire village in a fight. Rest assured, Elder Ma, I understand my limits. After Lu Qing left with his war saber, Ma Gu still sat there, his face showing deep contemplation. After a while he called Zhao Tian, prepare the horses and bring my sword. Elder Ma, didn't young Master Lu say he didn't want us to follow? Zhao Tian asked. Are you suggesting I just sit by and do nothing? Ma Gu glared at him. The Wei family has instructed me to look after Brother Lu on usual days. If something were to actually happen to him, how would I explain it to the Wei family? Besides, who said I'm following Brother Lu? I just suddenly felt like going out for hunting, and I'll just happen to pass by Happy Village. Zhao Tian was at a loss for words. All right then, you're the boss, whatever you say. But, Elder Ma, are we really going to confront the Black Wolf Gang? Those mad dogs aren't easy to provoke. I'm afraid the family head wouldn't really agree. Are you a pig brain? Ma Gu looked at him with a mix of anger and frustration. Brother Lu is someone the Wei family values, not to mention his master, old Dr. Chen, is also a powerhouse of the inner organ realm. In front of the Wei family and old Dr. Chen, the Black Wolf Gang is nothing. He paused, suddenly recalling, right, does old Dr. Chen know about this? Whether his master was aware of today's events, Lu Qing was unsure. But what he knew was that his master was kind-hearted, couldn't stand to see others suffer, and disliked hurting others. Thus, he had never thought of asking his master to help deal with the Black Wolf Gang. He wanted to resolve this potential threat in his own way. Having learned from Ma Gu about the vengeful nature of the Black Wolf Gang, Lu Qing understood that only one of them could survive between him and this gang. Currently, he had no capability to storm into the county office. However, Happy Village was still something he could try his luck with. Having left the gathering, upon reaching a small path, a black figure suddenly jumped from a nearby tree, landing on Lu Qing's shoulder. It was little Li. This was the reason Lu Qing had declined Ma Gu's offer to go together to Happy Village. Compared to the scheming Ma Gu, he certainly trusted little Li more, who was like family. Not to mention, little Li's abilities were far beyond what Ma Gu could compare to. Let's go, little Li. From here on, I'll be relying on you to keep me safe. Lu Qing patted the little black beast's head, his gaze turning to the east. Is this Happy Village? Lu Qing stood on a large tree, looking at the village in front of him with an indescribable expression in his eyes. Little Li stood on his shoulder, his black figure almost blending into the shadows under the cover of the tree. After leaving the market, Lu Qing quickly found a village in a mountain hollow, guided by Ma Gu's directions. However, he didn't make a move immediately, but planned to sneak in after nightfall. Silently, Lu Qing crept up to a large tree not far from the gate of the village, climbed up, and hid. After being promoted to small success in the Qi blood realm, his control over his body had greatly improved. By deliberately suppressing his breath, no one could detect him. As for little Li, there was even less need to mention. The Black Knight Spirit Fox was a natural hunter whose ability to lurk far surpassed that of humans. If it truly hid itself, even if one were very close, it would be difficult to detect its presence. If Lu Qing didn't know little Li's location, even he would have been deceived. Perhaps because they had never thought anyone would come to cause trouble, the guards of Happy Village were not very strict. At the gate, only 2 people were standing there, Slack and Lax. Lu Qing used his superpower to investigate and found that these 2 were also peripheral members of the Black Wolf Gang, confirming he was in the right place. He calmed himself and quietly lurked in the tree, waiting for the night to fall. Damn, how boring. Why is it us guarding the gate again today? Just as Lu Qing thought about closing his eyes to conserve his strength for a while. Suddenly, he heard one of the gatekeeping guards spit disdainfully and grumble. Say less, who else but you and me, the newest here, should guard the gate, the other guard replied lazily. Then why does that slick Urgozi who entered the village with us get to live the high life inside? The first guard was still unconvinced. His sister is now the top girl in our village, can we even compare? The second guard continued. That damn top girl, she's nothing but a prostitute, acting like she's some famous courtesan from the brothel in the city, the first guard said contemptuously, and I heard Urgozi's sister was sold to our village by her own parents, who built 2 new houses with the money they got. I can't believe Urgozi not only doesn't try to redeem his sister, but continues to leech off her here, truly despicable. No, it should be said his whole family is despicable. The second guard didn't speak again. Though he wasn't a good person, he felt that what Urgozi's family did was truly inhuman. Lu Qing listened quietly from the tree, without making a sound. It wasn't clear whether it was disdain to talk about Urgozi anymore or a lack of interest, but those 2 guards suddenly fell silent, not speaking for a long while, just when Lu Qing thought they would stay quiet. Suddenly, the first guard spoke again still, that young Wang Fu is lucky, always following master and 7th master. No matter what profitable matter arises, he gets a share. I heard he went out early this morning with both master and 7th master, probably another good deal. Lu Qing's heart stirred, knowing the master and 7th master mentioned by the guard must be Han Wu and Zhaoxing. I know about that. It seems to be related to that recent issue in Jiulai Village, and both master and 7th master went to handle it, the second guard said. Jiulai Village, isn't that where that idiot Lu Ming lives? The first guard asked curiously, what happened there? Previously, the master had gone to seize Lu Ming's property, but unexpectedly the villagers of Jiulai Village retained some silver taels and didn't hand them all over, and just then the master discovered this. How could those cunning villagers of Jiulai Village dare to deceive the master? The first guard exclaimed in surprise, eyes wide now. The master will surely deal with them harshly. He hates being lied to the most. So this morning, the master and seventh master took Wang Fu and the others out with them, said the second guard, a touch of confusion in his voice. By all accounts, they should have returned by now. Why is there still no sign of them? Perhaps the master is not yet finished having his fun. You know how when he's not happy, he loves to torment people. Right now, he might still be in Jiulai village punishing those cunning villagers, the first guard said indifferently. The second guard thought about it and agreed. Among the leaders, the master's mind was always the hardest to read, and he was the most capricious. Since he was late coming back, there must be a reason, not something their lowly selves could guess. Rather than that, I'm actually envious of Wang Fu and the others. Since they went with the master to Jiulai village to assert authority, they probably managed to skim quite a lot. Unlike us, standing out here in the wind and sun, gaining nothing, the first guard said enviously. The second guard fell silent. He felt envious too, but what could be done when they lacked skills and weren't strong enough to catch the master's eye? Lu Qing listened to this conversation and garnered quite a bit of information. However, hearing the envy in their tones made him feel somewhat strange. He wondered what expressions they would wear if they knew what had become of Han Wu and the others. The more the two men talked, the more bitter they felt, falling silent once again. However, the silence didn't last long this time before the first guard grew restless again. You just mentioned that the master went to Jiulai village because of Lu Ming, right? I heard Wang Fu mention it briefly. It should be. That Lu Ming really was stupid. He actually believed that the master wanted to befriend him and do business, not knowing that what we from Happy Village really coveted was his farmland and his beautiful wife, the first guard said mockingly. I heard that the master initially wanted to lure him into gambling. Who knew that Lu Ming was so stubborn, always saying his family had rules and he absolutely couldn't gamble, so the master had to pretend to do business, wasting a lot of effort, the second guard said. What a pity. After so much effort, they only got a bit of farmland and barely managed to deceive Lu Ming's wife out, only for her to throw herself into the river, the first guard lamented. I heard Lu Ming's wife was quite pretty. If she really came to our village, she would have attracted many more patrons. Sadly, she drowned herself. Wang Fu and the others are truly useless. They couldn't even keep hold of a woman, so the master is so angry this time. After all the effort, he acquired only a little bit of farmland, and those cunning villagers from Jiulai village even dared to withhold some. It's no wonder he's furious, the second guard said. With the master's personality, those cunning villagers from Jiulai village are in for a terrible fate this time. I bet he's letting off steam and enjoying himself there right now, the first guard said, taking pleasure in their misfortune. Lu Qing listened quietly from a tree. In his heart, he finally understood how little Yan's parents had been driven to death, and he also realized that the members of the Black Wolf gang who died this morning hadn't told the truth. Even these two gatekeepers knew the cause of little Yan's parents' deaths. It could be assumed that everyone in Happy Village knew about it. The despairing cries and pleas of those scoundrels were nothing more than an attempt to dissociate themselves, hoping Lu Qing would spare their lives at that moment. In the ensuing time, Lu Qing continued to listen as the two guards chatted sporadically. From their conversation, he gradually realized how filthy this Happy Village was. Listening to these dialogues, the murderous intent inside Lu Qing slowly began to rise. His gaze toward the two guards below gradually turned icy. Though these two were only responsible for guarding the gate, Lu Qing knew from their conversation that they were no good either. Their lack of participation in wrongdoing wasn't due to unwillingness but lack of opportunity. At this moment, Lu Qing profoundly hoped that night would fall soon. Time passed bit by bit, and Lu Qing continued to lurk on the tree. On the other side, Ma Gu was incredibly anxious. Any luck finding where Brother Lu is? No discovery. Dashin and I have circled the area several times and haven't found any trace of young Master Lu, Xiao Tian replied. How could it be? Did we arrive a step late and Brother Lu already broke in and got captured? Ma Gu anxiously said. That shouldn't be the case, Xiao Tian hesitated. We've been here for quite a while and haven't noticed any disturbance in Happy Village. If young Master Lu had broken in, it shouldn't be this calm. I think young Master Lu is probably hiding somewhere, waiting for the right moment to act. Upon reflection, Ma Gu also felt this made sense. Lu Qing was a Qi Blood Realm martial artist. If he had broken in, Happy Village couldn't have possibly dealt with him without any noise. A more significant possibility, as Xiao Tian had said, was that Lu Qing was hiding somewhere, waiting for the right opportunity. Then we'll also continue to wait. We absolutely can't let Brother Lu come to harm. Ma Gu suppressed his inner anxiety. Xiao Tian and Dashin exchanged looks. If it was the usual Master Ma, he wouldn't have overlooked such an issue. It seemed that Master Ma truly valued young Master Lu immensely, even losing his usual calmness. Unbeknownst to Lu Qing, Ma Gu had also brought people to wait on the other side of the mountain to meet up with him. He remained hidden in the tree, silently awaiting nightfall. Eventually, as time went by, dusk arrived and the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, lights began to be lit inside Happy Village, gradually becoming brightly illuminated. Lu Qing, who had shut his eyes to rest during the afternoon, also opened his eyes. All right, perk up, guests will be arriving soon. The two guards below, who had been quite lax until now, straightened up. Only then did Lu Qing realize that Happy Village was actually a nighttime business. No wonder he had been hiding for so long without seeing anyone enter. As the lights came on and time passed, Lu Qing finally saw people approaching, and there were quite a few of them. Some were plainly dressed villagers walking over, others were landlords dressed in fine silks, arriving by sedan chairs. Lu Qing even saw a sleazy-looking old man wearing patched clothes. It was baffling where these people got the silver to spend in the Golden Cave, just as Lu Qing was preparing to make his move, while the opposite side was busy receiving guests. Suddenly, a mix of crying pleas and cursing sounds approached from the outside, getting closer and quickly arriving at the village gate. Lu Qing saw that it was a man in his 40s, grappling with a young girl. The crying and shouting were from the girl, who was clutching the man's hand, pleading sorrowfully. Dad, please, you can't gamble with this money anymore. This is the silk I embroidered for a long time to exchange for Mom's medicine. Bullshit. Your money is mine, I need money, and using it is no issue. The man cursed. Your mother's illness isn't severe, letting her suffer a bit is fine. Besides, once I win back my losses, we'll have plenty of money for as many doctors and medicines as you wish. Dad, really you can't. Mom coughed up blood yesterday. If we don't get a doctor to treat her soon, Mom really won't make it. The girl still refused to let go of the man's hand, crying desperately. What, not making it? I saw her fine this morning, a few more days of rest and she'll be all right. The man said impatiently, are you going to let go or do you believe I'll kick you? Dad, please, Mom really needs money for medicine, or she will actually die. She will really die. The girl's face was covered in tears as she tightly held onto the man's arm. Then let her die. The man shouted as he kicked his daughter away. It would save me the trouble of earning money to buy her medicine. Hearing these words, the girl who fell to the ground suddenly widened her eyes, seemingly unable to believe that her own father could say such things. However, seeing him about to walk into the village, she threw herself at him again, clutching his legs. Dad, don't gamble anymore. Give me back the money. Let go of me. The man, unable to walk because he was being held, became irritated and raised his hand to hit her. At this time, many onlookers had gathered at the village gate, most of them customers who had come to Happy Village for entertainment. Seeing this scene, instead of feeling pity, they watched with great interest. The two guards, seeing the man unable to walk because he was being held, couldn't help but laugh. The first guard shouted, Zhao Lao San, can you not even handle your own daughter? If you can't manage her, why not let our village help you out? We guarantee we can discipline her properly. The man, already agitated, brightened up at hearing this. Master Chen, are you serious? Your village would take her. The first guard was taken aback. He had only meant to tease, but Zhao Lao San took it seriously. He glanced at the girl and noticed she indeed had a fair appearance. You know, once she enters our village, it will be hard to redeem her later, the guard reminded him. Doesn't matter, she's just a financial loss anyway. Being able to enter the village is her good fortune. Master Chen, just name your price. The man called Zhao Laosin didn't care, thinking he still didn't have enough money to cover his losses. I can't make that decision, but I can help you by calling someone out to appraise her, said the first guard. Then I'll have to trouble Master Chen, Zhao Laosin said, bowing his head. Dad, the young girl said incredulously upon hearing the conversation. She saw the guard truly go into the village to call someone. A look of terror emerged in her eyes, and she quickly scrambled up from the ground, trying to run outside, thinking of running, but this time she couldn't escape. Zhao Laosin grabbed her and dragged her back. I told you to go back just now and you didn't, so don't think about going back now. Just stay in the village and make money for me. Dad, no, I'm your daughter. How could you sell me? The girl cried out, filled with immense fear. It's for your own good. Being able to enjoy life in the village is much better than embroidering at home every day. Don't you want to buy medicine for your mom? As long as you make money there, your mom's illness can be cured. Zhao Laosin ignored his daughter's struggle and dragged her back to the entrance of the village. Just then, the guard had called someone from the village. Under the girl's despair, a contract was signed. Zhao Laosin received a sum of silver, and the girl was dragged away crying. After receiving the silver, Zhao Laosin didn't care about his daughter's cries at all and happily examined a piece of silver. Now his gambling funds had significantly increased. This time he was sure to recover his losses. Someone nearby saw him and couldn't help but mock him. Zhao Laosin, you're really ruthless, selling even your own daughter. Aren't you afraid that when you go back your wife will fight you to death? She wouldn't dare. Zhao Laosin glared. Besides, Lai Zidu, what right do you have to speak? Didn't you sell your widowed sister-in-law too, the one who raised you since you were young? Stung by the remark, Lai Zidu immediately fell silent. Zhao Laosin, is your daughter not yet wed? At this moment, a well-dressed, pot-bellied man asked. Zhao Laosin was taken aback. Yeah, she's only 16. What do you mean by wed? Didn't expect that Happy Village will get a new chick today. I must try her out, said the pot-bellied man, patting Zhao Laosin's shoulder. Don't worry, Zhao Laosin, I'll treat your daughter well. Old Master Wang, does that mean you should call Zhao Laosin father-in-law now? Someone in the crowd joked. Cut it out, what are you saying? He's nothing, I'd even despise acknowledging him as my grandson, the fat man cursed. Instant laughter filled the area in front of the village, leaving Zhao Liaosan's face somewhat pallid. Above the large tree, Lu Qing had already stood up. His face, hidden in the shadows, couldn't be clearly seen. However, the icy aura emitting from his body made even little Li beside him somewhat bristle. Standing on the tree and observing the scum in front of the village for a while, Lu Qing finally restrained himself, not acting impulsively. It was not the time yet. Quietly, he descended from the tree and, using the cover of night, circled around and found a blind spot in the village, silently scaling over it. Little Li stood steadily on his shoulder. Once inside the village, Lu Qing began to survey the area. The village was not small in size, with many buildings, the most striking being a tall wooden tower in the center. Lu Qing's target was there. Moving swiftly through the shadows of various buildings, Lu Qing was undetected by anyone. With each step closer to the main building, voices of cursing reached his ears. Rounding a corner, he saw a garishly dressed middle-aged woman and two men walking towards him. Following them was a young girl, the same one Lu Qing had seen at the village entrance. Her hands were bound, and she was being led by a rope drawing curses for every slow step. Seeing the girl's face full of despair, Lu Qing hesitated for a moment before quietly following them. Soon, he saw the trio force the girl into a house at the corner of the village. Lu Qing followed and, noticing no guards, quietly approached. Reaching the house, he noticed it was different from the others, constructed of stone. "Lock this young miss in and starve her for 3 days, she'll then behave." A sharp, harsh voice came from inside. "And as for you other girls, if you don't obey, I'll throw you all into the mountains to be eaten by wolves." Lu Qing slowly looked inside, and as he clearly saw the situation, his pupils constricted. At the same time, the killing intent he had been suppressing could no longer be contained. "Aunt Jiao just starving them like this, could they die of hunger? We paid a good amount of silver to buy these girls. If we lose one, none of the bosses would spare us." In the dim room, a lackey from Happy Village asked, "Don't worry, I have experience. These girls are incredibly stubborn. If we don't starve them into submission, break their rebelliousness, then when it's time to entertain guests and they get temperamental, upsetting the clients, that's when the real trouble starts." The middle-aged woman, heavily made up, screeched, You're just inexperienced. There's no need to worry. They won't starve to death. These girls are all stubborn at the core. As long as they have saliva to drink, we don't have to worry about them dying of hunger for several days. That's true, we don't have the broad experiences you do, Aunt Jiao. Who doesn't know that you were once the Warren at Chunyu Building? Naturally, you know much more than us juniors, the little lackey flattered. Heh. "You two little things sure do know how to talk." Aunt Jiao let out an ear-piercing laugh, her body trembling, the rouge and powder on her face almost falling off. However, the next moment, that ear-piercing laughter came to an abrupt halt, because a sword tip had emerged from the front of her chest, completely piercing through her. "Aunt Jiao, what's wrong with you?" In the dim light, the two lackeys still hadn't realized what was happening. Seeing that she suddenly fell silent, they couldn't help but ask. Then, to their horror, they saw Aunt Jiao's body suddenly fly up and hit the stone wall across from them. Blood splattered everywhere, and she tumbled to the ground, dead or alive unknown. At the same time, a figure appeared from behind Aunt Jiao. Who is it? By now, the two lackeys realized they were under attack. However, before they could react, the next moment, the sword light flashed by, slicing across their throats. The two lackeys, who had wanted to call for help, suddenly couldn't make any sound at all. They could only clutch their throats, their eyes wide with terror as they fell to the ground. Their mouths moved silently, attempting to say something, but nothing came out. Blood flowed from their fingers, and their eyes gradually dimmed. This sudden turn of events was unexpected to everyone, but inside the room, besides the newly arrived girl who let out a scream, all the others shrank back into the corners, shivering as they watched what unfolded. It seemed that the lessons of the past few days had taught them that no matter what happened, they dared not cry out loud again. The girl screamed out once, then suddenly realized something, and quickly covered her mouth, not daring to make another sound. After Lu Qing killed the three scumbags, there was no trace of happiness on his face. His ability to see almost perfectly in the dark allowed him to clearly see what was in the grim corner behind the large bars. There were 7 or 8 girls locked in chains. Judging by their builds and faces, the oldest was no more than 16 and the youngest, perhaps only 8 or 9. Apart from the girl who had just been brought in, the rest were all disheveled, skinny, looking barely human, almost ghost-like. Looking at these girls who were fearfully watching him, Lu Qing didn't know how to comfort them. He could only say, "Stay here and don't move. Wait a little longer and I'll come back to rescue you." After leaving these words, Lu Qing walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Standing outside, looking at the bright lights, Lu Qing's gaze was filled with coldness. Killing those 3 scumbags didn't bring him any sense of relief. On the contrary, his desire to kill was boiling over. The plight of the girls in the room reminded him that Han Wu and his men had come to Jiulai village today with the intent of capturing Little Yan. He didn't dare to imagine what would have happened to Little Yan if she had been captured and brought here, and he didn't happen to have some power. Little Li, can you sense where the strongest person in this village is? Lu Qing asked after a long silence. Pondering for a while, Little Li finally pointed in one direction. Lu Qing looked up and saw that it was the most prominent and tallest wooden building in the center of the village. Indeed, is it there? Lu Qing carried his sword and slowly walked towards that tall wooden building. This time, he no longer concealed his presence. The murderous intent burning in his chest made him unwilling to skulk any longer. What he now required was how to vent the boiling murderous intent. Activating his superpower, Lu Qing walked straight toward the wooden building. Suddenly, around the corner, two men appeared, carrying lanterns and wooden sticks, patrolling. The two men, upon seeing Lu Qing with a sword and a strange little beast on his shoulder, were startled. They immediately shouted, "Stop, who are you?" Before their words faded, Lu Qing exerted strength in his feet, his figure flashed, and he passed between the two men. The next moment, two heads flew up from behind him. The two happy village patrollers fell to the ground, flailing their arms. After beheading the two minions with a single stroke, Lu Qing didn't look back and continued walking forward. After dozens of steps, he saw a man cursing as he walked from the direction of the wooden building. Muttering curses like "bastard," "impossible," and "recover my losses," he headed towards Lu Qing. When he reached Lu Qing, realizing someone was blocking his way, he looked up and cursed directly. "What the hell, move aside, don't you see I need to get by?" Halfway through his curse, upon seeing the sword in Lu Qing's hand, he suddenly fell silent as if a duck caught by its neck, unable to utter another word. Lu Qing looked at the man's scabby head, recalling the conversation he had overheard outside the village. Without any hesitation, his hand swung lightly, and another head took flight. Lai Zidu was beheaded with a single stroke, without any chance to beg for mercy. Dodging the splattering blood, Lu Qing continued toward the wooden building. Now he was very close to the building. At the large door on the bottom of the building, two men with blades and clubs stood guard. Seeing this, they were shocked and immediately ran over. "What are you doing?" Watching the two men running toward him this time, Lu Qing didn't draw his sword. Instead, he crouched slightly, and in the next instant, the powerful qi blood within him erupted, his feet leaving two imprints on the hard ground as his figure suddenly vanished, charging toward the two men at extreme speed. Then, as they neared each other, with two loud thuds followed by a series of bone-cracking sounds, the two guards flew backward even faster. They crashed through the large doors of the wooden building, into the interior, causing countless screams. Amidst the screams, Lu Qing entered the building, with little Li no longer on his shoulder. Entering the building, Lu Qing glanced around, quickly taking in the situation. The first floor of the building was very spacious. It seemed to be a gambling den, but the large table in the middle with various gambling paraphernalia was smashed to pieces by the bodies of the guards he had kicked in, with various gambling games and scattered silver all over the floor. The various gamblers and scantily clad girls were panicking and taking refuge to the sides. As Lu Qing walked in, everyone couldn't help but look towards him. Just then, a voice filled with malice resounded from above. "Who dares to cause trouble in my happy village?" Lu Qing raised his head and looked at the several people walking out from the second floor, particularly the tall figure at the front. Suddenly, with a grin, he said naturally, "It's someone here to kill you." Wei Shan, nicknamed Heart-Plucking Wolf, the ninth master of the Black Wolf Gang, village chief of Happy Village. His nature is cruel and cunning, and he is insatiably greedy. Cultivation, postnatal chi blood realm, small success, skilled in boxing, kicking, and clawing techniques, fond of gouging out human hearts. Looking at the information of the ninth master of the Black Wolf Gang above, Lu Qing broke into a grin. Just as Ma Gu had described, this village chief of Happy Village was only at the chi blood realm. He hadn't even reached the chi blood great success realm, merely having achieved chi blood minor achievement like himself. He glanced at the others beside him. They were all ordinary people who had not yet entered the path of martial arts, but according to their information, they should be leaders in the village, like Han Wu. "Everyone's all here. Good. Saves me the trouble of finding you one by one." Lu Qing looked up at the several people above, an odd light in his eyes. The few ruffians he had killed earlier not only failed to diminish his killing intent, but made it grow even stronger. The village chief of Happy Village, Heart-Plucking Wolf, was taken aback when he clearly saw Lu Qing. He had initially thought it was an adversary of their Black Wolf Gang coming to smash up the place, but now he realized it was a youth he had never seen before. Sensing the surging chi blood from Lu Qing, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. So young and yet already stepping into the chi blood realm, and looking at his chi and blood power, it was no less than his own. He had also reached the chi blood minor achievement realm, a chi blood realm martial artist in his teens. Realizing this, a very solemn expression crept onto Heart-Plucking Wolf's face, because he knew that such a rare young talent often had a significant background. When had his Happy Village ever provoked such a person? Or was it that their headquarters had offended somebody they shouldn't have? All kinds of thoughts raced through his mind. Yet Heart-Plucking Wolf's face revealed a smile. "Young hero, who are you, and why have you come to cause trouble in my Happy Village? Is there some misunderstanding here?" If there's anything wrong our happy village has done, we will most certainly apologize. As these words came out, shock appeared on the faces of those next to Heart-Plucking Wolf. It was the first time they had ever seen their big brother behave so politely, especially toward a youngster still wet behind the ears. The other side had come to cause trouble and had killed people in the village, yet the big brother was still welcoming him with a smile. Exactly who was this kid? Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Qing again. But with their strength, unable even to break through to the Qi blood realm, how could they discern Lu Qing's depth? Hearing Heart-Plucking Wolf's probing words, Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, being a village chief meant one wouldn't be without brains, yet he didn't want to waste time talking. The killing intent permeating his heart made him utterly disinclined to engage in pleasantries with these people. Moreover, he had already felt that more people from the outside were rushing toward this place. Clearly, other members of the village were gathering. Although Lu Qing was not willing to let a single person in Happy Village go, it didn't mean he wanted to wait for the others to get ready before fighting. So facing Heart-Plucking Wolf's probing, he remained silent, spread his stance in a horse step, body slightly sinking, adopting the starting posture of the Four Directions Saber technique. His entire body's Qi blood erupted, the killing intent in his heart unrestrained, charging straight toward Heart-Plucking Wolf. Sensing this intense killing intent, Heart-Plucking Wolf's expression changed. He knew that there was no need to talk any further. The resolve to kill coming from the young man below said it all. Although he didn't know why Lu Qing harbored such intense murderous intent towards him, it didn't affect his ability to make the right choice. Onward, slay this brat. Heart-Plucking Wolf waved his hand, issuing the direct command. However, faster than his order was Lu Qing's action. As the first word from Heart-Plucking Wolf had barely escaped his lips, Lu Qing's figure had already burst forth, heading straight to the second floor. By the time he finished speaking, Lu Qing had already pounced in front of him. Leveraging the momentum of his upward rush, holding the sword in both hands, he slashed upward from below with a sword slash move, aiming at Heart-Plucking Wolf. With this slash, Lu Qing channeled all of his strength. In addition to the fully unleashed power of his Qi and blood power, there was also the boundless killing intent he'd been suppressing since arriving at Happy Village. With the slash, Lu Qing's heart and spirit seemed to undergo a certain transformation, his understanding of the Four Directions Saber technique rising to a new level. In his heart, he couldn't help but recall Superpower's evaluation of the Four Directions Saber technique. Four Directions Saber, concentrate on the momentum, pour into the slaughter. The Four Directions Saber technique has never been about winning with intricate moves. It emphasizes that one must not act unless necessary, but when one does, they must pour all their energy into it, charging forward unstoppably with a heart set on a killing blow, to cut down all enemies in sight. Heart-Plucking Wolf hadn't expected Lu Qing to act so swiftly and decisively. Feeling the momentum of this slash, his complexion drastically changed. He immediately judged that he absolutely could not block this slash head-on. Otherwise, he would die. With no time for thought, instinctively, Heart-Plucking Wolf crossed his arms in front of him and forcefully retreated backwards. Whoosh! The formidable might of Lu Qing's slash was ferocious. The second floor's balustrades and floorboards couldn't hinder the blade's force, which sliced through everything in its path. The blade aimed straight for Heart-Plucking Wolf's chest, intent on cleaving him in two. Yet when the war saber struck Heart-Plucking Wolf's crossed arms, Lu Qing felt an enormous resistance and was unable to sever his limbs at the first attempt. Boom! The collision of mighty forces, combined with Heart-Plucking Wolf intentionally slackening his strength, caused his body to be sent flying backwards by Lu Qing's slash, breaking through the wooden door behind and disappearing from everyone's sight. Big Brother. Already intimidated by Lu Qing's presence, the other gang leaders who were fallen at the side, upon witnessing this scene, were terrified to their core. They could never have imagined that their normally invincible big brother could be so easily sent flying by a single slash. Where did this kid come from? Is this still a saber technique that can be executed within the Qi blood realm? On the second floor, tumbling to the ground, his throat sweet, his chest stuffy, Heart-Plucking Wolf had already suffered grave internal injuries. Looking at his arms, which bore the fine steel arm guards, which had been carefully crafted at a significant cost and had now been cleaved with two deep gashes, fully torn apart, he felt a chill in his heart. How could he have not anticipated that, as a fellow Qi blood realm martial artist, he couldn't even block a single slash from Lu Qing? Run. Heart-Plucking Wolf responded instantly. In just a brief confrontation, he had already sustained serious injuries and his arm guards were nearly destroyed. Heart-Plucking Wolf realized that if he didn't flee now, today would be the day he perished there. Without the slightest hesitation, Heart-Plucking Wolf flipped up from the ground, crashed through the window behind him, and landed outside the wooden building. Think you can escape? Lu Qing immediately discerned Heart-Plucking Wolf's intent. His war saber traced an arc, the sword light flared, and several heads flew through the air. The heads of the Happy Village gang leaders, normally imperious and arrogant, were all butchered by Lu Qing's single slash. After chopping down these scum, Lu Qing then forcefully stamped on the second floor's wooden boards, shattering them, and pursued Heart-Plucking Wolf. Following Lu Qing as he pursued Heart-Plucking Wolf, after a long time, the gamblers previously scared witless in the wooden tower cautiously climbed up from the ground. Seeing the headless corpses on the second floor and the blood that flowed down, they were shaking all over. Still, they didn't dare to run out of the wooden tower. Who knew if they might run into that massacre causing Star outside? What they were hoping for now was that the village chief could kill that massacre causing Star so that they could truly be safe. Killing several leaders of Joyful Tower hardly took Lu Qing any time, so when he leaped from the second floor and cast his gaze while mid-air, he had already spotted Heart-Plucking Wolf's trace. That guy had just dodged behind a small building, trying to use it to block Lu Qing's sight and take the chance to escape. Heart-Plucking Wolf, you can't escape. Lu Qing burst out shouting, his voice carrying for miles, and as he landed, his chi blood surged, propelling him toward the small building like a bolt of lightning. Boy, don't push people too far. Heart-Plucking Wolf hadn't expected Lu Qing to pursue so quickly, and after his whereabouts were exposed, he immediately ran in another direction. Today you're definitely going to die. The two began a deadly chase within the village. Brother Lu truly sneaked in. On the other hand, outside Happy Village, Ma Gu had already been waiting impatiently, contemplating whether to force his way into Happy Village. He was greatly surprised to hear these shouts. However, he quickly felt puzzled. Why does it sound like Brother Lu is gaining the upper hand inside? But no matter what, Ma Gu didn't want to wait any longer. This afternoon had tortured him greatly. On the one hand, he was worried that Lu Qing might have been silently taken care of by the people of Happy Village. On the other hand, he feared that if he rashly broke in, he would ruin Lu Qing's plan. This uncertain waiting was excruciating for Ma Gu. If he had known it would be like this, he would have insisted on coming along with Lu Qing from the start. Let's go, the fight has broken out inside. We should get ready to go over. Boom, as Ma Gu and his men were hurrying over. Lu Qing had finally caught up with Heart-Plucking Wolf. After all, their realms were similar, but Heart-Plucking Wolf was wounded first, affecting his mobility. After catching up, Lu Qing chopped down with his saber, and Heart-Plucking Wolf raised his hand to block it, parrying the blade and then retreating several steps, leaning against a wall, somewhat out of breath. So it was an arm guard, no wonder it's so hard, able to block two of my moves. At that moment, Lu Qing also saw the steel arm guard hidden in Heart-Plucking Wolf's torn sleeve. Boy, do you really need to be so ruthless. Heart-Plucking Wolf breathed heavily, looking at Lu Qing with eyes full of ferocity. Scum like you, no matter how many times you die, it wouldn't cleanse the sins on you, Lu Qing said indifferently. What exactly do you want to let me go, money or women? I have plenty here, all yours. Heart-Plucking Wolf bellowed. I want your life. Lu Qing stopped wasting words with him and chopped with his saber again. Want me dead? It won't be that easy. Knowing that Lu Qing wouldn't let him go, Heart-Plucking Wolf also became vicious. His expression fierce, he pumped up all his chi blood and lunged at Lu Qing. A shorter reach is riskier, and skilled in hand-to-hand combat, he was at a disadvantage against Lu Qing, who wielded a long saber. Only by getting in close for a short-range fight could he have a chance to win. But how could Lu Qing fail to see his intention? The information obtained by superpower let Lu Qing know well in advance that Heart-Plucking Wolf excelled at hand-to-hand combat. So when he saw Heart-Plucking Wolf trying to close the distance for a close-quarters fight, Lu Qing swung his saber, and with merely one stroke forced him back. After being repelled by a single stroke, Heart-Plucking Wolf didn't give up. With nimble footwork, he dodged the blade's edge and with a shake of his arms, lunged again. Then he failed again, once more pushed back by Lu Qing's saber. Moreover, this time he didn't entirely avoid Lu Qing's blade. A fresh blood-dripping wound appeared on his right shoulder had he not dodged quickly. His entire right arm might have been chopped off. Already suffering from internal injuries, now with an added external one, the actions of Heart-Plucking Wolf inevitably slowed down a bit more. But he had no choice. At this point, it was either his death or Lu Qing's demise. In the current situation, only by pressing within 3 feet of Lu Qing was there a sliver of a chance for survival. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would inevitably be chopped to death by Lu Qing's saber. Thus, in the time that followed, the battle between the two fell into a deadlock. The Heart-Plucking Wolf desperately tried to close the distance, hoping to kill Lu Qing with the fist and foot techniques he excelled at. But often as soon as he moved, he would be pushed back by a slash from Lu Qing. Likewise, relying on nimble movement techniques, Lu Qing couldn't manage to kill him with a single slice. After all, the two were on par in terms of martial arts realm, and a genuine fight between them turned into quite a struggle. It seemed for a moment that neither could overcome the other, but Heart-Plucking Wolf became increasingly desperate as they fought. He just couldn't understand why Lu Qing's saber technique was so exquisite. The move seemed simple, yet no matter what he tried, he couldn't break through the blockade of that war saber. It was bad enough that this youngster had achieved small success in the Chi blood realm at such a young age, but to also have cultivated such an exquisite saber technique, where on earth had this kid come from? Kang County had never heard of such a person. In his desperation, heart-plucking wolf, not careful enough, acquired another injury on his body. What was more fatal was that this time it was on the leg. With his leg in pain, the movement technique of the heart-plucking wolf stalled instantly. A flash of sharpness passed through Lu Qing's eyes. He immediately seized the opening. His chi blood erupted, and he swung his saber towards his neck. Spare my life. This time, however, heart-plucking wolf couldn't avoid it any longer. Terror flashed in his eyes, and just as he was about to beg for mercy, his head was sent flying by a slash from Lu Qing. After beheading heart-plucking wolf, Lu Qing didn't stop for a moment. Shifting his figure, he killed his way toward the other Happy Village henchmen, who were trembling and peering this way from a distance. He never forgot that his purpose here was to completely obliterate Happy Village. Ah, spare my life, please. The fight between Lu Qing and heart-plucking wolf, while complex to detail, appeared exceedingly fast in the eyes of others. The Happy Village henchmen, already chilled to bone and overwhelmed with fear upon witnessing how swiftly Lu Qing had slain their village chief, now faced an even greater terror as Lu Qing charged at them. However, their pleas for mercy were destined not to evoke the slightest sympathy from Lu Qing. A massacre officially began. Good sir, spare my life, I beg you. I have silver here, take it, all of it. As long as you spare me, all this silver is yours. In front of the wooden building, Zhao Lao San knelt on the ground, took out a bag of silver from his bosom, trembling as he held it out in front of him. He was filled with bitter resentment. Perhaps because he sold the bad luck, his gambling fortune was unusually good tonight in no time at all. Not only had he won back what he had lost before, but he made several times more than that. He could have continued to win, but now it was all disrupted by the youngster before him. How could he not hate? But no matter how much he hated in his heart, Zhao Lao San didn't dare show it. The youngster in front of him was a true harbinger of death hadn't he seen the corpses strewn all around. All were the work of this harbinger. Conversely, he was extremely frightened, afraid that Lu Qing would chop him down just like he had the others, looking at Zhao Lao San crying and begging for mercy on his knees before him. There wasn't the slightest ripple in Lu Qing's eyes. With a light flick of the wrist, a flash of sword light passed, and Zhao Lao San's pleas for mercy stopped abruptly. A line of blood appeared at his neck, and he fell to the ground, his head separated from his body. And this scene was precisely witnessed by Ma Gu and the others as they entered Happy Village. Seeing Lu Qing decapitate a man with a single stroke, and then upon glancing around at the corpses strewn across the ground, blood flowing everywhere, heads scattered about, Ma Gu and his men couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. They couldn't imagine what had transpired here to result in such a gruesome scene. Zhao Tian looked all around and suddenly cried out in an urgent voice, "Master Ma, look there." Ma Gu followed his gaze and saw a head rolling on the ground, its eyes wide open in death, still filled with terror, a sight that was quite frightening. The heart-plucking wolf, even he is dead. Ma Gu's heart skipped a beat, recognizing the owner of the head. Hearing the sound, Lu Qing turned his head and looked at the newcomers. That emotionless, icy gaze immediately caused Zhao Tian and the others to retreat several steps in fright. Even Ma Gu, a warrior of the muscle-bone realm, felt his heart pounding, a chill rising from the bottom of his heart, making his whole body go numb. "Brother Lu, it's us." Fearing that Lu Qing might swing his saber directly at them, Ma Gu forcefully suppressed the chill in his heart and hurriedly shouted. There was no helping it. Lu Qing's current appearance was too terrifying. The murder intent encompassing his body was like a soul hooker who had burst out of hell, quite horrifying. After staring steadily at the people across from him for a while, which caused Zhao Tian and the others to tremble, the murderous intent in Lu Qing's eyes gradually subsided, returning to calm. He didn't ask Ma Gu and the others why they had come here. Instead, he simply said, "You're here just in time. Master Ma, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with." "What is it, Brother Lu?" Seeing that the murderous aura around Lu Qing had diminished a lot, Ma Gu let out a sigh of relief and asked. Lu Qing didn't speak again. Instead, he used his saber to pick up a purse from the ground and walked forward. Ma Gu was startled, then followed, and the other few hesitated for a moment before slowly keeping pace. They saw Lu Qing walking ahead, and as Zhao Tian and the others moved along, glimpsing the corpses lying on both sides, they felt a mix of dread and fear. They recognized that most of the corpses were from Happy Village, but there were also quite a few who were obviously gamblers or clients who had come to Happy Village seeking pleasure. What on earth could have prompted Lu Qing to embark on such a massive killing spree? Zhao Tian and the others stared at Lu Qing's back, both fearful and apprehensive. They could never have imagined that Lu Qing, who was polite and courteous to everyone on usual days, could also have such a cruel and bloodthirsty side. Ma Gu looked at the corpses on the ground, feeling a bit shocked as well. He could tell that most of the corpses had been killed while attempting to flee, and some were clearly killed while kneeling and begging for mercy. The fact that not even begging could spare their lives gave some indication of the incredible lethality in Lu Qing's heart at the time. Lu Qing continued on without pause, going straight to a house. Ma Gu's gaze sharpened as he noticed that this house was different from the other buildings in the village. It was constructed of stone. Lu Qing pushed open the door of the house, and Ma Gu's eyes twitched again. With the outside light providing illumination, he saw 3 more corpses inside the house. However, compared to the outside's brutal scenes of decapitation, these 3 corpses died far more decently. At least they were left with their bodies intact. Ma Gu was somewhat puzzled. What was the purpose of Lu Qing bringing them here? Could there be some mystery in these 3 corpses? Then he saw that Lu Qing didn't even glance at the 3 bodies. Instead, he continued walking further inside and stopped before a fence, chopping the iron chain on the gate with one strike. Several faint cries of alarm rang out, and it was only then that Ma Gu realized there were other people in the dimly lit corner. It was strange that since entering the village, he had been too shocked by many things. Otherwise, with his muscle-bone realm cultivation, he should have noticed the presence of others long ago. Ma, there are a few pitiable girls inside here, and also in the wooden tower at the center of the village, there are some unfortunate ones. If possible, I hope you can help arrange a place for them. As for the expenses of the arrangement, Lu Qing paused for a moment before continuing. I think there is still a fair amount of silver in this village, which should be enough to settle them in. Ma Gu picked up a lantern from the entrance and walked into the house. With the help of the light, he finally saw clearly the scene in the dim corner. Looking at those little girls locked in iron chains, skinny and angular, their faces filled with terror as they looked at him, he finally understood why Lu Qing had been so furious and went on such a killing spree. Even for him, looking at the scene before him now, the anger surged uncontrollably in his heart. Actions of the Black Wolf Gang are intolerable, Ma Gu said solemnly. Don't worry, Brother Lu, I will find a way to take care of these poor children. Not just these few, Lu Qing shook his head. There are also some girls in the wooden tower. Most of them were sold here against their will. I hope you can help accommodate them too. It doesn't have to be much, just let them have food to eat and be able to survive. Lu Qing knew that with his ability, it was impossible to properly arrange for these girls. He didn't have the energy or time either. Only someone like Ma Gu, who had a family, clan, and power, would have the ways and means to accommodate them. Ma Gu pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Rest assured, I will do my best to make arrangements. Lu Qing pushed open the fence gate and walked in. Under the frightened gaze of those girls, several flashes of sword light shone, completely cutting off the iron chains on their hands and feet. This scene made Ma Gu's eyes twitch again. Even in such a dim environment, Lu Qing was able to precisely sever the chains on the girls' hands and feet without hurting them in the slightest. This control over his saber technique, even he would not dare claim to do it easily. No wonder Lu Qing was able to destroy the entire happy village by himself. Even the heart-plucking wolf of the Black Wolf Gang's 9th master was killed. With such mastery of the saber technique realm, who within Happy Village could be his match? All of you, the bad people outside, have been killed by me. Later, you can follow this uncle, Lu Qing said to the little girls cowering in the corner. He will arrange your future lives. Don't worry, you will not go hungry anymore. At this time, Lu Qing paused upon seeing the last girl who was caught and brought in. He took out a purse from his bosom. This is the money your father got for selling you. Take it to buy medicine for your mother. Cure her illness as soon as possible. As for your father. Lu Qing paused before continuing. I have already killed him. The girl's eyes suddenly widened as she stared blankly at Lu Qing. Lu Qing, indifferent to her feelings, placed the purse in her hands and then walked outside. Ma Gu followed him out and instructed Xiao Tian and the others to comfort the girls and clean up the aftermath. After finishing this task, he saw Lu Qing walking away from the village and hurriedly called out, Brother Lu, where are you going? Hearing this, Ma Gu's footsteps came to a halt. He took a glance at the corpses strewn all around and ultimately did not continue to follow. He simply watched as Lu Qing, with the war saber on his back, slowly left the village. Lu Qing carried the war saber on his back, slowly walking through the mountain. Little Li quietly stood on his shoulder. During Lu Qing's fight with the heart-plucking wolf, Little Li had actually been hiding in the shadows. If Lu Qing had shown signs of defeat, it would have intervened. However, the heart-plucking wolf was no match for Lu Qing, so it remained hidden. Even when Ma Gu and others arrived later, it did not show itself. Thus, from beginning to end, no one knew that Lu Qing still had this ace up his sleeve. Walking silently through the mountains, Lu Qing remained mute and did not speak. At this moment, he was in an indescribable emotional state. Having killed so many people today, it was impossible for him not to be affected. After all, those were dozens, if not hundreds, of human lives, not mere ants. The cries and pleas of those people before their deaths had indeed impacted Lu Qing's heart. But rationally, Lu Qing understood that he had not done wrong. Given the actions of those from Happy Village, even dying 10 times over would not be pitied. On one side was the psychological impact of personally ending dozens of lives. On the other was the moral righteousness he recognized rationally. Thus, Lu Qing was now caught in a contradictory struggle within his mind. He knew he had to make sense of this matter, otherwise today's events would become a heart demon that would haunt him for life. Wandering aimlessly along the mountain path, various thoughts tumbled through Lu Qing's mind. As he walked, he suddenly found the area before him opening up. Ahead, with no trees in the way, a bright moon hung in the sky, clear and bright. Unknowingly, he had reached the top of a mountain cliff. Lu Qing stared blankly at the bright moon above, motionless for a long time. Suddenly, he cracked a smile. Drawing the war saber from his back, he assumed a starting pose. Little Li lightly jumped onto a nearby rock, quietly watching without interrupting. Lu Qing began to practice his saber technique. What he practiced was still the four-direction saber. However, unlike the previous vigorous and impressive practices, this time's practice seemed particularly devoid of flamboyance. Each move, fully restrained in power, was like an antelope hanging its horns, traceless. Where the war saber passed, instead of stirring the air, it seemed to completely merge with it, creating not a single ripple. If a martial arts expert were present, seeing Lu Qing's saber technique would likely be greatly surprised. Such expansive and compact movements, yet practiced with such a lack of disturbance, indicated that Lu Qing had achieved a very high realm of control over his own power. So much so that the power during the practice did not leak at all, fully concentrated in the war saber. After practicing the four-direction saber technique multiple times, Lu Qing sheathed his saber and stood still, looking up at the bright moon, his eyes now tranquil. Clear the mind and see the nature, hold on to the original heart. A true martial arts expert always acts as they wish, without concern, and isn't bound by so-called rules and restrictions. As long as I believe what I am doing is right, even if I have to oppose the world and slaughter across the heavens, I should not waver in my heart. Just like this bright moon, regardless of how the myriad things in the world change or how deceitful human hearts can be, it remains so spotlessly pure, eternal, and unchanging. Without such spirit and conviction, how would I qualify in the future to climb the peaks of martial arts, to break through postnatal limitations, and achieve the position of an innate grandmaster? Watching the bright moon in the sky, waves of enlightenment flowed through Lu Qing. The negative emotions that had surged due to the killing of nearly 100 lives dissipated into nothing. In their place, there was now a steadfast determination in the pursuit of martial arts. Unexpectedly, this trip to Happy Village has allowed me to gain control over my power and elevate it further, reaching the realm of perfect blood qi. Indeed, just moments ago, Lu Qing had comprehended his true nature and refined his temperament. His martial arts realm had also achieved a significant breakthrough. In terms of realm perception, he had reached the stage of qi blood perfection. He had perfected control over his qi blood power, achieving seamless integration. Of course, it was only the realm perception that had reached qi blood perfection. Next, he still needed to continually nurture his qi blood, increasing the total amount of his qi blood power to truly reach the realm of perfect blood qi realm. At that point, he would be able to attempt to break through to the next realm, the muscle-bone realm. Simultaneously, having achieved this realm perception also meant that the previous limitation of only being able to refine one elixir of blood and qi a day no longer existed. In the days to come, as long as he had enough elixirs, he could unabashedly enhance his qi blood power, for no matter how much qi blood power he accumulated, he could perfectly control it. Little Li, let's go, we're heading back. Thinking this, Lu Qing didn't want to stay any longer and called out as he walked down the mountain. He had been away from the village for quite a long time. He didn't know how worried everyone must have been about him. Little Li swiftly landed on Lu Qing's shoulder. Woof, standing on top of a small hill, looking down at Jiulai village bathed in moonlight, Lu Qing felt a complex rush of emotions. After encountering the ugly nature of villagers like Xiao Lao San and Lai Zidu from other villages, he felt very fortunate that the village he had initially crossed over to was Jiulai village, a place of simplicity. Otherwise, he and Little Yan probably wouldn't have survived this long. This was also one of the reasons why he was determined to completely annihilate Happy Village. Of course, he could have taken Little Yan and fled far away, but then Jiulai village would inevitably have suffered the vengeance of Happy Village. Now, with Happy Village eliminated by him, although there was still the threat of the Black Wolf Gang, their influence was far in the county seat, and with Ma Gu's wisdom, temporarily concealing his identity should be manageable. Lu Qing believed that with just a bit more time, even the Black Wolf Gang would no longer pose a threat. When he almost reached the village entrance, Little Li suddenly lightly jumped off his shoulder and disappeared into the darkness. Lu Qing paused, then heard an uncertain cry come from ahead. Ah Qing. Lu Qing squinted and saw a figure emerge from behind the letter tree at the village entrance. With the help of the moonlight, he instantly recognized who it was. Brother Duran, is it really you? Ah Qing, you're finally back. Brother Duran heaved a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with joy. Brother Duran, why are you out here? Lu Qing asked, as if you have to ask. When you left this morning, you said you'd be back soon, but a whole day passed and you didn't return. Everyone in the village was terribly worried. Even old Dr. Chen came down from the mountain. Everyone is gathered at the ancestral hall now. Grandfather asked me to wait here for you, Brother Duran explained. I'm sorry for worrying everyone, Lu Qing said apologetically. Ah Qing, now that you're back, what about the Black Wolf Gang? Brother Dun cautiously asked. It's been dealt with, the Black Wolf Gang won't be troubling our village for a while, Lu Qing replied. That's great, Ah Qing, you're really incredible, come on, let's hurry back, everyone is waiting for your return. Upon hearing this, Brother Durin was thrilled and moved to pull Lu Qing along. Hold on, Lu Qing didn't immediately go back with him. Instead, he walked to the foot of the letter tree and took down the red rope he had tied there that morning, placing it back under the stone slab. Then he said, let's go. Grandpa, Ah Ching is back. Upon entering the village, Dun ran all the way to the bright ancestral hall and shouted loudly, what, Ah Ching is back? Is Ah Ching okay? You brat, are you sure you didn't see wrong? As soon as these words were heard, a commotion instantly stirred inside the ancestral hall and many villagers ran out. How could I possibly see wrong? Look, isn't that Ah Ching? Durin, displeased, pointed and shouted towards the back. Following the direction of his finger, everyone looked and saw a person slowly walking over. Under the bright moonlight, the features of the brows and eyes were faintly discernible. Who else could it be but Lu Qing? It really is Ah Ching. The villagers were extremely surprised. Sorry for making everyone worry. Lu Qing arrived in front of the ancestral hall and bowed gently to the villagers. It's good that you're back, Grandpa Zhang said, very relieved. Yes, as long as you're back safe, it's good. The other villagers also chimed in. All day they had indeed been in fear and anxiety. They were worried that Lu Qing would leave and never return to the village, and they feared that they might be visited by the ferocious evildoers of the Black Wolf Gang. Now, seeing that Lu Qing had finally returned safely, the huge weight on everyone's heart had finally been lifted. Grandpa Zhang, where is little Yan? Lu Qing looked around and, not seeing little Yan, couldn't help but ask. She's inside sleeping. You hadn't returned all day, and in the afternoon she kept crying for her brother, crying bitterly and refused to eat dinner. Old Dr. Chen gave her a couple of injections, and only then did she fall asleep. Is Master also inside? Lu Qing asked. Yes, old Dr. Chen came down from the mountain with little Yan because you hadn't returned. Lu Qing fell silent. He knew that the reason his master had come down from the mountain, besides being worried about him, was probably also to protect the villagers of Jiulai village. Grandpa Zhang, I'll go inside first to apologize to my master for making him worry so much, Lu Qing said. That's right, don't let it bother you. Though old Dr. Chen hasn't spoken, we can all see that he was equally very worried about you, Grandpa Zhang quickly added. Lu Qing walked into the ancestral hall and saw under a tree in the courtyard his master sitting on a stone, holding little Yan. Back already? Old Dr. Chen saw Lu Qing and finally relaxed a bit on his face. Disciple was reckless, making master worry. Please punish me, Lu Qing said with his head lowered. It's good that you are back safely. Old Dr. Chen sighed. Although he thought that Lu Qing's decision in the morning was reckless, he also knew, as a filial son suddenly learning the true facts of his parents' death, how many could genuinely remain calm. The reason he initially taught Lu Qing martial arts was exactly for fear of such an eventuality. Is everything resolved? The elder doctor looked at Lu Qing and keenly noticed some bloodstains on his clothes, but he didn't see any sign of injury on his disciple. It's temporarily resolved. For the next while, there shouldn't be anyone coming to disturb everyone in the village, Lu Qing answered. Oh, what did you do? Elder Chen, seeing such confidence in his disciple, asked somewhat unexpectedly. During the day, he had heard from the villagers that the people who had come to cause trouble in the village in the morning were from the Black Wolf Gang. As someone who often went in and out of the prefecture, how could the elder doctor not know what the Black Wolf Gang represented? It was precisely because he knew the consistent behavior of the Black Wolf Gang that he had specifically come down from the mountain to protect the villagers of Jiulai village. Now, hearing Lu Qing say that he had resolved the matter, how could he not be surprised? However, Lu Qing did not directly answer his master's question. Instead, he asked, Master, do you know of a place nearby called Happy Village? Happy Village. The elder doctor thought for a moment and shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Lu Qing was at a loss for words, but then he thought that his master, the elder, besides treating and healing people, was mainly focused on studying medical skills. He didn't really care about other matters. Not having heard of Happy Village was to be expected. Happy Village is a gambling den and brothel set up by a leader of the Black Wolf Gang, around 50 or 60 miles from here. My father was framed by people from Happy Village and ended up owing a large amount of money. Those people wanted to seize our family's property in one fell swoop and force my mother to sell herself and enter the village. My parents refused, and in the end, they both drowned themselves in the river. I see Elder Chen finally understood why his disciple had suddenly mentioned this village. The villagers outside also now understood how Lu Ming and his wife had actually died. So Happy Village now? The elder doctor asked. Happy Village no longer exists, Lu Qing said. The disciple has personally avenged his parents. The elder doctor was silent for a moment before he said, such a harmful village being gone is a good thing. The elder doctor thought that when Lu Qing spoke of revenge, it meant that he had killed the leader and dissolved the so-called happy village. Although he himself disliked harming others, he knew that as a son, seeking revenge for one's parents was a natural and rightful act, and even he couldn't say much about it. At this point, the elder doctor had no idea how intent on killing his own disciple was that he had actually wiped out that village, except for those poor girls. Lu Qing did not directly say that he had killed nearly 100 people overnight. Seeing that his master did not blame him, he also breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the other villagers, upon hearing that Lu Qing had destroyed the entire village, all showed shocked expressions. They had already known since the morning that Lu Qing was highly skilled in martial arts, but destroying a mountain stronghold by himself, this feat greatly exceeded their imaginations. Lu Qing noticed the expressions of the villagers. He thought for a moment before saying, "Grandpa Zhang, although I have destroyed the village that harmed my parents, it's best not to spread this matter." The village was backed by the Black Wolf gang from the town. "We don't know if they will send someone to investigate, so everyone, please try not to mention this matter for the time being." Although Lu Qing believed Ma Gu was capable enough to handle the matter concerning Happy Village, there were still things that needed to be reminded. Exactly, did you all hear that? Don't mention anything about Ah Qing when you are outside. No, not even that. During this time, apart from tending to the fields, you are not to go out at all, not even to the market, understand? Old Zhang, realizing the seriousness, hurriedly shouted, "We understand." Most of those still gathered at the temple area were the steadier adults of the village, who naturally understood the gravity of the situation and responded in agreement. "All right, since Ah Qing is back, let's disperse. Everyone has been worried all day and hasn't even eaten dinner. We're all tired now, let's discuss this further tomorrow," Old Zhang added. Ma Gu, the situation in Happy Village has already been dealt with, but how should the rescued girls be arranged? That night, at a grand gathering in Ma Gu's residence, Xiao Tian was reporting on the situation. "What are their own wishes?" Ma Gu inquired. "These girls, apart from a few that were kidnapped, are mostly sold by their own parents or husbands to the village, so most of them don't want to go back to their original homes and say they hope that Ma Gu can give them a way out." Ma Gu pondered for a moment and then said, "Well, keep a few to help out in the grand gathering area and send the rest to the cloth village. Old Li mentioned a shortage of manpower a while ago, so if I send him so many people, he shouldn't bother me anymore." Yes, Xiao Tian, too, thought that this was a good idea. The cloth village was all women, and arranging the girls there would be appropriate. "There's another matter, Ma Gu. In Happy Village, aside from finding a good amount of money, we also found these 2 items." Xiao Tian pulled out 2 books from his bosom and presented them. Ma Gu took them and was somewhat surprised. Secret manuals. He flipped through them and discovered they were 2 martial arts from the Qi blood realm. One was called the Heart-Picking Hand and the other Poison Wolf Fist. That 9th master of the Black Wolf gang, known as the Heart-Plucking Wolf, must have relied on these 2 martial arts, Ma Gu said. Yes, these 2 secret manuals were found in the Heart-Plucking Wolf's bedroom, placed in a rather conspicuous spot, and the pages of the manuals were frayed, suggesting that the Heart-Plucking Wolf often studied these 2 martial arts diligently, Xiao Tian explained. "Diligence is useless. When faced with Brother Lu, he couldn't even land a hit, not even a scratch on his clothes," Ma Gu disdainfully said. Ma Gu had observed previously that Lu Qing had nearly slaughtered everyone in Happy Village without a single injury on himself, only some blood stains on his clothes. It was evident that the Heart-Plucking Wolf posed no threat to Lu Qing. "It's true, I asked the girls who were present, and they said that the Heart-Plucking Wolf was beaten by young Master Lu just after a single exchange and wasn't his match at all," Xiao Tian said. "My little brother is really something. I originally thought he was just extraordinarily talented in cultivation, but I didn't expect his prowess in martial arts and fighting skills to be equally astonishing," Ma Gu sighed. He was genuinely shocked by the strength Lu Qing had demonstrated. As a martial artist from the same Qi blood realm, and with the Heart-Plucking Wolf being a seasoned fighter who had broken through the realm years ago, he hadn't been able to threaten Lu Qing in the slightest. The gap in their strengths was so wide that he couldn't quite imagine how Lu Qing had trained. While advancement in martial arts could be explained by cultivation talent, combat experience can't simply be accumulated through talent alone. However, from the battle traces in the village, it was clear that Lu Qing had been overpowering the Heart-Plucking Wolf from start to finish. How did he manage to do that? Incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Ma Gu felt his mind was somewhat inadequate. "I didn't expect young Master Lu to have such a heavy killing intent either," Xiao Tian remarked, recalling the scene in Happy Village where severed heads were strewn about, now feeling quite uneasy. He could never have imagined that the usually gentle, humble, and polite Lu Qing, once he harbored the intent to kill, would be so terrifying, chopping heads off at every turn. As such, his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of awe toward Lu Qing. Ma Gu, remembering the carnage in Happy Village that night, also felt somewhat uneasy. As a powerful figure from the muscle-bone realm, he had had his fair share of battles and not without fatalities. However, even with a decade of fighting, his killings paled in comparison to what Lu Qing had wrought in a single night. He shook his head, casting away the gruesome scenes from his mind. All right, keep these 2 secret manuals with me for now. They are Brother Lu's spoils of war. In a couple of days, after tallying up the money found from Happy Village, I'll personally bring it to him, Ma Gu said. Ma Gu, what should we do next about the Black Wolf Gang? Zhao Tian asked. With Happy Village cut off, they will surely send people to investigate. Zhao Tian was worried the Black Wolf Gang wasn't easy to provoke. Their power was even stronger than the Ma families. If the 2 factions clashed, they might not withstand the pressure. What response? We don't need to deal with this, Ma Gu said. The housekeeper of Wei values Brother Lu greatly and certainly doesn't want harm to come to him. I'll write a letter and you'll depart tonight to deliver it to Wei Mansion. The rest, naturally, we don't need to worry about. Zhao Tian's eyes lit up, realizing that Ma Gu had already calculated a plan. That night Zhao Tian set off hastily on a swift horse. Arriving just as the city gates opened at dawn, he entered the prefecture and delivered the letter to the gatekeeper of Wei Mansion. When the housekeeper of Wei received the letter and read it, his face showed surprise. After thinking it over, he took the letter to a graceful courtyard where a middle-aged man, dressed in training attire and sporting a black beard, was practicing his punches and respectfully said, Master, there is a matter for which I need your decision. Oh, what's the matter? Even you can't make a decision. The middle-aged man continued his practice as he spoke. It's about the disciple of old Dr. Chen. Hearing this, the bearded middle-aged man slowly brought his motion to a stop and ended his morning practice. What is it? Here's a letter, just delivered by someone from the Ma family. The Grand Steward presented the letter. Ma Gu is the branch family member of the Ma family who was almost expelled. The middle-aged man with a black beard took the letter and said. The middle-aged man with a black beard nodded and began to read the letter. As he read, his brows inevitably furrowed. Is the matter mentioned here true? After finishing, the middle-aged man with a black beard looked up. I haven't investigated it yet, but that Ma Gu should not dare to lie about such a matter, replied the housekeeper. Then the actions of the Black Wolf Gang are really inappropriate. They have crossed the line, the middle-aged man with a black beard said, frowning. Should I send someone to deal with the Black Wolf Gang? The Grand Steward tentatively asked. With the power of the Wei family, erasing a small gang like the Black Wolf Gang wouldn't be difficult, and he knew that the master probably wouldn't tolerate such issues. The middle-aged man glanced at the letter in his hands and after a moment's thought said, Give a warning to the Black Wolf Gang and tell them to restrain themselves. Master. The Grand Steward was taken aback. This decision didn't seem like the master's usual style. The middle-aged man didn't explain immediately but instead lifted the letter in his hand. The young man mentioned in this letter, he is the disciple of old Dr. Chen, right? Indeed, when the young master was first brought to old Dr. Chen, it was this young master Lu who tirelessly made medicines all night that saved the young master's life. Such a ferocious young man, the middle-aged man with a black beard praised. To slay nearly 100 criminals in one night, such ferocity is rare to see across the entire Kang state. The Grand Steward was silent. He hadn't expected that Lu Qing also had this side to him. At Half Mountain's small courtyard, he used to see Lu Qing every day but had never realized he was such a decisive killer. When he first saw the content of the letter, for a moment, he even doubted whether Ma Gu had mistaken the name. What stunned him more was the progress in Lu Qing's martial arts cultivation. He remembered that when he left the Half Mountain small courtyard, Lu Qing had just entered the Qi blood realm. It hadn't been long, and he was already capable of killing the heart-plucking wolf, a martial artist who had been refining in the Qi blood realm for years and had reached Qi blood minor achievement. I recall that recently, you suggested that the mistress send some gifts to this young man, correct? The middle-aged man asked. Yes, initially when I was taking care of the young master at Elder Chen's place, I often saw young Master Lu. Noticing his intelligence and natural talent for martial arts cultivation, he indeed seemed like a rare young talent. Hence, I suggested that the mistress form a good relationship with him, the Grand Steward explained. Your judgment is good, he indeed is a rare talent. The middle-aged man remembered and praised again. But a genius also needs pressure to grow faster. Leave the Black Wolf Gang for now, let them be a sharpener for this young man. I understand, Master, said the Grand Steward, finally realizing the Master's intention. All right, go and arrange it. The housekeeper of Wei dismissed himself, first called the guards of the mansion, gave some instructions, then wrote a letter himself and sent it with Zhao Tian, who was waiting outside for the news. While Zhao Tian carried the reply letter heading towards the bustling center, on the other side, from a side gate of Wei Mansion, a troop of guards mounted on horses streamed out, heading toward the west of the city. Are those Wei Mansion's silver-armored guards? What's happened that Wei Mansion has deployed the silver-armored guards? Last time Wei Mansion's silver armored guards were dispatched was when the young master of the Wei family had an accident a while ago. Has that young master sneaked out again? Nonsense, as far as I know. That young master's injuries haven't even healed yet. Where would he get the energy to go out? Then what's the cause this time? As Wei Mansion held a transcendent status within the prefecture, its internal movements were always closely watched by the various factions in the city. Seeing this troop of guards appear, the spies of various factions immediately became alert. The Silver Armored Guards, a protective organization exclusive to Wei Mansion, are said to consist of martial artists, at least at Muscle Bone Realm. Muscle Bone Realm, in other forces within the prefecture, those possessing such strength are considered central figures. Yet in Wei Mansion, they only serve as guards. That truly shows the unapproachable status of Wei Mansion within the county, a force that no one dares to provoke. Even the county lord, if he wanted to see the Wei family patriarch, would have to send a formal request in advance, and it would still depend on the mood of the Wei family patriarch at that time. Now seeing a small squadron of silver armored guards coming out of the Wei Mansion, how could this not shock all the major powers? Look, the silver armored guards are heading towards the west of the city. When the powers saw the destination of the silver armored guards, they were taken aback again. The western part of the city was always a mix of all sorts of people, where various sects and classes coexisted. The powers were intricately complex, and all kinds of characters were found there. The silver armored guards were actually heading there, but what for? Especially for the powers that were already in the western part of the city, this sight made them particularly anxious, because they could not be sure whether the silver armored guards were coming for them. Thus, under the watch of all the powers in the city, the silver armored guards made their way to the west and eventually stopped in front of a building. Chunyu Building. When everyone saw the destination of the silver armored guards, they were all stunned. Who didn't know about Chunyu Building, the most famous brothel in the prefecture? But what were the silver armored guards doing at Chunyu Building? Was some important person inside, and they needed to provide assistance. However, the next moment, everyone knew they had guessed wrong. The leading silver armored guard, stopping in front of Chunyu Building without even dismounting, directly shouted, "Black Wolf, get out here, Black Wolf." Hearing this shout, everyone was stunned again. They had never imagined that the silver armored guards would come to the Chunyu Building looking for the man behind the scenes, the leader of the Black Wolf gang, Black Wolf. This revelation made everyone eager to watch what would unfold. Especially the other powers in the west of the city, they were reveling in another's misfortune. They didn't know how Black Wolf had offended the Wei Mansion, but as powers in the west of the city, their relationships with each other were never really friendly. Seeing that the Black Wolf gang had foolishly provoked the enormous force of the Wei Mansion, they couldn't be happier. Inside Chunyu Building, a tall, burly man with broad shoulders and arms, an open chest covered in black hair, and a conspicuous scar across his face looked with astonishment. "The silver armored guards are here for me, big brother." At this moment, several men burst into the room. "What's going on? Why do the Wei Mansion's silver armored guards want to see you?" They were other leaders of the Black Wolf gang. "I don't know either," Black Wolf said with some panic. He immediately recalled the recent happenings in the gang, but couldn't figure out how they had offended the Wei Mansion. "Why are the Wei Mansion's silver armored guards coming with such ferocity, specifically asking for you?" asked the second in command of the gang. "I'd love to know. Haven't I been with you all in the gang lately, not even leaving the west side? Where could I have had the chance to provoke the Wei Mansion? And moreover, where would I get the guts to do so?" Black Wolf was both startled and panicked, completely lacking his usual authority in the gang. The other leaders thought likewise, despite their Black Wolf gang being quite influential in the west of the city and known as one of the top 3 gangs. In the face of a behemoth like the Wei Mansion, they were really nothing. So give their big brother 10,000 guts and he still wouldn't dare provoke the Wei Mansion. "What do we do now? Should we go out?" asked one of the leaders. "Do we have a choice?" Black Wolf said with a bitter laugh. The other leaders fell silent. True, with the silver armored guards right at the doorstep, even if they wanted to flee, it was too late. Maybe things aren't as bad as we think. Although the silver armored guards came aggressively, they didn't barge in. There might still be room for negotiation, said the second in command. "That makes sense," said the other leaders, their eyes lighting up. With Wei Mansion's aggressive stance, if their Black Wolf gang had truly offended them fatally, they wouldn't be so polite to call out from outside. They would have already barged in to capture people. "All right, I'll go out." Trusting the judgment of his second in command, Black Wolf gritted his teeth at the statement. Outside of Chunyu Building, spies from various factions waited for a while, but did not see anyone from the Black Wolf gang emerge, revealing a look of astonishment on their faces. Could it be that the Black Wolf gang dared to disobey the Wei family's orders? Even the leader of the Silver Moon Guard seemed somewhat surprised. Just as he was considering whether to barge in and apprehend someone, suddenly, several figures appeared at the entrance of Transcend Building. The man at the forefront, with a face full of humble smiles, hurried over to the several Silver Moon Guards. He bowed and scraped, saying, "I had no idea that the noble Silver Moon Guards would grace us with their presence. My failure to welcome you from afar is inexcusable. Please forgive me." Those behind him, other leaders of the Black Wolf Gang, also accompanied their smiles with extremely low postures. However, the Silver Moon Guards were not swayed by this act. The leader, a Silver Moon Guard armed with a long spear, directly shouted, "Black Wolf, do you admit your guilt?" Black Wolf's heart pounded fiercely. The other leaders of the Black Wolf Gang also changed their expressions. "Sir, I have been wronged. I genuinely do not know what the crime is. Even if you gave me 100,000 times the courage, I would not dare to offend your mansion." Black Wolf wore an expression of grievance. Bang. No sooner had Black Wolf finished speaking than the leading Silver Moon Guard flipped his spear around, the butt leading, and with the swiftness of lightning that leaves no time for ears to react, he jabbed it toward Black Wolf's chest. This sudden move, executed with extreme urgency and sophisticated technique, took Black Wolf by surprise with his capabilities, leaving him no time to react before the spearhead struck him in the chest. The powerful force erupted, causing him to spurt a mouthful of fresh blood and send him flying backward, crashing into the wall of Chunyu building, creating a hole in it. "Big brother," the other Black Wolf Gang leaders cried out in shock. But it was far from over as their cries of alarm barely left their mouths. Several more spear shadows flashed by, and the remaining Black Wolf Gang leaders likewise spat out fresh blood and flew backward, landing beside Black Wolf. This sudden development stunned the onlookers. None had imagined that the Silver Moon Guards would strike without warning. Even less expected was that the infamous Black Wolf, known throughout the west of the city, would be unable to withstand even a single move, resulting in serious injury and bloodshed. "Sir, why is this?" Sitting paralyzed in front of the wall, Black Wolf looked toward the Silver Moon Guard with fear. Perfect bone marrow realm. With just one move, he deduced that the Silver Moon Guard's martial arts cultivation was far above his own, having reached the realm of the perfect bone marrow realm. Otherwise, how could he, who had achieved great success of sinew and bone, be unable to defend against even one move? Only someone who had reached perfection in the bone realm, with absolute control over their own power, achieving the flawless, ideal state, could leave him unable to trace the path of that single spear thrust. For a mere guard to possess the power of the perfect bone marrow realm. At that moment, Black Wolf's awe for the Wei Mansion reached its pinnacle. "Black Wolf, don't think that the deeds of your Black Wolf Gang can truly deceive everyone." At that moment, the leading Silver Moon Guard spoke indifferently. "Your Black Wolf Gang has set up a fort in the mountains outside the city, snatched people's wives and daughters, forced the good into prostitution, and caused harm all around. You really think others are?" For the matter of Happy Village, Black Wolf's eyes widened in incredulity. He never imagined that the inconspicuous Happy Village on the outskirts of the city would bring calamity upon him. Since when did the mighty Wei family pay attention to such trivial matters? "Sir, it's not like that." Black Wolf hurriedly tried to explain, but the Silver Moon Guard did not give him a chance. "Regarding that Happy Village, our family head is very displeased. Happy Village has been destroyed, but your Black Wolf Gang cannot go unpunished. This spear thrust is just a warning. If you do not learn to restrain yourself, then there is no need for the existence of your Black Wolf Gang." It had even alarmed that person from the Wei family. This truly filled Black Wolf with dread. However, before he could continue to explain anything further, several Silver Moon Guards had already turned their steeds around and left in the direction from which they had come, utterly disregarding the prone leaders of the Black Wolf Gang lying on the ground. The Silver Moon Guards arrived suddenly and left just as quickly, yet the shock they left behind was by no means small. With just one Silver Moon Guard taking action, a few casual thrusts of his spear were all it took to leave the entire group of Black Wolf Gang leaders with serious injuries they couldn't rise from. The unfathomable depths of the Wei Mansion once again inspired immense respect and fear in the powers of the County Lord Mansion. Over the past few years, the Wei family had shifted the focus of their clan's operations to the State Mansion. In Kang County, they kept a much lower profile. This had led many powers to grow restless recently, but the mobilization of the Silver Moon Guards now made it abundantly clear to everyone. Kang County was still under the Wei family's control. Looking at the severely injured leaders of the Black Wolf Gang in front of Chunyu building, there was pity in many eyes, but even more so there was schadenfreude. Having offended the Wei family, even the Wei family patriarch had expressed his displeasure. For the Black Wolf Gang, life in this prefecture would likely become quite difficult from now on. Those few powers also based in the western part of the city looked at Black Wolf and the others with ill intentions in their eyes. There were even some who started thinking about whether they should take advantage of Black Wolf and his group's injuries to finish them off. However, this thought was quickly dismissed as soon as it arose. Even the Silver Moon Guards hadn't killed Black Wolf, and his people outright taking action now would be a direct affront to the Wei family. Only a fool would court such trouble after witnessing the Wei family's display of power. Yet, while they couldn't kill them, the power dynamics in the western part of the city could certainly change. The Black Wolf Gang had run rampant in the west side for long enough it was time for them to cede some benefits. The few local factions in the west side were making their calculations. Other powers, however, were interested in another matter. Find out immediately what this happy village is that the Silver Moon Guard mentioned, was the command echoed among many factions. In the County Lord Mansion, a middle-aged man with handsome features and a pair of phoenix eyes issued a similar command. After his subordinate left, his gaze turned towards a certain direction in the city, his eyes sparkling with an indiscernible light. As the county lord, he was supposed to be the highest authority in the prefecture, but because of the Wei family's presence, his prominence in the county lord mansion had been somewhat diminished. Of course, this was also a deliberate choice on his part. After all, the Wei family was not something he could afford to provoke, even though he himself hailed from a prestigious family, because the Wei family was special. Among other respected families, few had a living ancestor in the innate realm. I really want to see what it is that has caused you, who are usually so reclusive, to suddenly become so high profile, murmured the man with phoenix eyes, gazing ahead. Zhao Tian had no knowledge of what had happened in the city. After receiving the reply from the Wei mansion, he had immediately left the city, rushing back to the market. Therefore, he missed the whole spectacle. Because his steed had not been given enough rest, Zhao Tian did not hurry on his return journey. It was only in the afternoon that he arrived back at the market, delivering the letter to Ma Gu. As soon as Ma Gu opened the letter and read it, his face lit up with joy. "Get ready, we're going to Jilai village." When Lu Qing saw Ma Gu off, he looked at the two secret manuals in his hand and fell into deep thought. Not long ago, Ma Gu had come to visit. He brought with him a portion of his spoils from Happy Village and two pieces of news. One of them was that he had cleaned up all the bodies at Happy Village and arranged for the unfortunate girls to be settled properly. This did not surprise Lu Qing. During the day, he had gone out again and discovered that Happy Village had turned into ruins. Ma Gu had not only disposed of the bodies, he had also burned the entire village. Another piece of news surprised him. The Wei family had actually intervened to help suppress this matter. This meant that, for the time being, he didn't have to worry about the Black Wolf Gang coming to the village to cause trouble. The Wei family, this time, I owe them a favor, Lu Qing thought to himself. He could guess why the Wei family had helped him. It was nothing more than seeing his good martial arts talent and potential to become a strong warrior, so they wanted to make an early investment in him. But understanding this was one thing the favor, Lu Qing still remembered. After all, there are many who add flowers to the brocade, but few who send charcoal in the snowy weather. And this time, the Wei family helping him block the Black Wolf Gang could indeed be considered as sending charcoal in the snowy weather. However, Lu Qing currently lacked the ability to repay this kindness and could only keep it in mind for now. "Ah Qing, are you home?" While Lu Qing was deep in thought, a shout came from outside the house. Lu Qing recognized it was Grandpa Zhang's voice and put away the two secret manuals and walked outside. "Grandpa Zhang, what's up?" "Nothing much. I saw that guests had come to your house, so I came over to check," Grandpa Zhang said. "Yes, but they just left," Lu Qing responded. He had wanted to invite Ma Gu and the others to stay for dinner, but Ma Gu seemed to have other matters to handle and had regretfully declined. "By the way, Ah Qing, the people who came earlier, I found them somewhat familiar. Was one of them Ma Gu from the fair?" Grandpa Zhang asked. Grandpa Zhang also occasionally visited the fair and still remembered those in charge. "Yes, it was indeed Ma Gu. I have some dealings with him, and this time he brought some stuff over for me," Lu Qing did not. It really was Ma Gu. Grandpa Zhang was somewhat surprised. "Ah Qing, you are getting more and more resourceful, even able to forge connections with such important figures." To Grandpa Zhang, a rural old man like himself, Ma Gu was definitely regarded as one of the most influential figures in the area. After all, he was someone who managed a large fair. He had not expected that Lu Qing would even know such a person. Grandpa Zhang was both surprised and relieved. "It's just Ma Gu appreciating me," Lu Qing said with a smile. "That still requires you to have your own abilities, otherwise even if someone tried to force it, Ma Gu probably wouldn't even give them a second glance." Grandpa Zhang shook his head, clearly not agreeing with Lu Qing's modesty. Though he didn't have much experience, he knew that people like Ma Gu, who seemed friendly to everyone, actually had extremely high standards. These rural folks like them didn't figure in his considerations at all. Otherwise, every time people crowded the fair, you didn't see Ma Gu being so polite to anyone, let alone paying personal visits. "Let's not talk about this anymore, Grandpa Zhang. I was just about to cook. Would you like to stay and eat together?" Lu Qing smiled, not intending to continue the topic further. "No, they made my share at home. I'll go back to eat." "Actually, I came over because there's something else I need to tell you," Grandpa Zhang said. "What's the matter?" Lu Qing asked. "It's about these silver notes and this IOU." Grandpa Zhang took out a few silver notes and an IOU from his pocket. Lu Qing glanced at them and recognized them as the silver notes that Han Wu had taken out to offer as a gift when begging for his life, as well as the IOU signed with Little Yan's father's name. However, at that time, after he had killed Han Wu and the others, he was eager to find Ma Gu to seek information and did not pay attention to these minor matters. These silver notes were sent to you by thugs from the Black Wolf Gang, now they're returned to their rightful owner. Grandpa Zhang handed the silver notes and the IOU to Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked at them but only took the IOU, not the silver notes. Grandpa Zhang, I don't want these silver notes, please distribute them among the villagers. You don't want them? Grandpa Zhang was stunned. It's worth noting that there were 3 notes in his hand, each valued at 100 taels, adding up to a total of 300 taels of silver. Moreover, everyone had witnessed firsthand how Lu Qing had killed Han Wu and his gang. Otherwise, no matter how simple the villagers were, it would be hard to say they wouldn't be tempted by these notes. So much silver, and now Lu Qing was saying he didn't want it. Grandpa Zhang, after this incident, I have come to realize that there were so many hidden truths behind my parents' deaths. Now that I think about it, if it weren't for everyone in the village helping out, little Yan and I would probably have been captured by those Black Wolf Gang villains long ago. Also, yesterday, if it weren't for everyone's desperate resistance, little Yan might have been captured before I could return. We can never repay the great kindness the villagers have shown us. Let these silver notes serve as a small token of our gratitude. Lu Qing had witnessed yesterday how the villagers protected little Yan. Even though little Li would have prevented Han Wu and his gang from harming little Yan even without the villagers' interference, the villagers bravely stepping forward and risking their lives to protect little Yan was still very touching to Lu Qing. And after encountering scum like Zhao Laosan and Lai Zidu, who would sell their own womenfolk and had lost all human decency, he felt even more the precious simplicity of the Jiulai village villagers. A few hundred taels of silver was nothing to him now. Better to distribute it among the townspeople to improve their living standards. After all, he was not short of money now, especially since Ma Gu had recently sent him much more than a few hundred taels. Ah Qing, your words will make everyone feel ashamed, Grandpa Zhang sighed. Back in the day, if it weren't for your grandfather's leadership, most of the families here might not have survived. Speaking of great kindnesses, your grandfather was the one who truly saved the lives of everyone in Jiulai village. If we then just stood by and watched you and little Yan being bullied by those villains, how could we face your grandfather afterwards? So you should keep these silver notes. What we did was merely our duty. Seeing Grandpa Zhang so earnest, as if refusing the silver notes would be an act of ingratitude on his part, Lu Qing thought for a moment, then pulled a single silver note from his hand. All right then, I'll keep this 100 taels, the rest will be my gift to everyone. Seeing that Grandpa Zhang seemed about to say more, Lu Qing directly said, Grandpa Zhang, with my current abilities, do you really worry that I will not be able to earn silver in the future? Grandpa Zhang, thinking of how Lu Qing had easily killed those fierce and evil Black Wolf Gang thugs yesterday, and considering his status as a disciple of old Dr. Chen and his association with Patriarch Ma, knew that Lu Qing was no longer the desolate youth he had once been. Today, he could stand on his own. Their future achievements were unimaginable to them. Finally, he nodded. Grandpa Zhang, how do you plan to divide these 200 taels of silver? Lu Qing asked. Of course, it will be divided equally. Each household in the village will receive the same amount. Grandpa Zhang replied as if it were obvious. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Fair division is crucial since the worst fear with money is favoring one over another. Equality in division is the best approach. However, it's not easy to exchange these silver notes for silver, Grandpa Zhang admitted, seeming troubled. Lu Qing thought for a moment and understood the old man's concern. To convert silver notes into silver, one must go to a silver bank, and silver banks were only in county seats. Moreover, letting villagers take the silver notes to the city to exchange for silver was not only daunting for everyone, but even Lu Qing would not feel reassured. With the county seat so far away and carrying such a large amount of silver, if someone with ill intentions were to target them, whether they could safely return was questionable. I was negligent, Grandpa Zhang. Hand me the silver notes, Lu Qing said. I will go see Elder Ma tomorrow and exchange the silver notes for silver. That would be best, Grandpa Zhang replied immediately, handing over the 2 silver notes to Lu Qing. I'll bring the silver to you tomorrow. After Grandpa Zhang left, Lu Qing returned to his room, opened a small chest, and inside, a dazzling silver glow shone. It was a chest full of silver. This chest of silver was one of the gifts Ma Gu had brought recently. Last night, Ma Gu and his men had scoured Happy Village. It was unknown how long Happy Village had accumulated the money without sending it to headquarters, but Ma Gu and his men had reaped a rich harvest. After counting, Ma Gu brought over the share he deemed belonged to Lu Qing. Unable to refuse, Lu Qing accepted it. Lu Qing began to take silver from the chest. The silver Ma Gu had packed was meticulously arranged, mostly consisting of silver ingots, large ones of 10 taels and small ones of 5 taels. Lu Qing directly took 40 of the 5-tael silver ingots, almost completely emptying the chest of small ingots. Early the next morning, Lu Qing carried the silver to Grandpa Zhang's house. Grandpa Zhang, Lu Qing called out, standing outside Zhang's house. Ah Qing, come in quickly. Grandpa Zhang had not slept well last night, and he stayed home all morning, not going anywhere, just in case Lu Qing came to find him while he was out. It wasn't that he was greedy for the silver, but since the silver was meant for distribution to everyone in the village, it was a matter of great importance, and he did not dare be careless. Lu Qing carried the silver and followed Grandpa Zhang into the house. Ah Qing, why have you come? Coincidentally, Grandpa Zhang's family, including his 2 sons and daughters-in-law, were all at home. Seeing Lu Qing enter, everyone stood up, quite surprised. Especially Grandpa Zhang's 2 sons, who looked at Lu Qing with a somewhat restrained expression. Yesterday, when Han Wu and the others came, they were present and had personally witnessed how Lu Qing had killed those villains. Thus, the 2 brothers felt an indescribable awe toward Lu Qing. I've come to deliver the silver, Lu Qing smiled. Deliver the silver. Grandpa Zhang's sons and daughters-in-law were puzzled. Lu Qing emptied the bag of silver ingots onto the table, and the dazzling silver light immediately made everyone's eyes shine. In the stunned gaze of Grandpa Zhang's son and daughter-in-law, Lu Qing said, Grandpa Zhang, I have exchanged all the silver notes into silver. Here are 40 silver ingots, each weighing 5 taels. Please use them to distribute among everyone. All right, I will gather everyone together to distribute the silver right away. Grandpa Zhang was also shocked by the pile of silver, but after all, he had lived for several decades and had more self-control than his son and daughter-in-law, and he quickly regained his composure. Dad, what do you mean by distributing silver? At that moment, Grandpa Zhang's eldest son finally reacted. Ah Qing said that he wanted to distribute the silver notes obtained from those criminals yesterday to everyone in the village. This silver is what he had exchanged at Master Ma's place at the fair, Grandpa Zhang explained. Are all these silver pieces to be distributed? Grandpa Zhang's son and daughter-in-law said in surprise. Don't talk nonsense, you two. Go quickly and call everyone to the ancestral hall. Do not mention distributing the silver. Just say I have something important to discuss with everyone. Grandpa Zhang scolded sharply. All right, I'll go now. The 2 sons hurriedly ran out. Grandpa Zhang, I won't get involved in distributing the silver, you can oversee it. Lu Qing then stood up, preparing to leave. How can that be? The silver is yours, it wouldn't look right if you are not present, Grandpa Zhang said hastily. No worries, it's just a bit of silver. Don't be too nervous, Grandpa Zhang. Just distribute it normally to everyone. I still have important matters to attend to at my master's place, so I'll not go over. Lu Qing wanted to distribute the silver to make everyone happy, but if he appeared there, he would inevitably have to face a barrage of gratitude and pleasantries. So it was better not to appear. Seeing Lu Qing insist, Grandpa Zhang could only respond, well, if there is an emergency at old Dr. Chen's, then you go ahead. Watching Lu Qing leave, Grandpa Zhang sighed. He didn't know how to counsel him on this matter and just let it be. In the village, Grandpa Zhang still carried considerable authority. When he announced he had an important matter to discuss, it didn't take long for the villagers to gradually gather at the ancestral hall. Even those who were busy in the fields hurried back. Old Zhang, what's the rush that you're calling everyone over? Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, the villagers were surprised to see Grandpa Zhang had summoned all the household heads of the village and thought something major had happened again. Some elders immediately called out. Others started to stir upon hearing this. After the events of yesterday, everyone was nervous and they couldn't handle another scare. Don't be nervous, I've called you here because there is good news to announce. Grandpa Zhang shouted, signaling everyone not to panic. Behind him on a table, there was a cloth bag bulging out with no one knowing what was inside. Next to it were a small scale and scissors, their purpose unknown. What good news? Hearing it was good news, everyone finally relaxed and eagerly asked. Yesterday, Ah Qing obtained some silver notes from those criminals he killed, and he has decided to distribute most of them to everyone. Grandpa Zhang carefully poured out the silver ingots from the bag behind him. Here, this is the silver Ah Qing exchanged back, totaling 200 taels. In our village, excluding Ah Qing's house, there are 37 households when averaged out. Each household will get about 5 taels and a bit of silver. At the sight of the large pile of shiny silver ingots in the ancestral hall, everyone was initially stunned. Upon hearing Grandpa Zhang's words, they couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Not far away on the hillside, Lu Qing, who was en route to Half Mountain's small courtyard, heard the commotion and smiled. Little Li, is this the spot where you found the ginseng? Lu Qing surveyed the surroundings, asking the little creature perched on his shoulder. At this moment, he was deep in the mountains, tens of miles away from Jialai village. The dense jungle around him was filled with towering trees, emanating a primitive aura. The world inside and outside the mountain truly seemed like 2 different realms. Since learning that the Black Wolf gang had been suppressed by the Wei family and couldn't bother him for a while, Lu Qing felt much relieved. He began considering how to use this opportunity to rapidly increase his strength. As long as his power grew, he wouldn't need to fear the likes of the Black Wolf gang. For now, the easiest aspect for him to improve was his Qi blood power. After understanding the mysteries of qi blood perfection, there were no bottlenecks left for Lu Qing in the realm of qi. As long as he had enough elixirs, he could unrestrainedly enhance his qi blood power. However, since his previous cultivation had almost depleted the blood-nourishing elixir his master had made, after some thought, Lu Qing decided to bring little Li into the mountains to gather the wild ginseng that it had previously found. This was also the reason why Lu Qing was currently in the deep mountains. Little Li cried out, nodded, and pointed in a certain direction with its paw. Lu Qing immediately activated his superpower to start inspecting the area. Ignoring the common herbs, his target was solely ginseng. After a search, he quickly made a discovery. Ginseng, a precious herb, edible, non-toxic. This ginseng is 50 years old. Looking at the white light emanating from the ginseng in his view, Lu Qing felt somewhat disappointed. This ginseng was not a century old, and the superpower light it emitted was only white, far less precious than the 2 ginsengs little Li had given him. Without disturbing the newly discovered ginseng, Lu Qing continued his search. A 50-year-old wild ginseng, though still considered precious in outside herb shops, wasn't much in Lu Qing's opinion now, so he decided to look further. It wasn't long before he made another discovery. Ginseng, a precious herb, edible, non-toxic. This ginseng has grown for an average of just 5 years and has mediocre medicinal effects. Unexpectedly, this ginseng was even worse than the previous one, being only 5 years old. It was practically a child among ginsengs. Can't be, is my luck that bad? Looking at the information provided by his superpower, Lu Qing was somewhat dumbfounded. I refuse to believe this. Lu Qing resumed his search. He could have asked little Li directly, but he chose not to. He was caught up in a somewhat stubborn mindset. Even little Li, a little beast that didn't understand medicinal herbs, could find 2-century-old ginsengs. Having mastered the 100-herb scripture and possessing superpower, could he really not find a century-old ginseng? Subsequently, Lu Qing found a few more ginsengs, but none of them were over 100 years old, the oldest being just 80 years. However, seeing the 80-year-old ginseng emitting a superpower light that was still white light, Lu Qing did not pick it. Could it be that the century-old ginsengs in this area is only the 2 that little Li dug up? After discovering another 30-year-old ginseng, Lu Qing started to wonder. It shouldn't be, otherwise little Li wouldn't have brought me here. Lu Qing continued to search, and finally, after half an hour, he had a harvest. However, when he saw the ginseng he found this time, he was stunned. Ginseng, a precious herb, non-toxic, edible. This ginseng has grown for a long time, over 200 years, legend has it. Ginseng possesses various miraculous effects, and old enough ginseng seems also to have the ability to gain spiritual wisdom. 200 years. Looking at the ginseng on the ground emitting a reddish glow through the white, Lu Qing's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that after facing so many failures before with finding only younger ginsengs, he'd suddenly come across such a hefty one. The 200-year-old ginseng was even stronger than the 2 little Li had picked. Even the ginseng that the Wei family had brought to his master recently, to help treat young Master Wei's body, did not seem to have reached this age. This was truly a rare treasure he was lucky to encounter. This time he had really struck it big. Looking at the ginseng on the ground, Lu Qing forcibly contained his excitement, immediately put down his medicine basket he was carrying, and took out a bundle of red rope and a medicine hoe, ready to start digging. First, Lu Qing tied the red rope around the ginseng. This was a rule of herb gatherers when encountering rare herbs like ginseng. They had to be tied with red rope first to prevent them from burrowing away during the digging. If it were in his previous life, Lu Qing certainly wouldn't have believed such a thing, but now he had even experienced events like traveling through time. This world also had strange creatures like Little Lei and the strange fish, and the information given by superpower also mentioned the possibility of ginseng having spiritual wisdom. If he didn't believe it now, that would be foolish. Thus, even though he knew the ginseng in front of him likely had not reached the level of possessing spiritual wisdom, Lu Qing still followed the herb gatherer's convention, first tying the red rope. After tying the red rope, Lu Qing began to dig very carefully. First, he cleared the weeds around it, then he dug slowly with the medicine hoe, following the growth patterns of the ginseng. Throughout the process, Lu Qing dared not be careless. With such old ginseng, even a single root was extremely valuable and had powerful medicinal effects. He was not an insensitive little beast like Little Li. Such a rare and precious herb could cause heartache if accidentally damaged. Luckily, as a martial artist who had reached qi blood perfection in the martial arts realm, Lu Qing had strong control over his own actions. Under his careful handling, this over 200-year-old old ginseng was perfectly dug out. Looking at the old ginseng in his hands, its roots intact, with not a single damage, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. The 200-year-old old ginseng, once made into a blood-nourishing and qi-boosting elixir, would definitely be much stronger than the century-old ones. With this ginseng, his days toward reaching perfect blood qi realm could be greatly shortened. Little Lei, standing by and seeing Lu Qing's silly smile, was a bit puzzled. It was just digging up a plant, yet this guy was smiling like an idiot. After admiring the ginseng he had dug out for a while, Lu Qing wrapped it in a piece of turf, tied it with red rope, and then placed it in his medicine basket. After finishing all these tasks, he straightened his back, looking at the forest in front of him, his eyes filled with excited light. Since there was a 200-year-old ginseng here, could it be possible that there are even older ones hidden somewhere? Ginseng, a precious medicinal herb, non-toxic, edible. This ginseng plant, having grown for many years, has already surpassed a century. It is said that ginseng possesses various magical effects, and sufficiently old ginseng seems even to have the ability to communicate with spirits and develop spiritual wisdom. Looking at the ginseng before him, with information emerging in his mind, Lu Qing showed a smile. Since he had dug up that more than 200-year-old ginseng, his luck seemed to have improved all at once, and he had found 3 more ginseng plants in succession, all of which were over a century old. Slowly digging out this century-old ginseng and placing it into his medicine basket, Lu Qing felt exceptionally good. The medicine basket already contained 4 ginseng plants, plus the one that little Li had brought from home earlier. 5 ginseng plants, one of 200 years and 4 of 100 years. If all were refined into blood-nourishing pills, it would be more than enough to supply his cultivation to the perfect Qi blood realm. What a treasure mountain indeed. Lu Qing looked around and sincerely sighed. He hadn't searched a very large area, and yet had found so many century-old ginseng plants, adding to that other medicinal materials he had seen while searching for ginseng. It's easy to imagine how rich the resources of the forest are in medicinal materials. It's not an exaggeration to call it a treasure mountain. However, although the medicinal herbs here are abundant, entering is not easy at all. Terrain like this primitive forest, riddled with insects and snakes and concealed fierce animals, a slight carelessness could result in being bitten and possibly dying deep within the mountains. Lu Qing was able to enter because he is a Qi blood realm martial artist, and he had a medicine bag prepared by his master to repel snakes and insects. Moreover, with little Li being a spiritual beast, she seems to have some kind of deterrent ability towards other creatures in the mountain, which made things much more comfortable. For a regular herb gatherer wanting to venture into the depths of the forest, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, even if people knew that there were treasures all over the place and medicinal materials filled the mountains, they could only watch from afar and not approach. Of course, this was a good thing for Lu Qing. Only he could freely enter and leave this place, which meant that he could find whatever medicinal materials he needed anytime in the future. After gathering enough ginseng for his cultivation, Lu Qing temporarily stopped his search for more ginseng. Besides digging for ginseng, he also wanted to practice the knowledge from the 100 Herb scripture to see what other herbs in the mountain was like in the wild. Thus, Lu Qing, along with little Li, began to wander leisurely through the mountains. With little Li in the medicine bag, those poisonous insects and snakes did not dare to come near him. After wandering for a while, he couldn't help but exclaim again that the medicinal herbs in this mountain were indeed plentiful. Just from this short stroll, he had seen no fewer than dozens of different herbs, and all were thriving exceptionally well, full of medicinal properties. Lu Qing also picked some precious herbs that were not commonly seen outside and dug up some of them. His master would often treat the villagers from nearby villages for free on ordinary days, consuming a significant amount of medicinal herbs. Ordinary herbs could be found on the hills near the village. So Lu Qing specifically chose herbs that were not available outside or rarely seen for digging. After digging for a while, Lu Qing discovered another surprise. Sanki, a precious medicinal herb non-toxic for medicinal use. It has the effects of blood circulation and hemostasis and pain relief, an excellent remedy for treating both external and internal injuries. Looking at the robust white light on the medicinal plant before him, Lu Qing was very excited. He hadn't expected to find Sanki here. This, too, was a very rare type of medicinal material. The famous antiseptic medicine on the rivers and lakes, known as the holy medicine for healing injuries, has Sanki as its main ingredient. Previously, in order to treat young Master Wei's blood loss, his master had specifically requested Sanki from the Wei mansion. This tells you how remarkable this herb is. Lu Qing immediately began to dig it up. The light of superpower emanating from this Sanki, although only white light, was still very rare. After digging it up and taking it back, it would be enough to make a large bottle of antiseptic medicine, which could save lives at critical moments and should not be missed. While digging the Sanki, Lu Qing also had a hint of doubt in his mind. According to the 100 Herb scripture, ginseng and Sanki are never supposed to grow in the same place. Because the environmental conditions needed for these two types of medicinal herbs are entirely different. Ginseng likes shade and cold, is tolerant of low temperatures, and doesn't like direct sunlight, so the climate of this deep forest indeed suits it. But Sanki is different. It likes humidity and doesn't tolerate extreme heat or extreme cold, its most suitable growing environment being a place with warm winters and cool summers. Logically, it shouldn't appear here. Because Lu Qing knows from memory that Jiulai village gets snow in the winter. What could be the reason for Sankey to defy its growth habits and appear in this forest? After digging up the Sankey and placing it in his medicine basket, Lu Qing fell into deep thought. Now that he thought about it, indeed something seemed off. The medicinal herbs in this forest are abundantly rich to a surprising degree. So many century-old ginseng could appear all at once, and other herbs too were growing exceptionally strong, and now even the Sankey, which shouldn't be here, was thriving so well. Previously, Lu Qing thought it was because the environment was good and seldom visited by humans that there were so many abundant herbs. But now, seeing that ginseng and Sankey grow in the same area, he finally sensed something was awry. His first thought was, could there be some mystery in these mountains? Thinking over it, Lu Qing looked at the black little beast beside him. Little Li, you've been active in this mountain for so long. Have you discovered anything special nearby? A special place? Little Li looked puzzled, tilting its head at Lu Qing with a look of confusion in its eyes, clearly not understanding his point. Seeing this, Lu Qing pondered for a moment and continued, is there any place nearby that feels different to you, perhaps more dangerous, or somewhere that feels particularly comfortable? This time, Little Li seemed to grasp some understanding. It tilted its head, thought for a moment, then bit the corner of Lu Qing's robe and pointed in a certain direction. Was there really such a place? Lu Qing was startled. He looked at Little Li's actions and asked, do you mean you want me to follow you there? The black little beast nodded. Is that place dangerous? If it was dangerous, he had no intention of going there. It wouldn't be worth jeopardizing his own safety out of mere curiosity. The black little beast shook its head. Lu Qing thought it over and decided to trust Little Li's intuition. All right, let's go then. Walk slowly, otherwise I won't be able to keep up. With that, Little Li hopped and skipped ahead, leading the way while Lu Qing followed behind, channeling his chi blood. Although they were in the mountains, they moved at a decent speed, neither too fast nor too slow. Soon, Lu Qing, following Little Li, arrived at a valley. Is it up ahead? Seeing Little Li stop, Lu Qing asked. Little Li nodded and gestured with its paw, indicating that this was the special place it had mentioned. Lu Qing observed the surroundings and felt no apparent danger. On the contrary, upon arriving here, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation and mental clarity, as if even his brain had become significantly clearer. He was invigorated, realizing that they had indeed come to the right place. Not to mention anything else, just the quality of the air that made his mind clearer and relaxed his body spoke volumes about the extraordinariness of this place. Seeing Lu Qing standing motionless, Little Li, somewhat puzzled, tugged at his robe and then took the lead towards the valley. Lu Qing hastened to follow. As they entered the valley, Lu Qing was stunned. He saw a valley vibrant with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with water bubbling through, a place bustling with life. Inside and outside the valley seemed almost like two different worlds. Little Li seemed quite familiar with this valley as soon as they entered. It took Lu Qing straight through to the deeper part. Upon reaching the end of the valley, there was a waterfall hanging in the middle of the valley, under which was a clear blue pond. The falling water splashed endlessly into the pond. Little Li stood on a large rock in front of the waterfall, pointing at the waterfall and calling out to Lu Qing. You're saying there's something inside? Lu Qing looked at the waterfall in surprise. The waterfall wasn't very big and the curtain of water was thin. He soon noticed something peculiar. Behind the water curtain there indeed seemed to be a cave entrance. Little Li called out again. Are you saying I should go in? Lu Qing asked. Little Li nodded. Lu Qing fell into deep thought. It wasn't that he didn't trust Little Li, but blindly exploring a cave without knowing anything about it carried significant risk. Not to mention, this valley already looked quite odd. Who knew what could be inside the cave? What if there was some strange creature inside and he was just walking into a trap? Little Li, how about we go in together? Lu Qing suggested after some thought. Little Li, being a red-light spiritual beast, was far stronger than him. Having it by his side would greatly increase his sense of security. Little Li immediately shook its head, looking at the water curtain with disdain. Lu Qing then remembered that this creature naturally detested water. Apart from drinking, it absolutely refused to touch water any more than necessary. Last time Little Li and Little Yan were playing at home, rolling around and getting covered in dust, Lu Qing wanted to give it a bath, but it almost tore the house down in protest. He finally wiped it down hastily with a wet cloth. Just like that, the little creature threw a tantrum and ignored Lu Qing for quite some time. It's okay, I'll carry you inside, and I won't let you get wet at all, Lu Qing said with a smile. Besides, you want to know what's inside, don't you? Upon hearing this, Little Li showed a hesitant expression. Seeing this, Lu Qing immediately laughed. He knew that this guy hated water so much, he definitely hadn't been inside before, and judging by its demeanor, there was clearly something inside that was attracting it. Whatever could make water-hating Little Li so fixated must be extraordinary. You should know, Little Li wouldn't even spare a glance at something like century-old ginseng. Don't worry, I'll wrap you with my clothes so your fur won't get wet at all, Lu Qing said. Seeing Lu Qing's assurance, and coupled with the fact that things inside the cave really attracted it, Little Lee struggled for a bit but eventually nodded reluctantly. Seeing that the little guy finally agreed, Lu Qing immediately took off the medicine basket from his back and placed it on the nearby deshi. Then he took off his outer garment and folded it into a nest shape. Upon seeing this, little Lee immediately burrowed inside. It didn't mind that the clothes carried Lu Qing's scent. After all, at home, it slept in the same room with little Yan and Lu Qing. Its nest was even made from Lu Qing's old clothes, so it was already used to it. Seeing little Lee burrow into the clothes, Lu Qing slung the war saber on his back. Yes, this time he had brought the war saber with him into the mountains. After all, aside from venomous insects and snakes, there might also be jackals and other ferocious animals. He couldn't possibly leave his handy weapon behind. After securing the war saber and attaching the medicine hoe at his waist, Lu Qing then picked up little Lei, stepped back a few feet, and with an eruption of qi and blood power, he sprinted and jumped towards the waterfall. The moment his body touched the water curtain, Lu Qing bent his waist, curled up entirely, protecting little Li within his arms, and rolled steadily to land behind the water curtain into the cave entrance. Upon entering the cave entrance, Lu Qing immediately drew the medicine hoe at his waist, ready for anything that might leap out. However, luckily, it was only his over-imagination. Nothing emerged from inside. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Inevitably, he had seen too many movies in his past life where dangers burst out upon opening such secluded portals. He definitely didn't want to experience that himself. Feeling Lu Qing stop, little Li poked its head out from his embrace. "See, I told you I wouldn't get you wet." Lu Qing checked and found that apart from his outer garment that got a little wet, little Li wasn't damp at all. On the contrary, it was he who now looked quite drenched. However, Lu Qing didn't mind these if he wanted. By stimulating the qi and blood within his body, he could dry the clothes in no time. But currently, with the situation in the cave still unclear, he didn't want to waste his qi and blood power on such trifles. While little Li, realizing it indeed hadn't gotten wet, was very happy. "Let's go, let's head in." Lu Qing looked into the cave, couldn't make out anything, and sensing no danger, decided to go in. After all, now that they were here, how could they not take a look? He took out a fire lighter, lit it, and then carrying little Li, walked slowly inside. However, Lu Qing soon realized this was superfluous. Within a few steps and after turning a bend, he found that the cave was gradually lighting up. The cave walls on both sides, resembling stalactites, sparkled with an enchanting glow. Looking at the fire lighter in his hand, Lu Qing chuckled, extinguished and tucked it away, and continued walking forward with little Lei. Interestingly, although the cave entrance was located behind the waterfall, the cave itself wasn't damp at all but rather very dry. This very much pleased little Li, who climbed out from Lu Qing's embrace and resumed its position on his shoulder. The cave was quite deep but not dark the further they went, the brighter the phosphorescent glow from the cave walls. Lu Qing also specifically used his superpower to investigate and discovered that these were a unique type of luminescent mineral, harmless to the human body, before reassuredly continuing forward. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Lu Qing also felt the continued clarity of mind he had been experiencing since entering the valley was getting stronger. Even without little Li's reminder, he vaguely sensed that something deep within the cave was mysteriously drawing him in. Finally, after several twists and turns and a considerable walk, both man and beast felt the space ahead suddenly open up. When Lu Qing saw the scene before him, he was stunned. "What is this?" Lu Qing stared at what was before him, his heart filled with shock. He saw a wide and tall cavern suddenly opening up before him and little Li. Within the cavern, the walls around and the ground below had the quality of white jade, etched with complicated and primitive mysterious runes that looked extremely mystical. In the middle of the cavern, there was a large stone platform. On the platform hung a shimmering stalactite, its pointed end directly above the center of the platform. Lu Qing was astonished by the nearly fully jade-like chamber that presented itself before him. He had never imagined that such a peculiar place could exist within the belly of this mountain. There was no danger like he had anticipated. Instead, at the end of the cave, there was an unimaginably jade-like chamber. Even little Li was somewhat stunned. It did not expect that the place it had long been thinking about would be such a glittering location. Standing outside the jade cave, Lu Qing did not enter immediately. His sense of clarity strengthened as he approached this place, and with it, a growing sense of caution. Such an extraordinary chamber didn't seem like a natural formation at a glance. Since it was man-made, it was difficult to say it did not have any protective measures. Although he didn't feel any danger at the moment, he still did not want to rush in recklessly. However, what Lu Qing did not expect was that at this moment, little Li left his shoulder and darted towards the interior of the cavern. "Wait a second, little Li," Lu Qing shouted in alarm. What shocked him even more was the instant flurry of little Li about to enter the chamber. A faint light barrier flared up, intending to stop little Li right then and there. Just as Lu Qing thought little Li might be injured, a flash of dark light suddenly appeared, and the light barrier was effortlessly torn by little Li, vanishing like a popped bubble. Watching little Lee safely land inside the cavern, Lu Qing's mouth hung open, hardly able to believe it. The Jade Cave was so mystical he thought its defensive power must be formidable, but little Lee had just bypassed it with such ease. Ow. Little Lee stood inside the cavern, looking back at Lu Qing with a somewhat puzzled gaze. It seemed to not understand what he had been shouting about just a moment ago. It's nothing. Seeing that little Lee had been inside the cavern for some time with nothing else happening, Lu Qing realized that he had been overly cautious. As a spiritual beast, little Lee had a much greater ability to sense danger than himself. Since it hadn't felt any danger, there probably really was none. Lu Qing stepped forward and tried to walk into the cavern, unsure if the light barrier, once destroyed, could regenerate. This time he entered the cavern smoothly, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Upon truly stepping into the cavern, the sense of clarity in Lu Qing's mind increased again. His spirit felt as if it had been dusted clean, and it was greatly refreshing. When pondering any issue, his thoughts moved much quicker. A peculiar light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Even without other treasures in the cave, the sense of clarity emanating from the cavern alone was already a significant gain. He felt that if he could cultivate here, there might be great benefits for him. Cultivation matters could wait for later. Right now, Lu Qing was more interested in the items in the cavern. Little Lee was already restless, and seeing that he had finally entered, quickly pulled him towards the stone platform in the center. Following Little Lee's will, Lu Qing arrived at the stone platform. The platform was half a person's height, and like the walls and ground around it, it was nearly jade-like. Atop the stone platform, mysterious patterns were similarly engraved. In the center was a smooth depression, filled with a liquid resembling white jade. Seeing this liquid, Lu Qing looked up at the stalactite column hanging above the platform, speculating that the liquid must have dripped down from there. He concentrated on the liquid on the stone platform. After a while, a faint golden glow emerged from the white jade liquid. Earth Vein Spirit Liquid, a rare treasure liquid, non-toxic and consumable. This spiritual liquid is indeed a rare treasure liquid, able to revive the dead, mend bones, extend life, and improve innate talent and potential in both humans and beasts, defying fate itself. It is rumored that magic users, by utilizing the landscape, can inscribe arrays, sort the Earth's energy, and condense the essence of the Earth Vein to form this treasure liquid. Earth Vein Spirit Liquid can be consumed directly or used to craft elixirs. Its uses are boundless. Golden Light. When Lu Qing saw the superpower light emerging from the white jade liquid, he was already stunned. He never witnessed an item exhibiting golden superpower light before. He knew that even little Lei, being such a miraculous spiritual beast in his eyes, merely emitted a red light. But after reading the information provided by the superpower inspection, he was utterly dumbfounded. Reviving the dead, mending bones, extending life, improving talent, increasing potential, defying fate. Each term, if found associated with any item, would instantly turn it into a highly sought-after treasure. Yet now they were all used to describe the white jade liquid in the stone platform. It clearly showed how precious the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid was. Suddenly, Lu Qing looked at the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid with burning desire. Such a treasure liquid truly deserved its status as a rare treasure. Compared to it, ginseng and other herbs were completely insignificant. It took quite a while for Lu Qing's excited heart to gradually calm down. He stopped Little Lee from wanting to scoop up the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid with its paws. This kind of treasure liquid should not be used so carelessly. Losing even a trace would be a wasteful loss that could cause immense heartache. Taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down and temporarily removed his thoughts from the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid. He noticed another important piece of information from the recently inspected text. Magic user. This cave had been created by a magic user. What sort of person could possess mana? Could it be the mysterious innate grandmaster spoken of by his master, or even a higher existence? Lu Qing's heart was thrilled beyond words. Whichever it was, this indicated that the cultivation path of this world had a much higher ceiling than he had imagined. For him, this was extremely good news. After pondering for a while, Lu Qing began to examine the cave chamber. Since this place was specifically arranged by a magic user, perhaps there wasn't just this single chamber. Indeed, after some searching, Lu Qing discovered a secret on one side of the chamber. Hidden door, a purposely built stone gate, behind which seems to be a whole new world. This hidden door has no mechanism, one simply needs to push hard to open it. Seeing that there was no mechanism, Lu Qing immediately stood in front of the door and, invigorating his chi blood, pushed against the hidden door. The hidden door was also made of jadis stone, quite heavy. Fortunately, Lu Qing was barely able to push it. As he gradually exerted force, the hidden door finally began to slowly open. As the stone gate was slowly pushed open, Lu Qing gradually made out the scene inside. To his shock, what he saw startled him. Behind the stone gate was a rather small stone room, and directly opposite the door, a figure sat cross-legged on a stone bed. The sudden appearance of someone behind the door really scared Lu Qing quite a bit. Fortunately, he quickly realized that the figure showed no signs of life, and the visible face had become skeletal, which allowed him to heave a big sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but mock himself internally. He never imagined that after being on guard for so long against ambushes when opening doors, he still couldn't avoid this scare. Knowing that the person opposite had been dead for who knows how long, Lu Qing then confidently entered. He didn't touch the skeleton but instead made a complete round of the stone room. The space behind the door wasn't too large, divided into 3 stone chambers, each about the size of a normal room. Apart from the chamber with the skeleton, based on their setups, one appeared to be a quiet room, while the other resembled an alchemy room. Unfortunately, whether it was the quiet room or the alchemy room, they were both empty with hardly anything left. There were some jade bottles in the alchemy room, but after Lu Qing checked them, he found nothing inside, resulting in no gains at all. After inspecting the stone chambers, Lu Qing's attention finally settled on the skeleton. At first glance, he noticed that the skeleton's bones were somewhat translucent, resembling jade in appearance. He was shaken, understanding that in life, this skeleton must have belonged to an incredibly powerful cultivator. The second realm of martial arts cultivation, the muscle-bone realm, is specifically for tempering muscles and bones. But in the inheritance Lu Qing had received, there was no mention that upon reaching perfection in the muscle-bone realm, one could cultivate one's bones to be like jade. Therefore, this skeleton must have been from a warrior far beyond the muscle-bone realm, even beyond the postnatal realm. Could this be the mysterious being who created this jade cave? This thought flickered through Lu Qing's mind. He began to examine the skeleton with concentration. Before long, a dense red light surfaced on the skeleton. Innate realm skeleton. This skeleton turned to this state after the death of an innate realm expert. The soul has dissipated, but the skeleton remains intact. An innate realm expert's bones, tempered by innate energy, can withstand 1,000 years without decaying. This skeleton's master seems to have died attempting to break through a challenge, with his essence, chi, and spirit burned out. Reading the information that appeared with the skeleton, Lu Qing then understood that this was not the mysterious existence he had imagined who created this cave chamber. Instead, it was an unknown innate realm expert. After all, even a tiny bit of earth-vein spiritual liquid left by the cave's mysterious creator was a golden light item. If it had been his skeleton, how could it possibly only emit a red light? He also had no idea why this innate realm expert had come to this place, or how he had failed his breakthrough and died. The unfortunate part was that there wasn't even a book left here, making it impossible for him to glean any information. He had thought there would be unexpected findings, but aside from a skeleton, there was nothing else in the stone chamber. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel some disappointment. After sighing, Lu Qing quickly put himself back into good spirits. His gains from this trip into the mountains were surely enough. He had not only dug up so many century-old ginsengs, but also acquired earth-vein spiritual liquid that would drive anyone insane with desire. If he were still not content, it would be considered overly greedy. After calming himself down, Lu Qing's gaze landed on the skeleton once again. He was debating whether he should lay it to rest properly. Logically, it was best for the skeleton to remain here. After all, the stone chamber was immaculate, and even if left for hundreds of years more, the skeleton would not change in the slightest. However, Lu Qing would undoubtedly be visiting this cave often in the future. Even though it didn't scare him, having to face a skeleton every day still made him uneasy. So after some thought, he decided to go ahead and properly bury the skeleton. Having made up his mind, Lu Qing gave 3 respectful bows to the skeleton, apologized in advance, and then began to prepare to move it out. However, just as he moved the skeleton slightly, he suddenly heard a clatter as something fell from the skeleton. He initially thought he had accidentally dismantled a bone from the skeleton and was about to apologize when he looked down and found that what had fallen to the ground did not seem to be a bone. It seemed to be a long, square jade stone. Curious, Lu Qing picked it up. Then he saw that it was indeed a beautiful piece of jade. On it were several strange patterns. Looking at the patterns on the jade, Lu Qing felt they seemed familiar. After thinking for a moment, it suddenly hit him. Wasn't this the same as the patterns carved on the walls of the cave outside? Lu Qing was immediately startled. Those patterns outside must have been carved by the mysterious being who created the cave. Could this jade have something to do with them? Lu Qing quickly activated his superpower and concentrated on the jade in his hand. After a while, a dense red light emerged from the jade. Inheritance Jade Scroll, a type of jade scroll that can record and pass on information. It is said that those who have cultivated divine thought can inscribe information on certain special jade scrolls, leaving behind an inheritance to ensure its confidentiality. Without cultivating divine thought and the corresponding technique to unlock it, it is extremely difficult to obtain the information on the jade scroll. Would you like to download? Red light. When Lu Qing saw the superpower light emerging from the jade in his hand, he was taken aback. He knew this object probably had little to do with the mysterious being who had created the jade cave. but he was still very excited. According to the information given by his superpower, he knew this might just be what he had been searching for. He immediately chose to download, and based on past experience, he firmly focused on the jade scroll in his hand. Download in progress, current progress, 1, 2, 397, 98, 99, 100, download complete. Would you like to learn? Cultivation technique found, would you like to simulate? The information download inside the jade scroll was much slower than Lu Qing had imagined. It took a full quarter of an hour before he saw it was complete. Then he saw that after the download was complete, his superpower actually gave him two options. One asked whether he wanted to learn the information inside. The other inquired whether he wanted to simulate the cultivation technique. This meant that the jade scroll contained not only ordinary information, but also a cultivation technique inheritance. At this, Lu Qing was truly overjoyed. Even if the jade scroll wasn't left by the mysterious being who opened the jade cave, it must be extremely precious. Otherwise, the unknown innate realm expert wouldn't have kept it close by even before death. Therefore, the cultivation technique inheritance it contained must be invaluable. He immediately made a decision. He chose to simulate the cultivation technique while learning the other information. As he made his choice, Lu Qing immediately felt a flood of information rushing into his mind. He closed his eyes, familiar with the process, and silently received the information. After a long while, when he opened his eyes again, they were filled with delight. This inheritance jade scroll is indeed magical. Such a small piece can record so much information. Lu Qing's eyes were filled with amazement. He had already received most of the inheritance information from the jade scroll, and this information brought him great surprises. It was a bit different from what he had previously speculated. This inheritance jade scroll was not left by the mysterious being who had opened the jade cave, but was made by the departed innate realm expert before him. However, when he made this jade scroll, he added a little bit of insight about the mysterious runes that he had comprehended from the outside cave, which made the patterns of the two somewhat similar. From the inheritance jade scroll, Lu Qing also learned many pieces of information he wanted to know. First, it was about the innate strong person before him. According to the information left by this innate strong person in the jade scroll, his name was Li Weishan, who was once a world-renowned martial arts expert, awe-inspiring all around. Even among the innate realm, he was considered one of the most top-notch existences. With his immensely strong cultivation, he once suppressed the innate realm experts of neighboring nations, dazzling all around. Unfortunately, even as an innate realm expert, there came a day when his lifespan was exhausted. If one could not break through to a higher realm, an innate realm expert could only live up to 300 years at most. In his later years, Li Weishan traveled everywhere looking for an opportunity to break through, and finally, when his lifespan was nearly exhausted, he found this mysterious place. When he first discovered this jade cave, Li Weishan was extremely delighted, because from the runes left by the mysterious being who had opened the cave, he spied a chance to break through to a higher realm. At that time, with his lifespan running out, he immediately entered closed-door cultivation in the cave, hoping to break through. Unfortunately, nearing the end of his lifespan, his spirit was not at its peak. Also, deciphering the defensive measures of this place consumed too much energy, and he was severely injured. Thus, even with the help of the earth vein spirit liquid, he ultimately failed to break through, his essence and spirit nearly exhausted without reaching that higher realm. Before dying, he recorded all this information into the inheritance jade scroll as a way to account for his splendid life. In the last part of the information, Lu Qing saw a message left by Li Weishan. Alas, in the early years of my youth, I enjoyed fighting with others, always striving to distinguish myself in every endeavor. After gaining success in cultivation, I waged battles in all directions, challenged renowned families across the world, defeated all my enemies, and was known far and wide, living in endless glory. I was so proud throughout my life. My fame overshadowed many of my contemporaries who became mere backdrops. In my later years, I suddenly realized the futility of pursuing fame, having wasted much of my time, leaving me with little left of my lifespan. Thus, even though I encountered opportunities and saw a chance to break through, I couldn't overcome the obstacles due to the limitations of my lifespan and failed to step into that supremely mysterious realm. Regret, remorse, resentment. I hope that future generations take my story as a warning. In the pursuit of cultivation, one should focus on the cultivation itself and not get lost in the quest for fame and fortune, wasting precious time. Remember, be mindful. After reading the last words left by Li Weishan, Lu Qing fell into silence. He could feel Li Weishan's reluctance and regret from his words. He had already touched the higher realm he had dreamed of, but because he had little time left, a breakthrough was impossible. He could not imagine how regretful Li Weishan felt at that moment, but from his words, it was evident that he deeply regretted wasting too much time fighting for fame and fortune during his prime years. Cultivation is the essence, yet unfortunately, this senior, Li Weishan, came to realize it too late. Lu Qing sighed with some regret. However, it must be said that the reason Li Weishan was so powerful, dominating his contemporaries to the point where other martial arts experts could hardly lift their heads, was not unrelated to his combative nature. Not constantly battling with rivals, he might not have fully unlocked his innate talent and reached the peak of innate. So it's hard to say whether his aggressive nature was his making or his undoing. Li Weishan, if I have a chance in the future, I'll try to find out more about your life's deeds. In the Jade Scroll, Li Weishan had only given a brief introduction of himself, without delving into specific details. Additionally, Lu Qing's knowledge of this world was also pitifully limited. Thus, he had never heard of this notable figure. Moreover, looking at the skeleton, it was unclear how many years it had been since his death. Most things in this world cannot withstand the test of time. Having passed for so long, it was uncertain how many stories about him were still circulating. After a moment of reflection, Lu Qing turned his attention to other information. In the information left by Li Weishan, there was also some mention of the origins of this cave. According to Li Weishan, this cave had been in existence for a very long time. He had occasionally acquired an ancient book and, based on the few words left in it, eventually found this place. Originally, there were some defensive arrays here, but due to the age when he arrived, the power of the arrays was almost exhausted, and he had dismantled them one by one. Even so, dismantling the arrays had taken a toll on him, which was one of the reasons he ultimately failed to break through. At this point, Lu Qing finally understood. No wonder he and little Li had not encountered any dangers coming here. He had found it odd that such a mysterious place lacked any defenses. It turned out that this innate realm predecessor had cleared the obstacles for them. Li Weishan stated in the Jade Scroll that upon first arriving in the cave, he was shocked by the scene inside. The first thing that struck him was the spiritual liquid condensed on the stone platform, a rare treasure liquid known as Earth Vein Spirit Liquid, which he had only read about in ancient texts. This spiritual liquid could bring the dead to life, rejuvenate bones, extend life, and improve cultivation, talent, and invaluable treasure coveted by many martial artists. Unexpectedly, it appeared in such an unremarkable mountain belly. Unfortunately for ordinary people, postnatal realm martial artists, and even ordinary innate realm experts, such treasure liquid held unimaginable benefits. But for someone like Li Weishan, who had reached the limit of innate realm and whose life was nearing its end, its uses were limited. Because the lifespan limit of innate perfection experts was set by the heaven and earth laws, even the rare Earth Vein Spirit Liquid could not break through these limitations. Thus, even if Li Weishan consumed all the spiritual liquid from the stone platform, it would at most heal the injuries he had sustained entering the cave, without bringing any additional benefits. However, aside from the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid, what truly astonished Li Weishan was the mysterious rune inscribed in the cave by the mysterious being who opened the Jade Cave, used to condense the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid. From these runes, Li Weishan glimpsed a mysterious power that he had long pursued, belonging only to a realm above innate. Coincidentally, his life was coming to an end at that time, so ignoring everything else, he drank all the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid that took 20 years to condense per drop and had accumulated for nearly 1,000 years. He then closed himself in meditation, hoping to break through with his newfound insight and the medicinal power of the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid. Unexpectedly, he still fell short in the end. He ultimately failed to break through, with his spirit exhausted, never reaching that mysterious realm above innate. After reading about Li Weishan's experiences, Lu Qing fell silent once more. He dismissed his previous thoughts, feeling that this person's luck was incredibly poor. If his life could have been longer, or if he had arrived here earlier, then he would have had enough time to comprehend runes here. In that case, perhaps he would have gained more insights and broken through to a level above innate. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Fate plays such cruel tricks, and Li Weishan, of all people, found the Jade Cave chamber only when his life was nearing its end. In the end, he could only fight a desperate battle, but he lost. This experience of seeing hope amid despair, and then plunging back into despair, Li Weishan didn't fall into madness in the end and was able to calmly record his last words, advising those who came after him to take him as a warning. Such nobility could only be expected from a martial arts expert who had reached innate perfection. Even when death was truly imminent, he was still able to face it gracefully. 97, 98, 99, 100, cultivation technique simulation complete. Would you like to learn it? As Lu Qing remained silent, a prompt also appeared in his view. Perhaps because the cultivation technique Li Weishan left behind was particularly mysterious, this simulation took much longer than usual. Lu Qing stared at the prompt in his view and silently chose yes. The next moment, a flood of cultivation technique information and insights surged into his mind. Lu Qing closed his eyes, and it was a long time before he awoke from the insights, so it's just the innate methods. With enlightenment in his eyes, Lu Qing muttered to himself. Indeed, the cultivation techniques Li Weishan left in the Jade Scroll were all of innate level, also his life's proud special skills. As for the lower-level postnatal techniques, there were none. Li Weishan was proud. In his view, anyone qualified to access his Jade Scroll information must at least be a martial arts expert who had stepped into the innate realm, having formed divine soul power. Such martial arts experts wouldn't care for mere postnatal realm techniques. He also disdained to include such low-level techniques in his inheritance Jade Scroll. Li Weishan never imagined that there would be an anomaly like Lu Qing in the future, who could access the information in the inheritance Jade Scroll without having divine soul power. Is the key to breaking through from postnatal to innate all about forming one's own divine soul power, using it to sense heaven and earth primordial chi, breaking barriers, and inducing energy into the body. After receiving the cultivation technique information, Lu Qing immediately understood the critical points for the breakthrough from postnatal to innate, but understanding was useless. The saying goes, a strong body is needed for a strong soul. Only a sufficiently robust body can nurture a powerful spirit. To form one's own divine soul power, the physical body must reach an extremely tyrannical realm, and only then is there a glimmer of possibility. According to the path of martial arts cultivation, this means reaching postnatal realm perfection, where chi blood, tendons, bones, and inner organs all reach the human limit. Only then, through repeatedly tempering the spirit with secret techniques, might one possibly break through the limit and comprehend divine soul power. Lu Qing was currently only at a small success in the chi blood realm, far from the realm of postnatal perfection. So although he had obtained Li Weishan's innate level cultivation inheritance, he was still far from qualified to cultivate it. He would need to progress step by step, reaching postnatal realm perfection before he could cultivate these innate methods. But no matter what, Lu Qing's gains were still tremendous. At least, with these several innate methods, his future cultivation would never lack techniques. The nourishing body boxing taught by his master was already sufficient for him to cultivate to the internal organ realm. Now that he had the innate methods, moving forward he just needed to peacefully cultivate, assisted by his superpower, and achieving the innate realm would not be wishful thinking. With a very positive mood, Lu Qing took Li Weishan's remains outside the valley, buried them properly, and then returned to the cave. After returning to the cave, he still didn't touch the earth-veined spiritual liquid. Instead, he stood in front of the cave wall, observing the mysterious patterns carved into the jadized wall. In the Inheritance Jade Scroll, Li Weishan highly praised these mysterious patterns, calling them runes, and from them, he deduced a bit of the mysteries above the innate level. According to Li Weishan's last words before his death, if his life limit had come a bit later, giving him enough time to ponder these runes, he would certainly have been able to break through his limits and step into the realm above innate. This inevitably made Lu Qing curious about these mysterious patterns too. He wanted to try whether his superpower could discern anything from them. Activating his superpower, Lu Qing concentrated, intently staring at those mysterious patterns. He looked at them for a long time. A quarter of an hour passed, and just when Lu Qing thought that even his superpower could not penetrate the mysteries of these mysterious patterns, finally he saw a dense golden light emanating from the mysterious patterns. Array Dao Rune, mysterious runes engraved by a magic user containing mana, can draw and organize earth energy, gathering the essence of earth veins. The rune path, created by a great divine power who studied the patterns of all things in heaven and earth, naturally possesses mysterious powers that can communicate with all things. The path of runes varies infinitely. Different runes combined can exert unimaginable powers. Inheritance discovered, initiate simulation download. Lu Qing was stunned. Then, a surge of elation welled up from within. The information about the runes that appeared didn't disturb his composure after all. The information left by Li Weishan had prepared him somewhat, and he knew these mysterious patterns possessed mysterious powers. But the last prompt caught him entirely by surprise. He hadn't expected that these mysterious patterns contained an inheritance. Indeed, it was an inheritance, not a technique. Lu Qing noted the phrasing used by his superpower that which could be termed an inheritance must be quite complete. He didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to simulate the download. Then he stared intently at the mysterious patterns in front of him as never before. Beginning simulation download, current progress. 1-2. The progress bar in his view was jumping very slowly, but Lu Qing wasn't in a hurry. The slower the simulation download of the superpower, the more precious the inheritance concealed within the runes. When the progress bar in his view jumped to 10, it stopped and didn't move again. Lu Qing paused, pondered for a moment, then moved to another part of the cave wall and continued observing the runes there. Sure enough, before long, the progress bar in his view started moving again. In this way, whenever the progress bar stopped moving, Lu Qing changed his location to observe other runes. By the time he had scanned all the visible runes in the cave, he finally saw the progress bar in his view jump to the end. 97, 98, 99, 100, simulation download complete, initiate learning. Looking at the prompt in his view, Lu Qing, filled with excitement, chose to learn. As Lu Qing chose to learn, a torrent of information and insights once again surged forth in his mind. And this time the tide of insight was unprecedentedly tumultuous, so much so that Lu Qing had to brace himself unprepared, steadying his heart and spirit, wholly receiving the information. To join my divine talisman sect, one must take heaven and earth as teachers, observe the patterns of all things in the world, sketch spirit talismans, and connect with all things. This was unlike any previous learning experience. This time, when he began learning superpower, a vast voice echoed in Lu Qing's mind. As if he were listening to the sound of the Tao, his heart and spirit couldn't help but be immersed in it. Little Lei, seeing Lu Qing close his eyes and stand there, looked at him for a moment and then paid him no mind. Two-legged creatures often do this, and it was long accustomed to it. Little Li continued to drool over the stone platform. He could feel that the thing on the stone platform was greatly beneficial to it. Unfortunately, the two-legged creature wasn't allowing it to touch it yet, so it could only look on and salivate. The information and insights Lu Qing was receiving this time lasted for a very long time, so long that little Li raised its head several times to see if he had fallen asleep. Finally, Lu Qing opened his eyes, his face carrying an expression of disbelief. To take heaven and earth and all things as teachers, could it be that the rune path is different from the cultivation of martial arts, forming its own unique cultivation technique? Lu Qing was filled with shock. The mysteries contained within these patterns held a legacy far more extraordinary than he had imagined. It was a completely different and unique system of cultivation, in stark contrast to martial arts cultivation. Martial arts cultivation began with the tempering of qi blood, sinews, and inner organs, pursuing the ultimate strength of the physical body. Ultimately, by tempering the divine soul power, breaking through the barriers, merging inside and outside, causing to enter the body, achieving the innate. The rune path, however, did not start with a strong pursuit of physical strength. What it emphasized was the understanding of the patterns of heaven, earth, and all things. From these, one could comprehend the essence of runes. Once the essence was understood, power would naturally come under control. Everything would fall into place without needing to be forcibly pursued. Thus, the rune path required an extraordinarily high level of spiritual nature. Those without sufficient spiritual nature could ponder it their whole lives, let alone achieving anything. They might not even be able to enter the door. I had thought that in martial arts cultivation, among 10 martial practitioners, it would be difficult for even one to comprehend the secret of the qi blood connection and step into the qi blood realm. Such a low probability was already dire enough. To think that the rune path is 1,000 times more difficult than martial arts, with only 1 in 10,000 individuals possessing the talent for cultivation. It truly is incredibly difficult, Lu Qing exclaimed. The difficulty of beginning the rune path was unbelievably high compared to it. Martial arts cultivation seemed quite straightforward. At the very least, martial practitioners, even if they couldn't step into the qi blood realm, still possessed good physical qualities and proficient fighting skills, much stronger than the average person. But with the rune path, if one couldn't even begin, if one couldn't comprehend the essence of the runes, then they weren't much different from ordinary people. Lu Qing even wondered if the reason the legacy of the rune path had vanished without a trace, with even a strong master of the perfect innate realm like Li Weishan never having heard of it, leaving behind just this jade cave, was because the difficulty of beginning was just too high. Regrettably, the legacy he had obtained did not mention this point. All he knew was that this legacy was left by a mysterious sect called the Divine Talisman Sect, with more detailed information not left behind. The guiding principle of this Divine Talisman Sect was to take heaven and earth as teachers, and to comprehend one's own unique runes from all things in the world, valuing a natural and unrestrained approach. The sect acted capriciously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have disappeared, leaving behind such an opportunity in the Jade Cave for those fated to find it. However, this means I'll have to conserve the Earth Vein Spirit Liquid. Within the legacy left by the Divine Talisman Sect, there was a secret technique that allowed disciples, after comprehending the essence of runes, to temper their divine soul power without needing their physical body to reach postnatal perfection. But this secret technique required the assistance of Earth Vein Spirit Liquid to be performed. From the Inheritance Jade Scroll left by Li Weishan, Lu Qing understood the importance of divine soul power. Divine soul power can be called the key and the bridge to breaking through from the postnatal to the innate realm. Without divine soul power, no matter how great your talent, how strong your fighting skill, or how deep your accumulation, you won't be able to open that door across the great divide between the postnatal and the innate realm. Now learning that the legacy left by the Divine Talisman sect contains secret techniques for understanding the power of the divine soul ahead of time, how could Lu Qing not take it seriously? He immediately went to the stone platform and started examining the earth vein spiritual liquid in the indentations. Good, there's at least 30 or 40 drops of earth vein spiritual liquid here. According to the records of the inheritance, using the secret techniques, at most 10 drops are needed to forge divine soul power. If after 10 drops it's still unsuccessful, then taking more would be useless. This is already more than enough. Seeing the quantity of the earth vein spiritual liquid, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. The earth vein spiritual liquid on the stone platform had once been emptied by Li Weishan. Since 1 drop of the liquid condenses every 20 years, doesn't that mean that Li Weishan must have been a figure from at least 7 to 800 years ago? 7 to 800 years. In this world, once a century passes, it can certainly be called turbulent and ever-changing. Li Weishan was such an ancient figure, it's questionable whether or not there's anyone who still remembers him in this world. Little Li saw Lu Qing staring at the items on the stone platform and instantly became excited. It jumped on the platform, tugging at Lu Qing's clothes. Lu Qing looked at the black little beast, seeing it pointing at the earth vein spiritual liquid in the platform with an eager face. "Do you want to eat this?" Lu Qing asked. Seeing little Li nod, Lu Qing began to ponder. Without its aid, he would have never discovered such a miraculous cave behind the waterfall. Since it wanted the earth vein spiritual liquid, it was only right to give it some. According to the information revealed by his superpower, consuming the spiritual liquid brings tremendous benefits for both humans and beasts. Towards little Li, Lu Qing was not stingy. He nodded, "Okay, but first take a few drops and see. If that's not enough, then you can take more." Even though earth vein spiritual liquid was miraculous, it wasn't the case that the more you consumed, the better. According to the records of the Divine Talisman sect's legacy, the effectiveness of earth vein spiritual liquid in improving talent had its limits. For living creatures below the innate realm, the effects were strongest above the innate realm. The effectiveness diminishes significantly. Ordinary postnatal living creatures could improve their innate talent to an extreme with just 1 drop. Special living creatures could at most consume 5 drops, as more would be useless. Since little Li was a spiritual beast, which counted as a special creature, Lu Qing intended to give it 5 drops straight away. Hearing Lu Qing's words, little Li's eyes immediately lit up, nodding eagerly. "Wait here for a moment. To contain earth vein spiritual liquid without tainting its spiritual nature, a jade vessel must be used." Fortuitously, there were jade bottles in the alchemy room behind the hidden door in the stone room, so Lu Qing went to fetch one, cleaned it thoroughly, and transferred all of the earth vein spiritual liquid into it. He then said, "Open your mouth." Little Li, staring intently at Lu Qing, upon hearing the words opened its mouth obediently with joy. Lu Qing poured 5 drops of earth vein spiritual liquid into little Li's mouth from the jade bottle. The black little beast smacked its lips as if it enjoyed the taste, and immediately began happily squinting its eyes, rolling around on the stone platform. However, its joy didn't last long. After a while, it began to feel eyelids growing heavy and soon fell into a deep sleep on the stone platform. Lu Qing was not surprised. The legacy of the Divine Talisman sect had records that after consuming earth vein spiritual liquid, spiritual beasts typically fall into deep sleep as they slowly refine their talent and purify their bloodlines. He picked up little Li, placed it in a makeshift nest made of folded outerwear, then sat down cross-legged beside it, quietly waiting for it to awaken. Black Knight Spirit Fox, a spiritual beast from the mountains, young female, extremely fast, with sharp claws capable of crushing stones and splitting gold. It is rumored that the Black Knight Spirit Fox is very fond of fish but naturally detests water, only able to longingly sigh at the sight of fish. This little beast is undergoing a peculiar transformation, and significant changes might occur after it awakens. After checking little Li's current condition with his superpower, Lu Qing felt relieved as he found no issues. He sat nearby, waiting for little Li to awaken while activating his superpower to silently continue studying the legacy left by the Divine Talisman sect. The first step of cultivation in the rune path is called stilling the mind and cleansing the heart. It involves specific breathing techniques and meditation methods to cleanse one's mind to a state of relaxed and ethereal emptiness. In such a state, observing the outside world allows one to more easily perceive the essential patterns of all things, sparking inspiration, thus uncovering the mystery of these patterns through profound mental stimulation. This step alone is difficult for many. Most people in the world are impetuous and find it hard to cleanse their minds. The so-called restless mind, as human thoughts are the most challenging to control, inadvertently breed distracting thoughts. Very few are naturally blessed with a pure mind and can easily control their thoughts. Thus, for many, the mere first step of stilling the mind and cleansing the heart in the rune path is an insurmountable challenge. Of course, for Lu Qing, stilling the mind and cleansing the heart was not difficult. After his battle at Happy Village, he had already cleansed his mind and solidified his commitment to the martial arts. Moreover, he possessed a superpower. When he activated his superpower to enter a learning state, he would be in a state akin to sudden enlightenment. Achieving a spiritually empty mind was overly simple for him. Thus, he could easily accomplish the first step of rune cultivation, stilling the mind and cleansing the heart. After successfully stilling the mind and cleansing the heart, the second step was to pick an object and observe it. Observing its growth patterns, structural patterns, and then cross-referencing them with runes recorded in the legacy, seeking connections and insights into the runes. The legacy suggested that those who just began practicing the rune path should start with simple items like ordinary grass, rocks, or wood. Doing this allows easier correlation and insight into the runes. Lu Qing looked around the floor and walls inside the jade cave were all transformed into jade, without even a speck of dirt or a rock. And with little Li's uncertain awakening time, it wasn't ideal for him to leave the cave now. Therefore, after some thought, he took a piece of broken silver from his coin pouch. Since silver is a common item, hardly different from grass or rock, observing it shouldn't be hard. He placed the broken silver in his hand and started examining it attentively. This piece of silver was from the chest of silver Ma Gu had sent, genuine snowflake silver with a high degree of purity. The snowflake patterns on it were exceptionally beautiful. Lu Qing had never observed a piece of silver so closely before. Under the ethereal state of a cleansed mind, viewing the silver according to the mental methods inherited from the divine talisman sect, he felt something different than usual. The piece of silver before his eyes seemed magnified, and he noticed some unusual patterns. These patterns vaguely seemed familiar. He thought for a moment and found some similarity with certain runes recorded in the divine talisman sect's legacy. So this is the verification of runes. Lu Qing's mind remained calm, yet a flicker of insight arose in his thoughts. The legacy left by the divine talisman sect included a general outline, documenting 300 runes categorized under the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, each element featuring 60 runes. The patterns on this piece of silver bore some resemblance to the gold element runes. If Lu Qing could thoroughly comprehend these similarities, he would be able to use the gold rune to connect the patterns on the silver. By then, a piece of broken silver, when in his hands, could become a terrifying weapon, bursting with formidable power. Of course, achieving this would require an exceedingly high realm, perhaps only attainable by the mysterious existences who had opened the Jade Cave. For the current Lu Qing, that was out of reach. However, this slight insight finally made Lu Qing understand the essence of rune path cultivation. It turned out that observing the patterns of everything in the world and connecting with them meant just that. With such a revelation, Lu Qing grew even more interested in rune path cultivation. He continued to hold the broken silver in his hands and examined it. He constantly compared the strange patterns on it with the runes in his mind, trying to find a connection between them. Time trickled by as Lu Qing immersed himself in the unique cultivation of the rune path. Inside the cavern, there was a special bright light as if it was always illuminated, completely oblivious to the changes outside. It was unknown how much time had passed when a slight noise nearby woke Lu Qing from his cultivation state. "Little Li, are you awake?" Lu Qing ceased his cultivation and looked towards little Li, who was comfortably stretching. At this glance, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Little Li's appearance seemed unchanged, still the same size. However, the black fur, as fiery as ever, had become even deeper. Its aura also became much more ethereal, giving off a completely different sensation. Lu Qing immediately focused his gaze on the dark little beast. He saw a thick red light tinged with gold emerging from little Li. Black Knight Spirit Fox, a mountainous spiritual beast, juvenile, female, incredibly fast, with sharp claws that can shatter stones and slice through everything. Possesses a talent skill fur that can twist light, blending into darkness. According to legends, Black Knight Spirit Foxes greatly enjoy eating fish but are naturally averse to water, only able to longingly look at fish. Gold, Lu Qing was somewhat shocked to see the superpower light emerging from little Li. Previously, although little Li was a spiritual beast, being a juvenile meant its superpower light was merely a faint red light. It was even slightly weaker than that of the housekeeper of Wei. Unexpectedly, after consuming a few drops of Earth Vein Spirit liquid, it had broken through its limits and reached a semblance of the gold level. Moreover, the description in the tag indicated it had acquired an additional talent skill. This Earth Vein Spirit liquid truly lived up to its reputation as a rare treasure liquid that could improve talent. Lu Qing sincerely marveled and couldn't help but look forward to the changes he might experience after taking the Earth Vein Spirit liquid. "Little Li, how do you feel now? Any changes in your body?" Lu Qing asked expectantly. He wanted to see what little Li's newly acquired talent skill was like. Ow. Little Li first tilted her head in confusion, then seemed to ponder, sensing something. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded before Lu Qing. The light around little Li twisted. Then, just like that, little Li disappeared in front of him. Watching little Li vanish right before his eyes, Lu Qing felt amazed. Little Li had not only hidden his body perfectly, but also his qi blood, completely concealing it. With his sensing ability, he couldn't detect the presence of a living creature right in front of him. Such a perfect invisibility talent, coupled with those unbreakable claws. If little Li was willing, it could become the world's most terrifying assassin of the night. Even a grandmaster at inner organs perfection level would likely struggle to withstand its lethal strike. At that moment, a black shadow leapt out from another direction. It was little Li. It turned out that unbeknownst to Lu Qing, little Li had already moved to another position. Even moving doesn't disrupt the invisibility effect. Watching little Li emerge as if from another dimension, Lu Qing was amazed once again. Little Li seemed quite pleased with its newfound ability. It began darting through the air, playing gleefully. To Lu Qing's eyes, it appeared to possess the ability to pierce through space, constantly vanishing and reappearing. Little Li, how long can you maintain this invisibility? Seeing little Li play for a while without showing signs of weariness, Lu Qing asked. Roar, little Li tilted its head as if thinking and then cried out. Do you mean that as long as you wish, you can maintain the invisibility indefinitely? Having spent so much time with the little black beast, Lu Qing could now understand its intentions relatively easily. Little Li nodded. Is this what a talent skill is? Truly defies all reason. Lu Qing was impressed and very satisfied. The 5 drops of earth vein spirit liquid were well worth it. Awakening this talent had increased little Li's lethality by countless folds. More importantly, he no longer had to worry about little Li being discovered by others. Now even the housekeeper of Wei would pose no threat to little Li. With this talent, you can join us for fishing from now on, Lu Qing said with a smile. Ordinarily, to avoid attention, Lu Qing would go fishing with little Yan while little Li had to stay at home. Now that it had awakened the invisibility talent, it could go out freely even during the day. Upon hearing this, little Li's eyes immediately sparkled. As someone fond of fish, it had always wanted to go fishing with Lu Qing, and now it could finally do so. All right, now it's my turn to consume the earth vein spirit liquid. Little Li, watch over me for a while. After checking and finding out that little Li no longer needed to continue taking the earth vein spirit liquid, Lu Qing immediately decided. Seeing the great benefits little Li gained, he couldn't help feeling a bit eager. After instructing little Li, Lu Qing took out the jade bottle and poured a drop of earth vein spirit liquid into his mouth. He didn't consume much. According to the divine talisman sex records, ordinary postnatal living creatures generally only need a drop of earth vein spirit liquid to improve their talent to its limit. Lu Qing's body was merely of ordinary human lineage, not a special spiritual beast like little Li, so he decided to try just a drop of the liquid, to avoid wasting it. A drop of earth vein spirit liquid in his stomach soon made Lu Qing feel a gentle yet surreal, enormous but non-domineering magical energy emerge from within. This peculiar energy, like a motherly embrace from the earth, brimming with the breath of life, seemed inherently highly compatible with Lu Qing's body. As soon as it appeared, it was swiftly absorbed by his physical body, merging into his muscles, bones, and every bit of his flesh. Lu Qing immediately felt his body undergoing an unimaginable transformation. A very comfortable warm sensation arose in his heart, relaxing him from body to spirit immensely. However, perhaps because he didn't consume much earth vein spirit liquid, although he felt relaxed and slightly drowsy, he remained conscious, unlike little Li, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Qing quietly experienced the changes within his body. That gentle energy continuously nourished his body, causing his physical body to slowly undergo some peculiar transformation. This transformation wasn't about directly enhancing his physical strength. Instead, it deeply broke through the original limitations and improved his talent. He did not know how much time had passed when Lu Qing noticed that the gentle energy within was gradually decreasing, yet he felt that his transformation hadn't reached its limit. Without hesitation, Lu Qing took out the jade bottle and poured another drop of earth vein spirit liquid into his mouth. Consuming this drop, the gentle energy surged again, and the transformation of Lu Qing's body continued. In total, Lu Qing consumed 3 drops of earth vein spirit liquid before his body's transformation came to an end. This surprised him. He had initially thought that just 1 drop of earth vein spirit liquid would be enough to bring his body's transformation to its limit. After all, the original owner's body was somewhat innately deficient and weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succumbed to a mere cold in the past. Later, through martial arts training, his qi blood had strengthened, and he had consumed supplements like the gold loach and other potent tonics. These helped significantly improve his foundation, but ultimately his body was still that of an ordinary human, with nothing particularly special. Unexpectedly, now it took 3 drops of earth vein spirit liquid to complete the transformation. Was it because he was a transmigrator, or was it the physical qualities of a Qi blood realm martial artist? Lu Qing thought for a while, but couldn't figure out the reason and decided not to dwell on it. After all, the more earth vein spiritual liquid his body could absorb, the higher his talent's upper limit would be, which was all to his benefit and no harm. He stood up, pulled open his stance, and began to practice nourishing body boxing. As the airflow surged smoothly, he performed nourishing body boxing once with flair, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. He could feel that his body had indeed undergone a tremendous transformation. Although the earth vein spiritual liquid didn't directly boost his Qi and blood power, he was still at the small success realm of the Qi blood realm. But now, he could probably overpower several of his former selves all by himself. His potential had become much stronger, and at the same realm, he could exert much more power than before. In this case, those ginsengs I dug up earlier probably won't be enough. Before, Lu Qing had found a 200-year ginseng and 3-century-old ginsengs, along with one more century-old ginseng at home. If all 5 ginsengs were processed into blood-nourishing Qi-enhancing pills, it would have been more than enough to cultivate him to the perfect blood Qi realm. Now, after consuming the earth vein spiritual liquid, his physical talent had multiplied several times over. To quickly cultivate to the perfect blood Qi realm, those 5 ginsengs would no longer suffice. It seems I need to keep digging, Lu Qing decided at once. Little Li, let's go. He had already gained all the fortuitous opportunities in the cave, so there was no need to stay any longer. Inside the cave, he was oblivious to the passing of day and night, and also unaware of what the current day was outside. Considering that little Li had been asleep for not a short time, if they didn't return soon, Master and little Yan, among others, would start worrying. Anyway, they could always come back here in the future, so there was no need for a tearful farewell. Taking little Li with him, he left the jade cave and returned to the valley. At that moment outside the valley, the sun was bright, and the early morning sun had just risen. It was uncertain whether it was their second or third day in the mountains. Thinking of how he and little Li had not returned all night, Master and others were likely worried. Lu Qing thus did not linger in the valley and directly departed. Before leaving, Lu Qing looked deeply one more time at the waterfall's cave entrance. The harvest from this trip to the mountains for him and little Li was truly substantial, especially for him, as he had not only acquired a cultivation technique of an innate perfection strong practitioner, but also a more mysterious and magical heritage from the divine talisman sect, plus all that earth vein spiritual liquid. All of these treasures, any single one of them if taken outside, would have countless forces vying desperately for them. Such a huge opportunity had unexpectedly come to him alone. Lu Qing found it incredible. Ginseng, a precious medicinal herb, non-toxic, edible. This ginseng, having grown for a long time, has surpassed 500 years. According to legends, ginseng possesses various miraculous effects, and sufficiently aged ginseng appears even to possess the ability to awaken spiritual wisdom. Looking at the ginseng in front of him emitting half-white, half-red superpower light, Lu Qing felt extremely delighted. After leaving the valley, he and little Li did not head back to the village immediately. Upon realizing it was already morning outside, Lu Qing was no longer in a hurry to get back. Since they were delayed in the mountains for so long, half a day more didn't matter. So he decided to keep searching for ginseng, aiming to gather all the resources needed to cultivate to the perfect blood Qi realm completely. This time, while choosing ginseng, he didn't insist on searching by himself. Instead, he let little Li use its peculiar sensing ability to lead him directly to dig ginsengs old enough. After consuming the earth vein spiritual liquid, little Li's peculiar sensing ability seemed to have been enhanced as well. Under its guidance, Lu Qing quickly dug up several century-old ginsengs, including even one that was 300 years old. However, that wasn't the end of the surprises. Eventually, they even found a treasured ginseng that was over 500 years old. Yes, indeed, it was a treasured ginseng. Looking at the vision dominated by red superpower light, Lu Qing knew this ginseng, truly worthy of being called a treasure. This should be the oldest ginseng we can find in this area. Lu Qing looked around and made a judgment. After receiving the inheritance from the divine talisman sect, he also understood why there were so many century-old ginseng plants in this forest, as well as the reasons herbs like tianqi, which normally grow in different conditions from ginseng, appeared here too. The reason was actually not complex. Everything was related to the mysterious existence that had created the Jade Cave. After establishing the Jade Cave, that mysterious figure from the divine talisman sect had casually scattered some medicinal seeds in the forest, aiming to cultivate this place into a medicine field for the sect. The mysterious patterns inside the Jade Cave were actually a rune array called the Earth Pivot Gathering Spirit Array. It had the effect of organizing local earth energy and gathering the essence of earth veins. The existence of the Jade Cave made the earth energy within 100 miles of this mountain range unconsciously gather towards it. The rich earth energy naturally nourished the plants in the area to grow robustly, including the medicinal herbs. Also, due to the jade cave's existence, the most essential part of the earth energy, spiritual charm, condensed into earth vein spiritual liquid. This allowed the medicinal herbs in the area to also gain a touch of spiritual charm. This was why Elder Chen was initially surprised that the ginseng Little Li had given Lu Qing seemed to have an especially strong effect. It was actually due to the effect of that touch of spiritual charm. The reason Lu Qing felt that he could only find ginseng up to 500 years old was because if the ginseng age were any higher, the ginseng could develop a hint of its own spiritual nature and possess the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Such spiritual objects would already have the ability to move. In such a vast mountain, by simply burrowing into the ground, both he and Little Li would be unable to find them. Of course, the 500-year-old ginseng was already enough for Lu Qing's current use. With this treasure ginseng, he had truly amassed the resources needed to reach the perfect Qi blood realm. Carefully, he dug out the 500-year-old ginseng, wrapped it up well, and placed it into his medicine basket, feeling completely satisfied. He glanced at the sunlight filtering through the tree gaps overhead and noticed it was nearly noon. He immediately called out, "Little Li, let's go, head home, or Little Yan is going to start crying again." With a swift motion, Little Li was on Lu Qing's shoulder, his eyes showing happiness. Having been out for so long, it also began to miss the little two-legged creature. Of course, what it missed more was the fresh fish meal at home. After being in the mountains for so long without catching a single fish, it now craved it terribly. With Little Li, Lu Qing traveled over mountains and ridges, taking most of the day to finally emerge from the mountains. Only a martial artist like him, guided by Little Li, could achieve such a feat. If it were another herb gatherer, even 3 days and nights might not be enough to find a way out. Standing on a mountaintop, looking at Jiulai village ahead, Lu Qing showed a sincere smile. Although the mountains held various treasures and the miraculous jade cave, only by returning to Jiulai village would his mood truly relax. Unconsciously, he had come to regard this place as his genuine home in this world. Tightening the straps on his medicine basket, Lu Qing walked towards the village. Just as he arrived at the village, he bumped into a villager. Seeing Lu Qing, the villager happily said, "Ah Qing, have you returned from gathering herbs?" "Yes, just got back." "Uncle Hong, how long was I in the mountains?" Uncle Hong was taken aback. "You went into the mountains alone, don't you know the time?" "I was in a cave gathering some herbs and stayed quite a while, even took a sleep, so I lost track of time," Lu Qing explained. "No wonder," expressed Uncle Hong, coming to a realization, "then you must have had a tough time gathering those herbs. Today is the 3rd day since you entered the mountain." "The 3rd day?" Lu Qing was shocked. He hadn't expected Little Li to have slept for so long, nor had he expected that comprehending the patterns on a silver piece had taken so much time. In his perception, not much time had passed at all. Of course, what made him even more anxious was that Little Yan must be worried sick after his 2-day absence. "I didn't realize so much time had passed." "Uncle Hong, I can't chat now. I need to go see my master first, or Little Yan will start throwing a tantrum." "Go ahead, hurry." Lu Qing waved his hand and ran towards the half-mountain's small courtyard.